We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. Rhythm got me skanking, had me feeling like I'm Fred Astaire. Bread was kinda short, but I was smelling like a millionaire. Claimed their opposition when we stepped in, they were running scared. Man, we're louding up the atmosphere. Too much chatty, too much catty. I just lit a fatty, and it came from Cali. I'm already here. I was in the clouds, I don't ever take the stairs. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I was in the corner sweating till the lights came. Man, don't ever sleep, step out on this night train. Right brain, man will blow your mind like a migraine. I was busting up these spots, pulling something out my socks. Man was shuffling out of blocks, phone and vibrate. I don't need to talk to Frank, I did it my way. Never slipping, never tripping, never violate. We don't gas around here, we on a higher rate. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. We don't do no talking round here. We don't play no games round here. We ain't never slipping round here. This another level, this one over here is very rare. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
We've searched far and wide, including the edge of the world, for some of the greatest gamers in esports to immortalize their name through competition. And now we have the opportunity to do so in VALORANT for the first time ever. The Esports World Cup welcomes VALORANT. Welcome, everyone. Degon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time for VALORANT at EWC.
Yeah, I mean, Riyadh has been a blessing, honestly. The food has been amazing. I'm half Lebanese. There's Lebanese restaurants all over the place. I really feel at home.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. The hospitality's been great, and you know, we're all excited to get into that VALORANT action. That's why we're all here kicking off this fantastic event.
Yeah, rolling right off of Masters, a fantastic tournament, back into the best teams in international play. Going to be a ton of fun, y'all. And again, the first ever. There's something about being able to be called the first ever, the inaugural champion of an international tournament here, Baby Bay.
Yeah, it's a very special moment as an ex-competitor. I mean, that's all you could ever ask for. You engrave yourself in the history books.
Yeah, I mean, it's so nice to have more international competition as well. These teams from across the regions, they love playing each other. There's so many different styles, and this is what Valorant's all about, really, right?
Yeah, going to be a long, long day and a long 6 days of action to crown our first ever champion in Valorant. But it's also part of EWC, the Esports World Cup, and the Esports World Cup Club Championship. And we have a little overview for you standing by right now.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Hi everyone, Victoria here, and I am standing in front of the EWC Totem, and you can see every single game listed here, and Valorant finally being added to the list. And you can see these slots here, they're empty, they're missing championship keys, and the winner of each game, it's going to be slotted in here. And behind this, you can see the club championship points from last year. The reigning champs is Team Falcons. All the games added together, they are the top at 5,000 over points. And below it, this beautiful array of crushed keys, all the losing teams from last year, and I'm pretty sure they're going to want their revenge for this year. We have a lot more to show you, but first we're going to go back to the desk.
Much as a great look at the monument that gets installed each year here at the Esports World Cup. The champions immortalized, and those who tried but failed get put in the resin at the bottom with their keys. Now, each game is worth 1,000 points as a winner, 500 at second, third, fourth, move on from there for the Esports World Cup Club Championship. But not all teams are a part of that Club Championship. So it's been a unique little amalgamation of different game title teams coming together and realizing, oh, you're on Liquid, I'm on Liquid too. Oh, that's pretty cool.
I think that's the coolest thing about it, because it's not just about your game, right? It's the bigger picture of how many titles across the board can we get, and that's what makes EWC so unique.
Yeah, it's so nice for these players to have crossover, because even though they're on the same org, they might not necessarily see each other around, but now you're all under that same banner, all trying to get points for your organization, and as you say, that's what this event really is all about.
Yeah, and every year that totem will get updated, but I got the chance to walk by it earlier over at the arena, and it is just massive. It is so tall, and then they added the resin with all the keys this year, and it just is so cool and just representative of what competition's all about here, baby.
Yeah, and the competition is going to be insane, specifically for Valorant as well. I mean, these teams are stacked. The coolest thing about this is we're seeing new faces amongst like the familiar faces that we saw at recent events.
Yeah, many of these teams did get to go to Masters Toronto, but some of them didn't. So this is their chance to kind of have that crack at international glory. So, you know, it's a fantastic second chance for a lot of these teams who want to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, well, if they win, they get themselves the game trophy as part of one of the coolest trophy systems in all of esports. Let's take a look at the EWC trophy system.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the game trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, a graveyard of fallen contenders. Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Joined by Ian Chambers, our stage host, and we're going to show you something really cool. Right behind us is the Key Crusher. Every single team gets a key to represent their qualification and participation. But because this is Valorant's very first time in EWC, Ian, you've witnessed this all before. How does this Key Crusher work?
Well, first things first, welcome, Victoria. It's great to have you here. The Key Crusher is one of the many, I would say, like unique things about EWC, because the trophy system is beautiful and brutal at the same time. So like you've already alluded to, every single team gets one of these, but when you get knocked out of the tournament, this is what happens to your key. It gets crushed in this beast of a machine behind us here.
Yeah, well, you've witnessed this before. How does it work?
So the extra added element of drama and spices, not only does your key, your dreams, your heart get crushed, it is the winning team that knocked you out that gets to do the crushing.
Oh my goodness.
It's so sick.
Is it very emotional?
Do you know what? The winning team, it depends on the personalities, and we've got a lot of them here in Valorant. They can really enjoy it and get like almost a weird amount of satisfaction out of the crushing. So it's something you need to see for sure.
Well, I can't wait to witness it, and we're going to send it back to the desk to tell us a bit more about this key crushing.
Let me tell you, this is one of my favorite parts of the tournament. Every key is a representation of your opportunity to win, and to be able to take that away when you win from your opponents and physically crush it, it's one of the coolest things here. Speaking of cool, we've got the man that runs one of the coolest organizations in all of esports, Rob Moore here from Sentinels. Welcome, brother. How you feeling, man?
I'm good. I think I've got through the jet lag pretty quick, so I'm ready to go.
Yeah, we're super excited to have you here. Go ahead, babe.
Yeah, Rob. So Sentinels has 3 teams here. You have Valorant, Apex, and StarCraft. I wanted to get your perspective as CEO of Sentinels on what it's like to have so many different games at a single event.
Well, it's going to be a big week. Partly why it came out is we have Valorant and Apex this week. The Apex team, Valorant team is going to start in an hour or so.
Yeah.
The Apex team starts in a couple days, so it's should be a fun week. I was challenging the coaches yesterday of who was going to last longer for the weekend.
Yeah.
So we'll see if they both can bring home a trophy. That would be amazing.
Nothing like your boss lighting a little fire under your butt to make sure you do well.
Is there any like incentive bonuses you have on who does better?
You know, that is a good question. I should have actually set them up.
So I wanted to hone in a little bit more on Valorant. I wanted to just get a little insight from you on how you're feeling about your Valorant team heading into this EWC. And a second part of that question, who would you pick to put in your trophy? You know, those crushed keys. You got anybody in mind that you'd like to have in there?
We'll see. Now, I'll answer the second question first. Because, of course, if I didn't take the opportunity to crush the G2 trophy,
I thought so.
I'm definitely missing an opportunity. But relative to the tournament, you know, I think obviously we had 2 huge roster changes this year with 2 of the best and most experienced players in the game, with Tens and Saucy both retiring. And so as we really looked at the season, the conversation we all had was, how do we keep progressing throughout the season? And I think you've seen that so far. We're one of only 3 teams in VCT who made it to both Masters.
Yeah.
We went farther in the second Masters than the first. So we have a tradition of winning the first event in a game. Like, we won the first ever Masters in Valorant.
Yeah.
We actually won the first ever World Cup in Fortnite.
Okay.
And our Marvel Rivals team last week qualified for the first ever LAN in Marvel Rivals. So to bring home the trophy and win the first ever World Cup for Valorant, I think would be the perfect capper for Sentinels.
So then what is the expectation for the team here? Obviously, new event, different venue, different kind of setup here, but what do you expect from the team? How do you set expectations?
Well, I think it's a little bit more volatile because we're starting with a best of 1 today.
Yes. Yeah.
Right? And so that adds definitely some variability, right? You could lose both pistols and your day may die.
Yeah.
Right? So, but I think just in terms of how the team played in Toronto and them really coming together as a squad, I feel very good about how they're looking.
I love the fact that you know ball. You're like, oh, lose the pistols. Might be cooked. Might be over.
We might be having an early dinner today, and then come back tomorrow to play for our lives.
Hopefully a good early day for you. You know what I mean? And then a celebration. But I heard you have a challenge for me.
I do have a challenge for Baby Bay. So EWC launched a fantasy game. Okay. So I launched this morning. I launched a private league for Sentinels fans.
Okay.
Right? So basically, I'll be in there. You can challenge me. So, Baby Bay, if you go on my Twitter, you have all the fans. Okay, so here's what you need to do. Go to sentinels.gg or go to Rob Moore Esports on Twitter. The link is there. Click on the link. Go sign up for the EWC Fantasy League. They have multiple events. One, you pick top 8 for every game.
Okay.
And one, you do fantasy for different sports. And there are prizes from the EWC. But we've created Sentinels leagues as well that we're going to prize fans. So you need to go join our league.
I'll do it.
And I want to see Baby Bay in there so we can see. So we're doing a league just for today. We're going to give out some prizes just for today because now today I have a big wrinkle, right?
Yep.
Do you make it to tonight? Do you play one map or do you play 2 matches?
I think you guys have a pretty good chance. I'm definitely going to fill it out as soon as I'm off this AD. I'll tell you that ASAP.
Yeah, Zekken is the most expensive player in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
A lot of pressure on him yesterday. I don't think we also set up a league just with our players and coaches. I don't think Zekken picked himself because he's so expensive. He's looking for value play and tools.
He's trying to play money ball, huh?
I love
the value play.
Rob, you're just so in tune with the team, with the industry, with the game. Do you have any final thoughts here before we send you off?
I think it's going to be a really crazy day, right? Where you just have 10 hours of Valorant. So I think it's going to be a really fun watch.
All right. Rob Moore, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. Best of luck, not only in Valorant, but all of EWC. Y'all, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll start breaking down today's matches in Valorant. Don't go anywhere. You're watching Esports World Cup. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Valorant at Esports World Cup. Degon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time. And it's time to dive into Valorant specifically here at the Esports World Cup. The first time ever we're having it. So let's dive into the prize pool as, again, all the teams plan for some cash. And we know how money can go ahead and help out these teams specifically to their game, level up their roster, level up the environment. It is a $1.25 million prize pool with $500,000 going to first place, $230,000 to second, and it cascades down from there, Baby Bear.
Yeah, it's no joke. I mean, you're playing for some real cash right here. I mean, $100,000 a player, right? If you get first, that's a nice chunk of change right there, man. And then also the points that you get if you win.
Yeah, I mean that's what it's all about. It's really nice to have that incentive. No player is going to leave anything on the field with that kind of money on the line.
I'm telling you, it feels very much like the Olympics. The gold medal is great, but then the points that you get for everyone, you got the medal count. Everyone's watching which club is going to be the one getting the most points. Well, Valorant kicking all that off. And to do that, let's talk about the groups here. We start off with Group A. We have the top 2 teams from each region, as well as the qualifiers from the EWC qualifiers for each region. We'll start with the schedule first. Sorry about that. Best of ones. It starts off with BLG versus Paper Rex. Then we have Sentinels versus BBL, Heretics versus NRG, and then a huge one as our final best of one, Gen.G versus EDG. Then after that, you think that's a lot of games? Not done yet. We have best of 3s because it is a GSL style bracket. The best of 3s will be the winners against the winners, and then if you win that, you make it to the knockout stage.
Yeah, I think the cool thing about this is it's all BO1s. When was the last time these teams have even had to play a BO1?
Yeah.
Right? So like there's so much upset potential here, and you might be seeing some wacky composition, some really deep anti-stratting, some things that are just way out of the left field to get this first win.
Yeah, I want to see a team get cheesy with it. It's a best of 1. You can steal that map away. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, but the big question here, Big Time, is then, are you giving away strats here in your best of 1 and pulling out all the stops to make sure you get a win, or are you just trying to save it until you get to the best of 3s and a little bit more standard?
I think you have to be prepared to show stuff.
Yeah.
A best of 1 is too risky to sort of just float around and hope you're going to scrape by. The teams are going to come out swinging here because, you lose that best of 1, then you're 1 map away from elimination in that best of 3.
Yeah, whoever starts off slow is going to be really paying in a bad way. Like, you got to win these pistol rounds, like Rob was saying. I mean, if you don't win these pistol rounds, you're putting yourself in such a bad spot I mean, you don't have a series to gain momentum even. So, yeah, you got to start off strong.
Yeah, going to be tough here if you fall behind in those best of 1s. Now let's take a look at some of the groups as we start with Group A. It's G2, Carmine Corp, Paper Rex, and BLG. So you got the reigning Masters Toronto champions. You've got BLG, the number 2 seed from VCT China. G2, back-to-back VCT NA champs. And Carmine Corp, who's trying to be an upstart, they were able to make it on in through VCT EMEA.
Yeah, but G2 is playing with Shaq.
Yeah.
Right? An assistant coach, right? So I'm excited to see what's going to happen there. I mean, that is definitely the match in that group that I'm most excited about because I'm just like, how are they going to perform? And I got some talk behind the scenes from Josh that in the offseason, Shaq was radiant in EMEA. So, I mean, this isn't just like some, scrub that they have a stand-in with. So,
but I mean, you got to say, KC, they're not a pushover team. They're going to love this best of 1. They get cheesy with it. They love it.
That's exactly what I was going to talk about as well. Their compositions are so wacky. It's like the perfect thing for them in an opening match.
All right, now for Group B, we have the VCT China champs in XLG Esports, DRX, BBL Esports, and Sentinels that we just had Rob Moore here. When we take a look at that group, what jumps out at you here, Baby Bay?
Oh, definely BBL versus Sentinels. Listen, I was watching the Sentinels podcast, and when I tell you that they were disrespecting the living heck out of BBL, I mean, they were. Like, they had them at a B tier and then dropped them down again and, just brushing over them. So I think this is going to be a great match. If any of the BBL players watched that podcast and saw that, I think that they're going to be, just hungry for it.
Yeah, I mean, those guys are rowdy over at BBL. I don't know if you've heard their voice comms, but they're barking, they're shouting, they're screaming. So that's what that team's all about. They're going to get fired up by the fact that Sentinels were a little bit disrespectful, but they're my dark horse for the tournament. Love those guys at BBL, expecting big things.
All right, now let's go to Group C, where we have RRQ, Titan Esports Club, NRG, and Team Heretics. Now, let's start with you, Big Time. RRQ, they won Pacific. That was the big surprise. Not quite the big splash that they wanted over at Masters Toronto. What do you expect from them?
Yeah, I mean, for RRQ, I felt like it was a long time coming for them to finally get some success. They win that stage 1 over at Pacific, but then crash out of Masters, not in the way that they want. They're going to use this tournament to try and bounce back. They have such a high ceiling, but it's about, are you able to hit it? Are you able to start fast? Because they weren't able to start fast in Toronto.
Yeah, and then you have the other match, which is NRG versus Heretics, Los Niños, right? NRG is now kind of writing a new story for themselves. This is their first international event as a team with this roster. And then you have Heretics, who also had just pretty bad results, not results that you would expect out of Heretics.
Yeah, Group C may be the group of potential, which leads us to Group D, the group of death, where we have Fnatic, 100 Thieves, EDG, and Gen.G. I mean, it's a group of champions there, and 100 Thieves is there.
I feel so bad for them. I mean, I can't believe this is the draw that they get. Everybody else in that group has won international trophies, but that means we're going to be sending somebody with an international trophy home in the group stage. Only 2 teams can make it through. So it's going to get hot fast in Group D.
Yeah, that group is absolutely brutal. Again, we have to reiterate, 100 Thieves finally making another international event, and they get put against Fnatic, EDG, Gen.G. I mean, I can't help but feel for them. They're going to really have to play to their potential.
Yeah, they definitely will. All right, well, so we set the groups, but now it's time to go down to the guys doing the call on our first match. Let's send it on over to our casters, Paper Thin and Achilles.
So what's going on, guys? Achilles and Paper Thin here out on the Boulevard, chilling in front of the enormous replica statue that we have, and we're just very excited for VALORANT to finally kick off here at EWC.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited for our Saudi National Bank matches of the day. I'm going to go with Paper Rex and Billy Billy, our opening match in the best of ones. We've got the defending Masters Toronto champions versus upstart Billy Billy Gaming.
I mean, all of the games I think are pretty good. That's a very solid choice. For me, though, I think that I would have to go with Gen.G versus EDG, Texture versus Kong Kong. EDG back on an international stage after missing out of Masters Toronto. I think that one's going to be hype. But Analyst Desk, what about you guys? Let us know your thoughts.
Yeah, you know, a couple of guys from Pacific picking the Pacific matches. I'm sure that's what it is. What is your match of the day?
We tend to do that, but for me, I love the fact that it's EDG versus Gen.G. That's a game that's so hyped. Texture versus Kang Kang. Firepower versus Firepower. I can't wait for that one.
Yeah, I'm not making Toronto, right, for EDG, and also the way that Gen.G went out in Toronto of just choking, basically, right? Being up 11-4 on multiple maps, it felt like. I'm so excited for that matchup, like you said. I think Achilles is right. That is definitely going to be the match of the day.
All right, that is our 4th best of one of the day. Got a lot of them, but let's kick off our first best of one. It is Paper Rex versus BLG, Billy Billy Gaming. Again, the reigning Toronto's Masters winners, or Master Toronto's winners, against the number 2 seed from VCT China. They've been a pretty consistent staple, has BLG, over the last several years. What do you make of them?
Yeah, honestly, I really like BLG. I think their play style is it's a little bit less Chinese almost. You know, it's a region known for going insanely fast, lots of firepower, but these guys are disciplined. I love watching them, and I feel like they haven't quite hit their potential. You know, these guys have made their mark on that international stage before. Do you remember 2023? They knocked out NRG. They have such a high ceiling, a lot of capability, but once again, they find themselves the underdogs trying to climb that mountain today.
Yeah, and how are you going to deal with Forsaken, who's just an absolute monster, MVP of Toronto, IGLing his team to victory on top of it, and let's talk about how flexible this guy is in terms of agent pool. This guy's played 21 out of the characters in VALORANT in general. It's crazy that he's able to do all this while IGLing.
I mean, it's an insane feat. He's a coach's dream, you know? Literally. You can put him on literally anything, and he just does a fantastic job. There's a reason he was the MVP.
Yeah, again, the reigning Masters Toronto champs, Paper Rex, have been the bridesmaids so many times, finishing so close, and finally are able to get over the hump. I mean, when it was Paper Rex and Fnatic, you got 2 fan favorites there, but you couldn't help but feel good for the Singaporean outfit.
And somebody on the screen that we just glanced over was Patman. We have to state how good he has been as a rookie to this roster. So many clutch, impactful kills in Toronto that kind of set them over the edge.
Yeah, I mean, for me, that's the mark of truly great rookies, is that they don't look like rookies. He looked like he'd been there 1,000 times. He was so calm, so composed. He's become a real key cornerstone for this squad.
Yeah, and the vibes on PRX as well are unmatched.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're vibing out in the server, if they win the pistol round in this series, I mean, it might just be over.
The Pinoy pride there for Patman. All right, we got 30 seconds. Quick, what do you think here? Who's taking the victory?
I'm going PRX, but I think it's going to be very competitive. BLG, I think despite the results at Toronto, I think they looked good in their matches.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I think PRX are the definite favorites heading into this, but you know, BLG do have that potential to upset, so it's all about if they manage to start strong.
All right, there you have it. We set the stage for you for the first time ever, Valorant at the Esports World Cup. To get into it, let's send it on over to our stage host, Ian Chambers and Fancy.
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here. Players from every corner of the globe have descended upon Riyadh for their shot at becoming legends.
The stage is set, and across the next 7 weeks, all 26 titles will unfold for millions to see.
Speaking of millions, in fact, just come here for a second. We need to get personal for this. I need to tell you something huge. Over the next 7 weeks, what is the total prize pool, Fancy?
Ian, it is a total prize pool of $70 million across all titles.
70 million.
That's insane.
Welcome to the Esports World Cup, where we are starting off huge with Valorant.
6 days of action lie ahead. In a battle to be the best, $1.25 million on the line, and to tally up Club Championship points.
Speaking of the Club Championship, last year's winners Falcons won't be competing here in Valorant, so it gives all of these teams a real opportunity to get a head start.
That's right. But hey, we all know why we're here, so let's get to the most important part of the show, and it's the players.
Indeed it is, starting with G2.
Up next, we have Carmen Corp.
Please welcome Sentinels.
welcome BBL.
XLG.
It's DRX.
Team Heretics.
Please welcome NRG.
It's RRQ.
Titan Esports Club.
Next up, Gen.G.
It's Edward Gaming.
Fnatic.
Please welcome 100 Thieves.
So that's 14 teams. There are still 2 to go, and they are about to play right now.
With the eyes of a nation on them, please welcome the always explosive BLG.
Their opponents are the VALORANT Masters Toronto champions, looking to claim back-to-back trophies. They'll have to earn it. It's Paper X!
Nothing is granted. Everything is earned.
And the journey begins right now.
What an opening. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, people watching all around the world. I'm Achilleos here with Paper Thin, and we'll be guiding you through the start of EWC Valorant BLG versus PaperX. Two teams right off the bat of Masters Toronto, but PaperX, the ones who walked away with the trophy.
Yeah, what an awesome match we have here to start today. These are very, very good teams across both ends of the stage. Obviously, yes, PaperX coming off of a big win, but are they going to be able to maintain that form? And Billy, a disappointing performance in that group stage. So we get a look here at our picks and bans for the maps. Of course, we're still playing back on the previous map set, so it is going to be Lotus as the decider. That's kind of what I figured. Both teams do really like this map. You know, Billy has been picking it in China, so this is definitely going to be, I think, a really close affair between these two squads.
Yeah, obviously the analyst has covering it, but worth reiterating, we are going to be seeing some best of ones to kick off this tournament. Then we will get into the proper best of threes, the group play, the GSL bracket, and then once we get to the playoffs, that single elimination. So Lotus coming through is going to be making quite a bit of sense to me as well. But BLG certainly going to have their work cut out for them here. PaperX, very much a formidable opponent when it comes down to this map, and they put that on display. This was the map that they closed out the Grand Finals versus Fnatic on.
Yeah, absolutely. In overtime with a crazy 2v4, something in Forsaken stepping up to the plate and bringing home the first international trophy for the PaperX squad. But these two teams, believe it or not, have never faced each other. This is their first time playing, and that's pretty hard to believe. I mean, they're kind of consistent. They make consistent appearances at global events, and you know, for these two squads to have kind of that reputation, and now they're finally getting a chance to meet each other at a huge event like this in our opening match. Really excited for this.
I am as well, and we should be able to get into an agent select here in just a couple minutes. Let's see what they're going to be bringing to bear. I mean, you mentioned it, we are playing on previous patch. We do not have the new map set, so Corrode not to be seen. Bind not going to be in the mix at all here for EWC. So it is going to be the same map set that we were seeing over at Masters Toronto, as well as in the lead up to the event. I think that overall that's going to be good. Quick little turnover here for both of these squads to get ready for this tournament. So throwing that wrench in the gears would be maybe a bit unfair for them if they have to suddenly learn Corrode.
Yeah, that would be less than optimal. I mean, I think if there was any team that could learn Corrode on the fly, it'd probably be PaperX, but yeah, for sure this is going to be a good one. I mean, you're going to be probably seeing the double duelist comp for PaperX on Lotus. Meanwhile, Billy runs a much more standard composition. They run the Raze, the Vice, that kind of thing, Fade. So kind of what you're typically going to see on this map these days. But I'm really curious, you know, Billy likes to play a more stock standard style of Valorant. I know Stesk has been talking about it, that they're kind of more like a Western squad, and that kind of comes back to their coach, Bile, who does a really nice job getting these boys to play kind of fundamentally strong Valorant. But the problem for them I saw in Masters was that they kind of collapsed once they started to lose a couple rounds in a row. Like, their fundamentals started breaking apart. It seemed like their comms were maybe breaking down a little bit. Some of their team fighting wasn't as good. So in my opinion, I'm looking at Neff here, the IGL for Billy, to make sure that he's focused in, he's keeping the comms clear, he's keeping his team engaged, he's making good macro reads. All those things really important, because the PaperX, tricky to play against on Lotus, especially because of the way that Something plays this map. He might not be putting up huge numbers necessarily on the Yoru all the time, but he's getting a lot of important information, especially on that A side. He does a really good job of working kind of mid-round in past rubble, getting to those double doors, getting good information so PaperX can make good decisions based off of some of what he's doing there.
Alrighty, well, Should be getting the players loaded up into the game. So here we go. We can take a look at the agent select now. It's not really going to be any changes whatsoever. Key difference obviously going to be the double duelist there for the side of Paper Rex. BLG still sticking with just the Rays there from YZ, with Russia on the Viper, so a bit more control available here for BLG. We're going to be starting on the attacking side.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, my eyes drift back to something going up against these double controller comps to make sure that he's getting value out of that extra set of flashes that he's going to be able to bring to bear on that Yoru. So things like that going to be pretty important. And for Paper Rex, just in general, you know, they find those moments. It's at Masters Toronto, there was a noticeable difference in their pace of play, right? They're a little bit slower than they used to be in terms of, you know, when they're able to find success as the rounds wear on. But part of that is going to come down to kind of when they decide to turn up the tempo, when they find those moments to go for those quick, explosive openings with like the C's nade combo off the rip. You see that outside of B main a lot, or they'll set up for Jing to explode out of C mound, things like that to look for on this defender side. They kind of save those for those moments when it seems like Forsaken or somebody gets a good read on what their opponent's strategy is going to be. So you've got to be really aware of that kind of stuff as Billy.
Players getting situated still here on the stage. You can see the smiles and the laughter here from the side of Paper Rex. They're ready to have some fun as they look to get themselves back-to-back international trophies, from Toronto all the way over here to Saudi Arabia, looking to take another one back with them. See if they're going to be able to do it, but of course there is plenty more on the line. The claimed crushed keys of your opponents. Also something that certainly would be a nice little cherry on top, but looks like we are ready to go. So let's go ahead and get ready to dive into the pistol here, as looks like we're going to have a couple sheriffs on the side of Paper Rex.
Yeah, they're just going to throw the haunt out. Some smokes set up by Billy. So that's going to allow Paper Rex to grab an orb, get something pushed up past Rubble there. Meanwhile, the main forces of BLG making their way over towards B main, but it was a quick rotation over for Paper Rex, kind of anticipating this. There's a wall set up early, though, from Billy. And they're just kind of working the map, just looking to see if Paper Rex has stacked aside and seeing if they can figure that out and go somewhere else. But so far, Paper Rex holding it close to the vest.
Good hit.
Top of the wall there. Late linger from Risha is going to be able to get himself a kill. So sheriff shot to the face, something going to be taken down. Nice little opener there. And that's going to call for a pivot here from Paper Rex, immediately believing in the push towards this A side of the map. But it's just BLG wisely cutting sound, keeping things nice and calm as they get ready to exec onto C.
Yeah, this is kind of Paper Rex thinking that Billy might try to punish that kill, because often something is playing by himself. Gonna dump some util here for Billy to make sure that the C side is clear. Devi gonna be aware of this, and now you're gonna see Paper Rex already starting to fan out, but look at Rushia, so ready here for this lurk from Patman. Let's see if Patman with that sheriff can do any damage.
Oh, shot's gonna be flying, and yep, just can't quite register where they're coming from fast enough. Ends up getting taken down. That's Rushia now with 2 kills. Mitchell's at the ready. Jing just kind of dancing around the wall. Does get a couple shots into YZ, but YZ gets the better of him. Forsaken now swinging around the back, trying to make his way in towards Mound. Gonna find themselves all alone. The shot goes whizzing right past YZ's shoulder as BLG will take the opening pistol.
Yeah, that's huge for BLG. And the pistol rounds continue to plague Paper Rex, something that was a persistent problem in Toronto. Even though they won the event, their pistol rounds were pretty not good. Put it nicely. It's a nice little flick there from Rushia. Catches Patman having to check a bunch of different angles. That's a great little off angle that he's taking there to punish that lurk. So already seeing some good homework being done here by Billy, anticipating a lurking player. Often it's going to be Patman who's trying to find those openings on this side of the map.
Quick little entry over the top of Rubble, but Forsaken able to get a stray headshot across. Prowler not finding Jing. Paranoia will tank it here from his teammate. 2 players up over the top. He's trying to find either of them, but cannot get it. It's a bit too whiffy there. Not even that much damage going to be dealt to Levius. Rusha does get tagged down to 62, but there's that regen armor in behind. Shots whizzing past. Forsaken going to look to try to go on to timing. Is rewarded for it. Comes away with a kill. Weapon now going to be upgraded. A Bulldog in hand. A real chance to try to make a go at this Thrifty. Devi filling space Creeping up here just alongside the smoke, playing on the outskirts as Forsaken finds himself a third, and suddenly Neff tagged up all alone here at backside, running low on bullets, and Forsaken will seal the deal on it, a 4K to get the Thrifty in a tied up scoreline.
Your Masters Toronto MVP picking up right where he left off, getting the huge eco round win for Paper Rex. And this is part of what propelled them to get that trophy, was their ability to recover quickly from pistol round losses. Oh, right through the smoke on a K-Knight.
Just brutal for him.
I mean, Jason, just absolutely so ferocious. And just great little game plans around those smokes for Paper Rex in that round. You know, Jing, even though he doesn't get any kills, it was a really good idea. And it's not going to be contested this time. Rebel control by Billy. It's going to be ceded over to Paper Rex. It's going to use that to grab another orb. Starting to get close to some ultimates.
Oh.
Hello, Olivius.
Yeah, great little headshot on the swing. He's a Vandal behind here. Wisey has that in hand. There's plenty of firepower available to the side of BLG as Forsaken dropping down off the top of Rebel. Sends at the paranoia, but K-Knight not caught by it. Finds himself a very nice headshot. Jing in reply, though. Peels one back, but cannot protect that weapon, so it will be recovered.
Cover going out.
That's a huge upgrade here. It's Billy continuing their march forward. Going to be a little bit late on the rotations. Are a couple members of Paper X, something winning his duel.
1-1, but then Neff coming up big. Gets rid of both the duelists here.
Spike planted.
Still just the sheriff in hand here. 4K Knight Neff down to 30 health. Livius relatively untouched, but armorless in the round. Maybe a bit of a split here. Divide, Patman going their separate ways. Neff immediately cutting away from Tree. All players now going to be contained here. In backside, there's the first to fall. Divide finds it. A couple shots coming in, but Divide looking indomitable as the blind is out and Patman can collect. Paper Rex. It's a good effort here from BLG, but PRX are going to be standing tall and now gaining the lead 2-1.
Yeah, some good trades on both sides. Neff leading the charge, has the omen there for Billy. But Paper Rex, Divide, great at those tight angles. Think back to that ace at Masters Toronto. Absolutely nasty stuff from him. This right here, quick there on that first kill. Second one had to readjust. Still quite a bit of util left for Paper Rex, but they didn't really need it. Just getting it done with the guns, and the blind at the end for Patman. Gonna set him up nicely to close out that round. Still looking at some of the alts. Some of the big ones still a couple away. Just gonna be the omen that has his. Forsaken could TP somewhere if he so chooses, but for now, just another kind of full stack attempt at Rebel control, but BLG doesn't like what they see. They're going to make a pivot, quick pivot. Look at this wall over at Pillar for the Vice. On their backside, BLG anticipating rotations.
Quick entry, though, here from Wisey as the paint shell does get lobbed in. Wall holds the rest of the players at bay, but Forsaken flushed out of the smoke. Stray shots there from Rashid, just on a timing. Able to find it. Boombot going to be confirming at least one over towards upper, but something dead on the entry swing. Ends up getting taken down as the trades start coming through here, but ultimately it's going to be BLG standing tall. Some chaos here on the B site. BLG keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, this is a nice entry. A good find there as they get right into that B site. Get ahead of the wall a little bit and just catch Forsaken trying to spam through those smokes. Something Paper X and a lot of teams obviously will want to do. Something gave away the script there with that flash. Able to tuck into the corner was K-Knight. And he didn't get full flash, did a nice turn on it, was able to punish something, anticipating that quick push out. So now, it's going to be a weaker buy here for Paper X. 3 players with Sheriffs, a Guardian, and a Hero Vandal for Forsaken, and he's gone.
Yep. Is dead right outside of B main. You're not able to find him. Some continued pressure here, gaining control of Mound. It breaks and make that unassailable here for BLG. At least not without significant cost. Something now. Just backpedaling, drifting a little bit deeper into the A site. Needing to respect that Viper wall when it does get raised. It seems like, though, after a bit of a break in the action, BLG just going to look to default around, explore other sides of the map, and wisely are reading. The Paper Rex have looked to really collect their forces together into one position, which does leave Mound completely exposed.
Yeah, and I think part of this is recognizing that the Vandal was over on A now, and kind of if they were keeping track of the economy, which I'm sure they will, they know that maybe C would have been the the site with the Sheriffs. And it's going to be one step away from a showstopper for YZ, one away for Rushia, for the Viper's Pit as well. Something tucked into this box. He loves to try to find these off angles. He's going to profit.
Able to find at the same time, Jing taking down K-Knight. It's a bit more costly. It's something for now going to be held at bay by the paint shell. YZ dangerously low. 31 with the shielding there as well. As it's going to be Jing with a showstopper to try to entry, and Neff finds a headshot. He just doesn't send the rocket fast enough, and YZ still standing. Cleans up Devi.
Planted.
Now something's position should be completely and utterly red. Trying to find his way back into the site from here. Looking to be nigh impossible, could potentially make it a little bit more costly, but seems like the call to save is going to be made.
Felt like maybe Paper X was going to have a moment there, but with that showstopper claimed by YZ, they took a pause. We're trying to assess the situation, and Jing thought he could get in there with that showstopper of his own, see if he could maybe suss out where YZ was, get ahead of the curve, but just shut right down by Neff. Having a really nice start to this, 4-3-3. So far, I really like the calling here for Billy. They're doing a really good job of finding openings on the map, finding those picks, and then making moves off the back of that.
Well,
oopsies.
Seems like there's some laughter, but a bit of a gifted kill, I suppose, at the end as Neff goes down to the spike explosion. Maybe we'll see it in the replay.
30 seconds left.
Either way, an attempt to crunch through that C door, but trades quickly do come in there.
My ultimate is one enemy remaining.
Not able to get that rocket out. Wanted full confirmation on a player's position, try to ensure the kill, but instead ends up losing his life as well as the ultimate. So BLG back into the driver's seat. Paper X looking like maybe taking a quick pause here.
Yeah, might be time for Alex to step in, try to right the ship here a little bit. It definitely feels like Paper X, when they've tried to be proactive, it's been just dodged, sidestepped by Billy. They haven't really gotten caught by any of the traps or any of the kind of early push-outs towards rubble, things like that. In fact, they've swatted a few of those away. So now you got to talk about how you want to play. You know, are you going to be a little bit more reactive? Like some of the Paper X ideas on this defender side can be to kind of lull your opponent into a false sense of security. Give them the idea that something's open, whether it be rubble or C-mound or something like that, and that's where they have a trap set up to collapse on you. You know, maybe a player behind the door at C to kind of swing that open, and then they all come flooding in, or just, you know, send a player over by that box that's by the breakable door, and then some in tree and things like that. Could be on the cards, or maybe just one of the classic Paper X just fast hits, but I don't see the setup for it.
Okay, rush attempt play here. Showstopper, oh, doesn't go up in towards upper, so Batman able to get away from that one scot-free. Why is he now going to be walled in? Devi trying to hound things down here and hold down this angle outside of C-Mound, but ends up losing the fight and very quickly. Things spiral out of control for Paper X. Paint shell up and over the top, just taking a look for the timing, trying to get that third transfer. Does well to find the two, but can't quite manage to go ahead and bring this back to parity. Instead loses his life in something once again left to his own devices, trying to pick up the pieces.
And he's got 0 creds behind this. Is he actually going to make a go of it? Nope.
It's like, well, he tried to make a go of it.
Yeah, he did.
The go just didn't get started, so quickly dealt with BLG. A very explosive round.
Yeah, wow. I mean, they are really firing today. You can see still the energy not quite there for Paper X, trying to find their groove. I mean, Forsaken, it's a hell of a transfer here. Just 1-2, a great flash setup by something for him.
One enemy
He makes the most of it, but K-Knight able to pop out the smoke, get the job done. But so far, so good on this attacker's side. Now you're going to see that Bucky. Jason, he likes to get close to this door. It is going to be Rushia, though, with an Outlaw. They're going to just tag him up just ever so slightly. A little bit of a wall bang. But, yep, that is going to be the play here. This gives a lot of map control on these eco rounds for Paper X. Get this Bucky at the front of A main. Rushia just going to plant his feet and wait it out. Got to really credit the way Rushia's been playing this Viper. Doing a good job of tracking some of these flanks for Billy. Meanwhile, Paper X just setting up 2-2 on the other side. Going to let Jason kind of do his thing potentially. You would think they'd be aware of some of these traps, but with so many layers to these traps, this can really give opponents trouble. Saw it all the time at Masters Toronto. Good clear there with the util.
Paranoia. Oh, he's right below him. Forsaken with the eye on Bucky once again doing wonders. Does get traded back quickly as something similarly loses his life, but somehow even Paranoid, that close should have been able to spot him out. Outlaw will be able to find the shot, but Patman quick on the corner swing. It's on Russia, but Defy is not ready for YZ's position up on top of the pillar. It's getting taken down now. A 1v2 for Patman was a clutch god for Paper X over at Masters Toronto. See if he can work that magic a little bit more. Nightfall's there, but be a hefty investment to try to go for it. It seems like footsteps have been heard. YZ noting that from his forward position towards stairs.
Yeah, really nice setup here for BLG. They can take their time. There's still a paint shells. So, I mean, so much to clear here for Patman. He's going to have to tap the spike. See what the response will be. There goes that paint shells. Yep, just dealt with quickly. YZ with the paint shells into the wall bang. And a fist bump there as BLG on the march. Doing a great job. Just really finding some nice openings. That's a great shot. Woo.
A fantastic one, and then gets the follow-up. It's a nice quick trade from Patman to be able to put him down, catching him off guard. But BLG playing a bit more sneakily here and hitting some very nice shots. So Paper X still going to be reeling here as the lead now gets stretched up to 3 rounds. Cycled back into a full buy. There's a Forsaken picking up his favorite, has Yoda now in hand, spamming through, but BLG doing well to go ahead and avoid these stray shots.
And with so many ults available for Paper X, you have the Dimensional Drift, you have matching Fade and Viper ults. Something, again, tucked behind the box.
I have the spike.
Just looking to see what he can do. Meanwhile, BLG matching the patience that Paper X is showing. Doing a great job there. Clear from Rushia. Going to be any kind of punish. Just Forsaken checking to see if they've already cleared rubble. Spraying through, not finding any damage though.
They're not. Jing swinging out, able to find one. Rushia going to be taken down. Devi is going to be trying to play as passively as possible as YZ getting caught off guard here as the door tap comes through. Fight back, however, from BLG is still looking good. They bring it now into a 2v2 with the aforementioned Devi still hovering at 20 HP. 2v forward onto the Thorns. Tiny bit of damage going to be suffered there from Nephis. Devi looks to try to take their weapons away. It's going to be matched. Going on the opposite side. It's Forsaken finding the first. Neff going to be taken down. Levius waiting on how he wants to try to play this one out. Out of the noise, Flash still going to be confirming his presence here on this B site. Taps it now, sticking it with just 10 seconds remaining. The plant will come through.
Spike planted.
Forsaken making plenty of noise here, trying to distract as the swing comes through, and Devi hits the headshot. Paper X will break the win streak. Close the gap now, just going to be 2 rounds separating.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that you'll see sometimes from Paper X. They get planted behind that C swing door, come out, and they get a team ace as well. Everybody getting involved. So a really nice round. Let's see if that can get some momentum here for Paper X, but Billy making them earn it. And in the round they win. Oh man. Close to a sick transfer there. Forsaken with that Odin. Clean as usual. Like you said, setting up for Devi very nicely. Teamwork still there. Now you've got a showstopper to worry about for YZ.
Thanks.
And that's going to bring the Vice Wall over towards C. Seems like Paper X is anticipating that it might be an A hit. And they're just going to explode forward. Rushia not interested in that at all. He is just backing right out. And, you know, BLG, they've been doing a great job on this B site. So let's see what they can find here. We have the Vice Wall set up along with the Thorns. Kind of been the default here for Devi coming into this one. But no contact. They're worried about some of those tight angles that Paper X has been holding. You know the Odin's over here. You know Forsaken's there. Are you going to try to challenge that? He's pretty far out there, but this is all bait again.
Oh, those shots. Almost connecting. Jing, the second layer here. His paranoia timing is going to be perfect, but Rushia with covering fire, able to go ahead and keep YZ safe. Jing gets taken down. Rubble control now firmly in the hands here of BLG. Mask goes on something. Sprinting forward to the Dimensional Drift. As Nightfall will look to try to hold them at bay. Connects on to damn near everybody over here at Tree. As answering one's going to be coming through, but something on the swing timing ends up getting taken down. A great shot from YZ, who does get traded back. Chaos ensues here on the site as there's just basically no audio for anybody. Vi looking for the timing. Swings cannot prevent the spike plant, however. It's now in play. BLG still with the advantage. Trying to bait them forward. Clears the flash. Playing out just a little bit wider. Alt now cleared. They know that he's not sticking it. They know that he's not got to the half. And with the double face, BLG will lock up a 6th round win here on the attack.
Yeah, really good patience being shown by Billy, waiting out their Fade ultimate. And Paper Rex commits 2 big ones, the Dimensional Drift and the Nightfall of their own. And like you said, it catches everybody, but Billy takes that moment to pause to wait for Paper Rex to try to make their move. And they throw their counterpunch. It works a treat. Not much Devi can do there. And it's been really, really solid. That's got Neff on his feet. Billy on a roll, 6-3 on their attacker side so far. 3 more to go. It's going to be an eco for Paper Rex. Stinger for Devi. A couple Sheriffs. Something with just a classic. And Rushi has got Forsaken down.
Yep, Outlaw continuing to sing here for him. Something will just drift over. Pick up the Sheriff. No further combat to be found, though. Around that A side of the map, at least not yet. BLG site's currently set on C. And Rushi again drawing blood. Jing maybe slipped the net. Seems like no, the read is going to be there as the snake bite. Not quite lobbed in properly, but Rushi is still able to get the readjust. The double push forward, looking to try to get the jump, but why is he going to be just a little bit too fast here to be put down? Because that's going to be a flawless here. First one of the map. BLG locking in a lead here at the half, at the very least. And how big that lead's going to be, we have to just wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, the mechanics look really sharp as well for Billy. Haven't mentioned it, but I mean, Rushia is an absolute nightmare.
That is a hell of a shot.
That's a flick and a half. But Rushia is such a tremendous player. I think definitely deserves a lot more talk on the global scene. The coaching staff for Billy, happy with that one. You know, something that they struggled with at times in Toronto, getting momentum, finding some good, advantages outside of their opening match. Now they're looking really, really strong. There's a big shift in utility for Devi here. All this Vice util set up over in Tree.
Hunt had the reveal. That trail there for just a moment longer, and something does manage to go ahead. Trace it right over to Neff, but YZ still very much on point. Quickly trades it back as something trying to see if anyone goes swinging forward into backside. YZ, however, playing at the rope. Something cannot get the flick in time. YZ striking again, 16-5-1 at the moment, looking for more. Out for blood, but Forsaken. Go ahead and make sure that he is sated for the time being. Holds him off. Pit now going to be infested as, oh boy. The timing, a bit awkward there for Jing. As I'm going to take it down. Reload can't come through. Spot out on the 1. The spray from Forsaken. Gets some connections, but cannot find the kill.
Last player
K-Knight managing to stay alive as Russia once again striking. Patman now dead. Forsaken with everything to do. Has one low, but K-Knight plays around the pit very wisely and gets BLG now up to 8.
What a round there for K-Knight. Catching Jing as he's getting ready to try to clear the Viper's pit. Just not anticipating that BLG would get that aggressive. This is one of the more aggressive rounds we've seen from them in their post-plant positioning. And it caught Paper Rex really off guard. YZ there, even pushing up the rope on A. And shutting down Jing there so huge because he had the showstopper. And that could have been
so much
a powerful tool at cleaning that ultimate. And yeah, that's...
quick cutaway.
Yep, we've seen that scene before.
Yeah, right now it just feels like everybody from Paper Rex taking their time to really try to get online. Wiley just been Forsaken leading the charge. Everybody else at single digits here for the moment. Showstopper going to go out. It's a quick little lob in. No one there to receive the damage. Paper Rex just Wiley trying to scare them off and flush them in towards this A site. And it has worked, and they've got some quick pivots here.
Fake teleport.
Something setting up another gate crash. Here for the quick exit, making his presence known. Prowler not spotting. Headshot does connect. He'll get his and he'll get out.
That's what you like to see. When you're in a position like that, just get the one and done. Something good for it this go around. And that's going to make BLG have to rethink things, and look at this push out C-Mound. Oh no.
Just using the one way, but YZ is not going to be ready for the second layer, so Patman striking does manage to find that. Sees, not getting the connection. With just the Spectre in hand, Patman still dealing damage. Gets the headshot there on the K-Knight, putting him down to 8 HP. Levius at the same time. Trying to see if he can open things up, see if this A site is going to be safe, but something on the reposition. Tucked in to the exit, the swing forward, and Levius wins the fight. Wow. Suddenly into a 2v2, the quick pivot's having to come through. Paper Rex rushing, trying to get into position and Divide with the Guardian at that range, going to be favored. Puts him down, and K-Knight now has his work cut out for him. Just the 8 HP. The tap, the instantaneous headshot. And has the time to plant as well. Does he have another one of those in the bank? We're about to find out. Probably going to be set and forsaken. We'll be able to flush him out. 8-4 at the half, but my God, Paper X had to work for every single round.
No doubt, that was some nasty stuff there from Billy. Looking really good on that attacker side in a lot of different aspects. Macro, micro, all of it shining.
Certainly are, but now they're going up against the double duels from Paper X, who are shifting over to the attacker side. We'll see how they fare after the halftime.
Toxins going up. Toxins screen. Enemy. Shut up.
One enemy remaining. There. One enemy remaining.
Alrighty, 8-4 at the half. Billy find themselves out in front here in our first series at EWC Valorant, and Paper Rex looking a bit out of sorts.
Absolutely. It did feel like they were a little uncomfortable. It felt like they weren't quite, in that form that we know they're capable of. Meanwhile, Billy comes in firing. I mean, YZ is absolutely frying right now. 17-7 in that first half. Rushia 13-8. So when you got your anchor, when you got your entry playing like that, that's going to open up a lot of opportunities for you, especially on that attacker side. And they take full advantage. Now crossover here through their smoke over towards the A side. 4 players. Divide going to be the trailing member. Try to watch for those lurks. And okay, dealt with, but a lot of damage taken.
A ton of it. Patman down to 75. Jing at 13 HP. Any stray bullet. Go ahead and dispatch him. As Plant will come through. Far back linger here from Devi. Sheriff in hand. Playing back Rubble. It's not quite going to be ready. As the vestiges of that flash do expire, Levius able to go ahead and collect the elimination. Puts it back to parity overall. As far as the player count is concerned. Push forward, Levius with another heater of a shot. Finds himself a third. Jing well to try to trade it back, but then Nev layering in here on the back end, cleans up something, and that's going to be yet another pistol going the way of Billy, as they now stretch the lead even further, up by 5.
Yeah, I mean, Paper Rex there tries to make a timing off of the paranoia, and Billy was just a literal step ahead. They're able to find that big kill. Jing goes flying in, finds a couple with the frenzy. But at the end, Neff comes up clutch. And Billy wins the second pistol. And that's a big deal, especially in this best of one. But Paper X, they're capable of coming back. They do it all the time, but it could be another one of those close maps, or who knows, maybe Billy just going to take over. There's a little bit of a buy-up here for Paper X. Couple Sheriffs and a Marshal. YZ going to have that Outlaw. Couple Spectres, Stinger, and a Bulldog Baruchia. So Paper X going to try to work their eco magic again. They were able to do it in the first half. Maybe a little bit more difficult this go around. Just going to grab some orbs, trying to get Jing fast track onto another showstopper. And Devi with the Marshal. Just going to go fishing, as he likes to do.
And he does. Nothing caught there, so we'll go ahead and try other waters as he's going to be shifting over towards the A site with the rest of the team. Everybody going to be clustered up, but this Outlaw in the hands of YZ can absolutely wreak havoc. This haunt over the back there of Rebel going to be cleared out. Smoke coming through. Paranoia, seems like Forsaken trying to assess which angle he wants to go through. It's just going to be a bound out through the smoke. Something going to be good for one. YZ swaps over the sidearm, the classic, able to deal with the enemy Omen. Forsaken will fall. Smoke going to be dropping. Paper X once again looking to try to get themselves a quick little turnaround here on the Thrifty. Jing to go for the plant. It's just over halfway towards the showstopper. Couple weapons recovered. Armor values, however, keep them protected widely from this Outlaw.
Not much util here for Paper X. Just going to have to get it done with the guns. Meanwhile, still a Paranoia for Neff. Find some serious value, especially with all those players tucked in on backside.
Paranoia flying something, shifting the shot into the midsection of Russia. Able to strike him down. Jing looking for a little bit more. It's going to be something with the Sheriff, however, who finds the third kill. Neff now with everything to do. Jing at 8. A double face in towards the smoke! And Neff collects them both! Another fantastic go of it here for Billy, or rather for Paper X, to try to pull off the Thrifty. But man, Neff is just on one today. The spray connecting every single bullet where necessary.
Unbelievable. I love the idea there from Paper X to try to come from two different angles into that smoke. It's just the timing here for Neff is perfect. He sees the edge of him and just goes blasting. And he finds both targets. Massive round there. I mean,
close
still,
one as well.
Yeah, still a ton of damage for Paper X, of course, but you almost kind of needed that eco.
But there was still a decent amount of investment as well. And still will have a good buy behind here. It's going to be Devi with the attacking Outlaw, trying to see if he can get a jump peek out of Levius. Some noise to be made. Jing, 2 charges away from having that ult online. Be very important in trying to start to get a run back going.
Paranoia there backs the Bucky off.
Do they read this at all?
Well,
it's been the Forsaken special on this map. Do they anticipate that Russia is going to be looking to borrow some of his own tech?
Plus you got K-Knight hidden with a frenzy right behind Rubble. Another tricky position, especially if it's Devi with the Outlaw that's going to be cresting that corner.
Pulls off the ADS. You gotta suspect that was absolutely a no-scope. Quick reactions there from Devi, and not even much damage suffered. 92 HP with 33 armor still intact. Frenzy not really finding much value, just the one bullet widely connecting as Forsaken now slides in the flank onto the B site, catching YZ completely off guard. The Bucky, it's gonna be noted. Russia falls for the clone.
30 seconds left.
There's once again Neff left to his own devices. Try to make this costly, otherwise Paper X going to be looking at a flawless anti-bonus, which is exactly what they need. And there you go, it will be confirmed.
Yeah, that's huge. You really needed that round to go very well, and it does for Paper X if you're going to have a chance of clawing back in this match. Still 5 rounds down, and able to read through some of those cheeky positions that Billy is trying to set up, and like you said, kind of, trying to take a page out of Paper X's book. And Paper X, they wrote that. They're the authors. And they are the masters at dealing with all of that in that round, at least. Showstopper for Jing. maybe gonna set him up. Let's see. Here he goes.
Only Wisey with full armor, so Outlaw as well from Divide can still find some value. Jing in the meantime, though, desperately looking for any kind of prey that he could find. And will just be a showstopper to try to clear close upper here at the B site. The spike now brought into position. The plant ready to go through. Something watching behind.
Planted.
Outside of Baby Door, swings the corner, instantly finds the headshot. Wisey dealt with, makes a retake. Very difficult here. For the side of BLG. C-Snade's going to be going through, and Risha completely caught up by it. Blown to smithereens. And widely, that's going to lead to a save call here for BLG. All players completely, utterly fanned out. Potentially at risk. Want to check the close angle. Levius dragging across, eventually able to find it. Does suffer some damage. Looks like Jing and Devi gonna fancy their chances. They're able to get the guns. The rest of the players looking like they're gonna be safe to go ahead and retain these weapons, but Paper Rex starting things off in the half correctly as Devi will go down. Ultimately not the worst, they'd have the Outlaw. But that is them starting to get on the warpath as they try to run this map back.
Yeah, this is just a pretty simple round. You just win a trade there. Nice quick peek from something. A C's nade. You know, use the showstopper to open up the B site, and that's round done. So that's what you want to see. Good calling from Paper Rex. Still looking a little out of sorts though. Seeing that same kind of hype there, especially from Forsaken. Now you're going to use the dimensional drift. Try to get some information. TP right into it. Bye.
Oh! The 1-2 pump, able to find it, but cannot escape. Wisey with that Phantom does manage to hound him down, but that is such good damage dealt. Devi on that flank, doing wonders here for the team to try to keep them protected. Spam through the box, forces a reposition. Nep going to be flushed out of drop. K-Knight dead. So Wisey's position, previously noted, should have a pretty good idea of where the approach is going to be from. It seems like they won't take their chances. The smoke off main, double stack into tree, as well as watch any other avenues of approach. So Paper X, they have this round on lock.
Hey, now the big question for YZ is, you know, he's looking for that showstopper. Want to try to keep the gun in hand as well. Money's still a little off balance for BLG.
Love to get a kill and get out.
Yep.
He swung the corner now. Jason certainly would be at risk, and looks like he will be able to slide away to safety. So survives with 15 HP, does Forsaken. And YZ gonna have to wait till the next round to try to find that showstopper here for himself. Paper X, though, closing the gap, now just 3 rounds separating.
Okay. It begins. I mean, in some ways, it feels like it wouldn't be a Paper X match unless this went to overtime or nearly to overtime.
Very true.
Doesn't matter who the opponent is, it just kind of goes that way. Nice stuff here from Devi. I mean, this is something he's been doing a little bit more lately. You know, you see it on Sunset when he's on the Sage, he's going to pick up an operator, but seeing the Outlaw with him now, kind of a little bit of a different mix-up for Paper X. Trying some new ideas, and, you know, Devi, a very steady hand with the snipers. You know, obviously you're going to think of something when you think of sniper rifles for Paper X, but Devi is no slouch. And I think this is going to be a timeout for BLG this go-around, trying to stop this momentum that Paper X is creating. And, you know, talking to Coach Bile behind the scenes in Toronto, just kind of, you know, frustrated at times with how the fundamentals would break apart for BLG. And you're starting to see it here where, you know, 1 player dies, 2 players dies, and then they kind of try to go for some hero plays, try to go for some maneuvers that maybe aren't optimal. Teamwork, very, very key for them. Making sure you're playing for those trades. Things that we saw on the attacker side that were going really, really well for them. Want to see a little bit more of that, I think. See if they can play a little bit safer, but, you know, some of those rounds were eco, sure. It's actually going to be Devi grabbing an Odin coming out of the timeout.
Okay. I mean, if you force everybody on the sidearms, Odin certainly could get some solid damage across. And Levius does similarly have the Steel Garden available for himself. Looking like it's going to be a pretty quick hit in towards this C site. For the moment, it is only Levius here to try to slow things down. Thorns will lock them in position as they wait out the wall.
Nice haunt.
Ulti at the ready, now going to be sent. Minor corner to try to get tucked into here for the side of Paper X. They wait it out. They're right back in. Spike now being brought to bear. Plant can come through, but YZ, that showstopper at the ready, up and over the top, and that's gonna be Batman dead. The Spike now stranded here on the corner. Quickly scooped up by Forsaken, had dropped down low. Flash in, something scaling forward over towards Waterfalls, able to find one. Divide, putting that Odin to use as the Nightfall now comes across. Sort of the audio, the swing, however, coming through, and Divide has the covering fire. Looks for a little bit more, but K-Knight
Down, C.
starting to go crazy. Noise made. Both players spotting. Armor regenning here, up to 21 for K-Knight. Jing with the advantage in that regard, and we'll be able to go ahead and get Paper X across the line, continuing to run this one back.
Woo! That one, very, very close. K-Knight almost coming through with a huge 1v3. This is scrappy stuff. That's great timing on this showstopper, and an out as well. Using that blast pack to immediately get back to safety was YZ. Like, this might go well. The trades were good for the side of BLG, but then Paper X
down, C.
able to just kind of hold the line, and BLG gets a little antsy trying to get into the site. They're back on an eco. Judge in hand for Rusia. Already around the corner.
Trying to just go for a bit of a crunch play here with those stingers in hand, but ultimately it's just going to be the one casualty as Jing gets taken down. 2 charges now away from his next showstopper here in the half. Russia in position with a Judge, but not going to go for a backside plant, so trying to close the gap and get a punish going to be a little bit more difficult here for him. Levius similarly, just with a stinger, is going to reroute down towards stairs, but Forsaken hovering nearby, waiting for this approach angle.
Yeah, you'd love to see Paper X just kind of plant their feet and wait this out. It's going to be the stinger identified.
Spot out of the one. Something with the Outlaw, able to find the punish. There's not much more for Risha to do, and it seems like they have a very solid read about his potential position. As just with the classic, Paper X representing. We'll get the spot out onto one.
I can't die here.
The tap to come through, trying to bait them back forward here to put this Judge to use to find some form of value, but kills will not be coming through. As the Spike will go off, Paper X continue to run this back.
I like the idea from Rusia. Try to pretend like you're going for the Ninja Diffuse. Force Paper X's hands, but starting to right the ship. Steady now for Paper X. 5 in a row here on their attacker side. Still have the Nightfall for Patmen. 2 away from another showstopper for Jing, who's got the Judge. And it is a B hit. And look at this. BLG at least stacking their forces there. Are they going to be able to counter this? You see this a lot from Paper X.
Cutting through.
They need to get the ball rolling.
Just a seize there off the back of the Prowler. Jing will stay alive. Lets them know that there's going to be a Judge in hand here. Is Paranoia going to be sent? And they're all stacked up for him. Jing quickly collecting 2. The peeking from Neff just not able to find anything in reply whatsoever. And now Paper X look to try to reposition, repivot here.
I tried to play off that Paranoia to see if they could deal with the Judge. Not going to happen. Levius. A lot of work to do here.
He's had his rounds where he certainly has looked electric here for the team. Russia able to find one, but quick trade is found there by something. Fake TP forward. Forsaken re-exploring in towards B site. Looks like it's just going to be a wraparound into main here. As Neff now starting to step forward. Just has the half armor. So it would almost certainly be his demise if he tries to go for the wider swing all the way back across through the attacker's spawn.
30 seconds left.
You know there's one on A. You're still not exactly sure where that last member is, so Paper X going to be looking in a lot of different directions, trying to figure out exactly where Neff went.
To be in a rough position, though, if they really try to make a go for this, especially now. I think if you're Levius, you might just have to try to save this weapon. Could be the more measured play. Gets the spot up to 1, but it's going to be divided. Go ahead and collect the final 2. 10-10, we are tied up. Paper X. A dominant streak here on the attacker side, and BLG left reeling.
Yeah, finally, that's got a player from Paper X on their feet. Responding in kind to BLG. This push out, though, you knew the Judge was there. Still opted to challenge it. They paid the price. That's going to be A rifle recovered as well at the end of that round. Just yeah, that's good. Something saying, yeah. We saw you standing on the other half. Now it's our turn. See what they can do. Devi still with that outlaw though.
On up and over the top, getting a big reveal there at C, and Devi still able to come away with one. Wisey quickly trades it back. Some damage going to be dealt. The showstopper lobbed in, point blank. Wisey dead. Gets destroyed as quickly the action will subside. This A side of the map, very much abandoned. It's BLG looking to try to go for that rush play. Only able to find the one kill to really show for it, losing out on two of their players. A weapon to potentially be collected as Levius maybe considering just some blind spray forward here into the smoke with that Singer in hand. A decent read that there could be a player positioned in it, but now it will expire.
Well, you know Forsaken loves to play in those smokes. Trying to use the spike timer.
The barrel been spotted. It was just a hair off. Seeing a pixel Forsaken. He's not holding for the close angle. Hits one on the deeper one. Levius snapping to go ahead and find the headshot on the Jing. A little bit more value, but once again, it's something on his feet, and Paper Rex in the lead.
Yeah, this is starting to really run away for Paper Rex. I mean, they're, what is it, 7-8 in a row now? I lost count because it's been a lot.
Yeah, I believe it's 7 rounds now consecutive. Either way, it's dominance on display, and it's another timeout call for the side of BLG.
One enemy remaining.
As this is going to be Coach Files' last real attempt to try to right the ship to give us that potential overtime that you were alluded to. Obviously, still could run this back 3 in a row to take the map, but given the way that these rounds have been going, the value being found from Devi as well.
Yep. That outlaw is really, really nice. A great pickup there, really putting some big damage into BLG's economy while helping keep, you know, it isn't necessary in this case, but let's say, you know, BLG gets around here or there, right? Then you're going to have that little bit of extra cash for your team to maybe buy a gun at the end if it's really close. So it's kind of hedging your bets a little bit. Now, that being said, it's just been so impactful, and Paper X in general has been so good that economic advantage not going to make much of a difference, but still a really good idea. And I think overall you're seeing good teamwork, good coordination from Paper X. They're making good map reads. And, you know, when Paper X kind of finds a pick or finds an overstack side, they're pretty quick to react to the other side. A lot of the things they're doing looking really, really good. A little bit of a different setup, though. YZ trying to take a push out is going to be identified there. A little bit of util, and that's going to send something out to reconfirm what the heck's going on behind this one-way.
Oh, just hunting him down. Oh my God, he's just going for the timing. He's absolutely outdone him. YZ is there, but that is a something special, if ever I've seen it. Crunch coming through here at the door. Does leave the spike on the floor as Risha with the readjustment. Doing wonders to find that headshot. BLG now. A 3v1. They look to bring this back to parity, and Jing gets spammed out. A fantastic call off the back of the timeout. They completely catch Paper X unawares and off guard. They tie things up 11-11.
Love the decision-making here from YZ. Just using that blast pack to try to kind of convince Paper X that he's completely abandoned the C site, and something goes in with the dimensional drift, doesn't see anybody. He's like, oh, Neff's on his own. Free kill. Nope.
You're here!
YZ was right there to strike, and then Rushia is going to open up the door. Hit a couple crazy shots. That second one on the Devi over the mound was nasty. Jing jumping, and Jing dealt with. Now operator for Devi, so it is going to be him still, mainly being that sniper. Haunt there, not able to be cleared by Neff, so you know where he's at, but a pit at the front of B. Rushia, shorty in hand, waiting to see if any Paper X players will challenge that pit.
Double face, looking to get the readjust, and we'll be able to have it. Something does manage to peel one back as Levius gets taken down. That's still going to be a player advantage here for the side of BLG.
Well, you should know that 3 are B and C, essentially, so A should just be a single player, and, you know, BLG aware of it too, so they're going to make a quick rotation. This is great calling from Neff. Timeout, working really well for BLG. Showstopper here for YZ. Here's the footsteps.
Just here around the corner, it's footsteps of teammate in from behind. Devi with that op shot, able to find one. Showstopper, don't even think he was intending to find Forsaken either way. Does go ahead and collect the goods. Now goes into a 2v2. The pit going to be abandoned. Things go quiet. Still the operator in hand here for Devi.
has a steel garden, but is he even going to use it?
Smoked off for the moment. He's got it in hand. Looks like he is going to be sending this one here on time. The swing out, though. Patman, it's a bit too early. Catches him. There's now Shorty filling forward here into the smoke. Finds the leg shot. Trying to get the readjust. The shot going just a little bit wide. 2 HP. He cannot survive. Doing his damnedest, but it's going to be Neff standing tall at the end of it all. BLG get themselves up to map point.
We've seen this a lot for BLG, where they're just a step ahead of Paper Rex, of where Paper Rex is anticipating where they're going to be off the back of utility, or, you know, we saw it with a Paranoia earlier on Billy's attacker side, and now here on the defender side, they're just a moment ahead of the Steel Garden, and that puts Devi in a really tough spot. Neff there, able to get the reload, and Devi, not much else he can do. Tries to go for the classic of his own, but he was so weak at that point. And now it is map and match point, so it's the best of one here for BLG.
Jing bounding forward on getting a reveal. Paper Rex needing to push this into that OT. Wisey, however, cannot escape Devi. Perfectly timed on the flash as he swings out, collects the elimination, gives Paper Rex an advantage. It's going to be a TP forward into the B side. Paper Rex quickly pivoting through the baby door.
Yeah, with that op down, you suspect that he was on his own. And you guessed correctly. Neff, though, quick on the flank.
TP's past that wall, but Devi still holding the angle. And finds the headshot there. Neff going to be struck down. Jing trying to scale forward, take some space at upper, ends up losing his life for that one, but Devi collects the ult from the corpse of Wisey and immediately puts it to use. Something hounds down Levius, looks for a little bit more, but it all falls on K9's shoulders. The 1v3, the high-low setup on the 90-degree angle. Ooh. Finds the first, the Devi does get dealt with, but can he clear this out? It would be legendary, and he cannot make it happen. Forsaken will find the final headshot as we go into OT off the rip here at EWC.
Told you.
We did set the stage for this.
It just is the Paper Rex classic. Just go into OT. And they're no strangers to it, that's for sure. And this is great work here by Devi. Fantastic flash timing. YZ, none the wiser. And Devi scoops that op up and has a phenomenal round. He is really playing great on that Vice.
Well, we'll take the moment to get the players ready here as the Berries get ready to drop for overtime. Paper X fans can go ahead and check their heart rates.
Just another day as a Paper X fan.
And we're going to have dueling glass cannon operators here as Russia's going to be bringing this one forward on the attacker side. He certainly could catch them off guard.
Yeah. Oh, something. Not ready for it.
There you go. Draws the first blood. Now they know that that's something that they're going to have to give consideration to.
Ooh.
As Forsaken does find one, but K9 quickly trades it back, maintaining that player advantage here.
Now you have to make a decision as Paper X. You know, they thought about maybe challenging at Baby Door instead. Gonna wrap over towards Heaven. Try to make their go of this retake from there at a disadvantage. Op gonna be holding the flank. Grenade not gonna catch K-Knight. One away from a Nightfall.
Not deep enough. Shots to fly, but headshot connecting. Patman at the same time gonna be taken down as K-Knight gets traded out. It's all on Devi. And that blast pack previously set up offsets the aim. He falls to the wayside. Billy now have themselves up to map point.
Again, just kind of outguessing Paper X there. And it's Russia with that operator to give them that early advantage. Not anticipating it at all. Was something trying to get that angle set up above the smoke for himself into a main to try to control that space, and it's just dealt with immediately. Therefore, Billy able to punish that and push through. This time the glass cannon op going to be in Devi's hands. On the attacker side, both teams on their attacking end thinking about it. No glass cannon though for BLG.
Because they brought it out on the attacking side themselves, this is now likely going to give Paper X pause and concern about there being a defending op.
Absolutely.
So they have to be a bit more methodical in their approach.
This is kind of the classic Paper X setup. You leave something to be this lurking player as the Yoru. Work around the smokes. Try to find some opportunities. Prowler going to be used because of the door opening at Tree. Now you've got a full wrap in the other direction, but this is scary.
And you have this linger here from YZ. Devi does hit a nice shot, but do they read this position? YZ, a real opportunity to do some damage, and right now, they're trying to spam him out, and Forsaken reads it beautifully. Widely damage going to be avoided. Tap of the door, it's going to be an immediate pivot now into the B site here for Paper Rex. Ball holds him back here for the moment. Devi still going to be doing well to come away with yet another kill, but Russia looking for a bit of a timing, and we'll be able to find one as Forsaken gets caught off guard. Lob it on the snake bite, sends it over towards default, looks to try to readjust, but Patman holds his own. Everything now here for Livius to try to prevent the reset. Here's the footsteps. Widely just baiting though for this angle, keeping something disguised. The strikes when they least expect it. And that is going to be Paper Rex once again tying things up, extending us as we tumble down the rabbit hole that is OT.
Yeah, Devi again with the operator, providing so much value for Paper Rex. Finding that kill on the Neff as he goes for the peak. That just really breaks things open. It sends BLG scrambling to try to figure this round out. Right there, just beautiful stuff. Good angle. Thank God for Forsaken that he is watching that, because otherwise that looked like it could have been real bad, real fast, and it might have been map over.
It could have been just the map ending in the blink of an eye. Devi does bring this operator. This time, though, Russia not going to have it in hand. Gets spotted out by the Haunt. Has to backpedal, give up that A-lobby space. Smokes cycling. Something now going to try his luck. Tucking in behind the box. Devi playing forward out of the smoke. Re-peeks. Does manage to come away with the kill. Eats some damage, but Widely gets away scot-free. Spam onto the position. Something has to give it up. Gate crashes out to safety. At the same time, Jing
bait and swing.
is having the bait there. Coming through. Patman playing him in.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Him and Patman work so well there at B main. Time and time again, they have just absolutely smothered opponents. That was a position that was weak for Paper Rex, and they shore it up.
Oh, Devi. Down to 5 HP.
Oh!
Hits a headshot off the flick. This man is walking a tightrope. And he is not falling. The Forsaken shout. This wall gets popped here on the B site. And it's all a little bit of a fake to try to play K9 into the C site, it would seem. But Devi staying stagnant as Levius cannot hit the transfer. The swoop forward, and Devi is absolutely electric.
Man, oh man, 5 HP and hits that headshot.
On the edge.
It's just disgusting.
A puff of air from one of those paint shells popping would have finished him off. He plays just in front, limit testing it to the extreme, and clips the headshot onto YZ to bring this round to its end. He is having a whale of a time.
He's having a whale of a map.
Slingshot to the top of the standings.
27 kills. What a performance. No operators this time around, and look at Jing as the judge. And that means B hit here for Paper Rex.
BLG knows that this isn't going to be that implementation there of something, and they're counteracting the action on the B side very well. Spike isn't forward, it doesn't get stranded, but it's still 2 players down, including their smokes.
So ready for these B hits. You've seen the judge have a tough time, at least initially, getting into sight and doing any damage. Obviously, the last time they try to challenge, YZ, speaking of, going to win his against something.
Paint shells now, once again, going to be pushing Devi away. Great shot from Patman on the readjust. Prowler in his face. Shrugs that off.
Bring them down.
Call for the pivot across now into the C site. Horns and Arco is no longer a concern here for the team, but a 2v5 now into the 2v4 to try to bring this map to its conclusion.
And another
That's
2v4.
how Toronto ended. It was a 2v5. Quick trade from Forsaken to make it a 2v4, but it would be a hell of a way.
Chance.
Patman, Blair Witching, on top of the site, ends up getting caught off guard. Paranoia is on point, so YZ collects himself a third. Defuse on the spike, 14-14, we keep going.
My goodness, what a back and forth. You thought maybe, one team gets that defender side win, and it would change things up. And maybe Paper X was going to be able to come away with it, but nope, we go again. As this opening match for EWC 2025 is absolutely delivering.
Shadows traveling.
What a banger to begin the tournament. Out you go. Yeah, no hope there for Divide. Was already noted in that position, or at least suspected. And it is going to be Rushia with that operator again, going to try to take control. You know, kind of anticipating that maybe something is going to try to double down on this position again, and he can outduel him. But just using this to gain a little bit of space. Our Paper Rex.
Yeah, flashed up the angle, but otherwise still keeping this disguise. Taps, however, something. Able to find one Wisey, going to be taken down. Op now going to be confirmed as they look for the reposition. Finds the reveal. It's just chaos here as Neff is desperately trying to find any kind of kill that he could get, but Paper Rex, they get away scot-free.
Neff knows it. He's going to try to push the advantage. Gets into stairs. Levius noted by the Prowler. Things getting a little scrappy.
C is kind of getting bogged there on the wall, though. Doesn't get the rebound they were looking for. This very much leaves Neff needing to be the one to try to find the opener, and he does. Something going to be taken down. Russia, the op, still finding some value. 2v3. As Divide on the swing, has the full flash there on the Levius. Quickly collects the kill. Spike now. Dropped back over by Tree and Box. Neff with everything to do. Just 58 HP to try to do it.
I have the spike.
Man, I thought for a second there BLG was going to break the round open, but with Neff's position catching something off guard. What a timing from the Ascension champion back when he was on bleed.
Tuck back from Jing, but finds the timing perfectly. Red there. Goes ahead, secures the round once again. Paper X up to map point. BLG needing to find yet another reset.
Oh boy. This is just, I mean, nice shot for Rushia, but quickly traded by Patman. Levius as well. Good trades all around, but Divide there, waiting it out. And something still wants him. Hold on, we're not done yet. Divide, gonna have that operator. And it is gonna be match point again for Paper Rex. Quick push out for something, immediately backed off by the utility. Haunt, snake bite. Oh, and he catches Neff.
And he gets out. Keeps himself alive. Huge kill to be found. No more paranoia here for the attempt of the retake. Levius looking for a timing. Gets a bit more damage there onto something, but widely the wall eats up the bullets. Backpedals. Has to give it the space. The spike for now. Waiting up the wall to be brought forward. This plant gets ready to come into play. Something on the reposition. Aggressively repositions here. The drop, the waterfall. Snapping away, trying to find any straight shots he can get. Wisey scales off the back of that one. No trade to be found as K-Knight similarly finds Forsaken. Jing peels off a kill to push forward through the smokers. She's just trying to play off the timings. Paint shells go flying. Jing finding the headshot. Or rather the body shot to take down Levius, and now has the showstopper to try to bring this to a conclusion, but it will be Defy. Standing taller than them all at the end. Paper Rex. Ever the nail biter between them and any opponent. But they managed to come away with the win here on Lotus.
A stunning match here to begin EWC 2025. Wouldn't have it any other way. And it is the normal results for Paper X, it feels like. Edge of your seat the whole time, and they just squeaked through with yet another overtime victory. Looked a little wild. Saw some interesting stuff there. A lot of new things from Paper X in terms of some of the gun choices they were going for, putting the Outlaw in Devi's hands, the Operator in Devi's hands. So some different looks being shown, and in the long run, it worked out. But man, what a start for BLG. They looked really strong today, too.
They really, really did. It's just the brutal fashion of the best of ones here to start things off, but obviously plenty more opportunities for them to try to bounce back. And it seems like Forsaken going to be nabbed away by our own Eden Chambers, though. So we'll get ready to hear from him in our winners interview down on the stage. But what a way to kick things off this has been. We'll go ahead and send it down to Ian now. Get some nice words, though, from Forsaken, how he feels after coming away barely with the win on Lotus.
Thank you very much. It's time for our Amazon winners interview with Paper X's Forsaken. Look, we started off here with a nice, long best of one, but you guys love some overtime, right?
Yeah, we love overtime.
You must be feeling incredibly confident. You just come off the back of a huge win in Toronto. What is the atmosphere and the vibe like within the team now coming into the Esports World Cup?
I would say, honestly, I think today is a bit rusty. We do a lot of mistakes, but I would say the vibes and the positivity is kind of like similar in Toronto. So we're kind of like vibing right now, so yeah.
Who do you think is your biggest threat out here in Riyadh?
I would say it's still going to be Gen.G. I think they're the best team in Pacific, I would say, and it's really hard to beat them, but we'll try if we meet them.
Well, you're very hard to beat as well. You've proven that already here. Best of luck with the rest of the tournament, and back to you on the desk.
Spike down.
This land is calling.
For wars, but.
What the hell is that?
Somebody stop him!
Fighting one, fighting two,
Y'all, it is not welcome to Esports World Cup. Valorant, it's Valorant welcome to Esports World Cup. That was a great start. Triple overtime between Paper Rex and Billy Gaming. What more could you ask for? G-Gon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time. Hell of a way to kick off Valorant.
Yeah, if this is how the tournament is starting, I mean, this is going to be insane. I mean, BO1, I thought it was going to be a fake comeback for a little bit, and then PRX bring it out at the end. I mean, YZ was trying his best. He had like 31 kills.
Yeah, I can't lie. I was nervous for Paper Rex in that first half. Started to look shaky, but, you know, they really got the ball rolling as they moved across on that attacker side. And they showed that clutch gene on why they're so strong there.
Yeah, and Devi in OT, we have to mention this guy's operator. I mean, he got so many picks, not only on the attacking side, but that 3K on the defense. I think it really brought PRX in a good spot in that OT.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely takes a level of confidence to run that glass cannon operator in OT, no armor, and it's all on you to make those shots. He did time and time again to keep them in it and push for the win.
Yeah, also, one thing I was really surprised about is that this veto even went to Lotus. Paper Rex loved this map. You know, we saw them pick it in the semi-finals of Masters Toronto against Wolves. Since they swapped to this composition, they've only lost it once, won it 12 times. So very brave from Billy to take it here, but PRX showed why they're so strong here. That double duelist works great for them.
Yeah, I love that insight there, Big Time. Just because it is best of one. You have a lot that you have to prep for, not only the players, not only agents, but then the map pool. And if it ends up being in something like what you just said, an agent combination in a map where they are so comfortable, all of a sudden BLG feel behind, but that's not how it started, right? I mean, BLG took an early lead. They were up, was it 8-4 at half? And then they won the pistol. It really looked dire for Paper Rex. I really can't understate that.
Yeah, I mean, the 2Ks that you were talking about from Neff, getting those clutch kills, I think that was a moment where everybody watching was like, oh, it's cooked for PRX right now.
Yeah.
But of course they bring it back. I mean, it's PRX. Of course they do it, right? Track by track, they're going to keep doing the same thing.
In my mind, there is no team in Valorant that has as much plot armor as these guys right now. It feels like they can't lose in these situations. They just have that unique ability to get it across the line, and, you know, they really needed it today.
Yeah, they definitely did. So Group A off and running. As well on the other stream, we have our sister stream happening right now. It is KC and G2. I believe the score was 5-8 at that point. So very exciting stuff there. We will have the winners play later on today. The losers will have the break and again be playing for their tournament lives tomorrow. So Paper Rex getting the win and BLG down on the bottom side of the bracket. I wanted to get your thoughts here on BLG as we won't see them for the rest of the day, but it felt like we got to see a lot more fight than what a lot of people expected out of them.
It's kind of like Toronto all over again, though. It's like we know that they're actually a really good team. I thought, especially on their attacking side, they won a lot of the rounds with macro, but they just can't seem to just get over that hump of getting the win. Like, they just can't close it out.
Yeah, absolutely. That's their biggest problem right now. It seems to be mental, not in the way they play their game. I mean, I felt like they did look quite strong, and if they're able to carry across this level of play to whoever they play next in that losers, be it G2 or KC, I think they might have a good shot. It's just about being cleaner, finishing properly, and closing out those advantages.
Yeah, absolutely. I just kind of wonder if we ended up getting the stronger of the two playing against each other here. It's surprising. I mean, KC is leading, and you know, a lot of support there. However, it just felt like there was so much firepower between these two teams, and we know the pedigree that they have.
Yeah, also, we got to shout out Forsaken again. I mean, this guy, IGLing the comeback, and it actually comes true. He also had such an impactful kill in OT on the guy that was hiding behind the box with the C-Mount fight.
Yeah.
In overtime, right? Like, because everyone was like, oh my God, are they going to clear the box? Are they going to clear it? And of course it's him. Yeah. He always makes the clutch play. He had one of the highest clutch percentages in Toronto as well. I think 27 or 28% or something like that.
Yeah, he was, I think, 7 and 27. He was 4th, I believe, overall over at Toronto. And then the very next round, something tried tries to do the same box lurk. He's able to get out on the Yoru, and a huge difference there. But again, the tactical prowess by Paper Rex on a map that they're very comfortable with, looking super, super good. All right, so that is our first series of the day. We're going to have a second series for you in just a little bit to kick off Group B. And big time, I just want your final thoughts here on this series before we toss to a break.
Very, very close. That's what I have to say. A little bit of a shaky start from Paper Rex, but they close it out like they always do, and promise for BLG. I think that's the key story.
Yeah, final thoughts, Baby Bay?
Just pure chaos when PRX plays. I mean, you gotta love it. It's the most entertaining Valorant to watch. Gotta shout out BLG again for putting up such a tremendous fight. YZ at one point in that match really looked like he was gonna take over.
Yeah, definitely a lot of fun there. The storylines were there as well. Neff, Singaporean against the Singaporean outfit. Seen him pop off before, but the cold-bloodedness was really scary for Paper Rex and Paper Rex fans that love the train. Well, the train is on the tracks. Paper Rex gets themselves a win. We'll take a short break and set you up for our second match of the day. Welcome back to Esports World Cup, presenting some Valorant here. Joining us, we got a special guest.
Hello, hello.
No. I was talking about Kakuka. Kakuka is joining us here first. Kakuka joins us.
No.
Of course,
David, you're our guest.
Clutch Master joining us here. Divide, congratulations on the win, brother. I mean, why don't you walk us through that last series? Because, you know, you just came fresh off of it.
I think a little bit rusty coming from us. I think coming to this tournament, we didn't really get to prep. So I think it's bound to happen. But thankfully that all of us did their part and managed to close out the round.
Okay, can I just ask you real quick? Like what made you want to buy the operator on that attack and defense in overtime? Like,
did he not prove it?
No, he proved it. But I'm just like what was the thought process? You just knew?
It's just by instinct, I guess. I just like, oh, maybe I should buy all. Then yeah. Then I look at the money. I was like, oh, I have $300 left. Oh, I can buy all.
Great.
Just for anybody watching at home, you are not the vice, so sometimes do not follow your instinct on that one. But it was pretty impressive. Were you surprised? Because Lotus is a very comfortable map for you guys, especially in a place that we do not really see the teams, which is playing a best of one. Were you surprised that was what you ended up going for, or do you think that is the fact that you have a lot of reps what probably led to BLG picking that?
Yeah, kinda. I think it's our comfort map, but also we thought that they're gonna pick other map, but surprisingly they wanna go for Lotus. So I was like, oh, I guess they been studying us. So yeah, I mean, let's play. I mean, we were hoping for like a storm game from us, but I guess like I said, like we don't really have much time to prep, so it's bound to happen.
What was it like playing a BO1? I mean, because I was talking about how I don't even remember the last time it was that anybody had to play a best of one. So what was that experience like? Was it a lot of pressure? Was it different?
Yeah, for sure. I think coming into the game best of one, I think you have to play with a mindset that nothing to lose, because if you're scared to make plays, scared to make mistakes, then you're bound to lose the game. So we just like, oh, it's okay, boys. Let's just play our game.
Yeah, well, were you nervous with the fact that you guys went down so early? I think was it 10-4 at one point, and then you guys rifled off like 6 or 7 rounds in a row?
Honestly, for me, not really, because if you guys know PepRex, we tend to have a slow start. So I was like, it's okay,
you have
guys.
to warm up.
Yeah, it's okay, guys. Like they had a good lead. We were hoping for like 9-3 so that we can active the curse, but we avoid the curse. So we was like,
and thank God you did, because it was overtime. So
So I was like, okay, I guess 4 is still okay. We just try to like bounce back from there. And we saw some of the players started standing up from the other side and was like, oh guys, I think we have to start playing now, right?
I think that they were also doing it back in China, because they have already started. It was your first time playing against Bilibili, wasn't it?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. What did you make of them as an opponent? I know that throughout all these years you've played against a lot of people.
We scrimmed them a lot of times before, and we knew that their star player Wizzy is very good duelist. So yeah, I mean, he was hitting insane shots just now. So I mean, we know they're a great team, and nothing much. Like I said, like we just play our game, and somehow we go to OT, and just praying that we close it up.
Track by track, leading to another trophy.
All right, and I just got an update here. Who did you want to play in the other match there? Because I have the winner, but I want you to tell me who first that you wanted to play.
I guess
G2 or KC?
G2.
Yeah, KC wins 13-6 over on our B stream map. It was not close, and KC getting the victory. So thoughts on KC as your second match?
I mean, they're always known for a great team as well, but I think having to face G2 at their disadvantage due to lift, so I guess the score kind of like bound to happen, I guess.
Yeah, all right. Well, that is their second match. We're going to start up that is the other match. That will be your second match. We have to start setting up our second match here, which is Sentinels and BBL. You're not going anywhere. You can talk about them, right?
Yeah, sure.
All right, let's get to it. So Sentinels now, we know them, we love them. Sen City are all here and ready to go. Coming off of a pretty good Masters Toronto. They probably wanted a little more than what they got here, Kukuka.
Yeah, I would say so. I think that for the entirety of the year for this Sentinels roster, it's been about the second place regionally, always behind that G2 at internationals, not having, as you're saying, not going as far as they could go. I think that this is a very promising roster that has a huge fan base and always shows up on stage, but Baby Bay is not really enough yet.
Yeah, not yet, but it's a team that, like you said, has so much potential that I feel like they are getting better and better every tournament, and it's just bound to happen. You kind of feel like they are going to win a trophy eventually, surely, right?
Yeah, Devi, when you think about this roster, who jumps out at you?
Sorry, come again?
Well, when you think about this roster, the players on it, who stands out to you?
I mean, he has to be Zekan. I think he's very good. We played them a lot when we were in NA. and he's constantly dropping 40 bombs against us in scrims. So yeah, he has to be Zekken.
So what would you say is like the key to beat Sentinels? Would you say is shutting down Zekken?
I mean, not really. They have like, I mean, they have a lot of other good players as well. But for us, I think when it comes to beating the opponents, we don't really care about punishing the other players. It's more like we make sure ourselves ready and play together. Like,
so you force them to play your game.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, making sure that all your ducks are in a row, that they meet you. Now on the opposite side, meeting Sentinels, BBL. Now this squad here, again, this seems like pretty equal, and we were talking about it earlier, a lot of bad blood between them here.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, the podcast, so much beef was going on from the Sentinels side. I'm really curious, Kakuka, about your thoughts on BBL, because I know you are the expert.
I absolutely love BBL. I think for people that do not know them at home, yes, BBL is a Turkish organization, but for the first time in the history of their teams in Valorant, they decided to go international, right? And they've picked up great pieces. They still have a couple of Turkish players, but the pieces that they've picked up are so valuable. It has not been easy for them. They started the year with a standing. They have to bring Magnum for stage 2 and whatnot. A lot of changes, and they were so close, literally like a couple of rounds away from making Toronto. But now, this is the first time in history that BBL qualifies for an international event. So it's such a breakthrough moment.
Yeah, and somebody that you were talking about that I want to touch on is Magnum. I mean, there's some history here between the teams as well. Magnum and Narrate were on the same team, right?
That was KC. Which is,
yeah. So I mean, this is like, I don't want to say it's gonna be like a grudge rivalry match, but I mean, there's some history between these two, and I'm really wondering, what do you think it's like? Like, what do you think is gonna happen in this?
I think when it comes to playing your ex-teammate, it's more like, you know, their habits, you know. So yeah, I guess they kind of know each other, what they're gonna do and stuff. Yeah.
Then when you think about this matchup, what do you think is going to be a key matchup between these two squads here in Sentinels and BBL?
I mean, for me, when it comes to BBL, I always look at them as the dark horse of the tournament.
Yeah.
Whenever we are in the same tournament as them, I think they have the great mixture of the young talent and the veterans. Like they have Yumpy and Magnum, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I always look at them as the very good aimers.
Yes, they are. I love that you mentioned Yumpy, right? Because one of the very important key pieces to this roster is Yumpy, that for the first time is now IGLing a team. But as you're saying, he has a lot of experience, a lot of games played also internationally. But funny enough, in all of his history, he only played against Sentinels once, and it was like in 2021. So it was a very, very different roster. We all remember that 2021 for Valorant was a very special year for many reasons. But even though with all this experience, we have not seen this merge. Of course, Magnum, I believe that I don't think he has either. So I think that our only link would be the Magnum and Narrate. And when we speak about Narrate, and when I think about how Sentinels was playing in Toronto, I think that Narrate was a key piece to making many, many things work. I think that he's thriving as an initiator.
Yeah, I kind of want to get your final thoughts here, Devi, on the difficulties of playing on a different stage, right? You've played across the world multiple different times. Now here, was there anything that jumped out at you here in terms of a new stage at EWC?
Yeah, I think the venue, I mean, for me, for this time, I think the venue is extra cool for me.
It's insane.
Yeah,
and the colors like match your jerseys and everything.
So yeah, for me, I have a little bit difficulty with adapting to the temperature of the venue. Like, I think it's very cool, and yeah, hopefully they're gonna provide us some hand warmer next time.
Oh, he literally meant cold.
Yeah. Oh,
yeah, really cool. Like,
I thought he was
I thought you meant it was like a really nice stage.
Really cool.
No, I just like cold. Like the AC is too strong for me.
All right, well, we've got ourselves the match ready to go on stage right now. It's Sentinels versus BBL. Take it away, guys.
Welcome back, everyone, and what a way to kick things off here at Valorant at the Esports World Cup. Paper Rex are on their way to crush some keys, but the action does not stop here.
We've kicked things off, haven't we, Fancy? Not just here in Valorant, but across this entire tournament. We've had that first matchup, and we are officially underway at the Esports World Cup 2025 on this huge stage that's that big. We all keep getting lost on it. It is crazy up here. Are you ready to get back into business?
We're ready. Let's do it.
All right. After what was a somewhat unsatisfying finish in Toronto, they are ready to get right back into the server. It's Sentinels.
And their opponent, a team with a lot to prove coming through the EWC qualifiers, embracing their underdog spirit. It's BBL.
Well, it's time to kick off Group B, the opening matchup as these teams fight to earn their spot in that upper bracket winners match. I'm Mitch, with me is Tom, and I gotta say, it's great to see BBL down there on the international stage. They fought so long, they almost made it to Toronto, and now it's their chance to prove that they deserve this spot.
Yeah, I feel like they've been on the cusp all year, and now they sort of get that, probably the matchup that they would have desired most, facing off against the Clout squad of Sentinels, a team that has always been in that sort of upper stages of international events over the last couple of years with high amounts of firepower. Of course, we are in the best of one stage, so that's for me where things are, I know, you're sat there at home going, best of one, they're not very good for like tournament. I love it because it's chaos. If you get these upsets, you get these moments. We've just seen Billy almost manage to take the victory versus Paperex. We've seen obviously G2 with a stand-in get beaten by KC. And I would say this is another match where I look at it and go, okay, are Sentinels favorites? Do they have the experience? Of course. Could BBL do some damage here, maybe steal a map? With a couple of pistols, who knows what will happen.
Oh, absolutely. A solid squad when it comes to those opening rounds in the half. And look, both of these teams, when we talk about their icebox, the map that we're going to see this battle go down, they've been running the Tahoe. We're in that meta now where Tahoe's not going to be as viable. There's going to be changes, and getting to see the identity that they're bringing down to that stage is going to be exciting. For Sentinels, you mentioned it, they always make those deep runs. They're always in the upper echelon. Maybe Toronto wasn't what they wanted, but they went out to two of the best teams within the tournament. So at the end of the day, this isn't a squad to be underestimated. They might have bombed out of the tournament, but you've got to look at the opposition. And here, a big test for BBL on that international scene, facing off against, like for Levin, someone that we rely on every game. He'll be up against Zekin here, a tough matchup, and well, a couple of surprises when it comes to the agent select.
Yeah, it seems like both teams have had a similar idea. They've gone, okay, well, we can't have ourselves, or we don't want those extra initiators anymore. Let's go double controller, bring the Jet back in. A lot of teams have been putting an Omen in, but in replace of a duelist. Instead, they've got the duelist, they've got that battle, and I'll be honest, this is the battle I wanted to see most for these two teams, is Levin on the Jet, Zekin on the Jet. Yeah. I think it's going to be a banger when you have those two players playing an agent that they are sublime at, but then you have different sides of the scale completely, where John QT, I think in the past, had pretty decent stats when playing the Senti. Initiator, he's in that more supportive role. Now he has a bit of a mix, has the chance to flex, and then on the other side, Sociable, if anybody's going to drop 40 in a game for BBL, it's normally him, which doesn't make a lot of sense when you look in playing a Sova or at times these more, like I said, supportive agents. But when he's hitting, he's hitting. And I think he's one of those players that I'm really going to focus on, because I expect Prophet to be good. If you've not seen him before, fantastic individual. I think Magnum as well is a fairly stable player in that bracket. I'm looking at Sociable because he could be the guy that is their best player, or he's a little bit further down the board.
Well, like last time they played here, obviously on the Tejo, like you said, you have to be that little bit more passive. You've got that stall utility, you've got that post-plant utility. My man wasn't involved in a single opening duel up against Heretics. That's going to be a different flavor for him now, maybe freed up to have more of that individual performance. And I think looking at Sentinels and how the desk talked about them, they're spot on. It's not just about Narrate. I think it was Device said that, right? Like, Narrate's an unbelievable player, but it's not just about shut him down, it's an easy win. There's so many more strong players on that roster.
I think he said Zekken, but then name Narrate.
Oh, sorry. But either way, you then
Yeah.
look at BBL, they have that same depth to fall back on.
For sure.
It's not just one player having a quiet day is the end of their run. They've got a talented bench there. So many head-to-heads that are going to be exciting to see when we get our teeth into this series. And at BO1, like you said, the stakes are high. There's no falling back to your map pick or a middle ground later on. It all comes down to this map.
Well, I also look at both these teams for a similar reason of, firstly, you look at the coaching staff, especially with the changes to BBL. I think you have two very sort of analytical minds with decent support staff behind them. But I also look at them as people who will enjoy crushing other teams' keys. Like, I think you put the likes of a Zelsis or a Yumpy and you go, yeah, if you win a couple of games here, you're going to destroy people's keys as you go. They're like, that's my favorite part of the whole event. I'm going to enjoy that more than anything else. So I think that that's going to be fun to see later on. Of course, if you've not seen as much of EMEA and you've not seen what Yumpy's been doing, he's very loud. He's screaming so much that we had to turn the volume down because he was deafening us. And I think you look at the other side, I don't even need to talk about what Zelsis is going to be doing because you all know what Zelsis is going to be doing. So I think this is going to be some standing up, some fun, and hopefully soon we will be getting back into things. And there you go, timer ticking, we're good to go.
That's what I like to see, Tom. Right into the action. Sentinels and BBL fighting it out on Icebox. The loser will face an elimination matchup tomorrow. That's not really where you want to be at right off rip. Your key under threat. As the timer ticks away, it is Sentinels who will be mounting an attack and clearly looking to isolate Magnum in this early fight. Moving towards this A site, BBL adjusting with a deep B push of their own, and they'll have a lot of information in just a couple seconds.
God, this is what we want to see from Sentinels. They get to set that pace. That's always the value of being on that attack side, looking to try and get off to a solid start, but already Magnum just taking that initial fight, swinging to make sure they have the advantage early. Narrate looking for a little bit of gymnastics to try and get them back into the round. Unfortunately, though, they are falling like flies. Zelsis, the last man standing to try and face off versus 3. And we mentioned that pistol hit rate for the side of BBL. Well, it's looking pretty good right now.
Well, it's all about that deep push on B. The information they had already had Yumpy rotating in. He hit a fantastic shock dart onto Bang, who was already desperately low before he walked through the Viper wall. And that just took it from bad to worse. The spike down, it's not looking great. Zelsis gonna go on the big wrap though, all the way around, previously spotted on A main, and hopes to have the element of surprise, but there's no one exposed to that rafters angle. He's gonna have to drop down, it'll be heard. Levin will have to be contended with, and even then, there's only 25 seconds to retrieve that spike and get it planted. This should be BBL's pistol round, locked in as expected.
Yeah, he's hoping there was someone left in the open, and well, eventually he will find him, but Levin's going to win that fight anyway. BBL off to that strong start that they were looking for. I will say that the only critique I have at the stage, I know someone in production is probably panicking right now, but it's actually more to do with the EMEA. I see someone glowing red and I panic. Like, it's like, it's so scary to me. I'm so EMEA cord. It's like, red? That means technical pause. No, we can't have it. And it's actually just, it's a red versus blue. It's a really cool looking stage. I'm sure over the next couple of days I'll get that panic out of my system, but for now at least, solid start. And I think that's going to be important. That's the other thing you have to bear in mind with best of ones. You win both pistols, and you're in a very, very good spot. I'm off 11. He's looking to try and kick things off with a few extra orbs.
Poison's gone.
And there's one already.
Yeah, he's out for free. And those rotations really what got BBL that previous round. They're on it again here. As Spike goes down, there's already 2 players detracted. Now another falling, and the numbers flooding back into this B site for the defensive side. Yet to even lose a player. And they've got that ghost to fall back on. They can recover a weapon potentially, and that is going to be picked back up by Yumpy. So losses here minimal, and this is a wonderful start to the half for BBL.
Yeah, solid stuff. Of course, an extra plant for Sentinels, so it's at least
a little bit of extra credits that they can throw in. They didn't really spend anything into this round, so you come out with a kill on a plant. It doesn't look great, but it's absolutely fine. And now as well, we'll get to see the 4 rifles coming in for this squad. Of course, like, you go back and you look at both teams, in fact, in their last results when it comes to Icebox, it's not been the best. And that's, again, it's always interesting, because I think when looking at the Veto initially, I was like, if they're going to go for a strong map, we maybe end up on a Pearl. I think both teams are great at Pearl, but I can kind of understand that for either side, it would be more of a risk. And maybe this was their sort of surprise factor. Levin already going walkabouts, looking to get up in their face. I don't know if they'll expect this straight away, but Bang wins the fight anyway, and Gen.G does as well.
It is a bold play to go for that push, Outlaw in hand, up against full shields. I mean, he needed both shots to connect there, and obviously it hasn't worked out. BBL, now it comes down to damage. Players like Sociable and Magnum alive, sure, you could still see them winning this round, but Sociable's been tagged up heavy, and Sentinels are on their way towards him. Nice little angle above the smoke, but dealt with quickly, and again, then we look to Magnum. He's recovered himself a Vandal. Can he find a couple of kills here to put a dent in that Sentinels economy?
The thing is, Sentinels are being incredibly methodical. Drone used just to make sure if any surprises were left on the site. He's quite far away. And as you said, with a gun in hand, isn't that much value in overfacing here. At minimum of 3 players probably going to be surviving. Well, in the end, it is Bang to close out with a triple kill. Solid buy round coming through for Sentinels, and now is where things will get that little bit more interesting. Of course, some weaker weapons in there for BBL. They tried something incredibly aggressive, and I like the fact that, as I said, when it's these sort of games, you're going to take risks. You're going to do things that try and get you that little bit of an extra bonus in some of the earlier rounds, but Sentinels are very well prepared. Like, they were not caught off by that whatsoever.
No, not at all. That was, as I said, a bold play to go for that push, but now with the rifles in hand, it's going to be a different story, and what I'm excited to see in these buy rounds is Levin already top of the board for BBL, up against Zek, and that head-to-head. And look, he's getting aggressive again. Not lost any confidence off that early fight. They've cleared Yumpy, they've cleared Sociable, and that smoke, it's given Levin a little angle to play from. He's good for the first, not quite able to follow up though, the smoke blocking him out from that angle. Drops down below though, good swing, and another falling. The thorn in the side, in the back, in fact, and this has leveled up the numbers with the turret, finding one onto Bang. This round, very much up for grabs for BBL, despite that double opening from Sentinels.
It's giving me flashbacks to when they managed to beat Fnatic on Abyss a while ago. They're just getting in their faces. Super aggressive, super off-kilter, trying to surprise them as much as possible. Even still, though, they've ended in an even scenario. Sentinels have managed to cling on even while leaving a pretty big gap behind them. Zelsis has to be careful that they're about to walk through the smoke. They know he's on the other side, but he turns at the perfect moment. Both heads taken off, and well, it only took 4 rounds for Zelsis to be on his feet.
Well, of course he is. That lockdown coming online at just the right moment to get them that little bit of extra space and time to get the plant in, and catching both players on the walkthrough. Of course, he had a teammate there backing him up too. That angle was being covered, and just a shame that Levin wasn't able to follow up quickly, but still, he did so much by re-aggressing down below, by picking them off, by putting the pressure on, but it's not enough. And with a performance like that, the momentum definitely in Sentinels camp. That leaves BBL without a lot to work with in this round. Sure, they've got that Guardian that's sounding off towards the B site, but everyone else is on pistols. Levin has got the Blade Storm to fall back on if they want to invest it here.
He's got the light shields. It seems like it is definitely part of the plan, maybe hoping that Prophet can do a little bit of damage first before he goes for the style points, and there you go, it is in play. I feel like Zeka's been caught quite often in these scenarios, but the shot's not connecting, and while the trade-outs with those rifles going well, eventually Levin will pick up another, and Magnum with one more. The problem, though, is Levin so low on HP that even with those few spanners thrown into the works, Sentinels, again, they managed to stick the landing.
And now they're streaking those rounds together. Now they're looking confident down on that stage. And you look to the other side, BBL, that was a weaker buy. It had some opportunities to it. But this round here, this is where they want to turn things around completely. Ults will be coming online. Rifles will be in play for them. You can see Magnum's got that lockdown. They have the Hunter's Fury as well, and it's not online for Narrate. So not an easy counter available to get rid of that lockdown. And for Bang, who's coming in with Viper's Pit, you can be pushed out of that very easily. So there's no easy win for Sentinels here, and it looks like BBL have got plenty to fall back on. This is the round that they need to take it across the line. What was that? John QT thought he could sense a gap, but they were ready and waiting.
Yeah, his spidey senses were maybe a little bit off. But hey, they've been able to recover a lot of these early fights in those mid rounds. Playing towards the A site again, it seems like BBL have adapted. 3 players ready and waiting, and somehow Zelsus has got away with that, but not for long. Yumpy picking up a double. While the remaining players are still around this angle, they're looking for the fight. Narrate has at least been able to bring one back, but loses half his HP for it, and still being spotted with Spike in hand. That is a lot of information. Then also just look at the position of Levin. He's back in towards the spawn, just making sure that if they try and fall back and rotate, there's nowhere left to go.
Yeah, just locking it down with that op in a nice passive position. Spike is tapped. It draws Sociable into the open. The reveal fired deep. It's not going to catch now, right? So he gets the jump on Yumpy. 3 more to take down. Levin on his way up to
30
Belt.
seconds left.
That's a big danger. Narrate seems to have a pretty good idea. I don't know if he heard a step. It certainly seems like he did. He is locked in, trying to clear him out, but the op shot lands for Levin. A round for BBL, much needed. I do like the idea from John QT to start this out. Maybe there's a gap and I can get past the turret, but looks a bit silly when there's someone just stood there watching him.
Yeah, it's almost definitely based on like reads from the last couple of rounds. Yeah. It's like, okay, they haven't really been contacting this so much. If there has been someone there, they've been playing alongside the turret, so maybe I can claim some space while the rest of the team goes towards A. But instead, Magnum just stood there looking at him like, what are you doing, bud? what was that? What were you trying? Already. A competitive matchup. As I said, I think BBL are one of those squads that, although we've not seen them in terms of the international stage, they're a roster I'm excited for. I've enjoyed watching them all season. And I don't think Sentinels will be a squad to underestimate them either. Lockdown going to be used very early. Maybe expecting this to be a spring-loaded push. Aggressive into A with some lower purchases. Obviously, Zekked's got the Blade Storm, so it's not too much damage. But all that's really done is slowed them. It has, however, given time for Levin to completely take control of B once again. And so they can stack this side of the map.
Yeah, they're getting a good flavor profile, if you don't know BBL, into their aggression with Levin, and now with Yumpy and Magnum, the push-up. After the lockdown had cleared so much space, they wait, and just as Sentinels are about to go for that execute, they are pounced upon. Now, the advantage is down to just one player. The Bladestorm already claiming a life, and Sentinels looking to fight their way forward, but they've got so many numbers to clear out. They've got to get through Magnum's Killjoy setup, already detecting players down below. Sociable with a cheeky jump up on pipes, and this has left it again all onto Zelsus. A 1 versus 2 now with Magnum falling, and Sociable desperately low! Levin's cleared it out in the end, but that was outrageous!
I don't know if that was... I think he was trying to fake the sound of him dropping and got a kill for it.
That's insane!
That's crazy. Luckily, Levin had made his move, because there's a very real world where Levin goes, I'm actually just going to chill and stay passive in case he turns around. And then that's just a free sight and a 1v1 reset with an operator. Like, that very nearly turned the round on its head. And while Zelsus have been having a fantastic game so far, it also means that for BBL, even though they're winning these rounds, their economy is still on the ropes. And that's why you're still seeing Sentinels come in with buys and kind of risk it here, especially when you look at how many ultimates they've got available. It's worth the risk.
But that lockdown burned up from Magnum in the previous round. Now Bang has a lot more value to bring to the table. This guy's incredible. How many rounds? Most of them. You see him going for these aggressive pushes. He wasn't scared to do it with an outlaw. So of course, he's not afraid when he's got the op in hand. This is what I'm saying. You know, if you haven't seen BBL before, 11 might catch you off guard. This guy has nothing but a W key.
Yeah, I feel like they genuinely tell him, the coach and stuff, just like, press them. If you die, we'll play 4v5. That's fine. But we keep getting aggressive, keep putting pressure on them, keep making it awkward for them to go for these opening battles, because normally space you'd have for free has already been claimed. Now, for now, at least, it seems like Sentinels are trying to sell this as a bit of a ruse. 2 players currently over on that east side of the map, and it's a huge kill coming in for John QT. That is now Levin gone, and because of that, the B site is open for business.
I mean, it comes off as ironic that the one time he loses that fight is when he's trying to back off. And he's got to be going forward. On the way back around yellow, he falls now. Viper's Pit comes into play. Like we said, you don't have what you need to clear them out of that pit, really. This becomes an uphill battle, and the lockdown thrown in. Sentinels want this round badly, and they're pushing forward in the pit too, just for a moment. Zalsis was looking for the fight, determining that they're not on the defuse, they're not putting that pressure on, it's not coming near half, and with the time now running down, you have to think that maybe they'll go for the save. Maybe they'll give up at this point. Fighting through the pit's not going to be easy. JNG's locking down that side angle. Doesn't see Sociable, but still, the time is too low. There's too many players to fight back against, and that pit made this round impossible. Great ultimate usage from Sentinels to secure their fourth.
Yeah, I like the split up. You have to bear in mind that From the Shadows was available, so if they instead got the opener on A, the spike could be easily taken back over to the other side of the map. But also, it's just a read on the economy. As said, like, it's only been a single player in the last round surviving for the defenders. So, although they have a few extra credits in the bank, I don't think it's enough to come in with a 4-buy here. So, okay, you expend a couple of high-value ultimates, but if you fully reset your opponents or force them, as you can see, into a really weak purchase, those ultimates are very well spent. And you have to bear in mind that it's not like there's a load online for BBL. You've just used them at the perfect time. So Sentinels managing their ult economy almost to perfection. And now you're going to need some hero plays for BBL if they're going to do much in this round.
Well, you've already seen how dangerous it can be with those pistols. It was Magnum picking up a bunch, and they've got the read. 4 players rotated into position. Last time that they were in this kind of position, Levin at least had that Blade Storm. This time that's not the case. But Yampi manages to pick off one before going down. The problem is Profek falls with him. And now, this round looking a whole lot easier for Sentinels, with Sociable dealt with, Magnum swinging Classic in hand. No idea there's a player behind him. And Levin will be the man to do it all. A rifle in hand, a kill picked up, and he's running for the hills. Could just be the save angle.
Yeah, he was one of the players I was most sort of excited but nervous to see going into this event. Playing on the international stage, a fairly up and down duelist at times, and definitely one that sort of lives by the sword, dies by the sword. Like, he's going to go running in, get aggressive, and even still now, I think they've got the extra credits to play with, so the damage would be nice. Bang is going to make sure that it doesn't go any further. But yeah, also just with the change of coaching staff, although, like, we know Pal quite well. I know that he's good at his job. It's more so that Turkish connection. Like, you have that sort of Turkish coach to give maybe that little bit of an extra boost to someone like Levin, or of course Sociable as well. But at least right now it doesn't seem like there's been any real effect. He's having a great game. Sure, they are currently down at least a little bit, but I don't think they'll be too worried about it. We've seen a lot of teams have real strength going into that attack side. Obviously, I think adding in the secondary controller should help the defense just a little bit more, but for now at least, it is going to be a timeout called by the side of BBL.
Yes, they've taken a moment to gather themselves here. It has been a close affair so far in this half, but still the danger that their opponents run away with it. We've already seen that streak of rounds coming in from the opposition. And you can see Pal waffling away there, working the box. And this is their moment to get back on the board now that the rifles are back in play. We've seen some attempted aggression out of Levin in the majority of rounds, and I wonder if that will be a facet here, or if we'll see a more tamed and controlled version of this BBL defensive side. For Sentinels, well, they're asking themselves the same question. So far, we came in, we talked about Zekken versus Levin. It's night and day. Levin 12-6 in his international appearance. This is, well, if he can keep up this momentum, there's going to be a lot more rounds on the board for BBL by the end of this. And of course, he is keeping up the aggression. Look at him walking it down, but the paranoia perfectly timed. He's sent back.
Been a lot of these early fights. Where is he going? He's the edge of JNG. Tears were caught over the top. Fear was not ingrained into this man, and the defense from Profek, they tried this fake again. Even a little bit of BM. There's no emotion on his face when he does it either. It's just pure saltiness almost, but for now at least.
It's not just the visuals, he reminds me of Hitman. He's got that calm, cool, collected Agent 47 approach, but There's some anger behind those eyes at times. And a 5v2 they've ended up in. It really does seem like you can delay Levin's aggression with some well-placed utility, with some ults, but you can never stop it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting going into the defensive side. Well, Second literally has to check every single angle just in case that Jet is wandering about.
30 seconds left.
A little bit of a movement to get himself out of there. And they do have a free A site. So a plant looking fairly likely. I'd be quite surprised if Jumpy overfaces in this scenario. Not really any necessary means to go for a fight and try and give them the potential of getting back into the round, having to try and avoid all of that extra utility. And Zekken on the other side is thinking, okay, I need to get aggressive here. I need to get in their face and do something. And they have run out of time. Yeah, the delay actually works out wonderfully. Profek even picking up the operator at the end and putting it to good use. And BBL are right back on the horse.
I heard that tap go in like 5 times. They just couldn't find the chance to stick it. Shock darts flying in and trying to force that fight didn't work out. I thought that maybe we were seeing some of these issues like Levin there getting over aggressive in the 5v2. This mid push ended up dragging Yumpy off site, which gave that little bit of space for the plant to come through, but well, the plant didn't come through. And BBL end up with a round as a result. I believe a timeout now called by Sentinels as they look to have a moment to touch base before this half gets out of hand. Because BBL, you know, although there's been momentum there for Sentinels here and there, BBL have been hot on their heels, indeed taking the lead at 4-3.
Well,
there's solutions to be sought.
There's also just a couple of things that need to be mentioned. One is, of course, the group. Like I think you look at XLG, even though they come in as like the technical #1 seed. I think at least when you look at China as a region, you don't know where they necessarily sit, looking a little bit shaky. And then you got DRX, who again, they come in as one of the lower seeds, but they always seem to be dangerous. Like we joke about that squad being a 5th to 6th team, but in this group, if you're coming out and making it into playoffs, that's a pretty decent running. So it's definitely going to be interesting. The other thing as well for Sentinels is the bigger picture. They're them being one of the partner clubs. Like they are not just playing for themselves. They're not just playing to earn themselves a little bit of extra cash or go for the trophy or whatever you're looking at. They are playing for the overall club trophy as well, as Sentinels are one of those squads. So there really is that additional little bit of pressure put onto the team of Sentinels, and they wanted to make sure that, okay, this best of one can easily get out of control, especially if BBL come in with a victory in the defensive half.
Well, that's exactly it. Still possible for either team. The 7-5 half. Now Magnum taking a risk. He sat inside that orb, eventually backs out. They've got to pick the Profek. So there's no need to panic, no need to worry. And as you said, that outlaw's so very dangerous towards Snowman. So they're trying to fight in towards Orange. This wraparound from Gen.G expected, but he's only traded out in their 8. The numbers still favoring the defense.
Oh, Sociable losing quite a lot of his health. I guess just trying to gain that little bit of extra space, still having that man advantage at least for now. And in terms of the ultimates, they're firmly in their favor. There's not much for Sen to play with other than their wins. Well, their wins are not about them. How has Sociable come away with that one?
No one's watching.
He tanked half of his own HP on a snake bite and then walks in and just wipes the whole team.
No one was watching, Tom. The yellow player was tucked. The players in main were looking the other way. They were both looking the other way. You gotta wonder what was going through their heads. Look at that! They're lined up, watching the same angle, and Zelsis is hiding. That's disastrous. After a timeout. Plant down, and that's how they end up losing it. That's got to be heartbreaking for Sentinels. And you're sat there as the coaching staff watching that unfold, just heads in hand.
Can I just say shout out to the production team for muting Yumpy's mic? Because it's early in the day. We got a lot of best of ones. We got best of threes coming as well. I did not need to be deafened in my first cast of the tournament, so I really appreciate you for that. I'm sure you had to suffer through the volume, so yeah, I appreciate it even more. Viper's Pit used immediately, but I like this from Gen.G. He's tried to teleport behind. Profek has gone chasing, but he's been paranoid, and now he's lost his Viper's Pit and lost his life. He's been played by Gen.G. Well, after a blip in the last round, they're right back into this one. Man advantage to start, and Levin's already very low.
Oh, Yumpy, rifle out just in time, but Zelsis still catches him. This was a fumbled previous round by Sentinels. Not to say they would have won it, but they would have stood a better chance if they were watching for the push. This time, they most certainly are. And with the advantage already theirs, they lose the rate. Going through the smoke, find another onto Zek, and this is starting to get a little bit spooky, a little bit scary, as they now look to get that defuse. Well, not even halfway, actually. They're tapping it to bait them into open combat. Magnum finding one on the trades, but Celsius standing strong with a quad kill to close out this half and leave them neck and neck.
Remain. One enemy remaining. Left. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, folks. Now, you've seen a close first half between these two teams. We came in hyping up Levin, and he certainly delivered with that aggression, but a big 4K from Celsius almost matches him up, closing out that previous half. This is anybody's game as we move on to the second half, the last half of this series. It is a best of one, and the loser faces elimination. This is high stakes matchup. BBL mounting their attack.
I know, Celsius is really impressed so far. Like every single one of those kills as well, they've been like high impact ones. This is someone who is definitely putting up those numbers when they matter the most. For now, at least, a fairly open B site for them to look to. With Bang, well, he's now going to realize how far they've managed to get, but he can't really look to fight this. Just going to opt to try and play retake, but no, Magnum has domed him through the wall.
It's not a bad start. Levin as well, threading the needle. He's caught one, looking the other way, and he got there in the end. Clean from Profek with the double. I think that might have been a little more of a clean fight that Profek had. And Celsius now has to find 5, one-upping himself, closing out that previous half. This one not looking very likely.
You can pad the stats a little bit, maybe earn an ore ball too, but no, it's going to be Magnum to close him out. Another solid round for BBL, and that's the thing, mentioned it. When you're in a best of one, pistols go your way, it can become a very scary game very quickly. And although I think that obviously we saw the recovery coming out from Sentinels in that first half, and let's not count them out by any stretch of the imagination. It's always going to be difficult when you're playing up against that boosted economy, those boosted rounds already.
Well, this is it. This is what BBL do, finding that leg up to start out the half. We mentioned it coming into the series, and with both pistols under their belt, BBL set up with a big advantage. But Sentinels were the ones winning then, as you could see with an even half. Majority of those rifle rounds. They managed to keep the economy modest as well of BBL all the way through. See if they can manage the same here. All classics for that defensive side. not a round that you're going to imagine that there will be very much damage done by the defenders, but they'll look to use numbers to their advantage. They might not have the weaponry advantage in head-to-heads, but if they peak this together, maybe they can overwhelm them. And already you can see Sociable under a lot of pressure, but Levin there to help out.
Yeah, he's going diving in.
Well,
he really wanted to pad those stats as much as possible, but instead, he's given an Outlaw to the other side, which is definitely a dangerous gun to put into the hands of Narrate. This has gone from what looked like a very easy cleanup round to what could be incredibly costly.
Definitely striking fear into the heart of Magnum here, and that Outlaw chime out on the other side with the half shields, but they're just going to buy time as Profek wraps his way all the way around. It's only a Ghost to work with, and those players are already through to the A site. So his flank is going to be a little bit late coming through. Shock Dart up top is good. That's Magnum that's tagged. It doesn't really help out with the Outlaw fight. The reveal sent up and over. There's the info. Profek knows where to strike and when. Nicely done in the end by BBL, but some decent damage for Sentinels.
Yeah, at least they came in with 2 pistols, so realistically all they're going to do is upgrade to the rifles, so it could have been a whole lot worse, but you kind of see it. You see the good and the bad of Levin. It's like he is incredibly skilled, but it does lead to overheat sometimes, and that was definitely one of them, like gifting that gun over to Narrate. By the way, he didn't reload it, he just went for classic kills. But
he also dashed. He dashed through kitchen to look for that fight and spawn with a classic in hand. It is exactly what we're saying. We saw it in the 5v2 with the all pushing mid. We saw it a bunch of times so far, but you also see the value that he brings by getting this.
You kind of need him to be that guy if they're going to win. Like,
exactly.
If he's playing passive and scared, they've lost. Like, it's already done. Like, I think that's where Sentinels win out. So you'll see that side and go, that was silly, but it's sort of a necessary evil for BBL. They are going to be able to take this one over the line. Of course, coming in with a very good purchase for a bonus round. They will still have the credits to buy into the next. So for Sentinels, it's fairly important to win this and win it relatively clean. The fight, though, is already going to go the way of Levin. That is the B-side defender of Bang gone. And then re-aggression on the other side. Narrate wins the fight, but he's desperately low. A good trade, though, out from Zekken. And doesn't want to take the risk, but he gets caught on the fadeaway.
That's a big pick. Numbers advantage now for BBL, and they look to group up and push this A site together. It's only Zelsis standing against them. His teammate on the rotate, but John QT won't be here for this fight. Zelsis has to stand his ground. That does well to start, but Levin updrafting around, landing in his cloudburst, somehow wins that fight and goes out for more. This is what we're talking about. If anything, that should be an overheat in both of those fights, but he ends up winning them. A 3K and a round win for BBL as a result.
Updraft, flying through the air through a nano swarm, kills Zelsis, and then he sees the Paranoia come through the wall, which, by the way, John QT had to adapt to where he was putting it because he heard the dash and was like, well, this guy's trying to push me, knows he's coming, and Levin, it is like the turbo peak. It's the Turkish aim, like, just, like, what do you even do? John QT didn't even have time to react. Oh, wow, even getting the confidence to start standing up. 9-6. They've not won it yet, but this has been a great showing so far from BBL. Well, it doesn't look like they're stopping anytime soon.
No, up against the pistols here should be an easy conversion. And for Sentinels, they've been the ones standing up, Zelsis especially, looking across the stage. Both teams have gotten loud, but BBL have been focused on each other, on themselves. Now we've seen Levin sit down. He's letting them know. He's getting a little bit loud, a little bit rowdy. But let's hope it doesn't backfire here, because we've already seen one pick for Sentinels. We've seen the rotation come through. 4 players on site with pistols in hand. Yes, those weapons are weaker, but with the numbers advantage, we've already seen what that can do. They're going to push through this smoke together. A drone clearing this out, spotting these players. The Paranoia not able to be capitalized on, and Magnum around the side able to pick off a few. The danger mostly dealt with.
You just see Zelsis, he's having to check every angle on planet Earth. That one might be free, though. Caught planting. Still doesn't have that weapon upgrade just yet. There might be one just a little bit further behind him. There was a death just a bit further back, but I don't think he wants to risk going all the way back to give up the position. And while he's already being swung on the other side, BBL not going to let that go any further, even though there has been damage done. And there was something that was talked a lot on the desk about, like, curses. It was mainly done by Device, that he was actually aiming to lose the half 9-3 so that then they could make the comeback and win. he actually said the player you need to look out for in this match is Zekken, and I wonder if he's cursed him instead, because he has not been having the greatest of days, and there's no question of the caliber of player, but I think if you came into today and said, okay, it's Levin, this sort of rookie-level Turkish player who coming into the year nobody really knew anything about, versus Zekken, an MVP at a Masters event just last year, you'd kind of expect Zekken to be running away with it.
Oh, without a doubt. It's been anything but. I remember the pick he found in the 5v2. Outside of that, I think it's all just been Levin in those head-to-head battles.
Operator in hand. The lockdown should somewhat make that null and void. The dart as well has cleared any closer angles, although Narrate looking to sort of try and stick around. The team play solid though. One of them at least was reloading in that moment, and instead they've come out with a man advantage and some very aggressive spacing. He's hearing the steps, walk away and sociable. He's going to get Bang instead. Bang is going to be so confused, and then you're just going to see the TP to the other side of the map. In fact, he's gone into the spawn.
Yeah, he stayed up close for this fight. That's a very aggressive round from Sociable, but you'd expect nothing less from this man. We talked about him not on that Tejo roll and how he can be freed up to take some of these fights, and you can see him running away with this freedom. Zekken fires off, but now they know where he is, and they're not looking to let him get away. That spam puts him down low. The operator, even if they do manage to save it, it's 11-6, but BBL are closing in the walls on this man.
And the two players behind are going to be the nasty surprise. Magnum has slowly been clearing out angles, but he has missed one. The drop down. Oh, he spotted the operator, and that'll be all she wrote for the op for Zekken. And unfortunately, in terms of finances, they might not even get that in for the rest of the game. Like that's the thing. They either have to gamble it here, try and throw caution to the wind, or, on the other side of things, they have to take an eco and play from 12-6 down, which I don't think anybody wants to be doing.
This is it here. I mean, Sociable being able to get that much freedom, winning his 1v1 as well then for his third kill of the round, and leaving Zekken all alone. That just was the round crumbling in their hands. Surprised here if we end up seeing a timeout. I see the timer frozen. It's a technical pause, but perhaps even coming out of it, Sentinels will want a moment. That's 5 rounds in a row now, and it's not like they've been down to the clutches. It's been like Zalsis in a 1v3, Zekken in a 1v4. They have been ran all over in this half.
Yeah, I think this is what you always want to see when watching BBL play. It's that confidence, and like it genuinely has been filthy. Like Magna's been having a great game, sort of like just using the sort of craziness of the rest of his teammates to capitalize on those sort of swings that I don't think Sentinels have really been able to deal with. And then you just have, yeah, Levin and Sociable just doing just mad shit. That's all I can really say. It's like, yo, I'm gonna throw down a smoke and I'm gonna teleport into the smoke, and then I'm gonna run through the smoke, and I'm gonna kill you, and I'm gonna teleport where I think you might be going, and you're almost there, but it doesn't matter because I won the fight anyway. It's like, you can't base any synergy or plans or anything you're doing against this squad, because it's like, yeah, okay, guys, we're setting up for the retake. We'll let them have this. I'm dead. I'm dead. Yeah. Do you know that position you were just standing in 0.5 of a second ago? Someone has now pushed that. I don't think he was there before, but I don't actually know, because why would we be looking at that? Because they had a 4v3 advantage, but they don't care.
Yeah, it is definitely difficult to play against this BBL squad, and I think, well, we can't mix our words really when it comes to this series. You have to look at Sentinels as the favorite. North America's number 2, losing to what, number 1 and number 2 place teams over in Toronto. Like, yeah, they didn't win a match, but they played against the grand finalists in both iterations. So for them coming into this, they should be favorites. And BBL, you know, we're big fans of them, but we've got that EMEA bias as well. Still, I think there's no way that you can look at BBL without stating them to at least be a dark horse in this tournament. And they have come through and delivered an absolute barn burner of a second half, at least, with 5 rounds in a row. Sentinels, their back is against the wall now, and we need to see them come out swinging, or this matchup they came into as favorites will be something they wish to quickly forget.
Yeah, there's some teams that you just think, firstly, will benefit from the best of ones, and those are the teams that are definitely underdogs, that still have that sort of flair and firepower and can pull out something a little bit cheeky. And BBL definitely fit into that bracket. So I think this was a decent time for them to have a lot of sort of break to reset and go for this. But I also do think, like, you look at them and, okay, sure, there's some very heavy hitters in this tournament, like the likes of a Fnatic who just finished second, who will likely want to come and get a trophy here just as a sort of like, okay, we can do it, we can get it over the line. But I think for a squad like BBL, there's also the added pressure of, okay, we were doing well. Like, we have managed to get ourselves into like that top 4, or even go back to kickoff, even making playoffs for the first time. That was a big deal for them, even though they've been so close before. So to then go, okay, we missed out by 1 match, making it to Toronto, we're going to get rid of our head coach. That is a bold strategy. And if you look at the responses from Turkish fans, that was the exact sort of response they gave of like, guys, this was going very well. Why was that the moment you decided to make the change? So now they have to stick the landing. They have to prove that, okay, Pal is that guy. Pal's the guy. Because, again, if you're behind the scenes, you know how good he is. If you're a fan at home, maybe you know he's solid. But you don't know. You look at them as a team and you go, okay, you're getting rid of that guy when we're doing the best we've ever done.
Oh, yeah.
You better be a great team at EWC, otherwise we're going to have some questions.
Well, that's it. I mean, this is a squad that, as we're not even talking about players, we're talking about organization, never seen the international stage before.
No.
Playoffs was something that they hadn't seen up until recently.
Yeah.
And so for them...
Playoffs in Europe, I think we're specifying. Like,
exactly.
in our region, they hadn't seen playoffs.
So for that squad to now come to this stage, make a change, and under-deliver, all eyes are on you, and they're not going to be kind. But already, you can see the promise. You can see the expectation that we've been delivering about this team in this scoreline, 11-6 against North America's #2, against the squad that took it close against 2 of the strongest teams at that previous international event. And now they're just a few rounds away from closing it out. The thing is, and this is another challenge for them, because we talk about, okay, you're coming up against international duelists, you're coming up against an extremely experienced team that have played against almost every playstyle that there is that you can think of in the form of Sentinels. But BBL now, with this tech pause as well, you got to see if they can have the wins still in their sails. Now, we've come out of the tech, and as expected, a tactical pause is called by Sentinels. This is their last one. They don't have much more time to put one in, even if they had another one. And this is a moment as well where Pal, sitting over as BBL's coach, will be attempting to, okay, we've had a little bit of a break, but we're 5 rounds in a row, and you got to have these solutions, which honestly, for BBL, there doesn't need to be a solution here. You just got to keep hammering Sentinels into the dirt, because these rounds have been convincing.
Yeah, I think as well, you look at the other side, we talk about someone like Kaplan, who I think if you've ever had a conversation with Kaplan in your life, you're going to know he's one of the most intelligent minds we have in Valorant. I think he was on the desk very briefly over in Toronto. So I think that he is someone that you give him that little bit of extra time, that minute that he has to sort of try and talk things through with the squad, and it can change the game. So I think that obviously you look at this now and you go, okay, this should be a done deal for BBL. You get that hot start on both sides of the map. You get a bonus victory as well in the second half. They're using that momentum. I think they're also just catching Sentinels off guard with how aggressive they're being, because I don't think most teams would come in and have the sort of balls to be this disrespectful to their opponent in the way that they're playing, pushing when they have advantages, swinging in 2v1s. Like, these are moments that you go, okay, you believe that you are the sort of alpha dog in this scenario. And so I think that just having that little bit of moment to reset and go, okay, remember who we are. Remember that, okay, we can beat pretty much any team on our day. But sure, against like maybe a G2 regionally, we've had our struggles, or again, you mentioned it, they lost to a PaperX of Fnatic when it came to Toronto. So I think that just because this has been decently one-sided, especially in the second half, this little pause to the momentum, I'm interested to see if it will be the difference. And if not, sure, they go into that lower bracket, but realistically, I think if it's an XLG or a DRX, they're still favored.
Absolutely, and without a doubt. And I think looking at BBL, they are the team that I would look at, perhaps in this tournament overall, to be the most likely to pull off an upset. I'm just caught off guard by how strong they've looked in that second half. Like, if these were close rounds, an 11-6 wouldn't even be that much of a shock. But the fact that it has been so dominant, that's really where I get worried for Sentinels. They need to find a solution, and I'm not sure there is an easy one. We've had that tack pause following the tech, and now we're back in that defensive side for Sentinels. the aggression that we've seen from BBL really not being matched, I suppose, in how Sentinels are playing here, much more reserved.
It's worth noting as well, there's pretty much everything on the table for Sentinels. Like, sure, Zekken has some extra credits, but they have put all their pennies into this. They're gambling on his Bladestorm being able to pad the gap, and thus far that hasn't really been the case. Operator on the attack side as well for 11, of course, that was saved from the previous round, so a completely different avenue that they're going to have to deal with. And you can see how passively they're currently having to play on the B site. Nonetheless,
Here.
space being garnered, but also the spike is currently going in the other direction. That's the more interesting part. They've sort of sold this ruse so well. Sociable managing to get the opener, but the players haven't rotated yet. They haven't stuck the landing. Zekken is still here with that Bladestorm, spotting them going for that late move towards the A site, and there isn't a lot of time. They don't expect Bang to be here. And while Sentinels just being that little bit more patient, not overrating or over-rotating, has left Levin solo.
15 seconds and an op in hand. They want to take that out of his hands. They want to have it perhaps for themselves coming into the next. Great shots by Levin. He's surviving still, and the dash updraft gets him out. He's going to carry this forward.
That's got to be the worst spot to save from in the game. And in fact, he's actually thrown the operator away. I think maybe, again, wanting to be that entry point rather than having the op. So he's just gone, all right, I'm going to stick on a roof, pick up a gun, and then I'm right back into the next round.
Can't believe he got out of there. They had 3 players swinging him all at once, pretty much, using his own Cloudburst to isolate a fight in the second. Very nicely done. But Sentinels, they have finally cracked the code. They've got a round on the board here on their defense. Now it's all about chaining them together. Their economy's going to look that little bit better moving into the next. They'll have some ultis to work with as well.
So sick.
I can't believe he got away with that.
Get out of my way.
Well, whether he wanted to or not, Zekken does end up with an operator. He's had to buy it. And now looks to be that lone defender of the B site, hoping that his individual firepower could take this one away. I like the fact that BBL as well are going back to just more direct. Like, they tried to throw a fake in. I don't think it's really been their style. That, though, a nice shot from Zekken, but there's no way out of there. Doesn't have anything that can match the blades.
Again, it's Levin winning that head-to-head, going deep as well. He spotted John QT, looking for another, and it's Bang up top that's in danger if he steps out. Levin is hungry for these picks, but I like that Sentinels are sitting back. They're making that read. Okay, let's leave Celsius to pressure behind, and they will get aggressive. They will make those mistakes. The Cloudburst, though, buys time. John QT now under pressure, and it's Levin to pick him off. Not able to deal with Bang, though. Leaving it all into the hands of Yumpy, and he knows there could be a player coming up behind him. But the steps now hurt. I think he knows that both are coming from Orange. I think he will have that information just from the sound being made. The reveal goes up. It's actually spotted both of them. Ooh. That was desperately close. A shock dart bounce off. Bang, sticking it at least a half, sticking it all the way. Yumpy doesn't suspect it, and it will be right under his nose that Sentinels find the defuse. Ooh. Nobody makes it out of the round alive on the defensive side, but all they need is a round win.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Get the round onto the board. They managed to win it out in the last and, well, hold on to a couple of guns. This time, it's going to be that reset. And that's still an issue. It's still going to cause them problems economically. But this round, a lot of it just came down to Bang. The quick timing on his re-swing after John goes down, and then also just having the gall to stick it out completely, get that defusal over the line, and trust in his teammate is enough to bring them within at least 3 rounds. And it seems like we might just have ourselves a pause over on the other side. Of course, that is the last pause in regulation. Both teams have now expended everything they have, but it also gives another opportunity to Kaplan as well. So time to talk, especially with some of those rounds being probably a little bit closer than they would have liked and losing a lot of weapons, especially at the end of that round. I don't think he'll mind having an extra pause as well.
Yeah, definitely not. For BBL, you can definitely understand why they come through with this pause. This is somewhere that they now start to feel pressured. Sentinels cracking the code, and although none of them survived the previous, although it was close, the gap that they have, the lead, the safety net, there's a few holes starting to appear in it, and we could easily see Sentinels, the favorites in this matchup, coming through with the victory in the end. Just a 3-round gap and a lot of ultimates online for that defensive side. Great for reactions, great for the retakes with the Viper's Pit and the lockdown. So a little bit of an uphill battle forming for BBL, who were previously leading by a lot more, and they've lost Profek immediately. Great pick by Zekken. He's really starting to find his form here.
Yeah, them putting him over onto the B site seems to be the change they needed. He's able to at least find them opening picks. Uh-oh. He's been caught on 2 different angles. He doesn't even realize it. And well, instead, Zelsus has gone down as well. This seems to just be reaction after reaction. Sentinels trying to stem the bleeding, but instead they've ended up making it that little bit worse. Narrate at least will be able to find one. Magnum desperately low. Timing here is going to be everything, and that fight was all too easy. But it now comes down to the man of the moment. He's been having a good couple of times, and he will get both! Up above! No realization of that flank coming in, and well, I think knowing maybe there's still a little bit to do, there's not even a reaction from Zekken. He's locked.
That was crazy. They had the info, both players around that spot, and no hesitation. Like we said, really finding his form here. That was a terrible first half from him. I think he was bottom of the server. Levin was dominating in all of those fights. To see him now finding the opening pick on Profek, but so quickly reacting. Look at them clearing mid, waiting for that rotation, but not expecting such a brazen play. Levin still leading the server, 26 kills on the board, but the gap now down to just 2 rounds. Sentinels, they're back in the action, back in the mixer, and it's BBL left with no timeouts left to fall back on, with economy running low and a solution desperately needed.
Oh, we saw this in our first A-Stream matchup. Billy running away with it. Paperex, of course, the champions of the last event. You'd expect them to win, and eventually they did. It just took them some time to get going. 8-4 down. I think it may have even been a little bit more than that. But this would definitely be a tough one for BBL to take. You could see that sort of confidence growing with Sentinels. The pause definitely making a difference. I don't know what words were said by Kaplan, but I think I could use them in my day-to-day life as well.
Oh, another opening pick. This time it's Narrate taking down Magnum. Flank protection gone. TP comes in from Sociable, joining the team as they look for this A-side control. Viper's pick goes down from Sentinels, but so does Narrate. He's been picked off. This aggression from Levin working wonders. And if they clear this backside in time, they could isolate Bang outside of that pit. Few spams coming close, and indeed taking him down. An aggressive play by Sociable, and it's worked out. John QT dropping out of heaven. Will deal with Sociable, will deal with Levin, and that's Sentinels back in with the advantage. They have to play against time with the spike up top. It's a decent angle to play if they decide to concede the space to the lockdown for BBL. They need to get to Belt quick though.
They got to wrap back around, and it's the exact spot that seemingly will be expected by the opposing side. Viper's pit available, but not really something they could do about this, and they've taken the low angle to just try and defuse. Needs to try and tap away, and unfortunately the shot's not connecting. The snake bite does eventually get the kill. Of course, Sentinels losing players after time seems to be their story so far, but they are winning the rounds. They are climbing back into this one. And you can start to see some deflated looks on the side of BBL. They were running away with this 5 rounds in a row, starting off this attack side. But as said, a Sentinel squad are never down and out. Until it is over, there is still a good chance they win this best of 1. And now, well, 1 round is all the difference.
It's so important as well that John QT gets both of those fights so clean. Not even a bullet landed. Otherwise, that snake bite would have taken him down and out. Somehow, with a stinger in hand, hit. Levin's won that fight. The 140 tag, not enough.
I love that he has full shield to the stinger as well, because why wouldn't you? That's such an odd fight to go for. Magnum's now found another one. This should not be the way that they get to 12, but maybe even beaten by their own game. Sentinels have always been pretty good with the stingers. It's been an America's staple.
Planted.
And now John tries to level things up at least a little bit, but they're so far back into this round. And what else is he's just got to scurry away.
I mean, that is a surprise, an uppercut when you expected a jab. BBL come through, mixing up the economy, full shields on a lot of players, stingers on most. Sociable in that late round, playing so aggressive up on top of the generator. And they've even thrown in the Viper's pit here. A little bit of an overcommittal, to be honest. The round was done, but you can't be too cautious in a round like this. Sentinels having climbed all the way back to a 1-round gap, and somehow that stinger buy is what bests them and puts BBL onto map point. 2 chances to close this out. It might not be the dominant map that it looked like it would be, but a win is a win for BBL, the underdog, close to taking it across the line.
Yeah, that's... You've just got to be seething. You've got to be absolutely seething. Because the other thing as well, though, is you understand the position of second. You go, okay, they don't have many credits. They're all going to have themselves light shields. Both Stinger players did not have light shields. They went in with the heavy shields, expecting that on the other side. It's a good read, but it also just has to be infuriating. You land the shot and still get punished. Now, Zekken is one away from having his ultimate. The main goal here is to get the orb, but I think he's realized, okay, I'm not getting in that, man. I need the kill, and that's exactly what he's found.
Wonderful opening. Levin, a little taste of his own medicine, the aggression that gets this Blade Storm online. Still the weaknesses. Man advantage for Sentinels. 2 Stingers to work with. Nice angle from Sociable. He's been so aggressive. You'll love to see him on this Omen. This is what we talked about. Freeing him up a little bit to take some more risks. And he is thriving under those conditions. Leaving it to a 4v4. The spike on its way to B. Sociable left here to try to buy a little bit of extra time, a little bit of extra space. But with just a sliver of HP, he will be falling back.
I think there will still be another switch up. We saw Zekken over on this B site quite regularly, and something we haven't seen is that Killjoy setup instead. So the contact already made into mid, that's a free kill for Zelsis, then the alarm bot should give away the game. So now they can pull those rotations in. His goal, just to try and delay as much as possible. Now bear in mind, Hunter's Fury and Lockdown are currently available for this attack inside. They have solid ults to play with.
Right above him. Zals is hiding beneath the bridge.
That's one gone.
And it's given to Wraith the pick. Now down to a 4 versus 2. BBL.
Right here.
Not looking like they'll be closing it out right here and now. And Zekken puts the final nail in the coffin. It is 12-11 for Sentinels. 1 round left in regulation. We're going the distance either way. The question is, can Sentinels bring us to overtime?
It would be the second time on the A stream that we've seen it sort of fumbled by a squad so far in the lead. I'm a little bit surprised at the post plant here, though, from the side of BBL. Like, you have a Hunter's Fury and a Lockdown available.
1 enemy remaining.
Like, sure, I think there's the counter, at least to one of those, but I do wonder if playing a little bit more passively, maybe trying to get the pick onto Narrate. I think that was the goal. Maybe that would have turned the round on its head instead. Well, you look at the purchase they've got. There's a Bucky, but that is the secondary to the Blade Storm. And we've already seen them manage it once with these lower purchases.
Well, that was the round that they managed to break the win streak. The Sentinels
You should run.
doing it again, though. Not as easy when Sentinels are playing that bit more passive, not wanting to get caught out in those aggressive angles and pushed back by this Lockdown. A lot of space.
Not going to break
BBL.
Yeah, they could have opted to break it with a Hunter's Fury. A lot of the time, that is the scissors
Spike planted
to the paper of the Lockdown, but I guess just wanting to have it for the retake instead, maybe cause that extra little bit of disruption. There is the Hunter's Fury already being sent through. Levin up close with that Bucky is ever so dangerous, and they still haven't cleared him from this position just yet, but it's going to be bang with a quick turnaround. Magnum still standing, has been able to find one, but he's the only one with a gun in hand. Everybody else struggling that little bit more, and so is he, it seems. Even still, though, again, the Sting is doing work. And now Profek just sitting back passively, not wanting this to happen again with the snake bite, but it's Zekken through the wall to kill him off. It might have been a little bit close, but the time not even remotely.
An overtime. It seems to be the story of the A stream here. I know the B stream had a very dominant game. KC up against G2 with a stand-in. It was 13-6, but nothing but OTs when it comes to this matchup. I think we certainly deserve it. Sentinels look down and out at one point, 11-6 down. And they've managed to bring this all the way back to an OT. Again, I don't know what was said by the coaching staff, but whatever it was, words of wisdom certainly delivered at just the right time, and now you're seeing them back on their feet. Zalsis getting fired up again. Back to even footing. And it will be the attack side mounted by Sentinels, somewhere that they've been a little bit more comfortable when it comes to those buy rounds.
Oh, it seems like there's also parallels elsewhere. We've spoken about the close games, the OTs on the A stream, the B stream at the moment, DRX. If you haven't watched it and you want to go back, mute. if you haven't already, of course. DRX are currently rolling XLG. I think it's been a fairly dominant first half. 10-5 is the scoreline as we stand. And that was from a 9-1 start for DRX. So looking like they're coming in hot. Of course, we talk about them having the youngster from the academy team of Flicker. So this will be his sort of first time on a main stage, but it seems like they're having a good time over there. And for XLG, it's been that little bit more of a struggle as of recently. Of course, that is going on at the same time. While we are in the technical pause, you can always flick over. I would say you don't want to switch away. I think, like, I could be wrong, but I think DRX have got that one covered. Whereas here, I'm not making predictions. The only thing that Sentinels will be very happy about is going into overtime, there isn't another pistol.
Exactly, yeah. And you got to think about it. You know, BBL finding all those pistol wins, it's what props them up to this point when it comes to buy rounds.
2 pistols and a bonus win. So it's like...
Yeah, the third round and, yeah.
That's the thing, if you do that and don't win the map, you've trolled. Or your opponent's very good. In this case, I think it might be a little bit of both.
Without a doubt. Yeah, Sentinels, they've locked themselves in. That drone's gone far. Great read by Zelsis. He knows it had to be thrown from up close, and that's an easy pick onto Yumpy. He thought he'd cleared all of that A site. No one outside of it, but one had stepped in, and the opening pick goes to Sentinels as a result.
A huge start. They haven't really had an opportunity to be in the lead in this game for, I believe, maybe right at the beginning. They were like 4-4, 4-3, something like that. Managed to have a decent start, but other than that, BBL have sort of been running away with it, at least in the second half. 11, though, was their main pain point when it came to the defense, having to deal with this man and what has been an incredible performance. 28 kills, but he's definitely going to need a couple more, and they are being very careful of any smoke. The biggest, though, Sociable still plans to try and push this, and I like that. They smoke off the dart. He goes swinging, and that's a spike down. Looks for a little more. A 2-for-1 bargain deal.
30 seconds
And now with 30 seconds left, they've been delayed so much, they kind of have to go back.
Yeah, back into Levin. Problem is, BBL have sent players to the other side of the map expecting that rotation. Levin's gonna have to stand strong. Already finds his first. Dash out, info is good. He spotted at least one, it could be both. And with 12 seconds left, they need to push forward.
10 seconds
through
left.
the wall, and it doesn't work out for Bang. Zekin, barely enough time to get this plant in. In fact, he needs to get sticking. And Profex swings just in time to ensure he can't. Another match point going the way of BBL. Can they close it out this time, though?
All right, new pair of trousers to the caster room after that shot that Levin just hit. That man must spend hours a day on aim training, because all of these were pretty nice. Give me this one.
Nice.
Like, that's a breed that only shows up in Turkey. You don't get that anywhere else. That is utter filth. And well, from what was a solid start to the round, a decent read, you can see how pumped up they are on the other side, and some frustration sinking in for Sentinels. They know coming into this match, this is the squad of BBL, never making it to an international event before, winning the qualifier. They didn't get through on that sort of EMEA top 2. That was, of course, Fnatic and Heretic. So this for them is realistically a matchup they'd be expecting to win, and they have hit a blockade time and time again.
Well, so many players on the other side. It's their first time being on that international stage. For Sentinels, absolutely not the case. This is an experienced squad, and they talked about it on the desk. A squad that you expect more from than their result in Toronto. But the reality is, you look at that, as you said, Tom, it's number 1 and number 2 that you lost to. You look at it and you go, okay, we got unlucky with how the bracket played out, with how everything was set up.
Sorry, just Flicker is just like done an MVP performance on his debut for DRX. That's nuts. Like, it really is. We've got such a great shot at hands. I'm having to look at what's going on the other side.
They talk about an MVP performance, Tom. Levin, the rookie, the one that's up against one of the best in the world in the form of Zekin. He's on 30 kills already with one round left to play. Potentially, if this goes to BBL, it's 14-12. It's locked in. It's their dub, and Sentinels with elimination on the line again. Another international where they fall down early.
So this is going pushing. He's definitely been spotted, and that's not the start they were looking for. They've been able to get some decent openers over the last few rounds, but even still, there's been the fight back, so having a deficit is a problem, and there is, no, I was going to say there's no escape, nearly escaped. Even still, though, a two-man advantage. BBL with a chance to close this.
Poison's gone.
A squad that's long looked for their crown, and this will be a step in the right direction. A debut on the international stage and a victory just one round away. A couple picks and it's left to Gen.G, the man to do it all. Levin, the one to close it out. An MVP performance from that man. We didn't know what to expect up against international opposition, but he delivered maybe even better than he does regionally. Unbelievable.
No, that's a man who has definitely risen to the occasion. He is come up big exactly when they needed it. And as I said, like, you win that initial best of one, you get a chance at 2 different best of 3s. I'd also say coming into this with Sentinels being the favorites, you now get a chance to, well, play versus someone else to get into that playoff stage, which I think for BBL would be a huge achievement in itself. And then also, even if you are defeated, you then fall back down and, let's be honest, probably play Sentinels again. But even still, what a way to kick off the tournament, and an absolute banger of a first map for us, an absolute banger of a second map for all of you at home.
I mean, you got to say, the dark horse of BBL really hitting their stride here today. I've always been a big NA fan, Tom, you know me, so it's a heavy heart that I see them win down on that stage. But Forza BBL, it's time to send this down to the stage where Fancy is standing by with your MVP of that game. It's Levin.
Thank you very much. We're back on stage with Levin of BBL after an amazing upset. So I have your first question with you on our Amazon interview. You guys are first time on an international stage. So how did you prepare for this?
I mean, we just spent a long time. We prepared a lot of things. We worked so hard, literally. We gave everything we can be. Then we are so happy. It's our first win, and we are happy. We are enjoying.
Absolutely, you guys are off on a great start, but you're facing DRX on your first BO3 in the tournament. So how do you feel?
I'm feeling good, actually. I mean, I'm not feeling too much things. We will just play our game normally. We are ready. We will see.
All right, best of luck to you. You guys are off on an amazing start, and let's see what happens next. Back to the studio.
Enemy spotted me.
This land is calling.
Stay will always respond with one. What the hell is that?
Somebody stop him!
Fighting one, fighting two,
Two matches here and 2 overtimes as Icebox goes the way of BBL, the Turkish outfit, getting a huge win over Sentinels. D-Gon here alongside Kakuka and Baby Bay, and what a match it was, but BBL coming out on top, Kakuka.
I love this feeling. Dre, I just absolutely love this feeling. I love what we got to see from both of the teams, I have to say. I love the changes in the compositions. Both of them going towards that double controller, but swapping things around, freeing Zekken, and just let him have and allow us to have the amazing display of the head-to-head of the Jets. But Levin, oh my God, I was so excited to see him and what he was going to do internationally against other teams, and he definitely delivered.
That Turkish power is insane.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unmatched. I mean, even Zekken was struggling against it early on. It really felt like for Sentinels, it was only Zelsis in the beginning of that match that was keeping them even in it in the first place, right? And then that's when you saw Zekken activate and whatnot, and it got kind of competitive. But yeah, I mean, look at the head-to-head right there. I mean, Levin, 31 and 19, and Zekken, I mean, although he clutched up in the later half, he had some really big impact around.
Literally, the reason why I think, at least in my opinion, Sentinels was able to get us to this overtime is Zekken having those rounds, those crazy
last 3
kills,
rounds were insane.
those 1v2s, those insane from his side, especially when on the other side he had 11 that was crushing, especially on the openers that he was having. He was finding so much impact. But again, this also lets us go on to the composition part of it.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw John QT switch over to that Omen now that we're talking about comps, but let's look at these highlights though from Levin, because he was just having he was a walking highlight.
I want to see a lot with the operator and the outlaw.
Yeah.
It made no sense. There's some of the flicks, some of the verticals that I was like, damn, he made me feel old.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I am. So that's how I felt the whole time. But yeah, the off kills were insane. And like this, so many times he solo pushed out of B alone on the defensive side and took all that space away from Sentinels. It just made the map so small, and they would just be funneled into him once they realized that A side is stacked. And then, oh, don't get me started on this OT flick right here. I mean, jeez.
I like the fact that it was Icebox that we got to see between these two teams, because I think it's comfort for both of them, and also liking to see what they have prepared for, probably looking ahead towards the rest of the year. We've seen a lot of Gecko being played on this map, and I think that the question with Icebox is always, how do you get the spike down, right? Like, how do you react to all of that? And do not get me wrong, BBL was struggling a lot with that. So for them to also have the strength to not lose the way that they did in EMEA, when in so many occasions they were so close to getting that win, but just because of mistakes, not using ults when you have them available, when the rounds should be
it almost happened, right? It did happen. They had that match point where they didn't. I mean, Magnum just runs and dies with the Killjoy ult, and it's like, okay.
And
now we're in
most
OT.
of those moments, BBL ends up losing the map, and this time around it wasn't.
Yeah, well, with that victory, I mean, we've got EMEA analyst here. We have our American analyst here. How's it feel, Kakuka?
Oh, I'm loving this. AC, yo, Sadak, didn't he? What was it? 22 and what?
Yeah, I think he went 21 and 9 against G2.
So
he dropped bombs like 300 plus ACS. That's ridiculous. I guess EMEA is just on top in EWC right now.
We're in EMEA, is what it is.
Yeah, over on the B stream, huge win there for them. We have a guest coming in just a little bit, but let's flip it on over to the Sentinels' point of view. A close game, and we've seen them come back from 0-1s before. However, they don't have the opportunity to do that in a best of one. So, you know, we had Rob Moore on earlier here, Baby Bay. Like, how would you try to regroup if you're Sentinels here? Because it's a different format, but it still counts like a series loss.
Yeah, I mean, you got punished by having a slow start again. I mean, you lost both pistols, then you get bonused on the second half, and that's just not what you need to do, especially in a BO1 format. Now, that being said, I don't think it's something to be too upset about. You're going into a BO3 next. Gather your bearings. This is a very experienced team. They were just at Toronto. They made a deep run in a similar fashion, honestly.
Many things happen when you first get into a tournament. We're also in a format that, as we're saying, they're not very used to. It's not like they got destroyed, you know? It was a 14-12, as you're saying, like losing both of the pistols. against an opponent that you haven't played before. You know, like there's too many things on top of each other. Both of you are playing something different, so you don't have a lot of downtime. So I think it's still good for Sentinels, and they're going to be very comfortable in the best of 3 tomorrow.
Yeah, well, we knew that it was going to be a special performance by BBL in this series. We have a highlight here from round 11, the huge clutch that popped off, and all of us back in the studio was like, that was crazy.
Oh, I know
and
what
setting
this
it
is.
up here.
This spray down was just ridiculous. I mean, to find this timing in the first place, but that kill at the end was the icing on the cake. I mean, if we had some kind of award for like spray down of the day, like it's this right here.
Some might say we should make this a sponsor segment. In my opinion, yes, it would be a great sponsor segment because Sociable, right, in our region, Sociable has been around for a very long time, but this is the first year that he's in Tier 1. So he's like, we have
the old rookie, right?
Yes, we have like the oldest rookie because he's 29, but yet still he counts as a rookie, right?
Of course.
Seeing him throughout the year playing with the Tejo when it was like very predominant in most of the regions, it was definitely a pleasure. We've seen a lot of flexibility from him, even on the chamber and all of these agents. So also seeing that he was playing the way that he was on the Omen. We saw him many times playing outside of the pack, just by himself, making the plays. It really is a good player, a very good asset to have on your team.
All right, well, that was just one series. Again, we are a dual stream tournament so far because we have so many of the best teams around the world here. Let's take a look from the B stream. We have a clip here from that last series. I believe it was DRX and XLG, and DRX taking care of business. They had a rookie themselves in freeing, and on the B stream, we got a update from the guy saying freeing pretty good.
Oh, Flicker. Yeah, Flicker.
Oh, Flicker, pretty good. Sorry.
Yeah. It just killed me. I mean, DRX and Tier 2 talent. I mean, I don't know what else to say about it. It's just they just snag anybody up that's good. And
I'm so excited to see DRX. I think that is always an absolute blessing to have Mako in any tournament. I think he's always been a fan favorite. Oh, and the stage actually looks sick on the other side as well. So I'm really excited because, correct me if I'm wrong, but we are going to be seeing them playing later in our stream. So we'll be able to, see them play and actually analyze them and everything.
That's right. The winners will be playing in the best of threes later on. So a huge win there for DRX and trying to get back on track. The Pacific region just really stacked right now with so many great teams. Even the last Masters winner in T1 not here because of how huge that pool is right now. All right, great pickup there by DRX. They get the victory. XLG will move down to lower bracket and will play tomorrow. BBL get themselves a victory over Sentinels. What a start to the tournament. 2 overtimes on the main stream. We're a little worried about the other stream getting a little too far behind, but now we're synced right back on up. It's been such a great start here, Kakuka.
Yeah. Everything's working. I believe that next we have like Energy Heretics. It's okay. Another win for EMEA. So it's going to be a beautiful day, guys.
Great, get in there, man. We're going to ran over.
It's going to be a blast. Just stick with us.
I would be surprised if it didn't go OT as well. I mean, with the way that things have been going on this A stream, it's just OT after OT, and on the B stream, it's just a complete blowout. So I hope it goes into OT. I'm going to be rooting for my NRG boys. I mean, I might be a little biased there, but I still think that Heretics have a lot.
And strong, okay? So we still claim that.
Yes, but Heretics, they have a lot to prove after what happened in Toronto. So I'm sure that match is not going to be, it's not going to be an easy Heretics to play against. They're going to go crazy.
Definitely not. Another NA versus EU matchup after this short break will set you up for NRG versus Heretics. Welcome back to Valorant at Esports World Cup. Joining us back on in his big time alongside Kukuka and myself, and a special guest joining us right after his victory. It's Yampi. Congratulations on the win against Sentinels, brother. How you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling awesome. It was an incredible win, tougher than we expected, but it's a very good experience for everyone. It's a new stage for us as a whole team. So getting a very tight match and experiencing the nerves when you are leading and still managing the win, it's a great feeling for sure.
How do you feel about the fact that it went to OT? I think that especially there in the later rounds, there were some great individual performances from the side of Sentinels. You guys were being shut down, and sometimes, the plans were not really there from you.
Yeah, I think so. I think we maybe forced it a little bit too much, just trying to finish the game too early instead of taking our time with the strats and stuff, because that's what happens when you get under pressure. And I think Icebox is not that tactically incredible map that you can do a lot of different stuff. So
you like it so much?
Yeah. So it's a lot of individual plays, especially. And I think when the pressure are high, especially in OT, it just who makes less mistakes usually wins it. And yeah, they had some great individual plays, but I think we did also.
So to follow up on that, you guys are well known as a very explosive team. Is Icebox a map that you really wanted this best of one to go to? Because obviously both teams have a lot of bans. Did you feel comfy there? Was that what you were hoping for?
Yeah, this was a comfort pick for us. It's a very good way to start the tournament, I think, Icebox, because it's it's a lot of micro things rather than... So it's a good to warm up those things. Yeah. Yes, it's a very good warm-up, especially because it's a new stage. You don't know how everything works, how you hear and stuff, and then you just try to focus on the micro plays, how you communicate under pressure, how do you peak angles and this, and Icebox is a very good map to test those things.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask, I don't know if you saw before, but Sentinels rated you guys as C tier heading into this tournament.
It put you at B and then moved it down to C. It was a little BM, but you were saying earlier that you felt pretty confident coming into the series.
Yeah, we felt confident. I think a lot of people... Of course, maybe we don't have the biggest names as you think, but I think in EMEA everybody knows that we have beaten. There is only 2 teams we lost this year so far, it's Liquid and Heretics. And in EMEA we have known, how good we are, and I think a lot of people don't know, and I think that's fine. If they don't follow EMEA, probably I wouldn't also, but...
You can show them.
Yeah, exactly. I was very confident going against Sentinels, our preparation and watching their VODs and everything, and yeah, I was good.
You speak about being confident, but going into today, were you concerned at any point that, some of the performances of people that do not have the experience that you have? Levin had an amazing performance. We know that especially when he's on the jet, on an absolute next level. Did you expect this performance from him?
Yeah, for sure. I think we have had a good preparation because you need to also prepare mentally, right? Especially, for someone like him, it's the first international tournament for him, and we just try to tell that, those guys are no other people than you play in practice. How does it differ from, let's say, we play practice against top EU teams? It's no different. Just go do your thing and trust it. I think the biggest things that teams need to have is trust. You trust each other, you trust the people who's next to each other, and if you fail, then you fail together. And I think it's just a mental thing.
When it came to, I guess, the best of one aspect of things, and you said Icebox was comfortable and you kind of knew what to expect, was the thought about saving strats? Did it cross your mind? I see a little smile there.
yeah, for sure. We're saving those tactically maps later. We're saving those tactically more maps for later. But yeah. But yeah, also I think what helped us was double pistol, because I think pistol runs the best of one. You win double pistol, you win bonus, and we got a big lead, so it's super important. Also momentum-wise, it's just a one map, so you can't really reset that much. Oh, incredible kills.
Yeah. You were definitely helping in those pistol rounds. Then when it got to the middle, so some shakiness here and there, but again, your teammates were doing great.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit about the composition, or do you want to keep that to yourself? Why you decided to swap slightly things around?
I can't even remember what we played previously.
The Tejo and
it's just a change. Yeah, I think it's just a change from the Tejo meta right now, and we were thinking a lot of. I think that's a pretty common comp right now because they also changed. They played Gecko KO before, and they also changed to the same comp. So I think it's a very defaultish comp right now to play the Omen, and it's very good, double smokes. Yeah, he loves it. Trust me, he loves it.
All right, big time. I'm going to ask you a question here with Yampi's input. They're up against DRX now. What do you see DRX having maybe an advantage over BBL? And then
give me some tips.
Look, I mean, I'm a DRX fanboy, but I mean, I think that the thing is, how do you see DRX? I think that's the biggest thing. You've not played against them internationally before. Is there anybody on that roster that you think might be giving you guys trouble? Anyone you're going to give a bit of extra focus to? Because that's also a team with a staggering amount of firepower.
Yeah, I think they're going to match us very well with those. I think tactically, didn't see anything. I think maybe a little bit better than Sentinels just on macro-wise in some maps. But other than that, I think just managing to play or adapting maybe rather than playstyle. Of course, it's a little bit different, but what we have seen, I don't. Let's see.
All right. That was a respectful one. We're expecting a little bit of fire there. Also, don't let you be fooled. Big Time did not answer our question. Now let's set up for another matchup. Yet another NA versus EU matchup. It is Heretics versus NRG. As Heretics come on in with the brothers Boo, Mini Boo, Benji, Fishy, Woot, and Rianz. Give us some insight here on
what do you want to know? Ask me anything.
I mean, Los Niños, who is the explosive one that you want to see pop off in this game?
So if you're thinking about double duelists, you need to think about Woot and Miniboo. If the man on your screen, Rianz, is the ultimate initiator, this is Miniboo, one of the duelists that I was speaking of, and obviously the younger brother to Boo, who is another player, controller, and he is also the IGL. And to round out things up, you have Benji Fishy. And I think that the story with Benji Fishy playing his inaugural match here in EWC against NRG, being NRG, I believe he was the first org that he had, or definitely an org that he was part of when he was still playing in Fortnite, because he's still a kid. I think it's so sweet. And he was also very spoken out in socials about how cool it is that this is how life has turned out to be for him.
Yeah, but when you think about Heretics, what comes to mind?
I think the firepower and the individual skill for sure. I think that's what can win, because they have a lot of players. I think all of them can just take over a one map, and I think that's one of the strengths. But also it's sometimes a weakness, because if they have players that are not hitting their shots, I think they struggle. And I think it's the way things went in the EMEA final and Toronto, I think they are very hyped to get back and show themselves, because I think a lot of people are doubting them, because going to Toronto, I think people were, had high expectations of them because of last year and also how what they have showed, and then they kind of failed there. So I think it's a very big stage for them to show what they are capable of.
Yeah, definitely. All right, and their opponents on the opposite side, it is the new look NRG, Sam, Scuba, Mata, Brock, and Ethan. Again, life after FNS steps away. They're trying to figure out what they're doing here. NRG has been such a staple in the Americas region, but now an opportunity to play in international.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it feels like they were finally kind of finding their form. They had a little bit of a rocky stage one, but in that EWC qualifiers, things seem to look a lot more stable for them. They're looking to carry forward a lot of that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing this roster, not seeing Finesse here, it's kind of weird, but Ethan has a little bit of experience, IGL, and I think that he has a lot of growth in him. To me, I'm looking obviously at players like Sam and him and Ethan for the experience, but I think it's way more important to think about the other three players and the inexperience that they have. Very big names for the tier 2 scene there in NA that I think could and should be the ones making a difference today.
Yeah, all right, same question. When you think about NRG, and especially this new look, how do you feel about it? What are the last? This is great.
No, I mean, I haven't watched. I didn't watch any of their EWC games. I know Ethan and Som from before, and Mada, but other than that, I haven't really watched their games. So I mean, they have a big name, so they should be good. And I think for them, it's a good preparation. And also Bonkar is back, right?
The big name is Bonkar.
Yes, Bonkar is back on the coaching, so he's always done well. So yeah, they should be doing good.
I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here. I want a score prediction from you between these two teams. Who do you think wins and what's the score?
2-0 Heretics and 13-3 and 13-4.
All right. Well, there you have it. It is 0-2 so far for Americas. And we saw in that last one, EU getting the victory there. All right, let's see what happens here into the third series of the day. It is NRG. It is Heretics. Let's get to it.
VALORANT at the Esports World Cup has got off to a tremendously competitive start here in Riyadh. Most recently, we just saw BBL pick up their first ever win at an international event on their debut. Incredible stuff, Fancy.
That's right, and so far we had 3 matches down on A stream and B stream, and we still have so much more to go as the stakes are only getting higher as we head into our next match. And for the next team, they had a tough time in Toronto, but they are looking to make a very good impression here in Riyadh. Please welcome Team Heretics.
Good stuff.
Their opponents have struggled this season, but they're looking to make EWC mark the start of a new chapter. It's Gen.G. Time for our next group stage best of 1. Our teams are ready. Let's get into it.
Well, you know, Tom, I'm not usually one to doubt Yumpy, but the 2-0 prediction is a bold play. He said 13-3 and 13-4 to Heretics. They'll struggle to meet those expectations, not just because the team on the other side is a stacked roster, but also because this is a best of 1. Someone should tell Yumpy he didn't just play a BO3.
It was, you know, it went to OT. It was a little bit long. It just didn't realize that the map didn't change. Right? Yeah, I got a little bit lost in the source, but it's all right. We're going to be heading our way over to Lotus. And I have to say, this is another matchup. I think we're blessed, especially when it comes to the A stream, that there are a lot of games I look at to be competitive. Of course, we've had OT, and now we head into Lotus where, again, like it's another squad, this time coming from the North American side, who haven't necessarily had the opportunity to make it to the stage this year. They have some very experienced players mixed in with some young talent, and then they ran it through the qualifier, looking incredibly good. I think beating out 100 Thieves eventually in the grand final. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this team has to offer, maybe that little bit more of a honeymoon period, whereas on the other side of things, we know that Heretics last year, if anything, they were the kings of the honeymoon period, went on a crazy run all the way through the year. This year, they haven't been able to replicate it. And that's where things get a little bit more interesting for me, because we know this squad has some of the heaviest hitters in the world, like the likes of Woot and Arians in the Turkish duo, the brothers Boo, and of course, no one's going to forget Benji Fishy, but we haven't seen it to the level that we saw it last year. So I think that going into a best of 1, we need them to start hot, because, yeah, as we've already witnessed in the earlier matchup, you can end up sent down to that lower bracket game, and who knows who's going to be meeting them.
Who knows who'll be crushing your key if you do end up down there. Now, we talked about underdogs in that previous matchup, and we painted BBL as a dark horse, one that could take it across the line. But that's a team that was 1 game away from making it to Toronto. Almost hit that international stage before EWC. For NRG, they are not in that boat. They didn't even come close to hitting the last Masters, but they battled their way through the qualifier. 7 matches in total played there, 1 loss, and then they swept their way back up. It was an unbelievable display, and I think you have to look back at that run that they've had and think, does that momentum, does that experience give them an edge coming into this? Yeah. At least in terms of bridging the gap against the squad as experienced as Heretics.
But that's the thing. Heretics, obviously they made it to Toronto, but it was one of those scenarios where they end up being defeated by two teams that end up right in the late stages. You have the likes of Wolves beating them. The only thing that worried me was that I think it was versus PaperX, they got battered 13-1. So there's not something you expect to see from them in the early stages. So they definitely can start that little bit slow. Of course, we do have the sort of different ideas, but with sort of similar variations. The main talking point that I think we'll bring up, of course, though, is that lack of a Sentinel. It's always a little bit more interesting when teams run that style on the side of Heretics, especially when you have someone like a Benji Fishy, who is such a sort of brilliant Sentinel player. I think not having him as that sort of C-site lock on the defensive side is going to be an interesting talking point.
Yeah, it's definitely, in terms of the compositions that are in front of us, I'd lean a little bit more towards NRG's comp. I think it's very hard to play this map without that dedicated Sentinel, and I'm curious to see what Heretics are going to do to bridge that information gap. Miniboo's aggression, something to keep an eye on, and I think for NRG, yes, they come in as the underdog. Yes, they bombed out in Americas. I think they were 7th to 8th, like as low as you can go, attempting to play limbo in the region. But when it came to that qualifier, we saw a new face. We saw them battle off against almost all of the competition and win the majority of their matchups. Bonkar in the coaching slot, as Yumpy said, it's hard to doubt that man. He's always someone that delivers. I
think as well, like I think we have to take a look at the difference of like Boo, who's now been like that IGL for a very long time, a role that he's happy and almost seems to desire to take. Whereas on the other side, okay, sure, I know Finesse is watching, but I don't want to flame here. His stats may not be the best, but when you get to a stage, that's where an IGL like Finesse is really going to bring you value. So I'm looking at Ethan to see if he can sort of maybe bring that extra little bit of hype, that extra little bit of individual brilliance, and if those strategies from Big Bonker are going to be there as well.
Well, only time will tell as we've gotten into our first round. Barriers up, and Miniboo already tagged a little bit more, but the wall is absorbing a lot of that damage. He'll make it back to the far reaches of the B site, away from his opposition. As NRG just embed one player. It'll be Mata left around that smoke for a little bit as the rest of the squad rotates to make use of this Viper wall and take space towards that A site. But Mata's not going to have an easy time. They're immediately looking to put the pressure on. He has evaded their sights, though.
Yeah, this could be a problem. They're going to walk directly into each other. It's not the prettiest of fights, but most importantly, it will be that opening pick. And now they're looking to try and wrap back around the double initiator on this side of the map. You might be looking at a fade, but for Woot, that's almost definitely a secondary duelist. Never mind, it's Riyadh to do the work, but Ethan has still kept them firmly in control. Only Boo left standing, and he will walk into the grass with the opposing IGL as well. Solid start for NRG, and as we saw in the last map, those pistols in best of ones, Yumpy, are crucial.
Yeah, no, they really are. Giving you that leg up, I mean, it's a big reason.
I just realized, he talked about that on the desk. He was like, yeah, you know, we won both pistols, we got there, and in best of ones, that's huge, and then goes, it'll be a 2-0.
2-0, 13-3, 13-4. Well, it's not off to a great start, really, for him. He said it was going to be Heretics winning dominantly. He thought that if NRG had 2 maps, they'd only be able to put together 7 rounds. And already there's 1 on the board. Team Heretics left down to Classics. And NRG not looking to take any risks. The Vice wall to cover their back, and a much more direct approach as they walk up on this wall, use the reveal. Well, maybe not even. Yeah, they've abandoned the reveal. It will just be a straight contact play towards the A site. And if Woot can find anything here, I'd be surprised.
Yeah, I definitely like the Vice for them here, especially when you look at the comp that's on the other side. You know, especially on the defense, you're up against 2 initiators and a Neon. It kind of has to be aggressive. You have to go pushing, you have to take space, or just try and play the retake as a group, but that's never going to be easy going into a Vice post plant. So I think that compositionally, I definitely favor NRG going into this matchup. Mata, of course, wanting to try and get towards that showstopper. He's not too far away. A few kills here could be massive, and already 2 of them have actually been caught by the Seas, but he's not looking to over-aggress.
Oh, the stuns have hit him hard, but flashbacks get him out of there. Scuba and Ethan providing the cover. You really see the difficulty with those weaker weapons in converting any of those fights. Just the one to be found. Yeah, a lot of damage, but the kills don't come in, and it's NRG walking away with 4 players alive.
Yeah, solid start. Really all they needed in terms of their finance building, but now is where things should get a little bit more interesting. As said though, like I'm intrigued to see, like, with that double initiator Neon, how much aggression we're really going to see from this squad. Of course, like taking that sort of A control over towards the rubble, it is somewhat expected. Also, it seems like Benji's going to have to be quite proactive over on C just to make sure that he's not getting aggressed on. So there'll be a lot of opportunities for NRG in these sort of early fights. And you can already see it. Push for the orb. Moving towards the Rolling Thunder. And that space has been garnered. But NRG are just being patient. Just waiting out the smoke.
Yeah, with a reveal coming in from Ethan towards that C site, you're hoping maybe that there's over-aggression on A, that they walk up into the waiting arms of Mata and the several other players around there. But that hasn't happened. It's a much more passive rotation from Team Heretics, using that Neon for the sprint all the way around through the spawn. It has left A much lighter. As they attempt to get info outside B, it is ultimately Boo that's isolated and about to be heavily pressured. He's landed one, a headshot through the wall, but Mata still draws breath. The gun is still there, and they will be diving into this A site very, very soon. I think he spotted a few.
Well, this seems like Mata's a little bit cursed. He's been dinked, then spammed. Of course, the gun's been upgraded. There's still 4 rifles as they started with, but now that time is starting to tick, and they want to try and get in towards the A side. The delay, though, from this defensive side has been fantastic. They're walking straight into the blender, as all that is left is Som. He's going to need one hell of a stream highlight to get out of this one.
A little bit of damage done to Rienz and Boo, but look at the firing squad with Boo ready to swing after. That's a beautiful setup, and even though he lands the first shot, there was no chance of him getting out of there unscathed. That is a round now on the board for Team Heretics.
Yeah, and I think another player is always worth mentioning is Miniboo. Like, how he gets off to starts in games can be the difference between him being the best player in the server and the worst. It really is like a 50-50 split, and I think the guy he's up against in Mata always seems to be pretty consistent with those numbers. Someone that's definitely a hot prospect within North America at the moment. So if they do manage to shut down Miniboo, he might just be able to run riot. For now, it is going to be that repatch. Of course, the last was a bonus. Ethan already managing to get that Nightfall from the early picks he found. And without having that Sentinel utility on the C site, it seems like it's free for the taking.
Yeah, I mean, you're always going to have that good delay with Viper, but once the orb goes down, you sense that little bit of space. Snakebite and orb back up, buys a little bit more time, and now there's a stun lined up from Rienz. Is that going to be Miniboo diving through on contact? The stun to completely disrupt the push. It's a dangerous setup, but NRG are being quite hesitant. Despite having the Vice wall there, they left a player behind to watch that B push up. And they're really not giving anything away with Heretics. I mean, still sat in the right position, still having this trap set up on C. I think the hope from NRG is that they would have pulled back, and this ultimate on A is for that exact purpose, but they're not moving out of position.
Benji's been tagged so desperately low. Mata's done well on the opener. And then brought quickly able to trade. They're going to make the flip back towards the B side. The thing is, there is still a player waiting around this angle. That is Wu, trying to delay them as much as possible, but the snakebite is solid. The B push from Brock has led to his demise, and because of that, Heretics don't want to overface it. They don't want to try and re-aggress before they can get the full force of their squad in position. With no ultimates available for either side, be a stalemate for the moment.
And they've got that Viper orb up towards the B connector into C. Ethan stunned up on the way back through. That's a great stun lineup from Rienz, but Scuba manages to pick one coming out of heaven. Makes it a little bit easier for Som, who then only had to win his 1v1. And with those kills connected, NRG are back to winning ways.
Yeah, solid hold. Like, it started well in the retake, being able to clear Ethan with relative ease, but just being able to hold on to that late angle, having the cover, as you said, for his teammate. And then just the late round catch as the Poison Orb does his work. Some nice shots from Scuba. Obviously, that new player coming in. Important to see that while he's now on the stage, because of course the qualifier was online. It wasn't having to sit with your opponents across, of course. Yet to have people in the arena just yet. Maybe that adds an extra layer of pressure, and I'm sure you're already happy, Mitch, seeing that Odin on the attack side.
Oh, I love to see it. It hasn't landed the damage, but it did send players backwards. Nice showstopper landed. Benji Fishy down. Rien's drops, and they know that he's here. They're ready for the fight.
Really?
Rien's putting the ult through. This is a 2 versus 4. He's basically alone on this site and feels confident to take the battle, but they have overwhelmed him with the numbers. That feels like a bit of an overcommitment, and now Boo's left in a 1v3. They want this round. They've already committed a lot to it.
My man just went for a 1v4 site hold, maybe thinking that they weren't as far into the site as they were, so he could reclaim some of that space and potentially buy time for Boo, but that was, yeah, it was one hell of a bold ultimate. Maybe not valuing it as highly as we do and just thinking, all right, I could throw this in and try and be the hero, but I think Boo has made the realization that there really isn't a way back into this site. A big round for NRG to take to get that 4-1 start onto the board, but yeah, also removing one of the few ultimates that were available. And with the finances now in the bin for Heretics, this is a fantastic start for NRG.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is about as good as that round could have went for them. A 2 versus 4 Rolling Thunder. You gotta scratch your head and wonder, like, what was the idea? Like you said, maybe he thought they weren't in that deep, but even still, that is an ambitious play. The showstopper that opened it up did well. And it's always good to see. Oh yes.
I will say, if it was anyone else, I'd probably be quite angry, but because it's Rien's, I also had a moment of thought where I was like,
he's gonna do this.
He could kill 4 people. I think if you've been a follower of Heretics, which if you haven't, where have you been? You've become a fan of Rien. Definitely one of the best initiator players in the world. Probably has some of the best first bullet accuracy and crosshair placement in the world at the same time. But the success of the Mini Boo Whoop combo, I don't think it's quite been hitting the same as last year. They had moments like that, like a 5 or 6 game streak. Come on, speaking of Mini Boo, he's got to now try and do it all. Isolated by the wall. Neon ult popped. He's hoping that eventually it disappears. The problem is, his ult will disappear with it.
Yeah, they fought so much time. Even at the start of the round, the Odin spam stopped them pushing up, then the wall trip, then the vines. There's just no way for that aggression to come through on the A site, but they've taken a while to redirect this towards C. It means, again, there's going to be pressure on. And with that utility there for Gen.G Fishy, he almost goes down to the spam, but he buys them a lot of time. The Snakebite Orb, you cannot get past that. And NRG are left with no choice but to look for control elsewhere. The thing is, though, Tom, you look at that mini-map, and Heretics have put all their eggs in one basket, essentially. That C site,
well,
not
look what
being
Miniboo's got. It's a classic. That's it. He's just got a classic and some shield. So if he gets anything here, it'll be a miracle. He needs a kill him to get the gun, and Ethan is methodical. The other players were left to run past as he'll look to clear, and now they even head back into the B side as well. Brock is, this is what you call an extensive pre-fire. He is making sure no angle is left unchecked. I don't see any real hope in this round unless somehow they could disrupt this plant. Not a bad idea. I won't lie, I didn't even really know that was an option.
Yeah. That wall is very wall bangable. But it's not going to work out. No plant denial, no time bought, and Brock is just having a field day, man. He's having fun with that Odin. The big gun ringing out in the ears of Team Heretics as the rounds continue to climb up in favor of NRG. Now looking at a 5-1 scoreline if Rien's can't pull off a crazy clutch. And he will wallbang the Odin, but there are still 4 players left to deal with. A double flank coming around, and I don't think he even has a chance of getting out with this gun.
Don't you dare!
Yes!
Oh, okay, well, Sub's having fun at least. He trades out his rifle, picks up the Odin, and then just spams him through the wall. Disgusting stuff. Yeah, that hot start is carrying on for the side of NRG. We mentioned it. You can get the momentum in these sort of games. It really becomes irrelevant who is considered the favorite, especially when you go into maps after an extended break, especially for their side. They played the qualifier and then were sat back watching Toronto. They've had loads of time to sort of figure out what they want to be running on this map, and hey, it looks like they are here and ready to compete, and it seems like, I'm going to assume this is going to be a tactical pause for Heretics. At least if it's not, it should be.
It's not even the dedicated usage of the Odin by Brock, which is commendable. The fact that Psalm picks it up there in the end and sprays through, it's having me question my reality, Tom. Am Am I a fan of a North American team? No, it can't be. It can't possibly be. They're starting to pick up rounds, though. They've got momentum, and it's Heretics with the tactical pause. A desperate need for them to get back on the horse here. We mentioned it. This is a squad that comes in as favorites, and because Gen.G made that big run through the qualifier, I have a little bit more faith. But regionally, they don't even compare the performances that they've had this year. This should be a Heretics matchup, and right now, they're barely on the board.
But yeah, you go back to the group stage of EMEA, and they were flawless. They literally didn't lose a match. In fact, the only team that could defeat them was Fnatic, and then they head over to Masters. And sure, I think you look at the end result of Wolves and you go, oh, it should have been them winning. But I think at the start of the tournament, nobody would have expected that. Minibu at least has started off well. Steel Garden will quickly remove his gun, but he does have teammates to support. This at least gives the space, or at least you think it does. Never mind. The defenders are coming back swinging, getting into their face. The Odin again, and now Scuba strikes one more time. He might not have the most kills, but talk about impact. And Minibu, the man who started it all off, is going to be left solo. Probably having absolutely no idea what ground has been lost. A decent read, but he's got to get the timing just right, and he does. That's one to his name. Brock, well, he knows what gun is on the other side, but he doesn't have a clue where he is.
He's just stood here. 45 seconds left on the clock. He hasn't even picked up the spike. He's just waiting for Minibu to walk on through, positioned with the big machine gun and taking his head clean off.
All right.
Wall bangs from Vandals, and Odin posted up, just holding the angle.
I'm not an Odin fan.
I'm loving what I'm seeing
I'm going to go out
here.
there and say I'm not an Odin fan, but that is an alpha male. That's a man who stands his ground. He stares death in the eye, and he's done it. By the way, he's done that every time. He's gone running around corners. He's gone like, and then the second it gets into like a late round, he's just like, he's coming this way. I'm fully convinced. I'm not going to even look at other direction. He's coming this way.
I'm going to bring a damn tear to my eye soon if they keep this up. This is beautiful. This is cinema. Gen.G. I'm going to have to get one of these jerseys. God damn. 6-1. Already a huge attacking side built up here. Top fragger is the Odin player, of course, as it should be.
This is the thing, mate. Obviously, you've been saying a lot this event that you're not so much on stream, but that you're a big fan of racing. Would you say their jersey is orange or papaya? Would you say papaya or orange?
Isn't that a fruit?
So just so you know, that was a reference to Formula One, which you didn't get.
No, I'm more into rally racing.
Ah, okay, of course.
Hard left into easy right. You know, that's more my pace. Colin McRae. Here's Mata up top. He's managed to drift his way into the site, revving up the engine of Gen.G as they look to take this one across the line yet again. And it's the C site that's completely given up. An attempt for Minibu to pick them as they walk on through. And he's landed a nice shot at that. But still, so many weaknesses for Team Heretics. They've got little guns, and Brock still has that big one.
I think that's going to be your highlight of the day, no matter what happens. Nice shots from Sob. Brock can add another to the death toll. Well, this is looking like one team has come into this as an underdog, and it's not Gen.G. They are absolutely frying on this attack side, and well, that still very young squad of Heretics are just not showing up yet. Like, you've had a moment here or two. Benji, we mentioned it. They don't have that Sentinel. He's been struggling. Other than the snake bites for delay, individually, he's just not been there. Wu, when they were on their run, be it at Masters last year or Champions last year, he was one of the pinnacle players. He was the guy that everybody was talking about. Even talking about, you got to get rid of BB. You need this guy on Julius. Well, right now, he's just not there.
Well, man, I mean, it's 7-1. No one's there. A couple picks every now and then, but
Brienz
the rounds
is kind of
rumble.
Brienz is always kind of there, though. On Nightfall already. This seems to be an ult that Ethan is consistently moving towards, forcing Rienz completely back off the site. Viper's Pit actually used to block off the cross as well. They would have to go in from a singular direction, and because of that, Som's already claimed that space. They are making this incredibly awkward for the defense to retake.
Brock's the one holding close. An Odin in a pit. Really disgusting to have to fight back through. There's almost no choice but to make it up through heaven. Late play going to be attempted by Benji Fishy to lurk through that pit. Woot finding two. Okay, now we're on the board. Now it's looking doable. That might just draw the eye, but the Odin spam inside the pit proves too deadly. In goes Benji Fishy, dropping the pit and leaving Brock alone, but he's landing another on 6 HP, trying to bait the player off the defuse, and by now he knows he's done it. Time on his side as it ticks away. Attempted spray is good. The time desperately low, and it's 0.1 of a second in it. Oh, what an attempt by Brock. But not quite good enough.
He can't win them all. And well, you speak about Woot being quiet. And he can't hear me. I'll tell you he can't hear me. But it feels like he can. Because that was a lovely round from him. One that they desperately needed. Of course, we normally put this to the attack side. We lean it in that direction. I don't even think he knew if he'd got that or not.
He was a little unsure.
Then again, if you're counting to the 0.1s, I think you need to get a life.
Jack Alligo could do it.
Yeah, Hypok would be talking about the little bubble. You know, the little bubble. Yeah. That's what you need to look for, the bubble.
Well, the second round for Heretics, but it is a thin margin by which they've managed to claim it. And the TP from Psalm into spawn, they're looking for him. They think maybe he's gone to the back of A site. Benji's worried as well. Pops the pit here. And the whole idea was to push towards this site.
Real trouble.
I mean, he's gotten himself up on the boxes. Even with the classic here, the snakebite's going to buy him a bit of time. I thought he'd be in good form, but Matt has picked him off immediately. Great read.
Nightfall earned in the last round by Woot. Going to delay them a little bit. They don't have any flank available, but they're going to throw in the Rolling Thunder. They're putting everything in here to try and stop NRG, and what might just be working. Boo combining with Woot, leaving this down, but Scuba, he's been so good in the most crucial rounds, and while we don't even need to talk about Brock at this point, you know what he's doing. 40 seconds left, Spike on the deck, but considering one of these teams has just used multiple ultimates to delay, the fact that this is still a 2v2, it's a very scary prospect.
They're going to go swinging through that smoke, but the reposition from Miniboo, it's perfect. The timing here couldn't be better as he gets his way up to the box. Boo's almost gone down to that spam. He's now 30 HP, 15 seconds as they push their way. They've spotted Miniboo on the side, but the brothers combined to take this one across the line. Heretics just about getting the win there. They committed so much to that retake, though.
Yeah, I think they felt like it was necessary. Like, you consider the amount that they currently had in their back pockets in terms of finances after only Woot survived in the last round. Like, they couldn't afford to lose this one, and it came incredibly close. Like, the swing through the smoke at the end looked like it really could have gone either way, and I'm still massively impressed with what we're seeing from the likes of Scuba, especially in these sort of later rounds. It just seems to get more and more deadly as the clock ticks by. Even still, though, the thing you have to remember, we've seen this in both games that have been on the A stream. You have that sort of underdog, get that early start to run away with it, looking like they're going to have a solid half, and maybe they lose just a couple of rounds towards the end, and that's enough to give a window. We know that going into the attack, you're going to have that Neon double initiator. There'll be a lot of setup around Miniboo, so I think it's actually fairly important that we don't see this slip away. And you know what? I'll give you something. I'm going to give you a window here, because I know, as does most people, you are a bit of a hater when it comes to America's team. Their coaching staff is European.
That explains it. That explains
I'm British. Oh, sorry.
I've always said it's all about the players on the server, Tom. They're the ones doing the heavy lifting.
You like their head coach, right? Bonka. You can't have a problem with Bonka.
No, who has a problem with Bonka?
No one.
Who could? But I got to say, I'm a big fan of Brock. He is firing on all cylinders here with this Odin.
Does he need to add a couple more R's in the name?
Yeah, he really does. He really does. Brock! Unreal. Seeing this level of play with the big old gun. They've walked through B. I'm not sure. I mean, we talked about it. Not playing with a Sentinels. Can they leave you gaps? And an okay, you have Odin spams. You've got Showstopper opening. You've got deep push through from Psalm, who's going to get an easy pick. And he is not even the tip of the spear. That's being driven into their back as a huge rotation comes in from Scuba, who's just now being spotted. Miniboo looked at him and looked away. He was like, oh, it must be a teammate. Yeah, but why is he red? That's A shocking round from NRG, who just get gifted all this space.
He was about to call a tech pause. He's like, yeah, I think I'm seeing the enemy, or my teammates as enemies. Wu's done well, though. A fight that, well, could have turned things back, but Wu immediately falls, and you can just see the change up in positions. NRG are playing a fantastic game strategically. The round beginning was almost perfect, just a hard read on where their opponents have been playing. The wraparound was sublime, but the second it gets into the late round, they are not giving anything away. Boo has got to go hunting for these remaining players, and even if he managed to get the first, there was another just around the corner. A fantastic round from the side of NRG. And while under pressure right now are Team Heretics, because that's a gap you can't leave, and that's a gap that if you have a Sentinel is not left. That doesn't happen. Either you have a complete lockdown on C and you can grant more space, but you could see there they gambled an extra player onto the C side because of how much they've been struggling.
Yeah, the C side's been difficult to hold. They need that 3-player stack up for the early A aggression. And then that just, yeah, it leaves a gap. And fair play to NRG for feeling that gap out so well. But they were probably expecting a fight at some stage. And it must have been laughing when it's just handed over to them. And the round comes on the back of it. For Team Heretics, that's a very disappointing round to lose as well. You're now in the last round of the half, all your credits put on the line, and look what you get for it. It's scraps. It's the discount bin. And for Team Heretics, 4 rounds? Hell, I guess if Devi was on the server, he'd be like, let's lose this one, guys. Let's get the 9-3 in. It's an easy win, but I'm not sure how confident Heretics can be. NRG seem to be hitting their stride here.
Yeah. They've been playing fantastically well, and well, with their Sentinel being one of their best attack side players with an Odin, I dare to think what we're about to see going into the defense from Brock, but nonetheless, who's still up close? Has the weapon for these close-range battles, but he's about to be swarmed. A single kill would be nice. You know what? He's done well, but he doesn't have the bullets to play with. Immediately traded out by Mada for what he had. That's not bad. It's at least a 1-for-1. That's not, though. Rien's normally sublime with the pistols, but he doesn't even get a chance to shoot Miniboo. He's found a gap. He's found an angle. He's found a chance to maybe take this home, but it's the Odin that puts him down. And now Brock, this round maybe should have been put to bed already. He's going to be left into that 1v1. Here's the steps coming, but has to now reposition. Time.
10 seconds left.
Needs to get that down. He will do. Gen.G hasn't managed to do as much as he'd like, but he will force him into an awkward position. It will at least be a 4th round coming home for Team Heretics.
A very much needed round for Heretics. They do it with the weak weapons. It was a great early fight towards Rubble. That little bit of space felt out as well in the wraparound gives them a chance, but still trailing by 4 as we leave the first half. We'll see how the second goes after the halftime.
Be kidding me.
Well, 4 rounds for Team Heretics exiting that first half, and some of them were very close indeed. One down to 0.1 of a second for that Heretic squad. They might just have given themselves enough of a buffer to fight their way back into this map. But the pistol round may tell us how things are going to go. If Gen.G take that, the lead will be extended, and they'll be on the home stretch before Heretics have made it off the starting block.
I'll go back to the desk with Yumpy once again. He said that he knew, obviously, I think he said Ethan, Som, and Mada. Those were the 3 he knew. I think after today, he'll probably know the other 2 a little bit better, because we have seen some madness from Brock and Scooper for very, very different reasons. But both have been massive parts of this lead that have been built for the side of Gen.G, as you mentioned. An important pistol, a quiet game so far for Benji, but he did win out that clutch to give them that 4th and final round of the last half.
Where's the vice wall? It's in the back of C.
They can't take the spot.
I think that's the first time I've seen that particular wall, and yeah, it's because they're going to give up site, they're going to give up spawn side, and play one towards water, a passive play towards
trapped.
This is it.
I feel like it's going to be Miniboo, but Miniboo's so low, I don't know if he'll want to take this space. If he does, it will end up being quite funny, because they'll probably send some utility through. The only problem is there's only one player on the other side of it, so there's actually a very real chance he wins that battle. Boo, a cheeky corner that hasn't been checked. He's looking for a little bit more there. Oh, no, it's not pretty, but eventually gets the job done. The problem is the defense have taken most of the rest of the site back, leaving Miniboo low on HP. The brothers need to try and drag this pistol home, and Scuba's just been waiting the whole time back of that site. Boo can't hold on, and that is another pistol round in the favor of Gen.G. I'll be honest, I'm super impressed with how they're playing at the moment, Mitch. Like, they look incredibly in control. Like, every single scenario, even when things go a little bit wrong, it seems like they're quick to adapt.
Yeah, no, they had ideas there. Obviously, conceding the spawn space, playing passive towards Waterfall, and just avoiding giving any real foothold for their opposition. And even with a thorn in the side of Boo being tucked behind that box, they're able to win every other fight in time. That the pressure is still on Heretics, despite springing that trap. This is a very unusual look to certainly the first half, even to how Brock is using that Odin. It's a strange style that Gen.G are bringing. That defense setup as well, I do think it's the first time I've seen that, and how they played around it and how they relied on the B&A aggression and trying to take the fight to them. This is a really fun team to watch. I'm excited to see more from Gen.G here in this tournament, but we might not get to see a lot more in this map, because they're running away with this.
This is a buy I'm always quite a fan of. It's Boo to take the hit for little brother. You know, you've always got to give things up, right? When you're the older brother, but he's given over that outlaw in the hope that Miniboo can do as much damage as possible for those pistols, and he's already caught the tag onto Scuba, who's going to have to be that little bit more careful. For the rest, the defense just trying to poke and prod, see if they can get any additional information. Of course, for Gen.G, his role is going to be very different to normal. Of course, he would always be lurking, but now he has to actively hold them. He doesn't have the utility to do it for him as he would on the likes of a Killjoy. Oh, well, this is one of the weirdest battles you're probably ever going to see in round number 2. It's a judge versus an outlaw. And hey, you know there's only 2 shots in an outlaw. The second those goes, it gets troublesome. And the judge, well, it's not going to get
remaining.
That third one. Gen.G Fishy on the lurk of a lifetime. Unfortunately, the spike never went down, so he needs to die.
Yeah, spike didn't go down, but all his teammates
10 seconds left.
So we just running into them, given another orb. They're actually backing off a little bit, but eventually he will be granted the sweet relief of death. Double digits for Gen.G, locked in, 4 players alive as well. This is a solid start to the half, and what could be a quick conclusion to this best of 1. It was Yumpy predicting a 13-3, 13-4 somehow to Team Heretics, and well, they're certainly trailing.
Well, he expected them to get 7 rounds over 2 maps, and they've got 10 rounds in 1. So, yeah, we're not bringing him back for predictions. Unless maybe on a BBL game. I don't know if he would have predicted the OTs, but I'm sure he would have believed that they would win. But now, though, we've said it already for the pistol, but this is a must-win. You're coming in with a buy up against the bonus. The buys don't even look that far apart. That's the worrying thing. Boo, because of the investment of the last round, has to go for a Stinger. Mini Boo's only on a Guardian, so you look at the other side, it's really not that bad. In fact, they'd probably rather have the Outlaw going into this round where everybody on the defense has light shields.
Looks like Team Heretics are still looking for options on where to take this. Pressure applied to B, trying to drag rotations. It's put pressure on Mata. There's going to be point of contact, landing the first. Blast pack thrown deep as he bails on out. And a good reset here with the Viper Wall, providing them a safe haven, the safe way to get back to this A site. No real space for Team Heretics. Granted, movement towards C would be tripping the wall. Still, utility holding off that B push alongside the flash that Vice has down with the Thorns. And there's only 35 seconds left with no real ground taken. Someone's got to make a move.
30 seconds left.
The wall has been tripped, but there's a man sitting on the other side. So someone's going, yeah, your wall's been tripped, but there's no one here. They are definitely going in the other direction. They can look to try and stack up the other side of the map. Alert coming through from that A side, but they will now get in at least to try and get that plant, or at least they should. Eventually, you're going to see Woot make that move. They do have to be careful of those same spams, but he's just about been able to avoid them, and Boo is trying to desperately defend from the 3 players coming through that B link.
Well, this is a round that Heretics need to win. A loss here should be NRG running away with the end of this. That's a huge reveal! Som grabs a double on the back of it. Gen.G Fishy forced back by the Vice Flash. It wasn't destroyed earlier somehow, but he's able to destroy the first player through. Unfortunately, Mata and Brock still drawing breath, easily deal with those last players. And with the defuse across the line, with 3 players left alive for NRG, this looks like the beginning of the end for Team Heretics.
Yeah, he even got a smile out of Ethan. I'm sure probably feeling a decent amount of pressure. Obviously a very experienced player. For someone who's been around such a long time, but still has seemingly quite a while to go left in his career. And that was just such a sick piece of utility. And it always makes you think back to like when he played more aggressive roles, like playing the likes of a Yoru or something like that. It was still all about like the placement of that utility, the pot flashes, everything he used to do on previous rosters. This time it is purely about that reveal. Like that, if that reveal doesn't connect onto anybody, that retakes 10 times harder.
Yeah, and I think you have to look at that, though. Heretics not breaking the reveal, not breaking the Vice Flash, when it had already popped in that same position earlier on. You have to look at that as a disappointment from them, that they made mistakes here and got punished for it. Whee! Nice little lineup. Cross-map orb being thrown. But for Team Heretics, they're left with pistols. A huge disadvantage to play with. Som now the one with the Odin, having a field day, spraying through that A wall. And for Heretics, hope is not something that's easy to come by in a round like this. If Fnatic goes out here, it could be an overextension, but Showstopper pop, it doesn't find anyone. That player was up on Mound, and now Matt is isolated in the corner. They're popping a lot of utility. It's an easy pick, and they'll get it.
Yeah, the thing is there is a response. Ethan's done well. Brock's alongside to eventually give them that man advantage back, and what a sneaky spot from Gen.G. He's going to get caught. Those lurks haven't had the impact he was hoping for. For Boo. Normally you'd talk about a save here, but when you're 11-4 down, there hasn't really been any signs of life into this second half.
30 seconds left.
The worst thing is when they originally went through this, they didn't actually trigger the wall, so they're immediately going to know that he's at least close to this angle. He's going to try and use it to his own advantage. I like the little bit of parkour, but this is the thing that I've said so much about NRG throughout this match so far, is they're so controlled, they're so patient. And I wanted to give the same credit to Mata. Like, Mata throughout this game so far has taken those early battles, but it's not like, you go back to the previous match we casted of Levin. Levin was constantly doubling down and just continuing to push, and the team just accepted the fact that he's going to die, but he might take 3 with him. That's not the case with NRG. They're very happy to just, okay, we have an advantage, we don't need to overface, we can sit back, and it doesn't matter who it is on the team. Everybody is on the same line.
Yeah, it has been a treat to watch this squad playing Valorant here on our stage. 12-4, 8 rounds in a row needed, and I stressed that this was probably the heavier underdog in these matchups. What a resurgence from that stage previously played out in Americas. This squad's come back fighting
Spike down
for their honor. Doing a damn good job of it with Boo left alone, ult used to reposition, but now the spike down, and he's gonna have to fight his way back towards getting it. Being held by Scuba, being flanked out by Brock as well, and no idea where these players have gotten to. The jump found by Scuba, his 3rd of the round, and a solid showing here by NRG today. We have had nothing but OTs on the A stream. That is the most dominant game we've seen so far by a long shot.
But that's the thing, we talked about Billy almost managing to beat PaperX. Then you had that second game coming through where BBL had to win both pistols and a bonus, and then they were just about able to get it over the line with Sentinels. This didn't even look like an underdog story. This was NRG playing like they were favorites. They looked fantastic from start to finish, and you kind of have to hope, as someone from EMEA, as a fan of this Heretic squad, that this was an underperformance from them, because they got blitzed. Let's not beat around the bush. They've just been absolutely smashed in this game.
I mean, you can really tell it, not just from the 13-4, the bottom fragger on NRG has more kills than the top fragger on the opposite side.
You really are
This was,
damage.
that's what I'm all about. Scoreboard Steven over here. It was just an all-around solid showing from NRG. One player that stood out was certainly Scuba, and I've heard he's standing by right now on the stage with Ian Chambers.
Thank you very much, Mitch. I am indeed standing beside Scuba. Scuba, that was controlled. It was a very solid performance. How did it feel from your perspective?
Honestly, it's great, man. I was so excited to play. It's my first time on an international stage, playing a tournament like this, so just blessed, man.
Congratulations on that. On a personal point, how was it to walk out onto such a large stage like this?
It was nerve-wracking, man, but, you know, first game's over. I'm good now.
Good stuff. Well, that's the first one done. As you look ahead, of course, you've got prize money, there's legacy and all of that good stuff, but how important do you think it is for NRG to make a statement here on the world stage?
It's everything, man. You know, I was playing Tier 2 for like 3 years now, and so trying to make this tournament a good one. That's it.
Great start from you. Best of luck with the rest of it, and congratulations once again. Thank you.
13-4, NRG get the job done over Heretics. Again, kind of a surprise here. It is the most dominant win so far at EWC Valorant, and I don't think this was the team that we would pick to have an upset like this, Kakuka.
Oh, no, but I absolutely love this kind of storylines. At the end of the day, NRG did win the qualifier. I think that the idea that they had coming into Lotus, bringing in also and adjusting the agent selection, like just speaking out the voice and having such good ideas. You can definitely tell that there's a big mind behind this roster.
European mind?
Yes. You don't know this. I need to tell you my story with Bonker. Like, I'm his biggest fan. You don't understand. This is not even a joke.
He's a legend.
But honestly, everybody in EMEA, and I think that at this point the world knows that Team Heretics is a team that is very vibes-based. It's the kind of team that if they get the momentum against you, is very difficult to gain it back. Something that Jumpy was mentioning is how important those pistol rounds are when we're speaking about best of ones. NRG started with a very good note. They gave both in the match, and at the end of the day, played a very, very clean Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, Yampy was saying it was going to be 13-4, but he just got the team wrong at the end of the day. But for me, that map was really a story of momentum. Heretics, you know, strong stage one, struggled in Toronto, struggling here. NRG, bit of a mid-stage one, great qualifiers, continuing that dominant form. So it's about if they can keep that ball rolling now as we get towards those best of threes.
Yeah, Mata had a great performance getting the MVP, but I mean, Brock pulling out the Odin and getting just a ton of things done there. 17-8, huge round from him. And just a surprise, like we didn't know what to expect for NRG. With Team Heretics, we were kind of wondering, was the performance over at Masters just a blip on the radar and we're going to get back to form? And we got our answer here definitively.
Yeah, I think that for them, the pressure was more on them because of what you're saying, that they have to prove that they still have it, that they have that form that they showed in 2024, and that they had showed during the first stage in EMEA. But going up against a team that has been so confident, it doesn't matter that some people were not as experienced as them, they came in so strong, knowing, I think that especially the first rounds, you could tell how they were reading into what timings they were using. I think that the utility, for example, that was coming from Rians usually has a very big impact into how Heretics retakes and whatnot. But if we take a look at the post plans, 9 out of the 12 rounds, they managed to get that spike down, and only in a couple they didn't win it. So very well drilled on their plans and how to react to whatever Team Heretics puts on the table.
Yeah, I have to say, I was very impressed by the IGLing put forward from NRG. I feel like since Ethan has taken back over this role, he looked very solid, especially in that first half. But you know, it is that best of one, and when you get 11 first bloods in a first to 13 format, it's hard to lose.
I think that, not also the calling. I think that in so many rounds, we saw the Fade utility being the ultimate destroyer for the side of Team Heretics. Literally, it looked like Ethan could do no wrong in that map.
Yeah, the haunt inside the smoke on the B plant was a huge one to turn that round around.
Constantly, yeah.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights that we have here from that last matchup. Again, NRG, just great upset and surprising a lot of people, surprising a lot of fans kind of watching here off the back one. What do we got here?
We have a lot of Odin, I expect, because this has to be a Brock. Yeah, exactly. We did get a lot of Odin, round after round, having a lot of impact. And Mitch loves the Odin, so I think it was a treat for him.
I've just seen him walk past and he was crying tears of joy. From this game, just how much Odin was used. But I mean, it was used so effectively. It was able to counter Team Heretics every step of the way, and he looked so comfortable on that gun. It's such a nice wrinkle to be able to add in.
Many times we speak about how important it is to have fun in the game, and I feel like an Odin in a tag gives you that kind of leverage. It gives you that kind of moment. We saw how he was enjoying being on the stage, enjoying being part of the team, and the moment that he was creating and protagonizing.
Yeah, and we heard Yampy say earlier, it did take a little bit of time for BBL to get used to the stage, but when you're just vibing, you kind of forget, oh, we're on a stage, it's big, you know, we've got thousands of people watching, and you're just right back on in it. It was a great performance there as we take a look at our second highlight here, round 11 here.
Yeah, I wanted to really highlight this one to show how strong I felt like Ethan's IGLing was. We see immediately how they managed to find this timing through B. They see the glaring weakness in Team Heretics comp. There's no passive information, so they take that risk. They walk all the way through. They just managed to capitalize on all of Team Heretics' gaps.
And yeah, I think that this was also right after a timeout, very clear instruction of where the weaknesses are, where Heretics are leaving those gaps, and ultimately a very good read for the side of NRG. You think that they're going to have a very set play for right after this, especially given the score, and you neutralize any chance of them being able to win the round.
Yeah, all right. Well, huge stuff there by Gen.G. And now joining us is the man on the machine gun. It is Brock joining us. Welcome, man.
Hi.
How's it feel?
Feels good. The win, yeah.
Yeah?
Enjoyed the Odin?
Huh?
Enjoyed the Odin?
Yeah, it was
We
fun.
did.
Had to pull it out.
I mean, I have to ask about that. How much of that is do you think the gun is well suited to the map? How much of that was you felt like you could counter heretics? Was that a deliberate plan, or were you just feeling it in the moment?
I think it's okay on the map. I don't think like it's that good on the map. I just was feeling it, so I had to pull it out. I just kept using it. So
nice.
Yeah.
Worked for you. Now, no team ever goes on in thinking that they're going to lose, but 13-4, that was pretty stompy. What do you think it was? Was it agent composition? Was it Lotus being the map selected? What do you think it was?
I think we had a lot of momentum coming in. We won like the first, I don't know, started 5-1. So we had a lot of momentum coming in, and like all the good rounds came our way, like all the clutches. So I think that like swung the game a lot. Yeah.
What do you think was the weakness then on the side of heretics? Because in so many rounds you like gave them a very big lesson.
The thing with that comp, you have to like show what you're doing because they have the neon breach.
Yeah.
So like if you can just play slow and you'll just know how to like work the map against that. I think that's the weak side about it.
Yeah, I think that's something you guys as a whole did a really brilliant job of, controlling that attacker side. And also, how easy is it to play the game when you've got someone like Mada leading the charge with 8 first kills? If you're on that Vice, is it sort of a just watch him go type moment?
Yeah, it's really easy playing with Adam. It's like, it's fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, coming into the tournament, you obviously won the LCQ. Do you think that helped? And what do you think of the Americas region being 0-2 before you guys played so far here at EWC?
I didn't know that, but it feels good to win. Take an NA win, honestly. Yeah, hopefully we can keep the momentum up. Yeah.
Here to represent. What did you feel also? Because I guess you're not used to the best of ones. How different do you think it's going to be now? Like, how was this experience and how is it going to compare to when matches go to distance?
Yeah, I think best of ones is just easier because you can like focus and have a good game plan for one map. But when there's like multiple, you have to like, there's more in your head, I guess, before the match that you have to play.
We got an update from the other stream. As expected, RRQ taking care of business against Tech, and it will be RRQ as your next opponent. How do you feel taking on the Pacific champions?
Should be fun, honestly.
Can Mada take on Gen.G?
I think so. Adam has it.
All right, give us, again, this is another Pacific question here for Big Time. Big Time, how do you feel like RRQ stacks up against what you just saw Gen.G do to Heretics?
I mean, I think it's RRQ have everything to prove, right? Because RRQ also struggled in Toronto the same way Heretics did. As you said, you have a lot of the momentum now. So I think that game will, for me, come down to how strong RRQ are able to start versus how much momentum you guys are able to carry through. You guys got anything special, anything cooked up for these best of threes? Or is it just you want to keep your cards close to your chest?
We're just going to keep playing our game, see what happens.
Yeah, the vibes definitely worked out there in that last series. Huge victory for you, Brock. Any final words for the fans, for the Gen.G faithful who are still sticking through this period of change if they've been following along for such a long time?
Thanks for the support. Really appreciate it.
I think Finesse is watching. Do you want to say something for him?
What's up, Pujon?
The specific shout out there. Brock, again, congratulations on the win, man, and moving on forward in the rest of EWC to the best of threes. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll break down our final best of one here at EWC VALORANT.
must respond with one. What the hell is that?
Somebody's still busy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Riyadh for EWC Valorant. Digon here alongside Baby Bay and Big Time. A huge win there for NRG over Heretics, but we've got one more series here on the main stream for you. A big one. It's the Battle of the Champions in Gen.G versus EDG. But before we get to that, an update on the B stream. As we said earlier, it was RRQ, the Pacific Champs, getting the victory there. 13-6 over Titan Esports Club. Titan Esports Club making it through the qualifier, but just getting a little outgunned here against RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, RRQ were the favorites heading into this match. And, you know, RRQ really looking to bounce back from that disappointing performance at Toronto, and it's a great start for them.
Yeah, and I mean, look at this composition though. A Waylay being ran on Sunset. I mean, this is some new tech here from RRQ. So, I mean, we'll see. Now, keep in mind, they are going to be playing NRG in the BO3 next, right? So, you know, I don't know if Waylay will get pulled out again. Maybe this was just one of those things where you want to catch a team off guard with a weird pick.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to it. I mean, if he's going to be playing Waylay, could be gas.
Yeah, we had Kukuko on earlier. Go ahead, rubbing it on in that it was 0-2 NA, but now we get the victory. What do you think of NRG's chances against RRQ?
Honestly, I mean, that form that we saw out of NRG was pretty insane. Yeah. I don't think anybody expected them to win 13-4 against a team like Heretics. And Heretics, I mean, they look pretty sloppy, man. They're going to need to really like dig deep and figure out what their woes are, and they got to recover from that because that was brutal.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see now our next match, the final BO1 that we have here. It is Gen.G versus EDG. Let's start with the roster. It's Texture, Munchkin, Karen, Ash, and Foxy9. This Gen.G roster, winners of Masters Shanghai, which was, funny enough, the last Masters before EDG became the reigning world champs.
Yeah, I mean, this Gen.G team is absolutely stacked. For me, they redefined Korean Valorant away from that old school DRX style of many set pieces, very slow. It became explosive. It became about setting Texture up. It became about heavy fragging, and they really defined it. And I think this is a team that still has so much potential, you know, bringing in rookies like Ash, and we're seeing Foxy9, you know, he was taken out the roster, put back in, and then really lit up on that Sentinel role. I mean, I think this roster still has even more potential left in it.
Yeah, and Munchkin is a huge part of Gen.G's success. I mean, the timings that this guy finds when they work, he just obliterates your team. So, I mean, this team is definitely stacked from top to bottom. They just need to figure out those, you know, those choking woes that we'll get into in a bit, I bet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can dive into that just a little bit. What do you mean? Yeah, you get to see it at Pacific all the time here with Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just about they need to be able to close out these games, right? You know, we saw them in that final against RRQ, and they're a team that Gen.G have had a mental edge over for a very long time, right? Before it was always RRQ choking. Then they managed to flip the script, and, you know, don't get me wrong, Gen.G looked pretty solid in Toronto. I still think they played well ultimately, but I don't think it's not where they want to be. Gen.G is a massive organization competing in multiple titles here at EWC. They're not okay with second place, and they're not okay with going out in the groups, that's for sure.
Yeah, two tournament favorites going head-to-head. Here's the opposite side with EDG. You got Kong Kong, Chi-Chu, Smoggy, Nobody, and ZJC. So roster changes coming in for this team. They did get a quick look at it before coming here over in VCT China.
Yeah, and you know who's been actually playing lights out in their last match, at least? Nobody. I mean, this guy's stats in the last 60, 90 days has been ridiculous. I mean, the road to EWC, the last match, the first match that they just played in China, he's looked great. And then obviously you got Kong Kong. I mean, this guy is just, at any moment, he could just flip the switch and completely take over an entire match. So
yeah, I mean, this op head-to-head is going to go crazy. Texture versus Kong Kong. I hope they lean into it in the map veto. Give me like an icebox. Give me something where they can both get on that jet. They can both get up in. That's what I would really quite like.
Yeah, again, the Battle of the Champions, two tournament favorites here over at Esports World Cup, and two clubs that have a lot of teams here for the Club Championship. Let's see how it goes. Gen.G versus EDG, our final best one of the day.
Welcome back to the stage as the energy level is rising here at the Esports World Cup. We've seen some really strong starts and a few early stumbles, Ian.
You could say, Fancy, that we've seen a lot, but the funny thing is that we've barely even begun. We are just getting started with Valorant here at EWC in Riyadh, and it is time to welcome 2 more teams onto the stage. They had a brutal exit in Toronto, but they are back, reset, and ready to go again on a brand new stage. It's Gen.G!
And their opponents, the 2024 champion, arrive with a chip on their shoulder and everything to lose. It's Edward Gaming.
And here we go. I think a matchup that a lot of us have been looking forward to since the schedule was set. Gen.G going up against EDG. Both teams with a lot to prove. Both teams suffering some losses in some pretty big ways as of late, what with Gen.G's early exit from Masters Toronto after looking like the tournament favorites, as well as EDG's absence.
Yeah, it is really crazy to think that last year, these are the 2 teams that won the final 2 global Valorant events last year, Masters and Champions, of course, with EDG. So coming into this, you know, they have a lot of redemption that they're looking for. They're looking to change their destiny for this year, looking to get some momentum. Okay. And of course, come through here as the Icebox is going to be the decider. This is kind of an interesting one. It's not really a super strong map for either team. I mean, EDG really struggled on this map at Champions last year. They lost to Paper X. They got absolutely destroyed by Paper X at Champions on their way to winning the tournament. They got beat by Leviathan in an overtime. So this could be kind of, you know, I think pretty close. I think we might be seeing another really close affair.
We certainly could, and the only time that Gen.G has played against EDG in the VCT circuit, this was the first map, and it was EDG who were able to take them down as a 13-8 scoreline. That was, of course, the previous roster iteration with Lakia as well as Meteor there. Let's see how they fare this time around with Ash and Foxy9, who have certainly been finding their footing on this team ever since Stage 1 kicked off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen some real highs from both of those players sliding into this squad. Ash, you know, looked really good at the beginning of Toronto. So did Foxy9. But as the tournament wore on, they kind of fell apart. I mean, Texture, known quantity, of course. You know, everybody's going to be looking at the matchup of the duelists with the Jets is going to be their preferred agent here. Texture and Kong, you know, both stellar Jets, 2 of the best in the business, period, end of story, that you have on the planet right now. Other than that, it's just the mirror comps, kind of the old school Icebox comps. So, you know, both of these teams looking to kind of turn back the timetables a little bit and figure out how they're going to do this. Of course, welcoming ZJC over to the squad here for EDG is really exciting.
Yeah, worth noting, obviously it says HMFI. He has since recently changed his name over to ZJC, and that's widely what we're going to look to stick to calling him throughout this. So just to avoid any confusion, they are in fact
hold on. I'm gonna give him this. Oh, it went off my screen. Now I can't remember it. I was gonna give him the whole name. Wait, okay, they brought it back. HFMI0D ZJC9Z7. There you go. He says he wants the casters to say the whole thing, so I'll give him this one time.
Well, we're going to hone in on the ZJC that's right there, pretty much smack dab in the middle of the name as we get ready to go through this one. I know that his goal was, of course, to troll the casters, but trolled we shall not be.
That's right.
Not today. Let's see how this does end up looking, though, because we started things off back-to-back overtime maps here on the A stream. Bit of a blowout in the last one, and I'm hoping that that is not the case here between these two titanic squads, because we deserve it, to be frank.
I agree.
The viewers deserve it. Everybody watching this right now, we deserve a very good series between these two squads. So let's see if they are going to be able to deliver on that, as I don't think that's exactly where that shock dart was meant to go. Either way, Foxy9, first contact here is Texture going to be paranoid off the top there of Pipes. In the meantime, Ash running things down here. Over in mid, finds Chichu. Kong does end up falling. Texture going to be taking down the shock dart. Very wisely layered in there from nobody. Just managed to peel back a kill. Some damage onto Ash. He really left unscathed here on the side of Gen.G, but EDG gonna have their work cut out for them here, but that's a great start as CJC fighting two. Foxy9 with everything to do. Tries to go for the 180 pivot, but nobody is there, collecting himself a third kill as EDG take the opening pistol.
Just holding a wide open angle. ZJC just catching Gen.G completely off guard. I think they would have swung that on a closer timing together if they expected that player to be there. I think Texture a little bit frustrated. He had an opportunity to get a kill from the Pipes early on. Couldn't convert on that. Pretty rare to see him not just so clean, it's unfair to his opponent. That is some nice work. 2 quick kills with the Ghost headshots, and that is going to open up this attacker side for Edward Gaming. Dart on top of the belt, but they're just going to wait that out a bit.
This is the heavier stacks of 4 players from Gen.G in position. Spot out to a few of them. The transfer down. Kong coming over with 3. Texture does manage to find himself a second. Opportunity for Foxy9 to really get some damage in. Well, frankly, a couple more kills to really have that happen. Will be a quick little pivot back here. Get set up to watch the flank. As Foxy arriving, unable to find any damage there onto Smoggy. So, all of the weapons widely going to be carried forward here. 2 Guardians and a Bulldog in the hands of EDG as they close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, so just clean mechanics from Kong as he just shuts down that hit basically single-handedly. You know, Texture firing back, so rights the wrongs a bit from the first round.
Enemy remaining.
And gets a little help along the way. A few assists carry over, but let's see what EDG can bring. It felt weird being at Toronto without seeing them there. They're just such a mainstay. Obviously, they had one of the longest runs outside of Paper Rex in terms of qualifying for global events, and hopefully this is a rejuvenated EDG. Nano to clear the turret, so that is not going to be a tool Foxy's going to have in his bag, so that's going to force him up the tube, try to make sure that there's no players encroaching, and he sees ZJC with the Guardian. Yeah,
rushing forward, trying to find that kill. Was a recall, so turret is going to be available again here for Foxy9 pretty quickly, as Karan, with a nice opening elimination, will put Smoggy down. So just the Viper smokes to try to play around here for the side of EDG. So get a very entrenched push up in towards mid. Drone to try to check. Foxy holding down tube. So away with the kill over onto Kong, but ZJC continuing to fight back. Tries to bring this to parity with Chichu's help. Back across over at the B site. They're able to do so. Now a 3v3. Nobody still just with that Sheriff in hand. Can certainly scoop up the weapon from the corpse of Munchkin here on the B side as he brings the spike over to Bear.
Oh, this is super doable for EDG. I mean, you have to play retake the whole way. You're going to have the turret there.
Spike planted.
Play further back off site. I mean, you have shock dart. You have every molly in the book, basically, except for one for ZJC. So this is going to be tricky for Gen.G. It's going to really rely on Texture, but he's noted by the alarm bot, so this is not going to be easy.
Does have the tailwind to try to go for a quick peek. ZJC, attention going to be pulled back over towards the site where Ash and Foxy9 are breaking through, and Texture does get the jump. So, catastrophe going to be averted. Gen.G find themselves on the board, stopping what was looking like almost a surefire bonus conversion here from EDG.
I really thought they had a great shot, but I mean, even with Texture being identified, showing great patience there, waiting for his other teammates to make contact before he starts pushing through, and all of Gen.G winning their 1v1s in that 3v3. Massive stuff, but some hot starts, particularly for the Killjoy of EDG, the new arrival for the Chinese super team. Texture gonna clean it up at the end, and that's got a high five and a fist bump there from the coaching staff of Gen.G. Looking to see if they can string another one together here. Getting really close to Hunter's Fury, though. Nobody one away. Same with Ash, so could see some stuff going on there, although I'd be curious to see what they want to do with that tic-tac-toe of the lockdown you know, a lot of teams might just hang on to that Hunter's Fury for a while. Ash, though, just going to be waiting for the drone to check. Clear of the utility.
The alarm bot does get taken down. Spike in hand here for nobody. We'll give him that Hunter's Fury. It's all about can he get himself into a disconnected position after the plant. As Kong scaling forward on the rafters, catches a spot. Foxy9 just on the other side of the smoke. Just goes for the spray out. Manages to find him in the face. A very solid kill, giving the player advantage over to the side of Gen.G as they look to go for the retake.
Nowhere to run!
Big button to try to delay. Hunter's Fury now opened up from nobody, finds the tag. On to Ash, is looking for the follow-up, and will connect on the Texture, so it's going to be info at the very least as push-out comes through. Chicho here at backside. Will the mow down too? Looks for the third, can't quite make it happen.
Bomb grenade.
Heron finding his footing.
Last player
Disconnect the positions here. Texture going to be good for one more. The shock dart going to be sent out, but it's a little bit early, and Munchkin now arrives in from behind, gets himself on the board, and tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah, this is a really nice play from Ash and Foxy9. Ash not getting caught out, trying to peek screens there. And Foxy9 finding a perfect timing. A little worried there. Sometimes, you know, a player like Foxy9 who just has tremendous mechanics might get ahead of himself with the timings on those pushes through the smokes. But he waited for the contact from his teammate, made a move through. Chichu looking really hot here. Almost gets Karan, takes him down to 11 HP. And then the classic Munchkin late game lurk to secure the round. Trying to keep the vibes good, trying to keep the energy high. Now, two huge ultimates for Gen.G to tool around with. Lockdown and the Hunter's Fury. So a ton of options here. You can play retake, you can play aggressive. A lot to consider for EDG. As you can see, they're pumping the brakes a little bit off the rip. Looking to see if maybe there'd be some kind of setup for the Hunter's Fury.
Seems like Gen.G may be anticipating that this is going to be a B-side strategy setup coming through for a thrifty attempt, but for now at least, EDG very much piling in towards this A site. Can be reinforced a little bit. Drone on the check, going out. Will get the spot out on the 2. And, well, if you see Smoggy, you see Kong, you should have a pretty good idea of where that spike is going to look to end up.
Just need Texture to win this battle against Chichu. That should open up the map for you.
Does connect. Doesn't find the kill, however. Puts him down to 21. That does force Chichu back away. In the meantime, everybody else rewrapping through screens. Gets himself situated here for the attack. Paranoia across. But Ash able to tuck in, just barely behind. That little pillar keeps himself safe, and now you have the timing on the lockdown from Foxy9, flushing them right back out.
He might be under pressure through mid.
Area's clear.
Gonna take a peek.
Spots out one, sees the other. Can very easily call the rotation here.
Left.
You still have Texture situated with that Outlaw in position. Playing the close angle, waiting for somebody to just come poking out of this poison orb. 17 seconds remaining. EDG gonna have to get a go. Happening here is, okay, Texture doesn't narrowly manage to find that final shot on the Chichu. Plan, however, maybe just opened up enough to be able to come through. CJC trying to scale forward here onto the corner, but they will eventually just get mowed down. Foxy9 trying to fast track that next lockdown. And Gen.G will continue on their merry way.
Really well handled overall. Just kind of working the map, taking that space where they could. Making sure they're not giving up anything too easily. Again, Ash, good movement to avoid any serious damage. Extra good for one. They're just being really patient. Just great reads on the map the whole way. Loved it again from Foxy9. 9-3 here to start. The way that he played mid there after his lockdown, just watched, didn't try to go for anything greedy. Knew he might be going up against Sheriffs. And wisely just played for a hold of B just to keep them from even being able to plant the spike. So timeout called, and it is going to be EDG popping the first one of the match.
Likely very happy with how things had started, but know how momentum-based Gen.G can be, so want to try to disrupt that a little bit here with a timeout call. Let's see what the game plan is going to look like as they get ready to go into the next buy round here to try to recover this half, because if we've learned anything from watching Icebox, it's attacker-sided.
Yeah, a bit. Just a bit, usually. Sometimes I question it, depending on what teams are playing, but yeah, for sure here.
There's a couple anomalies.
There's a few out there, but this definitely seems like it should be attacker-sided, so things get scary for EDG, and I think that's worth the early timeout because you know Texture's going to be getting into that operator, and you don't want him to just shut the map out because he is fully capable of doing that by himself with an operator when he is fully engaged. Just a matter of EDG if they can find those moments, find those picks. Looking to set up for a B crunch seemingly early if they can get away with it. You know, you're tucking Kong in there, using that Viper smoke, try to obscure your movement.
Foxy going to be scaling forward, anticipating somebody to go on that push through the poison orb, but all of EDG getting clustered. Some pings coming down, though, reading this more disconnected position from ZJC outside of A.
We haven't seen any peeking from Texture over here at B, so I think this is why EDG is feeling really confident to just try to brute force their way through.
Paranoia at the ready. Recon going to be sent to fly. Paranoia goes out. Karen catching a glimpse, but does get ping revealed here. So the Recon gets the hit. He's going to be back over to safety. EDG, they stick around. Might be a cut of the noise here as Foxy9 similarly going to be forced away in this under 2 position.
You should run.
Lockdown now in play, but the Hunter's Fury is there available to try to go ahead and clear this out. Foxy9 will look at the readjustment, takes down ZJC.
30 seconds left.
So you can just back away in the lockdown. I mean, it's right there in mid. It's a bit of an awkward one here. Causes some chaos. Doesn't lead to a full evacuation. Kong with 2, but Munchkin trades one back. Finds a headshot on the nobody, brings it back in. Now into a 3v3 with everyone on EDG completely and utterly tagged up. Texture out from mid, able to find Smoggy. Top of Nest. Now it's just about flushing out Kong and Chichu. Got 60 health between the two of them.
No util to work with.
Double back Yellow positioning. Munchkin finds the first and Texture right through the corner of Yellow. We'll get rid of Chichu as well. Timeout call. Not going to be leading to the round win. EDG now down by 2.
And that feels like it's going to be rather painful. Gen.G knows it. Big smiles across the board for them, knowing that that was a crucial round for EDG on this map. You know, again, Texture's got the op. You want to take that round, at least take the round away. Maybe you don't get the op itself, but you know, I understand the game plan here for EDG. I think it's a pretty solid read.
One enemy remaining.
Just a few timings there. Foxy's been really solid in his ability to catch players off guard, to find his and not overcommit, not overextend. You know, something that I think he's really improved on this year. Something in the past that he would kind of get greedy. He'd get that one kill and he'd get fired up thinking he can get a few more. This year, he's been much more disciplined. He finds that one and done and gives his team that man advantage that maybe in the past he might greed for. You can see right here. Maybe challenge the angle, but smoke there to make it a little bit tricky for him to read exactly what's going through. And have to just trust that they're not getting in. And Texture.
There goes Kong.
Yep.
Pulled off the side of the screen by a Vaudevillian Kane that is Texture's op. Drone getting the ping. Nobody with a nice shot. Does go ahead and take down Ash. It's a further spot out here. Texture needing to respect that. This orb will just be taken. And in the meantime, just lurk forward over at B. A bit of a misplace? No, okay. Smoke's good enough to work as a one-way. It's a little too shallow at first, but Foxy out looking to try to play intercept. Peeks in, shots ringing out in his direction, opts to back away. This is exactly what you're talking about, that restraint.
Yep.
Not looking to over-challenge.
Right call there.
Aren't potentially at risk, though. Does manage to get back in behind
30
Yellow.
seconds left.
They are unawares. Paranoia going to be sent, let loose. Connects on the 2 close players. CJC going to be taken down. As Karan still just dancing around Yellow. As his teammates go ahead and play off the back of his util. Texture with a 3K. Munchkin on the late lurk as ever. Gen.G move up 5-2.
Again, it's just phenomenal discipline here from Gen.G. So some of the things you saw in the beginning of Masters Toronto with this team where they were just all over the place in terms of just reading their opponents, just making the right moves at the right times. Nobody's doing anything untoward. Finding their kills, finding their moments. Nice little leg showing through the smoke there. A little scandalous, but Texture gonna find the kill anyway. And this is really concerning now for EDG. It has to turn around here. You're gonna be down like 8-4 maybe at the half.
Yeah, and having that while starting on the attacker side certainly going to be brutal. Hunter's Fury, Foxy dodging around it, dives back into the second pump. Can he avoid the third? The answer is yes. And Kong is strafing into him. Foxy9 is just on an absolute heater at the moment. Completely snuffing the flame of EDG at every twist and turn.
Man, when he is on, he is so damn good. Just incredible decision-making, incredible aim. What more could you want from a player? You can see why Gen.G Swapped back to Foxy9 after a brief...
Bomb grenade out.
Oh, hold on. Okay, he's okay. We're fine here.
Walking that tightrope. Stay safe for now, nobody. Looking to try to go ahead and shut down the entry. Finds himself a second, but Munchkin in kind. Responding, finding nobody, and Smoggy. That interrupts the plan. Tap here over the top. It looks like it's going to be fairly late pivot call coming through. Except maybe heard here that jump certainly was. Texture reading decently well that there's going to be a player in position at Kitchen. Knowing what space they have surrendered and given up.
30 seconds left.
Chichu not looking to peek his head out.
Texter trying to fake silence that he's going back towards A. Trying to see if he can catch him off guard.
Hear the footsteps, the plant getting ready to come through. Yeah, went forward, gets the right click. That should basically be the round done. Chichu needs to try to get the plant, draws out his weapon, but Munchkin will eventually find the shots, gets himself a 3K, and continues to keep Gen.G in a firm lead.
Yeah, some decent decision-making here. Chichu holding the line. And it's just Gen.G so smart, so map-aware right now. Macro game working really, really well. Excuse me, nobody on the Sova holding the line there. On the other side of screen. Nice decision there on the right click. Knowing you got Munchkin right behind you to cover your back. And it's okay. And yep, again, high fives, very happy about it. And here he goes.
Off still recovered, TP forward, had been spotted, going for a timing shot, but doesn't find it, makes a quick exit. Not overstaying his welcome. Hong Kong certainly feeling a stiff breeze as that op shot whizzed by him. Munchkin looking for a bit of a timing play. It's going to be double-faced down at bottom mid, so it's his head taken clean off. Little exchange of shots there between nobody and Chichu.
And now you know that Kitchen a little bit weak, the tube as well. So that's going to force Texture into this position.
Hong Kong just playing on a knife's edge here. Likely knowing that that position's going to be watched, so it doesn't have a great way without bringing a tailwind of trying to get access into Kitchen. Just playing it patiently, waiting to see if he gets any kind of peeks. As Kauran now scaling forward aggressively, will opt to go ahead and back away. Drone leading the charge, 40 seconds now remaining here. EDG needing to make a decision pretty soon. It seems like they're deciding to evacuate the A site.
Yeah, they've been making a lot of these late round pivots. This time though, Gen.G isn't getting the read.
30 seconds left.
They're kind of thinking maybe this time will be the round that EDG actually commits to that like 40-second hit. Instead, it's going to be Foxy called upon again.
Shock Dart going to be sent, peeks in for one. Layers down the Nano, has the next lockdown in play. Kong Kong swooping around from behind though. Looking for an intercept play, finds a headshot. Ash going to be taken down, but Foxy finding another. Nobody now dropped. Spike planted, lockdown respected, they back away. Things starting to get a little bit chaotic, but Chichu going to be taken down. Kauran able to find the headshot. The dash forward, trying to steady the aim. Foxy9 has himself a 3K. Now brings it into the 1v2 where Texture gets the alley-oop. Foxy9 is absolutely immovable on this B side, on the A side, wherever he's playing. He has just been so crisp this map so far.
Ridiculous, just absolutely ridiculous. It's hard to play better than he is right now. He is just taking this map over. And not bad decisions here. Again, EDG makes a good read, shuts Munchkin down. Viper's pit. Foxy9 pushes it pretty aggressively, pretty quickly to try to see if he can catch Chichu as he's backing away towards yellow, but it ain't. He gets away, but that gives Foxy9 the ability to kind of figure out that, hey, front side is clear. Let's start moving forward.
Toxins going up.
Now, here's that up, and
Texture a hair off on that shot. Absolutely could and should have had the punish on the Smoggy. Still going to be looking for it, but as he gets pinged out, will opt to back away. No clear on the recon.
For the same play. Something. Oh goodness, he's just too good. It's Kong Kong again.
Yeah, and that's the spot out here on elbow. This way in the corner, Texture with covering fire. Goes ahead and spares Ash. As peek over the top of Pipes getting ready to come through, and Texture cannot hit that flick, so suddenly going to be a decent spot here for EDG to try to make a go of this. Give themselves a third round win. White lobbed in, Munchkin again flanking. Taking around the back, trying to arrive. Is the plant not yet coming through? This allows for Munchkin to get closer and closer, but eventually he's going to have to make some noise here.
Spike planted.
Question is, does Smoggy drift back into the elbow position? Well, certainly does. Gets a spot out. Neither really able to exchange any damage. Smoggy realizing that he's between a rock and a hard place, but as the swing out comes through, Chiron is not reading Chiju's position, and Smoggy will be able to hound down Munchkin. So EDG, much needed round win.
And it's hard to believe that with the way that round started, EDG is able to come through and get it. And it just looked like Texture was going to clean up the round, but then Smoggy, it's a nasty 2K here. Ooh, on to Foxy9. That's nothing wrong with what Foxy9's doing there. That's the right position to be in to play for the trade. Smoggy just too good. Still though, plenty of money of course, as Gen.G ran 7 in a row. Back into the operator. And had to buy it over to Foxy9, but we're gonna have it for this one. Same play. This time they're gonna use a dart to guarantee Ash get closer to his ult. Keeping pace with ZJC. Over on the other side, nobody will claim a Hunter's Fury. Now you're just trying to see what you can do. Kong did grab an op, he has the blades behind it.
Oh, Recon a bit off there. As Tailwind across, gets the spot. Late lurk, Texture likely about to get caught off guard, but no, as the jump up in hand. Continues to just do wonders here for Gen.G. Push under the corner, Kong seeing more than enough though. Ends up falling to the wayside. Two players just gun him down. Hunter's Fury sent to no avail. No tags. No real hope. Double facing the opposite side of the smoke. Nobody needs to find that kill, but it's actually going to be Smoggy collecting two. Now certainly has his work cut out for him. The pivot back. Texture getting into position in case it's going to end up being a TP play. Looks like Smoggy's going to try to play this one out here onto the B site.
30 seconds left.
Scoops up the operator.
Checking from behind.
He's looking for that lurk.
The Munchkin's dead.
Well, Texture did do one early. So I'll give it to Smoggy this time.
Either way, scrambling, scooping up these weapons, wanting to find at least one kill, but Ash will then strike from above. Gen.G just continuing to put on a world of hurt here against EDG.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure that this operator creates, and you're just trying to find answers as EDG. Can you turn up the tempo? Can you try to go for a later lurk? Things like that, just not really finding much value. I mean, a couple rounds in a row here where Smoggy's had some pretty impressive gunplay, but Gen.G still just better. And some of these early maneuvers have got Kong and company frustrated. Double operator. Foxy9 no slouch at all with it either. Oh,
Chiju barely escaping. Would have been one of the weapons, one of the rifles, stranded on the floor. TP forward in towards backside, going to be cleared there by Ash. Prevents the cheeky play.
You should run.
Bit of a fake here on TP of his own. And Hunter's Fury one charge away, so Ash no way to try to clear this one out. They have to respect it, they have to back away, but they're still just losing players here on entry. Gen.G opt to stick around for a little bit longer than EDG might have anticipated. They end up losing out on two players here just to get that spike planted.
Smoggy was obscured up in that position. Might be able to catch one.
Going on to one. Knives out at the ready. Wall gets raised. A 1-for-1 is Foxy. Cleans up the enemy KJ. Texture scoping in, finds the shot, and now leaves Smoggy to his own devices. A 1v2. Texture swapping weapons, trusting in his own ability, ends up getting taken down. Smoggy now backpedal. Ash going for the hold to half. The retap, knows that he's not sticking it, tries the wide swing. But Ash will be able to take him down in the end. 9-3 at the half. Gen.G well out in front.
Yeah, this is just one of those maps where you get the operator to Texture's hands and forget about it.
Been an unbelievable half here for Gen.G. EDG looking to rally back as they move to the defending side. We'll see if they can get it done when we come back after halftime.
One enemy remaining.
All right, we are back and about to go into the second half here of Icebox between Gen.G and EDG. Decent start for the side of EDG. Almost getting themselves a bonus conversion, but since then, it's pretty much been nothing but Gen.G from that defender side, setting up for a 9-3 scoreline as we swap them over to the attack.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it looked like, you know, there might be some rounds in the later part of that half where EDG was going to get some hero plays to carry them over, to get them a few extra rounds, but Gen.G able to hold the line. And, you know, it looked like a nice start for ZJC in his debut here for EDG, but kind of slipped as the map went on. No, the whole team did, to be fair.
We saw him he played his A game in China.
Yeah,
so far.
That's true, that's true, that's true.
Secondary debut, I guess we could say. First one out of Global, for sure. Already. Oh, I mean, Fox is not really missing a beat. Kong in a nice position, though, underneath the kitchen window. Catch Karan completely unawares, but Kong cannot escape fast enough. Ends up getting taken down. And now we start seeing,
whoa,
okay, some good kills coming through from EDG. Texture Munchkin both going to end up getting picked apart. That's Foxy and Ash to try get this pistol over the line. Shots swinging the double face. Ash finding the headshot there on the nobody at range. Smoggy now once again. Ash to try to clutch this up, but they just double face back in. Ash will take the second kill as well. And there you have it, 10-3. Gen.G looking relatively clean here in the pistol.
Yeah, that might just be the nail in the coffin. Kind of curious if EDG is going to opt to force up off of losing another pistol.
I mean, at this rate, you're down by 7. I think a forced buy, it could certainly catch Gen.G off guard.
Night-night.
Much in the way that Kong was able to catch Karan off guard, but from there, just things kind of falling apart.
Again, a few kind of moments here where it looks like EDG might be able to fight their way back into the round, but then just Gen.G tightens up, and it is going to be a few sheriffs purchased for EDG, but no other buy-ups to speak of. They're just going to try to turn the tables throughout the rest of this, see if they can find a 9-3 of their own, or even better. I mean, they'd have to run a lot in a row if they lose this. But...
Oh, yeah. Be a monstrous comeback. Has been done before. Ash nearly caught there with util in hand, but Munchkin able to just go ahead and just massacre them here on the B site.
The Guardian God doing it again.
Plant to come in for free off the back of that. Karan clearing out the turret. TP's out to reposition. And that is just going to be nobody dead as soon as he exits the smoke. No one's going to go pushing into that one, so Smoggy having to backpedal. And it seems like widely, maybe you try to put the Sheriff to use. Really trusting in the aim to get the headshot. Otherwise, it's going to be a re-wrap through over to Snowman, die to the spike.
waiting to see.
Okay, or they're going to try to pile in under tube, and okay, well, ZJC does narrowly manage to make his way over, so he can die to the spike safely, gets a ton of damage on the texture, but cannot find that kill. So in the end, it's going to be a flawless anti-eco here at the hands of Gen.G, now just 2 rounds away from taking this best of 1.
Yeah, I mean, if you drop even 1 round here as EDG, it's at best overtime. So things getting pretty dire pretty early. And do they have the wherewithal to kind of get some rounds going, get themselves back into this at the very least, maybe get some momentum for their upcoming matches? Who knows? But man, Foxy already 20 kills here in 14 rounds. Goodness gracious.
This is around the time that Gen.G would start choking their leads at Masters Toronto. So if you're EDG, I think you're kind of hoping that that ends up being the case again. Saw them drop, what, 2-9-3 halves that they had?
I just chose to forget that.
I think they have as well, because right now they're looking very well tooled.
Yeah, it's hard to see a world where EDG is going to be able to come back into this, and, you know, even Kong only a Bulldog because they had to buy up. Chichu?
And jiggles out. Damage not going to be suffered. Kong just making a little bit of noise as he drops down off pipes. Foxy can relay that. What does the call end up being? EDG looking like they're going to pivot across in towards mid, and this could set up for a bit of an awkward time here for Gen.G.
Turret maybe gets a catch, unsure. No, I think they cut through the smoke. No, they had to clear it. So Gen.G should be somewhat aware of this, I think.
Starting to pivot. Question is, are they ready for texture? Well, yeah, eventually the answer is yes. Smoke blooming, high-low setup here into mid, and that's going to be Ash taken down. Spike quickly going to be scooped up, but the weapon has to be left behind.
30 seconds left.
Player advantage still going to be here in the hands of EDG. Foxy getting rid of the tip of the spear there in Kong. Plant comes in here from Karan. Good playing forward on, or under the rafters rather. Immediately gets flushed out. Solid opportunity here for EDG now. Get through the behemoth that Foxy9 has been. Slow creep flop, spots out the head. Does get a connection there. Count at the same time, able to find Chichu. Now they know 2 of the 3 players going to be in this position. Drops down out into the open. And Smoggy will be able to collect some damage dealt. Some hurt to the economy, but EDG hold on by a thread.
Well, okay. Got the job done there. Pretty nice consideration through mid. Just kind of reading the situation very nicely with not a ton of information being given over. Just a little bit of a jump peek from Chichu. Kind of gave them the confidence that they needed to start scaling their way up through mid. Setting up for this double stack to try to catch the counter rotation from Gen.G. And so Gen.G was aware they weren't ready for that.
1 enemy remaining.
Not much that Foxy9 and Karan can do at that point. A little bit of a clap, but it is going to take a long trek to get back into this game. Gen.G going to see if they can just end this best of 1 quickly. Foxy has a huge push out. Kong already up in their nest. And he just has to fall back into spawn and wait this out.
It seems like Gen.G are reading this incredibly well.
Yeah.
Huge amount of respect and space going to be given over. Foxy potentially at risk though, as the drone will spot him out. And the flank is getting ready to come through. Paranoia now coming in, but Munchkin's there to try to bail him out. And eventually we'll be able to go ahead and line the spray. Kong now committed position. Some damage dealt, nobody. Be back into main. Similarly able to find that elimination. Foxy9 just dancing backward here. Anticipating. He's gonna come through the cloud burst, but still gets to readjust. EWC trying to fight them back. Foxy9 tagged down to 25. But at the same time, while this is all happening, all the rest of EDG is dead and the spike is planted.
He just bought a ton of time. A little help from Munchkin, but again, just tremendous individual efforts from Foxy9 are making such a huge difference in these rounds.
And you can't even say that they really won the battle. Kind of stalemated it outside of A, and EDG are certainly losing the war. There's nothing more to be done other than just go for the save. Gen.G get themselves up to match point here. 12-4, EDG need 8 rounds in a row.
It's a tall task, to say the least. And what do you do? What do you do against this? Because Foxy9 is...
Guess I'll die.
Yeah, exactly. GG go next. It is just crazy how well he's playing individually. Like, just the decision-making in the heat of the moment is impeccable. I mean, Munchkin there backing him up initially, and he just reads that reposition from Kong nicely, keeps himself obscured from nobody, and then just plays rope-a-dope. There is very little that EDG has been able to find success with. You know, there are moments in the round where you're like, okay, maybe, and then it just gets shut right down, so.
Well, last-ditch effort here as the final timeout call comes through from EDG. What are you meant to say here if you're Muggle to try to rally the team back to inspire the hope that, yes, we can, in fact, get 8 in a row to take this to overtime to then be able to close out this best of 1. The odds are not looking great.
Whatever speech Team Liquid got against Paper Rex, maybe they can find that right out round by round. That's really the only way you can think about it.
Yeah.
Not much else to be done. I mean, Ash has a Hunter's Fury. You're going to be scraping the barrel here to put a buy together. You got a Guardian and a Sheriff, and then the rifles otherwise. So things are going to be tricky. Nobody went away from his Hunter's Fury as well, so could try to work your way in towards the orb, see if you can use that, find some kind of pick. Extra there, doesn't like what he sees. Gonna back off.
Kong on the repeat, the tailwind forward. Realizes that he's starting to get overwhelmed, is able to go ahead and safely escape as Recon has a decent amount of information, but I don't think there was too much ambiguity about Gen.G's plan here. They're trying to get a catch, but unable to do so. Ball now falling, Hunter's Fury coming through. Munchkin is eating that to try to keep his position completely unknown. As it's just going to be a firing squad opened up now. Smoggy tries to clutch it up, but Ash is right there. Another 13-4. This time it's Gen.G coming out on top, looking electric as they take down EDG.
Yeah, just a tremendous map here. Gen.G looking so clean, looking like the team we saw in the first half of Masters Toronto. Very little that you can criticize. And
they dropped the pistol.
Yeah, exactly. That's about it. They played this so well. Foxy9 was outrageously good. Texture had a great map. I mean, again, you give him the operator, good things tend to follow, especially when he's on point with it, and he certainly was. So outside of that, some solid stuff, some solid efforts from Ash. Saw some good shots from him. Played really nicely as well. You know, again, one of those players who was kind of setting up for some good bait and switches. Him and Munchkin doing a good job with those. Munchkin on a few lurks. That's classic Gen.G right there, folks. And EDG still continuing to struggle, even with some of these minor roster changes, trying to see if they can use this core to still keep the ball rolling from last year.
Right. Well, Gen.G off to a roaring start here at EWC. We'll see if that continues. But for now, EDG, still some growing pains, still some stuff to work through clearly. We'll see how they fare. But for now, we're going to get ready to send it down to the stage where we have Fancy standing by for a winner's interview. So we'll get to hear, of course, from the ever-lovable Texture. I'm sure he's got plenty to say after a very good performance, obviously. You know, Foxy9, definitely the one in the limelight, but we also had a very great performance here from the Jet Supreme. So we'll go ahead and send it down to the stage and hear what Texture has to say.
Thank you very much. Here we back on stage with Texture after an amazing dominance against the EWG. And now we're going to talk about what happened during the match in the Amazon interview. So for the first question, Forsaken showed up on stage earlier today and said that you guys are the team to beat and you're the best team in Pacific. Why do you think that is?
일단 텍스처 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 첫 번째 질문으로는 이전에 이제 PRX의 포세이큰 선수가 이제 자신을 이길 팀이 누구냐 했을 때 이제 젠지를 꼽았거든요. 그래서 이유를 물었더니 이제 젠지가 퍼시픽에서 가장 뛰어난 팀이라고 얘기를 했었는데 그에 대해서 좀 어떻게 생각하시나요?
일단 지금 당장에는 PRX가 토론토를 우승을 했기 때문에 PRX가 제일 잘하는 팀이라 생각하고 있고요. 뭐 다만 저희가 조금만 운이 좋고 컨디션이 좋다라면은 뭐 이길 수는 있지 않을까요?
Well, I don't think I agree with that because they won Toronto, so they're still the best team in Pacific. And well, if we're lucky enough to, you know, have a good condition or this kind of stuff, then maybe we'll have a shot.
All right, so you guys have the most dominant game on stage so far today. So how did you guys prepare against EDG?
Sorry. Yeah. 일단은 오늘 경기가 굉장히 어떻게 보면 가장 일방적인 게임이었거든요. 그렇기 때문에 EDG전을 준비하시기에 앞서서 좀 어떻게 이제 경기를 좀 준비하셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희는 저희 할 것만 준비 잘 하자라는 생각이 강한 팀이어서 저희가 준비한 대로만 잘하면 어떤 팀이 앞에 있어도 쉽게 무너지지는 않을 거라고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 좀 오늘은 좋은 경기력이 나온 것 같아요. 일단 지금은.
Well, I didn't really expect to lose with anyone right now because I didn't really think of that it was EDG, but still, with any team comes around, we're still prepared a lot with anyone. So that's what I had in mind right now.
All right, thank you very much. Be right back.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Just respond with one. What the hell is that?
Somebody stop him!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EWC Valorant. And it is Gen.G making it 4-0 for Pacific. So that just means we got to bring on our Pacific reps here. Big time already been here, but Victoria joining myself and Baby Bay on the desk. Congratulations on the win. How does it feel being from the winning region?
Same old. Been feeling this all year, T-Gon. It's been continuing a trend. And I have to say, I'm actually really glad this trend is continuing, so people can't say they're lucky in Bangkok, they're lucky in Toronto. It's just skill.
How many times does Pacific have to prove itself to be number one? And it's just, I feel sorry for you, come from an A. It's just rock bottom, but
all players are cracked, man. Like this is so true. This is so true out there. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, let's take a look at that scoreboard from the last series, because it was 13-4, tying the most dominant victory we've had here so far. NRG getting the victory over Team Heretics, also 13-4. But I mean, we maybe expected more out of EDG. They made the roster change, wasn't quite stepping up to the same level that Gen.G were at.
Yeah, I mean, what a stark contrast of games. I mean, the start of the day, we get 2 OTs, last 2 games, 13-4s. And I mean, Gen.G were just on one here. And although like EDG, specifically the newcomer, ZJC, had like a really good pistol round to like get EDG that first half pistol, it just wasn't really much firepower behind it. I think they just got diffed on all cylinders.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like, I think EDG are good across the board, but it's so hard for them to win if Kangkang is in single digits compared to Texture on that other side. We highlighted them both pre-game about how big that head-to-head would be, but only one side really lived up to expectation there.
Yeah, definitely. I think right now Gen.G is feeling a little bit of that pain from Toronto, and they're definitely, if anything that Gen.G has always done, they bounce back really hard.
Yeah, the fascinating part is we were talking up Texture earlier, we're talking up Munchkin, but the player that really jumped out here in this one was the MVP of that last series. It was Foxy9 getting it done. Did it not only with the gameplay, but also how he was able to stall around the map on Killjoy and buy so much time for the rest of the team to take space and take the win.
Yeah, I mean, this is textbook Gen.G. They love it when he can play this Killjoy and Munchkin is on that Viper. They run defensive halves. That's why they love maps like Lotus, Haven. They run this kind of defensive style across everywhere they possibly can, and Foxy9 absolutely dominates. He lit up this first half, did not let them into the site.
Yeah, and because of how great he is as an anchor player, it allows for these flanks on the retake that we saw from Munchkin, from Texture. It's just so invaluable to have a player that can just hold down single sites or the middle of the map like that. It's unreal.
There was once upon a time where Foxy9 was a duelist. I think Gen.G, Coach Solo, putting Foxy9 on the Sentinel is one of the best moves that this team has ever done. He's finally found his place there. They put him in academy jail for a little while. He came back and he's really disciplined, really fine-tuned his Sentinel play now. And I actually love to see his Killjoy, and seeing an Icebox, great performance.
Yeah, I think his experience previously as that duelist, it lets him be so aggressive. You often see him play in front of his setup. You see him put down that Killjoy and then just start sprinting, He's not afraid. Like, you see a lot of other Sentinels, they like to go, oh, it's a retake, I want to play on my util. No, not Foxy9. He is not like that. He's much more in your face.
Yeah, definitely. And when we think of why he's had to play the Sentinel, it's because you got Texture on the opposite side there, who had himself a heck of a game in the head-to-head against Kong. And, thought it'd be a little bit closer, but Texture put his stamp on this one.
I mean, he looked the same in Toronto. His off play has just been such a pleasure to watch lately. He's just ridiculous. He's hitting every single shot. He barely had any whiffs. Yeah. And the presence that he has in the server, it's just so damning. You feel like the map is so small because this guy's everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, he really just locked it down, especially in that head-to-head versus Kangkang. Kangkang couldn't get the ball rolling, and Texture's ball never stopped rolling.
Once Texture has momentum, this guy is absolutely unstoppable. And I don't know if we had any 4Ks this particular map. If I might have missed it if we did, but this guy, again, once he's on a momentum, and I think he got to warm up a little bit in the players lounge because he has so many other games, ping pong, other video games set up there, and this guy was screaming. And when Texture starts screaming,
he's so loud.
He's ready to go.
I think they had Tekken in there, they had FIFA out there, FC out there, so I feel like all the competitive juices were going. Now let's flip the script on the other side to the reigning world champs in EDG. 13-4 is not the way that you want to make your debut, baby Bay, and almost like the same question we asked of Heretics, who we know have been consistently good. Now they get to this opportunity, and their first match is a punch in the face.
Yeah, I think it's just an unfortunate matchup against a team that had a lot to prove after, what looked like was going to be a run of their own. Gen.G looked good in Toronto until they started choking, and EDG, they finally get back. They missed out on that event, and they had to go up against some Titans. And, sometimes it just is what it is. You got to scrap it up. You cannot let this, get into your head like that.
Yeah, I mean, it is the group of death. They would have rather been in any other group, if at all possible, but they're not. You have to play the cards that you're dealt, right? And, they do have roster changes coming into this tournament, so sometimes you hit that honeymoon phase and things start to really flow, but it feels like they might just need that little bit more time to figure things out internationally.
Yeah, well, that is Group D. Not done and dusted yet, because over on the B stream, still getting that match started with 100 Thieves and Fnatic. We're going to take a short break and then set up our first best of 3 of the day. It will be Paper X and KC. Don't go anywhere. To EWC Valorant.
It's a brand new day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup presenting some Valorant. It is Digon here alongside Kukuka, Vic, and Baby Bay here. And we're now moving into the best of threes. It is Paper Rex, the reigning Masters Toronto champs, and maybe a little bit of surprise here for everyone except Kukuka, KC making it on through.
It was actually a surprise for me too. I'm not gonna lie. First of all, I saw that we brought Victoria in, and I was like, I'm definitely joining that desk. That sounds super fun. But yeah, as you were saying, surprises, right? I think that KC was so promising. When you look at this roster, especially at the beginning of the year, you look at all of these names, Sadak being like one of the first imports that we had from Americas and whatnot. Everybody thought this is going to be unstoppable with having such renowned coaches, and how innovative they were also at the beginning of 2024. They set the stakes and the meta in many maps. They were the first team to like be using Gecko maps like Icebox and so many other things. But the results that they've been showing so far were lackluster. What we have now is a KC that apparently loves the double duelist, moved away from the harbor. We like that. So I cannot wait. I'm so sad that we missed their first encounter, but I'm happy that we get to see them in the best of three scenario.
Yeah, I like that this team's completely refreshed when you have 4 really young players, but you have someone like Sadak. IGLing, leading them through this, teaching them the ropes, and trying to discipline some of that excitement that they have. We did chat with him the other day, and he was telling us it's really nice actually to keep older players like him invigorated. You know, when you have that youthful energy that's just so hungry to win, and I think that's so important for a team like this to rise back up.
Yeah, and the double duelist for sure is just a huge part of their success. I mean, the harbor thing is such a like Brazilian NA thing. It's so funny that you said that, but they look so good on the double duelist, and then now it makes you think, okay, like, can they actually push PRX, another team who loves running the double duelist, to the distance?
Yeah, exactly. I think that it is very important. Earlier in the day, right, we saw Paper X playing against Billy. And I think it's important to give people the context. The first time that you play against Paper X, it's a mess. Like, you need to be very well prepared, because you've seen it, everybody has told you about it, but it's not until you experience it yourself, and every team has said this, that you do not acknowledge what it's like to actually play against Paper X. Billy did amazing, but that is also now a task that KC as a whole team has to go up against.
Yeah, let's dive into Paper X, Davai, Forsaken, Jing something, and Patman. 16-14, a triple overtime in the first ever match here at EWC for Valorant. It was a banger, but of course, the train does not stop stopping here, and now they are in the upper side of the bracket.
Yeah, Davai, that was just absolutely a monster in that overtime. His operator kills were just ridiculous, but also something on the Yoru. You know, it's something that we haven't really been talking about too much. We haven't really gotten to that point. He has so much pressure alone on the Yoru when he's playing on maps like Lotus, where he's solo taking A space. I mean, it's really invaluable to have someone that can take all that gravity away and then TP in an instant and already be at the site that you actually want to hit.
I think momentum, we're talking about the train, the momentum. Yes, they just won a trophy, but then we very rarely, in fact, we've only seen it once, where a team continues that momentum after winning a trophy. It's so relieving for them. And I think to get back into the game, I think it took a couple of rounds for them to remind themselves, like, look, we still got to win this.
There's something that I really love about Paper X. Davai was joining us, right, when they were done with their game. Oh, we have some images or something telling them to sit down. Love to see, though, the BLG doing the Lysor, just standing up and doing nothing else. I love when we have this kind of moments. But what I was going to say is, having Davai here, every single time that they finish with the match or whatever, and we get to have a word with him specifically, he's always so calm and collected. Like, so many times I've asked him, dude, at some point you almost lost. Like, you acknowledge, like, what are the vibes like? How do you talk to each other? How do you communicate in those moments? And he really tells me that even if they have a massive throw of a round that was won, they just think about the next one. Like, nothing can destroy their mental, and that is something that not many teams can say.
Yeah, speaking of Davai, I don't know if you mentioned this when he was with you guys, but in Toronto, he was killing it the first 2 maps, if you remember, especially on the Vice. Forsaken ended up getting that MVP, very well deserved, but Davai had revealed to a couple of friends later, he's like, there was a moment where I was thinking about on that last map if I should go for that MVP and just try to drop as many kills as possible. I don't know if he's going to do that today against KC.
Yeah. Speaking of KC, let's get to their roster. Vez, Sugetsu, Sadak, Martin, and Elite. 13-6 against the back-to-back America's champion G2, of course, with the substitute on in. It was on Sunset, but KC getting the job done and now trying to achieve those heights you're talking about earlier, Kakuka.
I really want to see them play now because I can understand that for G2, there's an excuse to be made. Leaf is an amazing player. It doesn't matter who you ask. You can see it in every single one of their matches. So losing him coming into this, you know, being in a new stage, also coming from Toronto and whatnot, it definitely takes a toll on you. So I really want to see how KC is looking. Martin, to me, has been extremely consistent. He's one of the best Euros that we have in EMEA, but people might not know that so much because he hasn't been out a lot. So I want to see how he matches up against names like we were saying, like Something and everything else that PaperX brings onto the table. Because from what I've heard of people that were watching this match is that, it's not only about the G2 thing. KC are actually good, but I will believe it when I see it.
I mean, listen, when Sadok's sitting there dropping 20 bombs, I mean, this is
it's
like
moving away from the harbor.
This
right?
is the scary team to play against. If he's the one that's dropping 333 ACS, and he's that positive on your team, and he's the IGL, I mean, Forsaken might have a run for his money right now.
Whoa, those sorry, the Pacific buys sank in so fast. Just I was like, wait, no, you do not doubt Forsaken like that. But you're right. Maybe there's something happening here. Sadok's done it before. Maybe he can do it again today against PaperX. And I do know the two coaches, Zaish, he went up to Alex and was like, well, the two fake French coaches here, he definitely wants to beat PaperX today. He's got a little bit of revenge he wants back from Madrid.
Yeah.
Exactly. It was really close. It ended up being a 2-1 and it ended in overtime. So they are here to make sure things are a little bit different.
Yeah, and speaking about things that are different, we were saying at the beginning that both of these teams, they like playing the double duos, right? But I think that the approach is different because PaperX go for the ones with the highest mobility, right?
Yeah.
Like you go for a Yoru that you can actually use in various circumstances, but it has a lot of mobility. When KC, what they're doing is going more for the Phoenix, and having more explosive power. It gives you for a lot of set rounds. I want to see that work, and I need to see that into play because looking at the numbers, sometimes it's very easy to shut down the Phoenix. And Phoenix to me is the kind of agent that if you don't start having from the beginning a good game, it's easy for players to sink in.
I think this is going to be really different also. We saw the earlier best of ones, but when you go to a best of three, it's a completely different ball game with the map,
Yeah, now it comes down to that coaching, that coaching differential. And I just find it so funny just to backtrack just a little bit about the coach beef, because it's not every day that that's the main focus. It's usually between players when it comes down to stuff like that.
Yeah.
Coach beef is great.
Yeah. Well, we were talking earlier about Sadak. Vic did an interview with him, standing by right now.
He gets a little fuzzy over the ears.
You actually get fuzzy.
Yeah.
I'm not the super old man. I'm an old man on esports, okay, but I'm not super an old man. My name is Matias Eli Petro, also known as Sadak. I'm 28 right now, from Argentina. People maybe don't understand, I'm not Brazilian, guys, though I love Brazil, but I speak Spanish, Portuguese, and English. And I've been playing this game since it came out. And when I played, I was one of the first, if not the first from not Brazilian server, but Latin American servers to reach Radiant, which actually was called Radiant back in the day. I'm that old, guys. We didn't have Immortal or anything. I think it was the Immortal logo was the Radiant logo, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that.
Now, you are on a team with a lot of very young players.
Yes.
What's it like being the resident senior, experienced guy leading
Let's
these
call experience,
super young,
okay. And it's always difficult because you see how different they are from yourself and how different their culture is from yourself. Especially for myself, I would say, coming from Latin American country and then going to Brazil was hard even though we are like cousin, like brother neighbors countries, it was hard. And coming into here is still hard. Young guys wanted to learn everything, but at the same time, they are young, so it has to be like a slow process. They get mad if, they are whiffing some shots and you have to be, no, this is normal, this is part of it. Maybe you're not eating properly, maybe you're not resting properly. The good thing is we have a lot of people that helps with that. Like the coaches, we have our performance staff, we have our camera guys also help us. But at the same time, it's so good. It's the energy they bring is so rewarding for me. You know, like it makes me have kind of like still the fire. You know, like it feeds my fire. I would say, because I see these new guys, they want to win everything, and I was in their place, and I'm like, okay, let's go, let's win. I'm gonna help you guys. Let's do it together, and yeah, it's really rewarding. You know.
Vic, you got to sit down with Sadak. I mean, that energy felt super infectious. What was that like?
Oh, yeah, absolutely infectious. He's such a legend, and he has that big brother, fatherly vibe. And yes, we keep joking how old he is. He's only 28 years old. He's not,
I need him to stop. I seriously need him to stop.
Right?
Sociable is older than him. But anyway, he's not that old, but he's old enough, older than the rest of his players.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He got bodied. He just got bodied.
I found him. Sorry, Social. BBL, I'm so sorry. But Sociable's been great. Yeah, but I think that exactly that, having such an experienced player on your team makes a really big difference. Imagine you had 5 like superstar players, but they were all really young, really new to the stage. I think you need that calming presence to be like, yo, contain yourselves.
I think that another one that does have a lot of experience is Sugetsu, right? That I think he can understand a lot. But Sugetsu is more like a lone wolf to me, at least in my eyes. His performance is always good. Him individually has always performed. And even though like KZ have been losing, when you are watching him, you have to say he's one of the best in the region as well.
All right, so we've got about 40 seconds before we toss for our first best of 3. It's picks time. We got multiple regions represented here. So let's start here with you, Kukuka. Who you got and what's the score?
It's obviously going to be KC. I want to believe. Hey, at the end of the year, we have a champs in Paris, and nothing will make me happier than to see KC making it.
Vic, 20
I
seconds.
would love to see KC there, but Paper Rex, because we do have a French coach on that team.
Finally.
PRX 2-0, bro. PRX 2-0. PRX 2-0.
All right, there you have it. You got the massive fan base of the organizations behind it. It is the train. It is the blue wall. Who will take the victory in our first best of 3 and qualify for the knockouts? Let's find out as we send it on over to the stage.
Valorant's debut at the Esports World Cup is well and truly underway. The best of ones are now in the rearview mirror, and the teams that have been successful thus far will now compete for a spot in the playoffs.
From now on, we will only have best of 3 matches on stage where teams are truly tested. And for the first team that's coming out right now is a team that is no stranger to this stage, as they came on top after a nail-biter earlier today. Please welcome Paper Rex.
Their opponents are a team that have arguably not yet reached their full potential. They believe this is their time. It's Carmine Call.
The next phase of Valorant at the Esports World Cup starts right now.
rare jump of joy from Alex as he makes his way back onto the stage alongside Paper Rex. We got to see them here on the A stream earlier, and well, Fancy was right. He was a nail-biter performance versus BLG, multiple OT resets. We'll take a look, though, at the draft. A bit more importance on it now that we are into these best-of-3 series. We can see Paper X still going to be leaning on Lotus, whereas it's going to be the Icebox here from Carmine Corp.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, Icebox is a map that Paper Rex struggles with. It is one where you can really befuddle them. You know, you got to watch out for some of Patman's lurks, things like that, but definitely I think a smart choice here by Carmine Corp. And yeah, the old tried and true there. And then at the end, though, Sunset, that has proven to be a map that few teams can seem to best Paper Rex on. It's Carmine Corp going to try their best at it, but I tell you what, if any team can do it, I feel like Carmine Corp definitely can. I mean, you got Ang as the coach, right? You got Zaysh talking about how he wants his revenge. Martin is the only player left from that team from Masters Madrid from last year that might be looking also for that revenge. But you've got brilliant players who played against them, like Sadak, who definitely know how to handle Paper Rex. But this is a very different Paper Rex than what we saw previously.
Sure. Very different Paper Rex from what Martin had played against as well.
Yeah.
Over there, of course, with Maniette being in the roster at the time. But Lotus to start. So Paper Rex, they've shown up a little bit of that, but this is going to be a very well-studied map, even aside from the best of one earlier today versus BLG. There's a ton of tape that Carmine Corp absolutely could have, and in all likelihood has studied as they get ready to go into this match. I mean, we heard it from the desk, we heard it from Victoria, getting to hear from Sadak being the guide here for these younger players. Had a hell of a performance to start off EWC for Carmine. Can he do it again is the big question.
I mean, I don't have many doubts about Sadak. You know, one of my favorite players of all time. Just a brilliant leader. Does such a good job in and out of the game with those teams, and both teams running double duelists. So this is another thing, another big kind of point to look at for this series is it's two teams of somewhat similar ideas on some of these maps on how to approach the game. So you're gonna have both the Aura and the Raze on both sides. The only difference is gonna be in your Sentinels, Devi on that Vice, Elite on the Cypher. So some things to consider for Paper X, making sure you're being diligent about cleaning that Cypher utility up. Can be a little bit tricky at times. You're not gonna have a ton of utility that you're gonna be able to do it with. You just have the raised paint shells more or less. So you're gonna have to be really cautious about that. So my eyes immediately for Carmine Corp shift over to Elite and how he's gonna be able to pilot, especially on the defender side, that Cypher.
Yeah, is a bit of a flavor of old, not something that we see nearly as much given the prevalence of Vice here in the meta. So I'm very curious to see how that does end up faring here for Carmine Corp, but it's also something that Paper X, you know, from memory, doesn't have that recent of experience going up against. So I am very curious to see how this one's all gonna shake out, but it seems like the players are ready, the lobby's loaded up. So let's go ahead and get going. Our first best of 3 here at EWC, Paper X versus Carmine, and see who can go ahead and take that first step in towards the playoffs.
Yeah, and you can see already in this early pistol round buy, there are different methodologies behind these fairly similar comps. You know, Paper X buys up a couple sheriffs, so they're going to be lacking on a little bit of utility. Meanwhile, Army Corp wants the utility. Something's got a headshot off the rip.
Well, that's going to be a rude awakening here as Martin immediately put down onto the floor. Great little timing shot. Something comes away with that, but an even better little corner peek here from Evez. Just pokes in, finds the enemy Yor, quickly trades it back, makes it a 4v4. Sheriff available for the taking will get snatched up here by Sugetsu. As the spike will now get planted, player and Paper X get clustered up.
Sees nade combo being attempted, but Paper X wise to it and are going to dodge it. See what they can do on this retake.
They're out. Sticking around for a little bit longer, attempting some timing shots before backing off. It's going to be a reroute here from the side of Paper X as Elite finding one before getting traded out. Continuing to keep things even, but now they're lined up. This is going crazy. A 3K for him as he finally gets put down to buy. Huge performances from him in the previous series. Can he continue to deliver on that front? Not checking over to the left-hand side, expecting the approach right here from backside. Tries to stick it to half. Carmine strikes, and that's going to be another pistol drop by PRX.
Yeah, so this is a map that definitely isn't uncomfortable for Carmine Corp. They beat Team Liquid on their road to EWC, and it was a 30 bomb from Evez, and he is picking up right where he left off, having a 3K on the pistol round. You know, something doing what he can, but this is just Phenomenal stuff from him with the Ghost. So quick. Oh, and they just line up nicely for him there as well. And Devi had to gamble. It's a 50-50 which way they're going to be coming from. And did not gamble correctly, so only a Sheriff bought by Devi. See, 3 rifles for the side of Karmine Corp, 2 pistols, so looking for that bigger bonus, trying to carry over 3 rifles into it. Vez gonna get ever closer to that showstopper and doing a little bit of diligence here, checking out with the boom bot.
And now just 3 charges away from it. For smoke, gonna be dropped. Jump peek over the top. Something trying to catch a glimpse. It does manage to find Sonic there, back of the head. Door shutting out a couple players. Free tap of this one. Paper Rex gonna try to make a go of this one. Is Flash gonna be dodged out. Martino the re-swing, able to find one, but Jing eventually there to overwhelm. Sugetsu now taken down as well as Devi comes up with that kill. Spike gonna be dropped. Elite has to set up the cage, but they just spam through, and suddenly the wheels have come off, and it's exactly what we saw from PRX versus BLG. Still an opportunity though.
And it's a Vaz.
Finds one.
And it's a Vaz!
Find all 3. Is swinging in one by one, gets himself the clutch to close it out, but yet again, it's still very good damage dealt by Paper Rex.
Yeah, but that one, that might be a bit of a tilter, you know. Normally, you get 4 kills on an eco round and you're thinking, that was nice, that was good. But when you've got a 3v1 like that, and you just kind of misread the situation, Vez in an unexpected spot just completely fools Paper Rex. And that's huge for him. Another 3K. And that's 6 kills to begin, and a showstopper in their bonus. Did buy up a bit. 2 rifles purchased. Guardian for Sugetsu.
And something dead. Elite just on the linger, finding him just outside of the door switch there on the A side of the map.
Bring them down.
Switch now getting ready to come through into the C site. Showstopper going to be drawn out, checking in towards B site. Jing quickly blast packing away. Thorns popped. Showstopper in the end. Not going to find much purchase as wall gets popped. Flash at a paint shell thrown at Patman's feet. It's going to be the site now taken here by Karmine Corp. Paint shell going to be lobbed in. Vez not stopping at all. Mowing them down one after the other, and Forsaken slowly, quietly trying to drift away, but now he has been spotted in the lead. Oh, he might be able to just even drive the blade right in between the shoulder blades here. But it's not to be. It's going to be another 3K here from Vez, this time delivering a flawless.
This guy's a monster on this map. Just absolutely so dialed in. And I mean, you might want to pop an early timeout here as Paper X just to slow him down. No other reason really than that. He's just reading you at every twist and turn. You see Paper X trying to get away with some aggressive movement into the smokes, but it is just read perfectly. So far, Paper X train not really picking up much steam. It's going to be a Sheriff 5 for them. If they can find a little bit more success in another eco round, util dump, try to keep Karmine Corp from making it a move, but oh boy.
Pop Fudge going to be sent, shots flying. Forsaken this time able to put down Vez, finds Martin on the back end as the Sheriffs are looking great.
Spike down, C.
Elite now. Last one standing between Paper X and a Thrifty. Botched the previous attempt. We'll see if they can botch this one as well. And the answer is going to be absolutely not. Thrifty will be confirmed. Paper X hit themselves on the board. Juggle some weapons over, and everybody walking away with a Vandal and a Sheriff in hand.
All right, well, now they're able to kind of figure things out. And this is just crazy stuff from Forsaken. Gets into the corner, knocks 2 players down, and then it's Patman next up to bat. And he hits a double of his own. Now something close to his ult. Same with Devi. Couple away for the Karmine Corp players. This could be a round where Paper X can get into their ult cycle, steal this one away. Here goes Jing.
Oh, landing up on top of Rubble here. The flash not expiring fast enough. That's able to drop down, finds a headshot. It seems like Paper X, when rifles are in hand, are absolutely on struggle street. 2 kills immediately found here from Karmine Corp, not even 20 seconds into the round.
Oh boy, just crazy how ready they are for these aggressive plays. Taking good positions, good timings. So far, got a great read on what Paper X wants to do on this defender side. Shaken, stuck behind the rotating door. Valor to check the other angle. Karmine Corp spamming it down. They're pretty aware that somebody could be in there. Now you get the neural theft, and now you know he's going to be in there for sure.
Yep. Oh, but counter spam from Devi through the cyber cage, able to find Sanak. Thicket has to back off the angle as the entry into the B side comes through. Evis is going to try to play forward here. Hold the connected corner, and Elite again catching a glimpse. Forsaken trying to read it. Cannot win the fight. Shots flying towards Devi. Elite holding his own. Something now with everything to do. Paint shell at his feet. Reeling, backpedaling. Is it near a triple high-low setup? Clears the first. Pop flash going to be sent. Finds himself another. Martin backing away. 7 bullets remaining. Something makes a solid go of it, but cannot get them over the line. Lead will be stretched as Carmine Corp continue to look fantastic.
Yeah, they're so in sync, and they're just so aware of where Paper Rex likes to play. You know, got a brief glimpse of it. Obviously, you saw a bunch of it in Toronto, but even kind of the different ideas that they're bringing into the map today, some of the positions they want to take, but you know, that's a pretty classic Paper Rex move. Try to get Jing positioned right on the backside of the rubble there. Try to keep him a little bit safe, and they just have a great plan for it. Avez just waits a bit for the flash and then drops in. Catches Jing by surprise. Something thought maybe he could get the 4K. Gonna be denied by his Yoru counterpart Martin, and now you're gonna see that timeout come through. I'm just gonna assume it's Paper Rex.
It would be a bold and potentially BM move. It was Carmine Corp calling this one. All is well on the French front, it would seem. So yeah, will be Paper Rex's own Frenchman to try to go ahead and turn things around in this game. A lot of these rounds bloody. Let's see though. What's starting off like this? You know, defender side.
Yeah.
Not necessarily the worst, but
still recoverable.
No real money to try to get an operator into play here without leaving somebody hanging, so looks like they will just go ahead and stick to rifles, something the Dimensional Drift online in the previous round.
Time to jump.
Very well may come into play here. Quick clear of the cam coming through. Orb going to be snatched up. Patman one away from having the Nightfall online. In the meantime, though, some exploration of that B site. And the wall will get popped. Door now rotating. Carmine Corp, their eyes on C.
Just using some of the Fade util to try to get some info over at A. And now Something and Devi gonna try to tag team here. I think Something did just get the spot. Yeah, onto Getsu. Just moving back a bit. Round's finally slowing down here a bit. That was one thing that I was gonna comment on, is the pace of play for those first 5 rounds was much higher than what we saw for Paper Rex against Billy. And KC was happy, tried to take the fight right to him. Forsaken knows he's in there. Cage forced out. Off of the back of that paranoia. Nice reaction from Elite. He might be lining up to get some of his other teammates over there. However, Spike, way on the other side of the map. Okay.
Taking that angle. Catches the jump spot there. Also catches a hell of a lot of damage. Sonic with a quick peek in. Something maybe about to find a timing here as Jing holding close and does end up getting overwhelmed. The swing now coming through, and Something will be able to go ahead and mow down too. Spike now on the floor. Been taken away here from Martin. He's still having his, but time is certainly not on their side. It's a double stack, high-low, over towards Waterfalls. The Haunt gets the reveal. Shots flying in, and that is going to be the round over. 4 players surviving. Paper Rex rallying back off the timeout.
It's weird to think that when the rounds slow down, that's when Paper Rex does better. It is kind of a different look to them, of course. And this is just kind of them being patient, not over-aggressing early, finding their moments, and even though Jing goes down, Something right there, pick up 2 of his own. As the ult came through, Martin was scrambling to get out of there. Something is able to find a 2-piece. Continue to have a solid first half so far, 7 and 5. Avez slowed down but not stopped. One away from a showstopper. That season 8 combo. Nobody going to be able to really push off the back of that except for the Dimensional Drift, of course, from Martin. He is trying to find some open space.
We'll find it here on the B site. Drops down. Horn's now going to be popped. It's going to be the Nightfall coming across here from Batman, connecting on to the majority of the squad. Flash could be turned from something, steadying the aim. Looking for the second, is able to find it. Runs out of bullets at the same time. Forsaken fills the space. This time cleans up 3. And Paper X will very much find the same on the scoreboard.
Yeah, this is something that actually Paper X had a bit of trouble with against BLG, is playing quickly off the back of some of those ults, because BLG would backpedal immediately, and there was no room to backpedal here for Karmine Corp. They had really committed towards this B site, so phenomenal timing on this ultimate, and immediately something in Forsaken TP's in. Beautiful combination there of ults, using that deafening that the Nightfall creates to get the TP into the back. There we go, now we're getting some laughs and some smiles out of Forsaken. Seems like he's waking up a little bit.
Another showstopper cycled up here for Avez. Jing does have his on the opposite side. Ult behind, but Flash set up here for Divine. Red to try to hold the line here. Swings in off the back of that one, though. Martin just a little bit faster on the turn. Avoids the blind, and that opens things up significantly now. There's TP in behind. Seemingly heard here by Elite, but Forsaken still wins the fight. Sees that the players have escaped through tree over towards the site, but something does make it a little bit more costly. Takes out a potential factor of the showstopper and tries to guide now Jing forward. Martin managing to snipe him out before the rocket can fly. 3v2 still advantage here to the side of Paper X. Sada going to be sending his own Nightfall, trying to clutch this one out here. Alongside the rest of the team as Martin comes away with a 3rd kill, and Forsaken, it's just far too whiffy. Cannot line it up. We explore the jump out. Flash at the ready from something. Trying to make another go of this one. Spike not yet planted. Still plenty of time to work with, though, for Karmine Corp.
30 seconds left.
They're going to look to try to take the fight right to his doorstep. The double swing coming through. They nearly line up. They tag him down to 40. Looks for the first, cannot find it. Sonic flushes him out. Karmine Corp maintain the lead.
That's got to be a bit frustrating for Paper X. Just in general, the mechanics haven't looked sharp here today, even in the Billy series. Great turn of the Flash. Devi has 2 players looking at him. Not much he can do. A couple early kills look nice. The Nightfall there mostly missing the Paper X players. And then a nice timing here, frankly, by Forsaken, but he just can't find the shots in the time, and a nice pull off of the spike. Good kills found for Karmine Corp. A sigh of relief for Sadak. He knows that one was on a knife's edge, and probably Paper X in most situations might take that round. And is this going to be...
This time we're zooming in on KC, so seems like they're going to be taking the time out despite the round win. Not liking what they're seeing here, so Coach Ang getting in the players' ears. Trying to make some of these entries onto the sites a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you can't be thrilled with what you saw in that round, frankly, from KC. It was just, again, a few kind of missteps individually for Paper X that caused that round to go KC's way, where they were able to stabilize their aim and their positioning a little bit more. And something is going to have that operator now. Still have the showstopper for Avez. It's something you got to worry about.
Cutting through.
See exactly what Paper X wants to do. They're going to back up this op with a little bit of U-tilt. Try to get him set up a little bit cleaner. Saw him kind of struggle a bit. Look at that smoke from Forsaken.
Forward angle. Cam now going to be cleared out. And yep, talking about Forsaken. Well, he's able to find one spot with the spike. Devi is there as well for the alley-oop. Trades it up. And then with the advantage. Jing just quickly going to be bounding back over towards the baby door, keeping himself protected here for the moment. For KC, likely going to be scratching their heads, try to figure out how they realistically get an entry into a site. C is completely open, but they're none of the wiser here for the moment. Re-explore into B. Martin going to be good for 1. Try to catch him before he can escape, but narrowly managed to get his way out. Just stop her to lead the way now.
Yeah, good news for Paper X. Nobody was anywhere near that showstopper when it was ripped. So they're going to have a fair 3v3 retake, something with the op, a flash. Patman with all of his U-tilt. So some options available for Paper X. That's a good start.
I know exactly.
Makes it a bit easier for him, but the Neural Depths will go ahead and tell all. Gets the reveal. They can spot out the operator.
You're done.
The peek over the top. Spot out Devi as well. Kill found. Patman trying to scale forward. Needs something to try to get into position. The Haunt getting the reveal here on the 2. Flash is sent, turn, close angle. The headshot connects. They look to try to go ahead and overwhelm him, but Elite holding his ground. Regen shields starting to come back through, but the shorty at point blank range will go ahead and seal the deal. Defuse can come in, the up can be carried over. Paper Rex able to go ahead and persevere off the back of KC's timeout.
That's a really nice play there for Paper Rex. Looked like maybe, okay, you get the initial kill, the spike's down, but Karmine Corp doing a really nice job.
Planted.
Kind of working the map a little bit, anticipating some pressure, getting that freebie onto Jing. They try to push out of B main.
One enemy remaining.
Patman knows that is an opportunity. Gets him plenty weak, makes it easy for a shorty master like something to stride on in there, knock him down. It's okay. 5-4, Paper X starting to get the ball rolling. Karmine Corp on a bit of an eco.
Oh, the TP forward Sugetsu. Nearly taken down there. Avoids catastrophic damage, but at least a decent amount. No armor to speak of for him. Vandal, Guardian in hands here for Karmine.
You'd love to wait out the TP from something. You know he's going to be around A with that op a fair amount of the time. So then you start making your moves. Try to get those out of the way so he can't get that one and done. There was that util from Patman as well to potentially back him up. No Prowler confirmed, so Sugetsu doesn't move a muscle. That is going to find Jing.
Probably spotting one. Oh, a bit of a attempt there, trying to play in Devi on the angle. Ultimately, though, gonna have to be a re-explore this A side of the map. Sugetsu. Seeing the door tap, now spotting Forsaken. It's so damn close to finding that flick. Forsaken, however, will be able to outdo him at the very end. Is that weapon down on the ground? His clone blocks out some of the shots, and Jing joins the fray. And will go ahead and just tear apart three players here. Left. Elite trying to get into position to start a lurk, to start a flank. The rest of the team ends up falling to the wayside. Spike now under their control. This is going to be Paper Rex going ahead and cleaning things up in flawless fashion, now tied up by the 5.
Yeah, I really like the setups that Paper Rex has here as the round kind of wears on. They're able to slide. They're able to cheat on the map. Devi moves over to B. They're just relying on that Vice wall to give them the info, and they'll play retake on C if necessary, and then they're able to combo there. Great clone from something. Sets up Jing and Forsaken to just work together.
Spike down.
The 3K for Jing. Get that raise closer to another showstopper. 2 away now.
There.
Paper Rex ties it up 5-5. See if there's going to be a big answer here from Karmine Corp.
Double face out of B main. Jing able to find one before getting taken down, but ultimately the trade-up is there. But at the same time,
cutting through,
checking in around the C side. I'm not sure if he noticed the gun barrel of Devi. He didn't really turn back. Either way, sprints his way across in towards B. Devi relocating. Certainly might not mean too much of anything. But upper control firmly here in the hands of KC. As something has to clear out this tripwire. No other recourse for him. Taking with the operator. Likely going to prove to be very difficult. Devi needing to clear out this angle. It does so with a fantastic one tap. Finds a second, and suddenly Paper X, they're in the driver's seat. They're in the lead. Going to be traded back here.
Last player standing.
A fake on the TP, but a snappy readjust from Elite. Gets the read, gets the kill, and gets KC right back in.
Man, oh man. That was a wild one there. With Devi's position being hidden, I thought maybe he might try to go for some kind of aggressive play towards Link, maybe just try to catch them off guard, get a one and done or something, but call was made to try to go for something a little bit safer, try to come from a bunch of different angles.
Last player
but that
standing.
early 2-for-1 for Karmine Corp proves to be the difference maker. As they're kind of aware that, Patman and Jing like to team up at that B main angle. I'll show you a couple different looks. Final round in the half. Something there has to TP out. The flash and the haunt force his hand. He is in a world of trouble if he sticks around, so he is not going to do that.
3 peeks instantaneously. He's able to find the headshot, so that's going to be taken down. Plant still safe to come through, though, as Paper X try to get their players clustered up in position. Elite going to be lurking in the back of rubble. Paranoia here at the ready. Now going to be sent, and he's not going to try to play out of this angle. It's going to be a TP. Checks in towards Streak. Quick cancel. Devi going to be taken down. Tries Showstopper once again drawn out here from Jing. Lobs it, but is not able to find the kill. I think he thinks that he had a lot more damage there than he really did. Either way, Martin gonna get cleaned up. Still continuing the storm their way forward. Close angle. Sugetsu will get flushed out. 3K from Patman. Go ahead and secure a 6-6 half, neck and neck between the two squads.
Yeah, and still, you got to be feeling pretty decent about that as Paper Rex. After losing the bonus to come back 6-6, not bad at all, but a nice start for Karmine Corp as well. They looked hot.
Yeah, I mean, clearly, Aves is on one at the moment. He can have that kind of performance as they shift over to the defending side. I think that Casey's likely going to be in a very strong spot. But Paper Rex, 6-6 at the half. Not too bad for starting on the defense. We'll see how they fare after the halftime. We'll see what happens as we get ready to go into this. 6-6 at the half. Pistols have not really been friendly to the side of PRX. We'll see how they do fare going into this one. Nearly were able to pull off the eco in that second round. But I think that they would all rather just close out a pistol.
Yeah, they haven't won one yet. So, you know, here's what I'm going to say. If they lose this pistol, I'm thinking another overtime is on the cards.
Could very well be the case. Get us back on the tracks here.
Yeah.
After being derailed a bit by Gen.G. Quick peek out, something going to make his exit. Joins in with the rest of the squad.
Oh, but you got the paranoia out. That's super nice.
Cam gets a spot onto Jing, so Carmine, I think they're pretty privy to this. Is
the low trip.
Tripwire, yeah, to try to hold them in position. Some right clicks, doing an immense amount of damage, and eventually Sonic finds the kill, re-peeks, and instantaneously takes down something. Entry power now very much out of their hands. They just spam down through the smokes. It's a monstrous advantage here for the side of Karma, not losing anybody, just Elite really tagged up. Well, he and Sonic, I suppose, for that matter. As Paint Shell right at Patman's feet. Will not be able to find the kill, but certainly make this all the more impossible for the squad. Off angle from Divide, trying to get these headshots woven through, but just narrowly misses it onto Martin, who's able to go ahead and collect the two. So, defuse to come through. It's another pistol for Carmine, as they will regain the lead 7-6.
Yeah, and this is one of the things I was really curious about at the beginning of this map. What the Cypher utility was going to look like for Karmine Corp and how it was going to affect Paper Rex. And the low trip, the Prowler goes right over it, so it's not identified, and it stalls up this attack, and Sadak is feasting. You can see a smile on his face there as he goes for that double kill at the Classic. Just knew he had him. Brilliant setup, brilliant read. Well thought out, and yep.
I think the juxtaposition between the two shots there, fairly staggering. So Elite is going to be getting the cam. A brief little moment before it gets cleared out.
Did get an outlaw here for Devi. And that's a one-tap kill on everybody on Carmine Corp. So good read on the way they've been managing their economy in their anti-ecos.
It's all about trying to get him into position and actually utilize it now. 3 players here at the baby door.
Oh, look at the shift in the Cypher util though. Over onto A, trying to read through towards Paper X's tendencies. A site is where they have a ton of success on this map. They're really thorough over here. Something just not seeing anything. And you're just playing the waiting game here as Carmine Corp, trying to play off those trips potentially. Once those are cleared, that's maybe when they spring into action out of Link.
And again, going to be cleared, and that should tell them about this forward presence. Elite just with this Sheriff now going to be blinded up. Bounding forward here is Jing, eventually able to collect that kill. This is the squad though, trying to hold the door, and that's actually the spike now. Drop down. Patman in a rough position. They have to try to fight their way back in through. As the shot's not going to connect, Sonic just dancing around the bullets, Matrix style, survives with 15 HP. Cleans up at 3K, and this time it's not nearly as close.
Yeah, these early round setups with the Cypher util giving Paper X fits. So let's see if they can find an adjustment before Alex has to call a timeout. Oh, just misses on the second shot to Devi. He knew it. Nice attempt here by Jing, and it looked like maybe for a moment Paper X was going to be able to at least get a plant down, but they lose the spike towards the Link, just maybe not anticipating there's going to be that much there. Just a Sheriff for Devi.
Yeah, because of the purchase. I mean, granted, has been very clean when it comes down to the Sheriffing here, but certainly would like to have a bit more firepower going into AC's bonus. Now just spamming out, trying to clear. Same low trip going to be set up. Cam in behind. Get the spot onto Forsaken. Pretty much everybody here now.
Yeah, this time they remembered.
Able to clear it out. TP forward. Bounce forward. The peeking over the top. Jing narrowly able to go ahead and trade that one back, but the trade up comes through. Elite arriving. That's a shot onto something, and now 2 players have to try to push their way out of this smoke, and they just cannot do it. This is right there on top of them. Clearing them up, and it's going to be a bonus conversion. As Carmine Corp are looking very clean on the defense.
Yep, they have great protocols built in to these setups on Lotus. And Paper X, even though they're able to get past the first hurdle this time in that tripwire, the follow-up from Avez and Elite, extremely lethal. Take another look at this. Jing, good reaction there. Trying to do what he can in this round, but Elite there swinging in. Oh my God, the timing's there. Avez even worried about a flash maybe, tries to turn it, and it's right back to where he started, right on the heads of his opponent. And oh man, look at that smile. That is a dangerous thing. Seeing Sadak thriving like this, and Paper X, yeah, going to take that second timeout quickly to try to figure out what they can do. I think maybe you want to be a little bit more proactive early about clearing the Cypher utility and then pulling back, then taking your time, trying to work the map a little bit more. Going back to kind of what has been working for Paper X on this map as of late is it's not explosiveness, it's not overly aggressive plays. Like, they do have those in the playbook, of course. You know, Jing grabs a judge and then they'll do something like that, but maybe with a Bucky here, sure, you could do it in this round, fine. But past that, you need to be very diligent about figuring out where that Cypher util is, clearing it, and then figuring out what to do off the back of that, not trying to make those quick moves like they did there. That just is going to play right into Carmine Corp's hands with the way that they're setting up and the way they're playing off of that Cypher util.
Looking for the C's nade to get to able to go ahead and TP away. Himself safe, his tap of the door to come through, looking for the crunch now. His paranoia going to be exchanged out. Whiff there on the lob into the paint shell. Doesn't get a full connection. The orb gets grabbed. Well, he's going to be cut. What does the play call end up looking like here? Gate crash into its backside, some shots to ring out to get to instantaneously. Able to find one, something Jing both going to be taken down as Patman Doing well to find the one, but
enemy
then will be
remaining.
felled as Sonic again finds himself with a 3K. The stinger in hand for Devi, not going to connect the way that he needs it to. Double digits now obtained. Carmine Corp looking fantastic here on Paper Rex's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like Carmine Corp has all the right reads, all the right strategies, all the right ideas. No real opportunities there for Paper Rex to get some of that close-range weaponry into position to be utilized. Jing is going to have a showstopper. Sadak has his Nightfall off of this hot start to the second half. 15-9 overall on the map for him. The IGL for Carmine Corp fragging out. Let's see what they want to do. Trying to shut down that early push. Paper X might be considering, something. Saw the head, couldn't pull the trigger in time. And just a pullback now. Paper X going to regroup and rethink how they want to approach this round. What? Look at this setup for the Cypher util. It is so far back. This looks like some kind of trap play, potentially.
Okay, well. Speaking of traps, for a second just resprung KC's back on them. And does get blinded up, but just holds down M1 on a timing. Finds a kill, so 5v4 advantage here for Paper X. Now, just the cut of the noise, a slow creep up. Nothing going to be spotted here at A. A couple things going to be coming down. As soon as they hear the Prowler, they should tell them. The showstopper does get opened up by Jing. Hunting, searching, looking for any kind of target that he can get, but they're still back just around the corner. So in the end, just going to be there to try to clear some space is something. Top flash going to be sent, and Sugetsu absolutely outdoes him. Forsaken is there quickly to go ahead and trade it back. Retains the advantage, but now their own showstopper right here, point blank, finds Jing to swing in. That's good for a second as Forsaken will fall. Now that's Batman and Devi. Try to hold the line here, but Devi catching them as they'll go ahead and pick their targets one apiece. They clean it up. Paper X narrowly getting the conversion off the timeout.
Yeah. I mean, still great awareness from Carmine Corp. The way that they're anticipating some of the pressure. I mean, you see this a lot with Paper X when Jing has that showstopper that they're going to want to use it to clear B. They don't care if they don't get a kill off of it. They want to get that plant down. They feel very comfortable in their post plants, and you see why they're able to still claim the round despite this very nice play from Avez.
One enemy remaining.
Such a stellar Raze player on this map. And you are going to go into this now with Martine having an op and can't find the first shot, gets blinded, has to TP out. Quite a bit of info here, though, for Carmine Corp. And they're going to slide Avez over.
It is a shallow exit, though, so he is still going to be nearby enough to try to put this off to use. Looking for the re-peek, but something.
What?
There with the headshot. Batman cleans up Zadok. This is exactly what Paper X needed, but that's still a force to be reckoned with. Finds Forsaken, but Batman, of all people, picks up the operator.
That might be his first op kill that I can remember.
I think you're correct in that. Certainly not something that we see him lean over to very often, as the Prowler does get the spot. Leads position known. Sugetsu's being watched by on a very deep lurk. Jing holding here at stairs. We'll go ahead and shut it down. And there you go. The second up kill for Patman. Third overall in the round. 2 rounds now separating Paper X. Looking to run this back.
Curious when Ang is going to think about taking a time out here for Carmine Corp. And it may be soon. You just want to shut this down as quickly as possible.
Get back.
Paper X just kind of starting to deathball around the map. Starting to use their good trading ability, good util play.
One
kind of set themselves
remaining.
up for success.
The guy gets inside.
That's nice from Patman. Picks up the weapon and puts it to darn good use. Gets a little bit frustrated there. I mean, that first shot on the way into the site from something was blistering. I mean, just so ready for somebody to be coming.
Certainly changed the outcome of that round in a significant way. Gets that shot, he's able to
take
fade away.
Out. Yeah.
And yeah, it could be a very different round that we're looking at, but that timeout call will come through here from Coach Ang, and we'll see what the adjustments end up looking like here. Obviously a legend in his own right. It's always great to see Ang back on a global stage.
Yes, no doubt. I mean, everybody loves that Gambit team. So for sure, you love to see him having some success. You know, I mean, some of the old school players on this squad, Sugetsu, Sadak, joining that coach. Try to recreate some of that early magic.
Cutting through.
So far, Paper Rex
I'll handle this.
starting to make their comeback, but KC holds on, and Dimensional Drift not really finding too much here. I mean, okay, B site's wide open initially.
Check in towards upper though. That could be eventually costly. Looks like Forsaken though. He's gonna look to try to go on a bit of a flank. And he heard the footsteps of Elite. He just stopped in his tracks now, backpedaling, but all the same, Forsaken snappy with it, finds the kill. Martin nearby enough. Try to interrupt here, as that's just going to be Sugetsu caught strafing forward through the door. And an interrupt on the plant, a relocate here from something. Spike's going to be scooped up. They could even pivot at the C, but it looks like they will just go ahead and like this B site well enough, as there's the cleanup. Forsaken gets the spray down. Paper Rex are now one round away from tying things up yet again.
Just a little bit of a momentary pause in the round here for Paper Rex avoids disaster. The Cypher util was set pretty deep on the A site, and I kind of get what Paper Rex is thinking here. You know, something sees almost nothing on the B site, and they gotta surely be thinking this is a trap. This has to be a trap. There's nothing going on this site, so they're like, let's go look at A. Let's see what's going on over there. Oh, okay, it is actually B just wide open, especially after Forsaken able to take, you know, top site, gets that kill onto Elite, and then that's an easy decision from there. So I like the patience being shown by Paper Rex, by Forsaken. Opt for divide.
Angle. Couple jump peeks previously from Martin. There it is again. Flashes him, and oh, it's going to be a bit of a rarer whiff, as Martin certainly is not doing the same. Hell of a shot. Does put down Divide.
Something's like, ooh, op on the ground?
Yeah, would happily scoop it up, but will just be the Vandal as Batman now gunned down. Jinx swinging out from back rubble, in find one, but Sugetsu trades it up. Paranoia across, out into the open here is Sonic, but something is just a bit too whiffy. Takes the Phantom Spray from Forsaken to eventually flush out the enemy IGL.
Again, the mechanics just a little bit off kilter. And almost disastrous for Paper Rex, but Forsaken again, bailing his team out. Elite gets the jump peak, but has to back off. Gonna seed over the site seemingly to something. See what Forsaken wants to do. He's been pretty aggro with these ults. May opt to try to go for something tricky here again, or at least make Carmine Corp consider it.
Yeah, to read the TP right here at this location. He would get all the information they need.
Setup looks familiar.
Yeah, just a little bit. No smoke on B main. No approach coming through the door. Cam gets the spot out, quickly repositions with the teleport.
One enemy remaining.
As something takes the first fight, he's able to win it. Brings it now just to Sugetsu, who just doesn't have the HP to try to get by. Cleanup is there. His smiles abound here. Paper Rex very much running this back.
Yeah, this one a little bit scrappy though. Definitely a few kind of oopsies for Paper Rex that they'd like to have back. That round a little bit cleaner. Jing on that reaggress on the angle. Crosshair is just a little bit off initially. Can't find the headshot. Something there good for one, but damage done. And Sugetsu, one bullet grazes him and he's out of the round. And Forsaken takes a little bit of a pause. Flash out. Martin gonna get the spot.
Still sticking around though, something. Maybe not reading the operator setup here. Ends up paying the iron price. A solid kill to be found as KC look to try to regain the lead for themselves, get it up to 11. As Prowler will ensure that there is no one playing over in towards B main.
Gotta be cautious here as Paper Rex Showstopper available for Avez. You do have an Outlaw which has the ability to get a one-tap kill on everybody. Hatman has his ult, Devi has his ult, so a lot of ability to scale into this site.
Things coming down, trying to suss out where these trips are going to be. Elite has been very meticulous about relocating them consistently. Is okay. Showstopper getting a ton of damage, but not able to find that kill. Forsaken just sprinting forward, running them down one after the other. Vez and Sugetsu both knocked out of the park. Elite eventually able to go ahead and peel that one back through the wall. There's the weapons taken away from them here by the Steel Guard, and the Decay still in play. He's lost one. Decay as the Decay expires, or Jing rather, as it expires. Only 3 HP. They push forward the Dimensional Drift, trying to spot them out. Trying to give this info over to Elite. No real way for him to try to play off of it. Jing gonna be the first hurdle. If he isn't immediately dealt with, there you go. The round is just going to spiral. Paper X now back into the lead, 11-10, looking for map point.
This Paper X team just confounds me sometimes. They're so good in heat of the moment situations. I mean, just running and gunning there. Forsaken, great response from Elite to find the spot and the kill, but again, in these post plants, Paper X has been really devastating, and now Paper X with the lead after losing both bonuses.
Both pistols, both bonuses. FKC now forced back onto an eco, so will be full sheriffs here for the team. The previous round ends up being, I mean, costly in more ways than one. Not only has the lead been conceded, the economy broken, there's a lot of ults invested.
Martin tucked himself right behind the rubble position. Saw it with Sugetsu earlier, but is this going to be something Paper X considers here?
He's on an island. The haunt going to be cleared, but they're just scaling forward, and immediately Patman able to find that one. Crosshair a little bit offset, the swing in. Sugetsu, I'm not even sure how he got that kill. That one was lightning fast, but still quickly traded. Player advantage absolutely maintained here from Paper X. Right to the rope.
Planted.
Neves does manage to find the headshot. Weapon's not going to be collectible quite just yet. Patman down below, holding his own, looking for a 4K, puts Elite down to 4 HP, and will be able to confirm it. Paper X now up to map point, 12-10. Carmine, can they force another OT?
Yeah, and you're going to get really close to a Nightfall here, one away for Patman off these explosive last couple of rounds. It's Carmine Corp. After what looked like such a good read on Paper X has made some adjustments, and frankly, they're just taking their time. They're being a little bit more diligent. You know, Carmine Corp trying to gamble a little bit with some of these Cypher setups at times, and now Paper X is finding their openings, finding their timings, and just, frankly, working together as a team. Seeing a lot of good coordination. They're going to try to make their way in. Showstopper, so, yep, it's going to be B. They know they can basically secure this. This is going to be the C's to slow it up momentarily, but, you know, Jing, again, it's all about just getting that plant down and then setting up for the post.
He's not really been able to find any kind of real kill value when it comes down to these ultimates, but still very much puts the fear of God into him. Reposition, Sugetsu eats an immense amount of damage as now you have a TP flank attempt coming through from Forsaken, arriving in around the back. Elite does note the flank here from Divide, but there you go. Forsaken, that second layer, ends up striking. Paper X very well poised to go ahead and close it out, and they shall. 13-10. And they do not slip here on their own map pick of Lotus. They run it back.
Just a massive attacker side for Paper X. Sets Carmine Corp reeling after what looked like they might be able to steal away their opponent's map pick. Steady as she goes for the Paper X train. It always seems like it might be a little bit rocky, might be falling off the tracks, but they're good to go.
Able to get that one done. Solid run back here from Paper X, but still a good effort from Carmine Corp to make that contentious. Now they still have their own map pick of Icebox to try to lean on. We'll see if they're going to be able to close that out, but Sunset, the real test, is what is going to be waiting for them if they can go to that third and final map.
That hallway is so sick. So sick.
Well, map 1 done and dusted. We'll see if KC can go ahead and try to tie things up. Map 2 is going to be coming up in a bit. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion. This land is calling.
There's Sadak. He was smiling for a bit, but the last laugh goes to PaperX as they're up 1-0 in this best of 3 in the upper bracket GSL for Group A. And they stay now a dominant 12-1 on Lotus with this agent composition. So surprising that they get it yet again, but not surprising that they get the job done. Welcome back to the studio. Degon here alongside Kakuka and Baby Bay. Train still going strong, but the Blue Wall still have another game to answer here.
Yeah, we might have thought that they might stumble against the Blue Wall because there were so many rounds and so many good moments that we saw for KC, but we heard it from the buy earlier in the day. Lotus is a map that they're extremely comfortable in. He didn't even need to take the operator out. I think this was just a very good showing of an explanation to how comfortable PaperX is on Lotus. They do not care how much they show on it. They know it's their map.
I mean, this might be the first time in the VALORANT match where a team has lost both pistols, both bonuses, and like still came back and won. Like this is, but I mean, it's ridiculous though. Yes. Like what a feat. I mean, that is insane.
Yeah, we know that they take a little while to get things going, then we're able to pop off. Speaking of taking a little while to get things going, we had our final best of 1 finally completed. It was 100 Thieves and Fnatic going head to head. Fnatic heavy favorite, and you're thinking, okay, should be a breeze, right? Not the case. Look at that score right at the top there. It's 12-11. 100 Thieves had a chance to bring it all the way back after getting dominated in the first half, but Fnatic finally close it on out. They are the ones getting the victory here, and will be moving to the upper side of the bracket best of 3 later on today.
That is crazy. And 11-3, I remember that at some point it was so dominant, as you are saying, to bring it back so much. We're seeing a lot of Icebox so far. I know that we've had a lot of best of ones, but definitely tomorrow we should do a check-in of how, what the most preferred, when it comes down to one map, what most of the teams are going for.
In my head, it's just Lotus Icebox all day. Two great maps.
I think it's because we've had here, because I think that in the B stream they have like Sunset, Haven. We'll definitely
give us a Sunset, man.
I miss Sunset. We should have Sunset.
I don't know. We just keep defaulting straight back.
The next map is Icebox.
And Icebox,
oh
which
my
we
God.
have already seen here on the VA stream. That's okay. Icebox leads to a lot of guns ablazing. Just to put a bow on that one, this does mean Fnatic will do battle against Gen.G later on today. What a great series that's going to be. And then for their tournament lives, it will be 100 Thieves against EDG
tomorrow.
For their tournament lives. Going to be a very fun matchup. Both those, that group of death, just so scary here.
Yeah, it has to. I think it has to suck, honestly, if you're 100 Thieves and you're so close. Literally, you're one round away from the overtime. I didn't have time to check about. We have been speaking about the Pistols and how important they've been and the momentum that they've given to the teams. But being so close to even like taking to OT and go across that barrier, and is such a big difference to not win your best of one.
Yeah.
And honestly, 400 Thieves, they are a pretty good Icebox team. I mean, Cryo on that Jet is insane on that map.
All right, well, we'll see how everything shakes on out. That means also on the B stream, they're going to start their best of threes starting right now. Let's go ahead and recap our first match here from the best of threes. PaperX and KC, and Avez had himself a pretty good game, but again, not quite enough to get over the hump here, but enough to get the hopium going here if you're a Blue Wall fan.
Yeah, the first 3 rounds, the three Ks for him. Definitely when we're speaking about the pistol rounds being so impactful and whatnot, Aves had an amazing start of the map. As we said, there were so many moments that we can say we're going for KC, but to me this was just a resemblance of what we saw in the first match. PaperX that struggles in the first half, that does not do that well on the defense, or could be like easier to read in some moments, and a KC that was taking advantage of that.
Yeah, as the map continued onward, it was just Forsaken completely taking over in that second half. He had 20-something again. He was definitely the MVP of that map. It's just ridiculous what this guy can do and how consistent he's been all year long. He hasn't stopped himself. It's just ridiculous how he keeps besting his last performances.
Yeah, he has been so dominant. You see the stats there. Every time they got the plant down, almost every time they got the plant down, round win. The post plant so comfortable for PaperX. As we take a look at some of their highlights, they were able to take a lot of space and make plays time and time again, like we're getting so used to. It's almost like we're taking it for granted with Forsaken.
Yeah, I think that for the individuals in PaperX, the longer the map gets, when we go after, I would say round 16 is pretty much over for you. Everybody's super warmed up. They go into this crazy situations that they're so comfortable in taking, and you can look at individuals like something like Forsaken, as you were saying, Baby Bay, that definitely are the huge difference, because they're never good for just one.
Yeah, on the defensive side, it was the 1-2 punch. Like, something was getting a lot of value, getting these picks. Forsaken was matching him at that same level. And then, like I said earlier, in the second half, I don't know what got into Forsaken. He was just like, yo, I'm done getting bonus for the second time. I'm just going to turn up and just completely stomp.
Yeah,
KC.
He was really kicking it off there. And now we got to turn our sights to Icebox, where KC a little bit more comfortable here. We know that Lotus, PaperX, especially through recent history, they're comfortable there, but KC comfortable on Icebox.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing this Icebox, even though we've had a lot and we would like to see different maps. There are reasons to be excited for this. So at the beginning of the year, we saw a KC that was extremely good on Bind, right? They were like undefeated, run the deadlock in the region. They were doing whatever it is they wanted. Bind was out. KC started losing. Like, they could just win the bind and nothing else, right? Funny enough, that turned into Icebox, right? They're currently this year are flawless on a 6-0 record, but things have changed. Tejo's not that strong and whatnot, and this is not, it's not a technically like a bad map for PaperX, because I do not think that they first of all have that, and I think that the individuals ramp up off each other so much that I don't think I would put it to be like that. But for the side of KC, they have a map that they like, that they feel comfortable in, and they have an opportunity to surprise their opponent.
Yeah, quick final thoughts here. Who needs to step up in this Icebox match? Whether it's on Paper Rex to close it on out or KC to battle back on in, Baby Bay.
I think KC's road to victory on this Icebox is dealing with the aggression of PRX, because I've seen PRX just W key and even if they get shut down, double down on it on this map and bring it all the way back. So if KC want to win this, you really got to control that aggression, especially on the defensive side.
In many moments throughout Lotus, we saw a Paper X that where their synergy is just so good. Even with combo and utility with the Yoru and Forsaken, how good they understand each other and they move together, even if it's not from the same position, makes KC impossible to take refrags, because Paper X is always one step ahead.
Yeah, I think maybe that first map a lot closer than what people thought at 13-10. Paper Rex, the undisputed champs currently, straight off of Masters Toronto. But KC putting up what a great fight here, and now have the opportunity to try and battle back, or will Paper Rex make it into the knockout phase? Let's find out as we send it back on over to your casters, Achilleos and Paper Thin.
All right, thank you very much, Desk. Yes, let's see if we can, in fact, get to 3 in our first BO3 here at EWC.
Nice. Good rhyming.
Yeah, poet, and I wasn't even aware of it.
Yeah. Oh, now you beefed it. You beefed it, Achilleos.
Well, should be getting into the agent select here in a bit here for the players. See if there's going to be any curveballs coming through. For the side of Paper X, I think we can widely anticipate what's going to be put on display. It's likely everything that we saw from them in recent tournaments in Stage 1 at Masters Toronto here on Icebox. Karmine Corp, though, a bit more time to try to cook up something a little bit different. So I'm curious to see what they might just piece together here for us, or if it's going to be some stock standard play.
Yeah, I mean, so they used to run the Tejo on this map in the qualifiers for this against Team Liquid. That was their choice. But, you know, now with Tejo being nerfed, a lot of teams have mostly shied away from that agent. And I wouldn't be too surprised if KC had some different ideas, you know, maybe a little Harbor or something we could see, trying to pull a page out of Team Liquid's book, who used to run that a bit. So kind of curious what they're going to run. I have no doubt about what Paper X is going to run. It is going to be that, you know, Jet, Killjoy, Viper, Omen, Sova. That is definitely going to be their comp. Just kind of curious to see what Karmine Corp is going to bring, and who's going to be piloting what agents. And we get a look finally, and here we go. Okay, so Karmine Corp.
No, the duelist composition.
Duelist.
Yeah, so a bit of a different flavor. We see the no duelist oftentimes. There's a Gecko in the mix, a Sage, something like that. That's widely going to be coming through, but they're going to be playing this in a bit of a different fashion. I mean, the KO is also at this point kind of a classic flavor of Icebox that we don't see very often. I'd say widely popularized by DRX a long time ago. I remember Stacks playing that a hell of a lot on this map. But yeah, so a bit of a change up here compared to what I might have expected to see. Avez now playing on that Sova.
Yeah, I was kind of curious. I mean, the Sova swapped for the Tejo basically. That kind of makes sense, but the rest of it pretty intriguing. You know, what is this attacker side going to look like? You know, how are you going to be able to scale forward? You know, you're going to have to be really precise with that utility. Some of the combos, of course, with like the knife into the recon dart into the drone and stuff can really clear a ton of space, especially on A. So, you know, kind of looking towards Karmine Corp to see what they cooked up coming into this. And, you know, Avez, as devastating as he was on Raze, going to be asked to play a very different role here on the Sova. So, like to see the flexing from the Karmine Corp star. And is it going to lead to success? Again, a map that Paper X, look, they're not bad on this map. They're not bad on any map.
Sure.
But this is a map that they lost to Fnatic and Gen.G. They got clobbered by Gen.G on it over in Toronto. So what is this going to look like this time? Have they had much time to really work out some of the kinks on this map? Are they going to just kind of run it like they usually do? I mean, it's going to be, again, some Patman lurking, some Devi trying to hold flanks, you know, on their attacker side. They're going to start on the defender side, so It's probably going to look a little more stock standard in some ways.
And this should also give us, I think, a decent idea of how this map is going to play out just from this first half, because we need to see what the strategies are going to be from Karmine Corp to execute without having that duelist, without having somebody that can really just kind of barrel forward, aside from, you know, Martin on the Omen, I suppose, could always TP forward into some of his own smokes and swing out off the back of some of these pop flashes from Sanak. But if nothing else, previous series that we saw from Gen.G, as well as the one from Fnatic and 100 Thieves, just kind of really lay it out there. This is a map where your bread is buttered on the attacking side.
Absolutely. And we'll see if there's any quick action.
Oh my God, he's talking about quick engage. Yep, it is just rapid pace. Jing just TPs up on the belt and absolutely tears apart 3. Aviz is going to be scratching his head saying, what the hell happened? That is one of the fastest pistol rounds that I've ever seen. And I've been casting this game for a while.
I had some things I wanted to talk about, and then nope, not going to happen.
Bit it.
Yep. Well, at least, you know, for Paper X, they've won a pistol. They've got that going for them
in the most Paper X fashion that they could have, I suppose.
That is true.
Aside from it being clean.
Yeah, exactly. Goodness,
they are just all distracted by the recon
dart. Yeah.
Lands right there on the grate, and Jing just gets the 1-2-3 tap to really set the stage. Well, that is going to have Karmine Corp reeling, because again, every single round on this attacking side is so important.
Now look at this buy from Paper X.
A double Bulldog, 3 Sheriffs.
Yeah, this is pretty unorthodox.
It is, as is that. Swing across, Batman spotting out multiple players, will allow for the regen shield to come back up as attempted the one-way, now going to be sent. Recon pings out onto all of them. Won't be able to find the punish, though. Batman can tuck back safely. Not getting scouted out himself, but his presence certainly is known.
Just lobbing in mollies at him now. No players lost yet for Karmine Corp, and seemingly going to try to rotate the other side. Something.
This is where they can maybe find an advantage, but it's a collat off the Sheriff. This hits them both in the head. Divine now trying to backfill the space here, as we'll just take turns running things in the mid. And at the end of the day, it will be Paper X closing out 2-0 and giving the bye. Pretty much nothing lost.
This is just...
What is happening?
This is just bizarre.
What's going on?
This is absolutely... I mean, even for Paper X, this is bizarre.
Yeah. I mean, a Sheriff collat.
Yeah.
It's so rare.
It is. And on top of that, like the whole buy, the whole situation, like the pistol round into this, whole start to this map, just funky. But you know what? I like it.
And they're feeling it now. They're having fun. Flash over the top. Orb going to be taken here by Forsaken. Have to try to really contest these as something at the same time. Pushed forward. Recon getting a ping onto 1. There's a jump peek out. Something goes for the shot, but connection not to be found. Martin stays alive and healthy.
Now the very cheap buy round for Paper X makes sense. You can get that op fast-tracked into something's hands. You saw Texture earlier today doing a number on this map with it.
And Jing should be able to afford another one if they lose this round or can't carry it forward off a win. So they're well set up that really have this one cycled.
You know, one thing I was like gonna say I was really interested about seeing on this map was gonna be the Viper v Viper battle with kind of the old school Sugetsu versus the new school Patman. Hasn't mattered at all so far, but maybe as this one goes on, as I kind of was seeing Sugetsu go for a bit of a lurk there, can't really find anything out of it. Nobody giving him the opportunity at the top of kitchen, and it's just gonna be a 5-man stack to pressure this op.
30 seconds left.
Something still here. How do you try to displace, though? The drone already has been committed. Flash not going to connect onto him, but shot is not going to connect onto the players of KC. Instead, they get quite a bit of damage here onto something. Holding him at bay, back around here at backside with that fragment. Shock dart would have certainly led to a kill, but now they're running out of time.
10 seconds left.
The sins of old starting to resurface here for Karmine Corp. At 6 seconds remaining, need to get this plant down on the floor, and already they're out of time as they try to work their way forward into Nest, but have to come up with 2 kills, and there is just no hope in hell. Forsaken dropping down from the top rope, gets himself a 4K, and that is now Paper X giving them a bit of their own medicine as they convert the bonus.
Yeah, just takes too long there. And Paper Rex, as the time dwindles down, happy to set up the 4-1 with the op and, you know, leave something to his own devices to at least stay alive and buy time, and he does exactly that. And then Forsaken, no fear. God, goodness, he has been so good today. You know, going even back to their first match against Billy, he is just electric. And he is unstoppable. Deeper push this time for something.
And might be unexpected. Now is going to be noted. Being tagged up a bit. They're really trying to hound him down. Shorty going to be drawn out around the corner. Forsaken up and over the top. Martin gone down point blank. They're just continuing to scale forward. Fearlessness is the game plan here for Paper Rex as they continue to just absolutely drive in this chaos that they have ensued on the map. As it is going to be damn near flawless, just Forsaken on the floor. 4-0 start.
Well, that is old school Paper Rex right there. Just get aggressive early and stay aggressive. You know, Karmine Corp trying to find a way to punch back, but a little bit of frustration being shown here. As that hand warmer not really doing the trick so far for Sugetsu. And Jing just going to be chilling as I suspect. Yeah,
it's got to be.
Might be
timeout call after this one. Getting ready to go into your next buy. Your opponents are so far ahead economically as well as ult economy wise. Trying to get a solid game plan is absolutely necessary from here because at the moment, I mean, it's looking like when Knoxville fought Butterbean. Wasn't even close. Just on the floor in the mall.
I wonder how many people actually get that reference.
The audience is probably quite young, but
yeah, I was going to say that is old.
Film.
Yeah,
and I watched that when I was a kid.
I might have been in high school.
Yeah, you are ancient. So
I am.
Very possible, very probable. But let's see what the adjustments look like here coming out of the timeout. As it will reverse the camera back up into the sky. So ultimates, critical ones. Pretty close by, 2 off the Hunter's Fury, 1 away from that pit if they can get into a post plant. You have a Hunter's Fury on the opposite side to contend with here to really try to slow up the approach.
And even if you put pressure onto something, he gets 1 kill, he gets his Blade Storm, so he can wreak some havoc potentially. Aggressive positioning.
Enemy kill.
There it is.
My ult's ready.
And Elite dead. Widely gaining a lot of these ult charges in his death. And Defy as well, just holding down Tube. Clearly, first map working as a bit of a warm-up here. As Patman similarly off-screen, able to find one. Jing will do the same to Martin. The swing back yellow. Something will go ahead and put the nail in the coffin, sealing the deal on a flawless round.
Well, I mean, part of the problem here for Karmine Corp is the lack of duelists. You don't have the ability to put pressure onto something with that op, with these aggressive positionings that it's going to take. It's going to take immaculate utility usage to figure out where he's at, A, and then follow up off of it, B. And you don't have that quick ability. Like, you don't have a Jet that can pop a dash to chase him down. Nothing that can really bother him because he has the ability to escape. He's got that dash himself. He's got those updrafts to find that ability. Get the hell out of there. There again, they're going to push out mid this time. And here goes the Hunter's Fury. For Forsaken, catches one, gets the kill.
Not dead. Martin does manage to trade one back as Jing will fall. Paranoia getting the connection, but it will really scale forward, and eventually that blind expires the device. He's able to go ahead and find the elimination. Patman now playing flush against this. 2 players on the opposite side of his own wall. Tries to go for the push out. Let's get a little bit frazzled. Falling to the wayside. Devi going to be taken down as well. Suddenly we find ourselves in a 2v2. The pit going to be invested. And Elite wins the fight, but narrowly. Something rides across the rope. Checks in around the back. Nothing going to be spotted here. What does the play call look like? Drop down, cover another weapon, or try to send the knives. But knows that they're not really committing to this one quite just yet. No plant coming through. Pushes, finds one. Manages to duck out the tailwind to take him to safety. Gets the spot up, but Elite gets the headshot. Still a smile on his face. Narrow margins, but Karmine Corp scrape by with a round win.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, as weird as that situation got, something played that pretty darn well. completely changing his position to catch him off guard. Some good trades finally for Karmine Corp.
Spike down.
Able to out-duel Divide there as Sugetsu. The Viper's Pit engaged. And then that shorty, that had one more bullet. Elite was one shot and so close. I mean, that's, you know, pull the blades there. You know you just need one to connect for something, and he's basically got the round over. Jing gonna TP up in the nest. Counter Hunter's Fury here.
Ooh, tag on the Patman, and he bounds right back in for that second pump of the ultimate. Kill is found. Jing now, a little bit of a rough spot. Fragment not gonna go deep enough to really find the punish there as we have a trade on the Killjoys. Player advantage for now here in the hands of Paper X as they look for a timing. Little swing out, and Jing actually just has to teleport out to safety. 35 health remaining. Here's the jump peak. Wants to swing in, but it's being watched by two. At the same time, something striking from behind, and Jing,
Down A.
as the chaos comes in, manages to get the timing to swing in to collect 2 kills for himself.
Explain to me, Jing, how you do that.
I think just all attention swung back over towards something as soon as he struck with the Outlaw on the flank. Now it's on Sugetsu. He will not be able to make it happen. What a reply around here from Paper X. This Jing goes absolutely crazy.
I mean, I love the ideas here from Karmine Corp. Just try to play a little bit defensively, try to play back a bit, and see if you can kind of use that aggressiveness against Paper X. Do a little judo throw, try to use their weight against them. Nope, not gonna work. Jing just too good. Unbelievable. Divide has the lockdown now. Still sitting on the Omen TP, or, well, has the Omen TP.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had it already or not. Doesn't matter.
I think he certainly built it up in that round.
That's exactly it.
So, might have had it previous to that. Rope heard, Outlaw ringing out. And trying to make Karmine Corp thinks twice about approaching this side of the map. Maybe a tuck away drone up over the top. Paranoia connecting, something repositioning. On finding some pings, but something's not able to find the shot there. Go ahead and put them down. Martin just going to be tagged to 39 as the lockdown now in play. Paper X wanted to take 0 chances at giving over a potential thrifty here. All of Karmine Corp now ushered back out through A main, maybe going for a pivot towards that B site where you have Jing fully entrenched in a forward spot.
Yeah, but with Jason's position, you know, Forsaken so far ahead, you're very aware of this, and the rotations are very fast here for Paper Rex. Jing around the corner, and he's gonna play off the orb. That's 2. Can he find 3? No. Patman swinging in.
Patman is there to go ahead and fill the space. Tries to steady the spray. Elite does manage to strike, but Forsaken is quick on the flank. 7-1. The pain continuing.
It's just brutal right now. I mean, Karmine Corp, gosh, I was so impressed with how they were coming into this match on Lotus, but this Icebox change-up not working out yet. 1 round to speak of so far here, as Paper X is just putting on a show in a lot of different ways. You know, some great macro reads and then some great micro play to help get them over the line in some of the rounds where it looked like maybe Karmine Corp have some answers. There's that dart. Don't want to go up that belt initially. Martino waited out, checking out what's going on. Sees the drone. Gets spotted. But just Martino over there. Here comes something.
Or it's a shock dart, but yeah, something holding the angle in case he goes across, and it is a very narrow one. Pulls off of it, though.
Look at how diligent Martin's being, though.
It would be a re-aggress angle, but Martin not going to give him the opportunity here.
Meanwhile, it's a 4-stack one-way setup here by Jing. Just in case, I mean, with how much space, again, that Paper X has, they can lean their strong side over towards B. Set up for this hit. Just have to defend it. You're in the right place, right time. So far, has been immaculate, nearly immaculate for Paper X. Jing gonna arm the Paranoia. And
putting it at the ready, sends it on a timing, waiting until the last moment as the 0 point goes through. Ping reveal onto Jing, but safe enough position that he does not get punished. Just dancing around, they nearly line up for him. He's still able to find one. Forsaken doing the same before the trades come through. Now Divine, out over the top. Now Martin, and something going to be noted here on the flank.
That's a huge kill for Devi. Doesn't get traded for it. And that has to stall up Carmine Corp. And they're just dead. Patman finds 2 there right at the end. They line up again. And Paper Rex is smothering Carmine Corp here out of this first best of 3 at EWC 2025. Oh my. This is immaculate stuff. I mean, the aggression for Paper Rex, if it's not finding kills, it's finding space and info. And they're playing beautifully off the back of it. Even with the KO ult invested, didn't matter much.
No, not at all. Lockdown available. Just the one Vandal. Have to be a very cozy position early. Really even consider trying to send that ultimate. Speaking of cozy, I mean, something is just donk walking forward. And he's finding Zadak. IGL on the floor. Gonna be doing this one Angel style. As they try to pull off a Thrifty. Just the one hero rifle and some sheriffs. 4v3 fashion. TP over to Snowman. Devi finding Sugetsu, the flank now dealt with. Elite does manage to put that weapon to good use, finding one, but Jing finds himself another 2 kills. That now just leaves Martin all by himself.
Well,
not much to do.
Doesn't have his ult. Can't go to the other side of the map. You're surrounded.
Maybe just paranoia corner and try to clear it, but they're making noise and oh, they have the read. Haven't spotted him yet. Swings in, gets a very nice headshot.
30 seconds
Does end up
left.
falling down to 20 HP as Patman just repositions. They are waiting for something to arrive. Slowly creeping up around the back. I mean, you'd love to hand this kill over to just about anybody else. As suddenly, ult is online, 15 seconds remaining. It's gonna be the sprint coming through here as Paper Rex scramble to try to get themselves over towards this A site.
Left.
Nanos obviously can be ignored with Devi dead on the floor. They're here, and they won't even allow for the plant money to come through. Up will be abandoned, but something tells me Paper Rex have plenty of cash in the bank.
Just a bit. This is unbelievable. I thought this map was going to be close, and I was thinking Sunset might be on the cards, but so far it's all Paper Rex all the time. I mean, Martin plays it patiently, finally able to kind of use that over-aggressive nature that exists inside of the Paper Rex players against them, but at the end of the day, it still wasn't nearly enough. Only knife out, trying to clear out that position, and he's actually getting a couple suppresses, so that is the Hunter's Fury, though, for Forsaken.
I mean, he's had it. I think he's just playing Orb Denial. Just trying to stop Evez and Sugetsu from being able to get their ults online.
Oh, well then.
Unless the UI was a little bit early. As now, oh my God, big reveal. Jing playing off the back of it as well as the Hunter's Fury will collect one. Martin dead to Jing's hand at the same time. And if you're Sonic, what are you meant to do? What's the read that you get? Jing will offer himself up as a bit of a sacrificial lamb here. And now you've got something deep angle out from B Garage, staring to try to prevent any kind of potential rotation.
Just hold him here. No reason to aggress here as Paper Rex. Impetus is on Carmine Corp.
Swing out, Elite now dropped. Sonic dead. Sees the third final player. Waits out for the util. Wide swinging with the oppo is something. It is disgusting.
That is just classic something.
It's so brutal.
It is. I mean, this is unreal. I'm just floored. I mean, you get the reveals, the hits, the follow-up with Jing. It's so beautifully coordinated from Paper Rex. I mean, these early round hits that they have to take control of one main or another, and you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. It feels like it's Carmine Corp. You go one side, you're running into the op. You go into the other, you're running into util combos.
Suppress connecting, as will the flash. A bit of damage going to be suffered here by something, but he does successfully backpedal to safety until the flank comes in under tube. So a bit of a faster hit here from KC to set themselves up for a second round win. Up and over the top goes Jing, will get shut down. It's the floor dead.
take place.
Forsaken gets pinged down, and Oaks got to do a quick cancel on that one, but still is going to be dead to rights. Carmine having a whale of a time here as they get the cleanup, leaving just Patman to his own devices in a 1v4 clutch scenario. Shock dart at his feet, whittles away at the HP.
Poison orb emitting.
Recon not getting the ping, but Martin will be just a little bit snappier with the headshot. But 10-2 at the half from the defending side. Carmine have their work cut out for them.
Well, Paper X fans, so far, you haven't had to stress too much. Let's see if the other half has something in store for us.
Yeah, a lot less of a roller coaster, that they're on at the moment here. This one is a breezy ride in the kids section of the theme park, it would seem. Carmine Corp now needing to put this comp to practice on the defense. We'll see you guys on the other side of halftime.
Shut up.
We are back off the, after a very brief first half here on Icebox. It has been nothing but dominance here from Paper Rex. Damn near flawless, only giving over 2 rounds to Carmine Corp. And that's after starting on the defending side. And as we were very much harping on about, this map has proven time and time again to widely be attacker-sided. Carmine now need to have one hell of a performance to try to run this back from the defense.
And you would think that narrative would carry over because you have a duelist on the side of Paper X. You do not on Carmine Corp. You only have the one Sentinel on Carmine Corp, so it's not like you're going to be, doing something crazy with locking down both sites with the Sentinel util. Just have to wait and see. You never know. Anything is possible. Looking for another fast-paced hit here for Paper X. Jing already up on top of pipes, and Carmine Corp already evacuating the site. They want none of this.
Triple flank to come through, pushing out of garage. Patman, lone player left behind. They try to watch for this, and third shot will go ahead and seal the deal. So Martin going to be taken down. The rest of the players pushing up mid.
Love this counterplay here from Patman. Could just re-aggress down mid himself. Especially if you deal with the KJ. You know that util's not going to be there to spot you.
Sadok's going to be caught on a timing. Not reading something's potential forward position. Navas unable to flush him out as he is just looking so immovable. It's going to be both pistols here on Icebox going over to Paper Rex as something picks up a 4K. And that might just be the writing on the wall here for Carmine Corp. Paper Rex. 2 more rounds to close out, and they are going to be punching their ticket into the quarterfinals.
I suspect we're not going to see the same kind of anti-eco buy from Paper X, but I suspect we're going to see a buy up from Carmine Corp. That was nasty from something. Quick little double for Sugetsu. They're not going to invest in this, just the Sheriff.
So they're playing for the overtime. It's a bold move.
Toxins going up.
And I guess given the heavy stack, the attempted read here from Sadok, they thought maybe they would be able to catch Paper Rex pushing into this, but now realizing They're not rushing their way forward into the A site. The 0 point seen nothing, but they have gambled incorrectly. They're now trying to retake with just the one Sheriff. 4 Classics is going to prove to be so damn difficult.
I'd love to see Paper X back up a bit.
It's the correct step taken. Clear on the recon. Player spotted. Pushing forward out of Kitchen Hall. A little bit of damage. Push forward there onto Sugetsu. What is the next strategy other than just to die? Looking for some kills, but it's just going to be the 2 found here. There's Divine Forsaken. We'll lay it down on the floor, getting some much needed rest. As the remainder of the team goes ahead and gets them over the line. And now up to match point, I should say.
Yeah, this is a belter of a shot from Sugetsu. But they just walking into the meat grinder. Kind of using himself as a sacrificial lamb there. You're keeping over the Guardians. And a lot of rifles as well for Paper X, so barely looks like a bonus for them. Patman, the only one who doesn't have a rifle in hand.
I mean, even then a Guardian.
Yeah, still
technically a rifle.
True.
It's not a full auto.
True.
Fight to clear back box. We're here at the B site. Elite lingered down through tube. Does manage to catch Device, so stops the flank coming in. But Patman, there's that Guardian coming through, offering up a ton of damage. He is hungry for the kill. Won't be able to find it quite just yet.
Scoops up the Vandal, switches over. Just gonna try to keep his opponents guessing with the Poison Cloud. Meanwhile, the main force of Paper X over here on A, looking to get the plant down. Patman dealt with, so a 3v5 for Karmine Corp to keep their hopes alive of running 10 in a row. Okay.
Well, okay, now 2v5. Something Toronto finisher. I'm jigging Forsaken to try to get it done. Shock Dart very wisely sent into the smoke. It's a ton of damage there on the Jing. Regen shield not fully stocked up, so will not have too much HP to work with, and it's now down to Forsaken. Good amount of damage dealt. Looks for the first, cannot make it happen. Sonic will go ahead and secure a flawless round win. So first step on this long path to running this into overtime taken.
Team Ace.
We've seen it before. It is possible. The run back for Karmine Corp. Unlikely, but possible. And, you know, just round by round. And it is a little bit of a wonky economy because Paper X invested in that previous one.
Stinger there, but yeah, it's going to be a play for this B orbit, looks like, to try to get the blades online for something.
Yep. He's got the shorty behind it. Looks like they might try to use Paranoia and a little bit of Sova util to get the setup to go. Deep recon.
Revealing area.
Yeah, Sugetsu, no choice but to really just back off there.
Going away this time, Patman able to go ahead and secure the kill. Eats a ton of damage. His fragment going to be lobbed in, but that just sends him bounding forward here into Kitchen. As the drone now looks to try to flush him out. Backpedals out, and eventually, yep, the wallbang shots can come through. Nicely set up here from Karmine Corp to go ahead and counteract.
Take flight.
And now they got to pump the brakes a bit. Don't know what's waiting on the other side of this A site.
Does that drone go deep enough? No. Martin, his position, likely unscouted. Should be somewhat expected. 3 players nearby enough, and that 0 point does take away the knives. He slows up the approach here. There's plenty of noise being made. Something gonna be spotted. Just that tiny little bit out of place. Gives the angle. Martin, easy enough for him to collect the elimination. Why though? Counter spamming, able to find Avis, takes him down out of backside. Martin now going to be taken down as well, so he gets to try to go for the transfer. Eventually he's able to find the headshot. Gets it now into a 1v1. Divine Spike stranded up above. Sugetsu
running out of
the
time.
Angle to potentially be able to spot him out here. Devi's going to have to get a move on. He goes up and over the top. Sees the guns, tries to go ahead and get the shots in, but Sugetsu will stand tall on his feet, getting themselves the clutch. It's going to be off the back of a 3K. Karmine Corp continuing to persevere.
a little bit scrappy there. Looked like maybe Paper X to get the job done, but Sugetsu coming up big, holding the line. Jing with that stinger, doing a little running and gunning. Oh, I was so close on that initial transfer.
10 seconds left.
Ready for the repeat though. And there you go, Sugetsu. Nice job, Stingers and a Sheriff here. Blocking.
First on the tap, but something still leading an immense amount of damage.
You know, that slowed up, I think, was going to be a little bit faster paced hit. And I'm a little bit of a deeper drone. Ooh, nice shock dart. That takes down something. And the Molly's really stalling Paper X nicely.
Oh, Sick going to be spotted. Kept the wall bang here up and over the top. Avis will go ahead and get the readjust. Forsaken dead. That's just going to be the one kill found there from Patman and stop it from being a flawless. Carmine Corp now a couple rounds in a row. Really looking to make a go of this. Starting to find their footing, find their momentum.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a timeout from Alex just to talk about, you know, the next buy round coming up and how you want to approach it.
Oh, we hear that music, and it seems like your wish shall be granted.
Yeah, I mean, I think as Alex, you just want to end this now. Just don't give them any hope of coming back into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, tactical pause. Misread for a second. I was like, oh, okay, here we go.
I've done that too. Like, tactical pause? What do you mean? Whose gear's broken? Oh, wait. That's right. Well, Alex is going to be talking things over. Probably just telling them to calm down a bit, be a little bit more diligent. Make sure you're kind of being a little bit more in sync with your teammates, would be my guess. Sometimes, you know, when you start running away with things like you did in the first half, that your comms can get a little messy. You can kind of get a little bit unhinged, and you're kind of just going for hero plays, and just want to tighten the screws a little. As we get back into the action here shortly, there's going to be an outlaw for Martine. Going to do a lot of damage to anybody but Patman. Forsaken did pick up his ult. Sugetsu sitting on a Viper's pit. Going to be something they're just going to pop off the rip here, or, you know, him and Abez working together a bit there. Try to set up to counter any B main push that may come through. Just catches a little glimpse.
Spot it there on the Jing, but Jing's still able to win the fight. Not much damage going to be suffered either. Loses out on his armor. As the push forward of Hess trying to catch the timing, but something is watching it. And it seems like Paper X have read this perfectly off the back of the comms there from Alex.
Oh, no.
Batman trying to push forward. Does end up getting taken down, but now the Hunter Fury is going to be crashing across something. Collects himself yet another kill. Up to 21. Looks for more, and it's going to be another 4K to bring this to a conclusion. Decent little attempt from Carmine Corp, stringing together the 3 rounds here in that second half. But ultimately, Paper X just looked way too dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I did not expect that on Icebox at all, especially with how good Carmine Corp looked on Lotus. I thought this was going to be a close one. Maybe we get to see Sunset, but the Masters Toronto winners emerge victorious and do it in dominant fashion.
And aptly so, they will find themselves as the first team forward into the playoffs. Looking to run it back yet again and get themselves another trophy. As something like it's been a player under much scrutiny, even with the performances over at Masters Toronto, even with the trophy lift, certainly had those head-scratching moments.
Yeah.
But here today has just been absolutely, I'd say, shutting up any doubters.
No doubt.
With both of his performances here versus Carmine Corp, as well as in their first map, I should say, versus Billy.
Well, he's been called upon to do some different things, you know, for the team. So props to him for stepping up.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Paper X looking great, looking like still the team to beat here at EWC. For now, though, we'll send it down to Ian Chambers, who's going to be standing by with one of our winners.
Absolutely. This is your Amazon winners interview with the Vi of Paper X. You guys are looking like you are just picking up where you left off in Toronto. Dominance.
Yeah, I mean, it feels great that we'll be able to play like how we play in Toronto, but I would say it's not fully proper yet. But yeah, I mean, it's good enough that we made it to the playoff.
You're not there yet, but what I can tell you is by being in the playoffs, that means you've secured at least 5th to 8th place, which means you are guaranteed $40,000 as a team. Now, if you do make it into the semi-finals, that number goes up by $100,000, 130. How much are you thinking collectively about the money that is on the line here?
I think for us to do well, we don't really think about the price. Like, we're just gonna go game by game and hopefully we play well.
You've already proven how good you are at Masters. Is it still important here to prove on a world platform, on an international stage, that you are one of the best teams in the world?
I think it's hard to say. Even for some other teams, they won Masters and stuff, but somehow they fumble a little bit over here and there. So I wouldn't say we are the best team in the world right now, but I guess we are getting better than previous form. So yeah.
Well, I'm sure that you will continue to get better and grow into this tournament. Congratulations once again. And for you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We've got one more best of 3 coming up. One more spot in the playoffs will be secured here tonight. And it's Fnatic versus Gen.G next.
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
If all they've been saying is true, there's a wall before your eyes. Tell me, can you see right through? Right through, right through. Down through the wires and the pipelines. We go disconnecting from the city and the skyline. Counting up coins for a soda can, and there's nothing going on, no game plan, no plans. So I'm jumping out the fire, back into the frying pan. I'm trying to disconnect from the stats and the spray tan.
And it is Paper Rex continuing on into the upper bracket as they made quick work, especially in the second map against Karmine Corp. The blue wall stood firm there in the second half, but quickly crumbled up against multiple match points and eventually head into a Paper Rex victory. Kind of expected because they've been on fire. The informed team moving on here at the Esports World Cup. Digon here alongside Kakuka and Baby Bay, and just yet another dominant performance by Paper Rex here, Kakuka.
I'm not surprised. I will say I am surprised about the fact that if we think about the second map, these Icebox, Paper Rex super convincing, super confident, something on another planet and whatnot. But it was KC choosing to go to Icebox. Like, they had options, and I really, really thought that since they were, technically we all kind of knew that they were going to move away from the Tejo, I expected something a little bit more spice, no?
Yeah, so it's something unique, right? Maybe throw in a Reyna, maybe throw in like a Gecko or something. But yeah, it was just what a mirror at the end of the day. And yeah, I mean, PRX are going to win that. And now, I mean, they've solidified that first spot in the next stage, right? They're in the quarterfinals now.
Yeah, we've had the pop-off moment from Forsaken, Davai earlier as well in overtime. You look at the opposite side. If you're a KC fan, you're looking down there at the bottom at Sadak and you're like, oh God, that was a tough watch, especially knowing how good he's been and what he did literally earlier today.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm so sorry. I didn't even realize he was on Pi Watch. I didn't realize he was on Pi Watch. I just totally missed that while I was watching. I'm sorry, Sadhak, but I mean, it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, exactly. That is definitely painful, but there is one super big highlight for Paper X, and it's that when we take a look at the numbers and we take a look at the individuals and the matches that we've had today, every single one of the players has had their moments, right? Like, for example, in Lotus, I feel like Jing was too quiet from what I'm used to. I'm used to like see him jumping around with the judge and whatnot. And that wasn't the case for Lotus. Doesn't matter. Did you not hear that Omen is also a duelist for him? His position and how aggressive he was being. This is the Jing that I wanted to see, and he has come to Riyadh.
Yeah, you literally took the words out of my mouth. I was thinking the exact same thing. I mean, he was so dominant on this map of Icebox, and yeah, I mean, maybe because he got this kind of run-in on Icebox, maybe we're going to see him now pop off again on Raze. He just needed that little extra boost of confidence to really take over maps like this.
But it's really usual that we see like players have a great tournament or teams being very dependent on maybe one or two players to have a very good performance to push through. But when you see a Paper X that has just won a trophy and everybody is showing up, definitely looks dangerous.
Yeah, let's take a look at the team stats here. A 10-2 at half just made it such a big mountain to climb here for KC. And I mean, just you could tell it right there at the top, 13-5, exactly the same score there in terms of first kills.
Yeah, that's
just painful.
That is a disgusting stat. 13 first kills converted into 13 round wins. I mean, maybe not every single one, but still, that is some nasty work from PRX.
Yeah, exactly. I think that things just got too complicated for KC. Again, just because of the first half, as we see in the bottom, like scraping a couple of rounds and whatnot. But such a convincing start for Paper X. As we're saying, Paper X, they might need some warm up at the beginning, but once they start getting it, it's super difficult to stop that train. Not even a blue wall apparently can do so.
And you can just tell they want to go for the back-to-back. And the coolest thing about this team is they're so nonchalant while they're doing it. You know, like they're so humble about it. They're never going to say it truly in their own words, like, oh yeah, we're going to go for that second trophy. But you know that in the back of their mind, they want that second trophy.
Yeah, and that was the question coming into it. Would the Masters hangover be in effect here? Doesn't look like the case. Haven't missed a single beat, and they are humming along. One reason why has been the pistol rounds, as they have been so good in those, even when they've been able to bounce back after losing them.
Yeah, and I think this is why Jing had such a strong map as well. This start was just beautiful. I mean, the Omen TP play right away after, you know, a pretty competitive first map on Lotus. And the three-piece, it's just clean.
Yeah. This is very Paper X stuff build, right? If we think about the graphic that we just saw and we look at the plans, KC had one plant. Literally, because Paper X surprised to, again, no one. They're going to be pushing you from the defense. This kind of things, when you're going up against Paper X, you they're difficult to predict, and it's actually a big pain because there's never a bad player in the end of it. It's not like, oh, they went for a super risky play and it's not going to work because they didn't hit the shots. That does not happen with PaperX. So you have to be very confident in what you're going to do with your attack and how you're going to react to this aggression, because especially on Icebox and with the agents that they're playing, that extra mobility that they have to either have those pushes over an A or maybe doing so on mid gives PaperX the confidence that they need to close it.
And it's so annoying to IGL against that type of playstyle, because if you're not running into that disruptive stack with the Omen, you're running into something's operator, and he was also just, I mean, he was at the top of the scoreboard at the end of the game, right?
All right, well, PaperX get themselves the victory here in the first best of 3 of the day, but when we come back, we'll set us up for the second best of 3 of the day. It's Gen.G and Fnatic. You don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the Esports World Cup. Welcome back. It is the Esports World Cup, presenting some Valorant here. D-Gon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time, and joining us is PaperX's very own Something. Congratulations on the win, man. Welcome to the desk. How does it feel here after winning your best 1 and your best of 3 for the first ever Esports World Cup?
Feels great to win like that because we don't really expect we're gonna play like that well, you know, because we came there, we don't even practice, we just came to practice room to talk, and that's it, you know.
No practice at all, but you're still looking that good. I mean, is it all a carryover from Masters Toronto?
I think so, but for example, versus Bilibili, we start really slow, kind of like rusty, we cannot shoot well, but then after like another half, we start playing well, yeah.
I think that you guys like keep your cool very well, especially now that you're mentioning the Bilibili game. It was a very rough, you know, first half for you guys, especially with the expectations that we have, and how you sometimes mistreat the teams the first time that they play against you. It's like everybody thinks it's a very traumatic experience to play against you because you guys are so good. How do you feel during those moments when things start going up against you and you have to bounce back?
I mean, for us, I feel like there is no expectations. We came from Toronto. We took a break from VALORANT because we like use all our resources for qualify to Toronto from 0-3 in the group, then to play Toronto all the way. So we basically took a break, and then we come there to actually practice, you know, like play scrims if you can, you know. I guess we're gonna have like a few days we're gonna play scrims, but overall there's no expectations on us, and I feel like for a teams who play versus us the first time, I think it's really tough. But I don't know, Bilibili play versus us a lot before on the scrims and stuff, and like Sadak played versus us like in Madrid, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, I wanted to ask, so you mentioned being like down 0-3 in that stage one. One of the big changes we saw was obviously you moving back to be a bit more of a permanent duelist, right? Like that Jet that we just saw on Icebox. So is that definitely your preference? Is that where you want to stay? Is that where you feel like you're able to be your best?
For me, of course, yeah. I like to play on duelist, and I guess everyone knows that. I don't mind playing on some initiator roles on some maps, but mostly I would like to play on duelist. And about what? Question about another question? Sorry, I forgot.
No, it was just is that where you want to be? You know?
Yeah.
I miss initiator too. I miss the gecko. I miss the gecko operator. I was telling you about it. I just really enjoy it. I think that only you can do that in the entire world.
If they somehow can up gecko, I don't know, maybe like do something with the wingman. Back health again, like right now it's like 100 maybe, and last time it's 150. Back 150, and I'm gonna play again, I think, more.
You promise?
I don't mind. I'm not gonna promise, but I don't mind to try again, you know.
Okay, he's willing to try again. I'll take that one.
Yeah, you heard it, Bounce Team. Make it happen so that something can get back the gecko and the green hair. Kind of wanted to ask you here, you made the shift from best of 1 to best of 3. Did you feel like you were surprised that you got the 2 maps that you did in both Lotus and Icebox here?
Yeah, of course. I don't know what to say, actually.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, did you want to play Sunset? We've seen some Sunset over on the B stream, but it just seemed like you ended up the match ended up defaulting there.
Yeah, to be honest, we was preparing to play Sunset versus Bilibili, but then we end up playing Lotus, so we actually don't mind playing Sunset.
You're having such a good performance. You just, showed it on Icebox. I feel like you have that something that actually, makes it you are able to pop up in any situation. You know that there's an MVP award here as well, right? And if not, I'm telling you, there's a prize.
Cash prize, right?
There is.
Rumors, it's just rumors. I don't know.
I think
there is.
But if I'm butchering this, I'm sorry, but I'll own up to it. I think it's $10,000 and a very nice medal. So just saying that there, Do you think you would want that? Do you think you can win that?
I mean, I don't mind, but I prefer more to win the whole tournament. I don't really care about MVP.
Yep. Nice.
So you didn't care that Forsaken got MVP over at Masters, and now here's your opportunity.
I mean, he's deserved, so
absolutely.
The other thing I wanted to ask is, you guys were known for kind of chasing that trophy, coming second, and now you've won. How has the kind of mindset shifted in the team? Is everybody still as hungry as they were before? Do you feel like the team hasn't changed much, or does it feel a little bit different?
I mean, as you can see on stage, we're still standing up, we're still laughing, so I can answer your question by that. You can see on the stage what we are doing.
Yeah.
Are you looking forward to go back to the region, after, as you were saying, it was not an easy start of the year, but now you're the champions in Toronto. You're doing very well in EWC. You might come up with a huge glow up.
Yes.
I don't know. Do you want to go back to Pacific, and do you think that this time around you're going to own the region?
This one is going to be tough because everyone wants us to beat, since we show up like that, we playing like that, and everyone will want to be like, oh, PaperX coming to Pacific, we must win them to get some confidence, It's like what's happened to us when we play versus T1. It's actually give us a lot of confidence when we understand we can win, for example, Bangkok winners, when they won 3 weeks ago, and then we just beat them, so
now you're the team to beat.
Yep.
Yeah. On that note, Pacific is 4-0, now 5-0 so far at this tournament with your victory. You get to scrimmage against all different teams every time you make it to an international event. Do you feel like Pacific is the best region right now in terms of, I guess, region strength?
It's always going to be hard to say who is the best region in Valorant, since it's the game himself is kind of a bit random. But I will say Pacific is the most consistent nowadays in Valorant.
Yeah. All right. Hey, there it is. A measured take for the guy who was trying to give up the MVP award despite being so good. Final question. Do you have any words for the fans that have been supporting PaperX, especially throughout every single close heartbreak and now victory over at Masters Toronto and upper bracket victory here at Esports World Cup?
Thank you guys, everyone, who is gonna come to the stage when you're gonna play playoffs. The people gonna come on the stage, right? Mm-hmm. So yeah, thank you for supporting us. We're gonna do our best in a few days when playoffs is started. So yeah, see you soon.
All right, something from PaperX, everyone. Congratulations on the victory. Flawless so far. We'll see him in the knockout stage. We're gonna take a short break. When we come back, we'll break down our final best of 3 of the day.
What are your thoughts on having Valorant added to EWC for the very first time?
Having a big event such as EWC every year, that's something to look forward to, and being here so far has been amazing.
And it just feels like a big festival, like an eSport Olympics, so it's very exciting. Yeah.
I think it's good that there's finally a third-party organizer hosting a Valorant event. I think it's going to be very good for everybody, players, the landscape, fans, everything.
It's very cool because I see all the stuff what will happen here. It's really insane.
I think it's really cool because I believe in Valorant there's not too many tournaments,
Yeah.
And having one more, I think it's really cool.
I think it's a good opportunity. The other teams as well that didn't make it for Masters.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great.
I think it's going to be a very great entertainment for all the viewers all around. I think Valorant is a very exciting and very fun game, and I hope that everyone watching will enjoy our competition. Yep.
What the hell is that? Somebody's still busy.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Big Time was about to cough out here, but he's made it. We're back. The final best of 3 of the day here at Esports World Cup presenting VALORANT. T got alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And get your popcorn ready. It's cinema time. Gen.G versus Fnatic. It is such a good series that we're about to have here.
Absolutely. We had the same not that long ago in Toronto. And Fnatic didn't like it, I think.
I just have a question for you,
Okay.
Kukuka. Have Fnatic ever beaten Gen.G?
Oh, jeez.
No, they have not.
Are Pacific 5-0?
That's more than one question. Can you count? Is my question to you.
I just.
Do you want to play this game? Because I know the results are there. Okay.
It's been like this all the time in the green room. We frantically.
I know
disagree.
that the results are there. Okay. But if you need to be very sure. And you need to 100% consent of going into this game with me.
It's
if you end up crying,
it's
not my fault.
That's a promise.
All right, before we get to the
Tyler, where are you? Can we get rid of Morgan? Just bring me Bambino,
Golly,
please.
That was brutal. Let's take a look at the Fnatic lineup here as they are coming off the runners-up here in Masters Toronto and a nice victory here in their first best of 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it wasn't that long ago because it was the last best of 1 that we saw in the entirety of the day. But we know the runner-ups at Toronto, a great performance, a lot of resilience that they showed, also managed to win the region back in EMEA. Now, tell me, Morgan, did Gen.G do that in Pacific?
Not quite.
Oh,
okay.
Wow.
But this is a
Any of those two things?
Lineup, right? So,
no.
I get where you're coming from. I do think this is an amazing team. I think the roster is absolutely stacked. We did just see them play over on the B stream not too long ago, and it was a very close game against 100 Thieves.
I mean, it was an early lead, but then the closeout was able to happen there, and that's what they, I think just every team needs to be able to do that, be able to take the early lead and then close it on out to get themselves the victory. Fnatic able to do that against 100 Thieves. When we think about Fnatic, what jumps out at your mind here, Big Time?
For me, it's Alphair. I think Alphair is... it might be controversial, but I think he could be the best player on this team. And that's kind of hard to say.
How's that controversial? I mean, I think I think I know where you're coming from. And what you mean to say is that every player in Fnatic is so absolutely freaking good that you can consider them best in slot. It is difficult to say Chronicle is not the best. It is difficult to say. You know, I understand that.
Yeah,
I understand it's very difficult to go up against Fnatic because, you know what, I sympathize with the fact that it's very difficult to go up against Gen.G.
All right, and I made Big Time go ahead and make the point about Fnatic, so now it's time for Kukuka's time to introduce Gen.G for y'all at home. Go ahead, Kukuka.
I absolutely love this team.
Yeah.
I think that Gen.G are the pride and joy of Pacific. You laugh, but I actually think this 100% Texture is an absolute insane player. We saw him playing earlier. Every single time he's going to put out a show. Foxy9 as well. I love when they're playing on the Deadlock. Karen, we've seen Chrome from the very beginning and Munchkin leading the squad. There is very little things that I can have against this roster, and it's very difficult. It doesn't matter what region you're from to go up against Gen.G.
Yeah, they are very good. This is an equally star-studded lineup in my mind, and we did just see them beat, of course, EDG on that best of 1 in a very dominant fashion. Texture going absolutely crazy, and of course, Foxy9, the hero Sentinel, he's Alphair's opposite. He's the Korean Alphair, and that head-to-head for me is something that I'm really looking forward to in this matchup.
I like that. I absolutely love that.
Yeah, both these squads, again, resetting for the Esports World Cup Club Championship, have teams across multiple different titles. So both owners are going to be here over the stretch of Esports World Cup, and these points here where their teams are favorite are important. So Fnatic, Gen.G, best of 3, winner moves to the bracket stage. Let's find out.
are at the end of the first day of Valorant at the Esports World Cup. But we are not slowing down as we jump into our last match tonight. And Ian, it's a good one.
I think you could say it's a banger, Fancy.
It is.
We're in for a treat to close out Play Day 1 of Valorant at EWC. Of course, we had all the best of ones. We had our first best of 3 just a little bit earlier on, where we saw Paper X book that first spot in the playoffs. Who will join them in our final series of the day? Let's bring out our teams. They suffered heartbreak at the Masters, and they are looking to convert that into World Cup glory. Please welcome Fnatic.
Coming off a one-sided best of 1, they are on the right path to prove they are indeed the best. It's Gen.G.
Let's close out day 1 of Valorant at EWC with an absolute banger.
Well, one of these keys will be in danger of being crushed, not tomorrow, but the day after, as you heard from our host down on the stage. Gen.G dominated in their opening BO1, a 13-4 victory on Icebox. For Fnatic, a bit more labored up against 100 Thieves. This is really where the big test begins, though, onto their BO3s in Group D.
Yeah, well, we get ourselves the proper veto this time. We are into our best of 3s now. Ascent, Icebox, and then Sunset to close us out, which is interesting because you do have that Ascent pick seemingly coming through for the side of Gen.G, which, again, I think both of those maps are kind of interchangeable in the direction that they would have been chosen, but I don't know. I maybe would have flipped it the other way around with how some of the results have been going over the last few weeks.
Well, I guess it goes to show how well-rounded both of these, and the overlap between both of these teams' map pool. Like, this isn't somewhere that we're going to come in and say that it's super dominant in one direction or the other. We can see it flip either way, but off recency bias, Gen.G dominated EDG 13-4 on Icebox. That is your second map here, and so they'll certainly be feeling confident stepping in to that map. But first up is Ascent, and I can't wait to see what surprises await us there.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this map because, again, you sort of had the old cookie cutter style of, okay, we're going to run the same comp that's been run for a millennia on this map, and then you have the new gen, new agents bringing Chamber back into the pool. Like, I think the way that Fnatic plays it is pretty unique, but it is a lot of fun to watch. So I think we're going to have a banger on our hands. And I'll be honest with you, looking at this group, we've spoken about it since the beginning. This is the group of death. This is the group that everybody saw come out and went, oh, damn, that's happened. That's managed to go through. So losing in this matchup means that you're going to have to play that other game where it's either 100 Thieves or EDG in the decider game. And the other team gets to skip all the way to the 11th. They just that's when they come back in the playoff stage. So it's a pretty big deal, this one singular best of 3, for how much extra time you get to prepare, which is what a lot of teams are talking about at the moment. Like, they didn't have much time, especially the teams from Toronto, especially the team that was in the grand final of Toronto, to properly prep for this event. You win this game, you get a few extra days, and I think they'll enjoy those a lot.
Well, coming into this matchup, you might be thinking about the head-to-head of Texture and Kayak and how exciting those duelists facing off can be. But looking at the last map that we saw Gen.G play here in this tournament, their BO1, it was Foxy9 drawing all the eyes. He finished that 24-9, dominating EDG. And when you talk about this map in particular, you cannot go on without mentioning Alphier on the Chamber. That's something to keep your eye on, because if he's popping off, this could be a quick conclusion and a move on to Icebox for Fnatic, seemingly their pick.
Yeah, this will be the fun thing about this sort of map, is that like you mentioned, like in the previous best of 1, it was Foxy9. Now, if there's a consistent Foxy9 in this tournament, then you talk about Gen.G as a contender for the whole thing. Like, even when he's playing decently, this squad looks very scary. I don't know if he's going to be able to do that in back-to-back maps. I'll be honest with you. I want to see if he's still on it today, because he is definitely one of those sort of like up and down players. And the same at times can be said for Alfie, but you look at the last tournament, you look at Toronto, the guy was on smoke. Like there have been lots of people arguing, even though they lost the final and they lost it 3-1, that he should still be MVP. That's how good he played. And I think it was almost set in stone that if that series went further, he would have broken the kill record. So definitely eyes on him. Of course, for Kayak, facing off against one of, if maybe not the best, duelist in the world, Texture. And he does it with a smile.
Well, pistol round already underway. And Fnatic will take this slow and steady. The one-way smoke denying them access towards a main, and pushing up on the back of it will be Karen. An attempt to at least force that fight if there was a player around the corner. Grab that little bit of extra information, as the reveal does for them. Now know at least someone is around middle. And for the side of Gen.G, I guess a lot of this is a hope that they can pull these players towards short. Texture waiting, he's already activated his dash, knowing someone was close. Fnatic almost take a punch it down, looking to bypass this hold, looking to bypass the Killjoy utility and take it through market. They've got to contend with Foxy9, but he's down to 4 HP, and they've already lost Ash.
No more. Crashes is quickly going to turn this back into an even scenario. Munchkin desperately low, and the rotation yet to really come in. It was just Texture sort of poking his nose in towards the B site. A deep push as well back over towards the spawn, and that drone is going to give the game away that there's at least one player in position. Having that Sheriff watching for the cross, but the damage mostly done in that scenario to Kayak. We are still 3-3 for now.
There's a reveal online for Crashies. As they make their way back through, of course, a pulse comes out of that. Alfier making his way in, just causing that disruption. TP's back into main. They know where he is now, and already dealt with Crashies. Kayak low on the side as well, but time is ticking. They need to get on that defuse, and that's putting the pressure on. Now the time fully gone, and the round already in Fnatic's pocket. A 1-0 start here for the attacking side.
Yeah, that was the crazy thing about it. You kind of looked at how some of those early battles ended up going, and you're like, okay, it looks like this is good for Gen.G, but they just took too long. That was the major problem. They needed someone on that spike a little bit quicker, and with the smoke giving just about enough of a gap for the peek through to deny the defusal, that was the round done, basically off the time alone. A decent start for the side of Fnatic, and of course, I wouldn't necessarily call this like a grudge match. Like, I don't think you're going to look at both these teams and go, oh yeah, there's a lot of bad blood. But you have to look at this from Fnatic's perspective. They only lost to a couple of teams over at Masters. One of them was in the grand final. The other was to Gen.G. So I think they will want to sort of prove that, okay, the squad may have beaten us in the last tournament, but we were the ones that ended up in that trophy battle. Texture, pistol in hand, always deadly, but Kayak is going to deal with him before anything more can happen.
Yeah, he certainly wasn't falling for the decoy. That's a lot of damage delivered. Munchkin and Karen very low indeed. They'll be invading the smoke, looking to move towards tree, clear out that space, but little do they know that wraparounds come in. Fnatic have a lot of control. They're waiting for every push. Crashies is grabbing one with the classic, and so far it's a flawless display from that attacking side. Not that they're up against a stacked economy. We don't expect a lot from Gen.G, but something would certainly be nice. And, well, at least they've got Boaster with a full magazine of the classic. That got a little bit scary.
I feel like there was a moment in Alfier's head where he went, I could help him, but I'm not going to. Like, he genuinely just kind of went, no, I'm not swinging that. That's all you, bud. You've got this. And then didn't even hit the shots anyway. He had to be saved by Kayak, who was thankfully a little bit kinder than maybe he was, but at least adds a slight amount of additional cost to Fnatic as they'll go into what will be the bonus round. But ultimately, this is where things should get that a little bit more interesting. No operator in yet for the defensive side. They can't quite afford it. But this is where expectations rise just a little bit. Although both teams have proved to be quite prominent on that attack side.
So perhaps Gen.G getting on that board early. An important factor. You already see Alfier and Chronicle down and out of the round. well handled in these early fights. And I mean, what you're left with now, a little bit of aggression going in towards A main. It's opened some space for Kayak. He's pressured it, but he's caught by Munchkin. Covering all their bases here are Gen.G. And although, you know, we come into this round, there are weaknesses for Fnatic. You don't expect it to look like this, a flawless round for Gen.G.
Yeah, it looked like there were a lot of opportunities as well, where it was 1v1s, but just every single fight ended up going in the direction of Gen.G. Like, I think Kayak coming back through was maybe the most surprising of the lot, just getting absolutely domed by Munchkin. And that's the fun thing about Ascent for them, is this sort of the map where obviously he still has a lot of that supportive utility, but it's kind of one of the only maps we haven't really seen him play Viper. Like that's sort of what he's been leaning into a lot recently. I think it's his most played agent by far. Picks up the KO and has that little bit more of an opportunity to be a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Munchkin going into Icebox Sunset and have a little bit more of that. I wouldn't say comfort. It's not like he's uncomfortable here on the KO. Again, that decoy going through, it won't be fallen for at all. Texture's doing a great job. I mean, every time he sees that Yoru opening up, running it down, he knows that's not the real one. And he goes hunting for him, finding the opening pick here again. And Fnatic, again, there are already those weaknesses. You see Boaster come in with a stinger, but this is the round that you want to see Fnatic bounce back on. You mentioned that both teams pretty good on the attacking side. If you see Gen.G run away with this early, it could be very dangerous for Fnatic. And already it's a 5v3.
Stay down.
B2.
Yeah, it seems to be getting worse and worse. And again, a lot of these don't seem to be tradable fights. Which, against a lot of teams, for Fnatic, that would be all right, because they'd win a lot of them. But in this case, they are losing these picks every single time. None of them able to take it over the line. And wow, there is a clear amount of information for Gen.G right now. I wonder if this just becomes a save. Like, realistically, 2v5, your economy's in the bin for the next round anyway.
30 seconds left.
What are the chances that you manage to get into one of these sites, find a pick, and get a post-plant? With 25 seconds left, almost zero.
Yeah, and if you run to the A site, like, you couldn't be foolish enough to think that they've abandoned it to go towards B main after an orb gets tapped inside. What they have done is pushed up
10 seconds
Munchkin
left.
all the way up mid, looking for Crashies, who's just around the corner. Flashes perfectly timed, but Crashies lands the shot. The first for this squad. Paranoia put through. A smoke even going down. A desperate attempt to keep Gen.G back. And although Ash pressures a little bit, I think they'll get out with both of those weapons.
Yeah, I don't think they wanted to overextend. Like, that's the thing. At this point of the game, their own finances aren't exactly built to a point of no return. It's not like they've got like 3-4 buys able to come in a row. So although it would be nice to remove all those additional weapons, I think it comes down to just making sure their own economy becomes strong. And you can see it now. That one player dropping means that there's an opportunity for Texture to buy back in with the operator. And this is another conversation that's been had a lot around Gen.G, is like, is this guy the best sniper in the world? I think he's definitely up there. We watched him play earlier versus Kankan. It was another one that was in the conversation, and there wasn't a conversation. A lot of it did still revolve around Foxy Knight having a crazy game, but when the operator was put into play, he was definitely still up the top, and he's already had... This is definitely risky, though. It's risky because he's alone and they have a low buy. It makes me a little bit nervous, but it doesn't overextend too much. Ooh. These first engagements have been a little bit shaky for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, they're certainly not afraid to take some risks, that's for sure. Quick shot by Texture. This time he does get caught by the clone. The decoy on its way, but he's not going for that crazy over-aggression. Doesn't have the dash online anymore, so much more tempered as he falls back to cover that mid push-up, leaving Ash to hold down on short. You can see Fnatic are looking to pressure him. It will probably be that Yoru flash. No, in fact, the Vice one to pop to open this up. Finding a little bit of trouble in converting the kill, but they get there eventually. Now the pressure left onto that A-side holder. Charon at least able to grab the opening. A couple players low, and he's connecting shots.
Yeah, the gun's still in play, but the time really is ticking, and they still haven't been able to isolate Charon at all. In fact, he's just taken over the round all on his lonesome. Oh, that must have been a few HP difference from having an ace already in the tournament. It was incredibly close, but nonetheless, that was perfect from Charon. Just having that different target isolation, creating himself space, and more importantly, delaying what was a rush. They even tried to throw in the Hunter's Fury to displace him, and Like, he danced around it like it was nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that push, though. Alfier's running it through while Boaster's putting down a bubble full of smokes. Chronicle gets caught on low HP on short, and then, well, as you said, a bullet or two away from the ace. That's certainly not taking the wind out of his sails, being denied it, though. He is a happy man. And I think Gen.G off to a flying start.
Is that happy, or is that, oh, I was so close?
No. That was a smile on his face there. You take the round win like that, and you start to deny that early success for Fnatic on the attack side. You force them into a tactical pause already. That's a big win for Gen.G.
Yeah, already. Wanting to get in a bit early. I don't think that's a bad sign from Fnatic. Like, this half definitely hasn't fallen too far out of control, but as you mentioned, you look back to some of their previous results, and I don't think it's crazy to say that they're good on both sides of the map, but at least versus Sentinels and RRQ, you're looking at 8 or 9 rounds over on the attack side, and the same can somewhat be said for Gen.G. The last time they played it versus Paperx, 8-round attack. So a lot of that, again, comes down to when you have this solid setup around someone like Texture, he's terrifying. So I do think that's something that they have to take into consideration. But it's definitely not
That's a good spot.
too much to worry about just yet. And going into a bye round seems like the ideal place.
They've had their moment.
Here.
Kayak with his ult to clear a lot of space. You can see they're on their way towards this B site. Maybe hinging on Alpha. Finding one of these opening picks. It's been a lot of individual fights, but of course, with him being able to just TP out of here, you're not surprised to see him playing that little bit more loose. The smoke down won't deny anything for him. Thing is, though, I think Kayak's ultimate will open up some opportunities.
Yeah, this is where we get to see if we are going to get the Foxy9 of earlier today under serious pressure. Paranoia has missed, but he's just managed to dodge almost everything. Still shoots the drone, but takes the man down himself as well. Kayak gone. And what was an attempt to put pressure onto Foxy9. Well, I'll take a look at his HP, Mitch. I think it's at full.
Not even a shot landed in return, yeah. And again, this guy's on form today. I understand trying to remove him from that B site. The paranoia being sidestepped, though, gives him such a leg up in that fight. The TP, it goes towards the spawn. It's a bold play, but I think they'll have that information. Certainly a good inkling of it. 12 seconds left. An ult committed and the spike dropped on the floor. No movement from Gen.G. No panic. And indeed, no time left for this plant. Chronicle, the best he can do here is probably save that weapon. The fourth is locked in for Gen.G, and this was a big buy coming in for Fnatic. Yes, Chronicle will walk away with a Vandal, but the damage is done.
Yeah, and as well, like at this stage, you do have a lot of credits for Gen.G. So they can afford to take that risk to try and remove the extra gun. I think they are just getting stalled out, though. Like, they try and make a move off the back of the ultimate. You see all the nano swarms slowing them down and a quick rotation coming in from the side of Gen.G just to put that support. But they're so tunnel visioned in onto, I think it was what Ash was doing, that it almost becomes just too easy for Foxy9 and Karon at the back of the site to be able to just hold on to things. 4 and 2, extending that lead. Tour de force. Alongside that rifle. Actually, Chronicle's not far away. The Tour de Force will get absolutely nothing, though. That is what I talk about when I'm saying that Texture with the Operator is just a terrifying force. That is one of the main dangers of this round already gone.
Yeah, one of the main dangers for Gen.G, but for Fnatic, Texture still alive and lurking around. This guy is going to be difficult to deal with. He's already 7-1. The form hitting Foxy9, your solo site holder most of the time. He's there as well. For Fnatic, they need their own heroes to step up to the plate. We expect a good attack side. Already, it's looking like it will be 5 locked in.
He's got 5,900 credits, and he's playing with a judge. Just making sure that even if they do manage to kill him on short, the gun they'll get as an upgrade is not going to help them out too much. An uncharacteristic missed shot. That was the warning. But again, Fnatic are playing this time so low. They're expecting aggression. They're expecting faces, someone to go and try and give them a pick, and they're getting absolutely nothing from it. And okay, they've got past one of the demons over on the side of Gen.G, but Foxy9 is the other. We questioned if he would keep up the form from the best of one early today. The fact is he has. I think he had over 400 ACS, not just in total, but also in both halves, which is just insane.
Yeah, it's rare that you see, and it's rare you'll hear me reference a rating. It might be the first time I've ever done it, but it goes up to 2.0. My man was 2.0. I mean, he couldn't have been any better. And then again, you know, you look at that start for Texture, beautiful. You follow that up then, having Foxy9 one-up him. And sure, it was a 4K against an eco, but still, those dangers, those are the kind of rounds that Fnatic can turn in their favor a lot of the time, but not in this series, not so far. 5-2, a strong start, but a bye comes out for Fnatic. Munchkin not sticking with the judge this time. It's a different approach, leaving the short close hold. I think that was just an anti-eco, understanding that that's a space that's been under-pressured, underutilized by Fnatic so far. They expected the hit to come in. Now, it didn't in the previous, but by the looks of things, this will be the round that they tested. And Boaster, to pick up Texture, puts a lot of pressure on this split.
Yeah, that's Boaster on 6 HP, and I think that has been calmed over. Caron, always seemingly in an awkward spot, but he has shot himself. That Yoru clone. And a Steel Garden is actually going to take his weapon away, so it's whether or not they can put the pressure onto him. The thing is, he'll probably just sit this out. It's not like Boaster can really take that fight to try and clear him, so they're going to have a bit of an awkward position for Fnatic that they need to deal with this man from the back, and they also need to clear underneath the Balk. That's a quick double. Now Caron pounces, and this is all falling apart. Bear in mind, Boaster was tagged at the beginning of this round. They get the site, but they just don't clear the positions properly, and while that ends up being all too easy for Gen.G. What a start to this first half.
Really, the adversity they just overcame there, losing Texture early, Caron isolated, hit by the Vysalt, forced out of the site as well. And that's not great for Boaster on 6 HP. Can't really take that fight without trolling. But that means they isolated Munchkin. They had him on his own. And still, he's able to find success on that backside, opens up the window for Caron to come back in and take that fight. That is a round that looked to be, after the opening pick, very heavily favored to Fnatic. They can't get it across the line, and it comes with a heavy cost as all of their credits now gone. Gen.G looking for that 7th favorite to take it across the line, and Texture, he might be picked off early in the previous, but you ain't getting away with that 2 times in a row.
I was about to say, he only has 2 deaths, so realistically, they've not got away with that much whatsoever. And I think that was literally the first time they've caught him since he's had the operator. So, it's not looking great. Oh, he's not going to fall for that one. This isn't a Durka fake. Come on, Fnatic. Grind to a halt. Ooh, that was a bit wide. I think that was a bit wider than he meant to jump. He gets away with it. That's the main thing.
Didn't quite expect him to be pushed up into that corner, I suppose.
Yeah, maybe going for a slightly deeper jump into mid, but it's a bit of a gamble. Again, 40 seconds on the clock. No real ground garnered for Fnatic. They will at least move the crosshair of one. Well, Foxy9, I think he's decided, you know what, I've had this ult for a while. I've been holding on to it. Let's just stick that one out, try and buy them and buy myself a little bit of extra time. Push coming in to his left, but he's still going to survive. Takes that 2 kills. But it is a plant, and it is guns picked up for Fnatic. One of the better opportunities they've had. It's still not going to be easy, though.
I mean, he bought a lot of time there, Foxy9, and with Texture coming back in, op in hand, you don't expect to see many shots missed. Great paranoia. That gives Texture an easy kill. The dash in as Caron takes Chronicle out of the round. It is a clean retake for Gen.G. Foxy9 does his work to pick up the double entry, and from that point, you weren't really doubting them, but once the paranoia hits, it seemed like a certainty. 7 on the board for Gen.G. Fnatic will have a bye in the next, but this attack side favor that you talked about, Tom, it's certainly not there for Fnatic so far.
No, like they're definitely comfortable on either side of the map, but the problem is right now is a lot of the time we talk about this team's ability to win rounds that they never should really win. That big clutch factor, and I'll be honest, from Fnatic, it hasn't been there so far. Like, you look at this round, you go, okay, 2v3, they have a chance. Paranoia goes through, catches both people immediately, they are dead. And that's the round. Like, normally you'd at least expect a spark, but Gen.G have extinguished that immediately. They have made sure the sprinklers are going off the second there's any smoke. And while Texture has been spotted, that doesn't mean he's going to stop, though.
No, but it does mean the Fnatic are going to address that. Texture's pushing mid, get the hell out of there, retreat, and fall back towards this A main push. Now, typically Foxy9's been on the B side. That's where the Killjoy setup is. Now they're funneling themselves in to Foxy9, to Munchkin, who are ready and waiting for this push to come through. Hunter's Fury perhaps could help them out in clearing some angles, but they have got one hell of a challenge on their hands. That's an early flash and peek. Now the pressure on Foxy9.
Yeah, the rest of the team are incredibly far away, only just looking to make their move through. And this time he has ended up shooting the clone, but again he gets Kayak, and there still hasn't been a trade yet, down to just 5 HP and eventually caught out. Boaster, the trade that was necessary. Again, a solid position from Fnatic to fight from. Shock darts going through to at least slow them down a little bit. And you can tell they're expecting a second one to be coming in. It's a round that should be going in. What? He expected the jump up. He predicted where Alfia is going to be. And now, well, Texture looking around the corner, wrapping in as quickly as possible. They haven't really needed him to go crazy in rounds, but this retake is looking all too easy. Only man standing, and Crashy's got to go. They're already defusing, he's not in the right spot. And even though he gets 2 at the end, it is meaningless. How has Texture done that?
That shot through the smoke. I don't know what the cue was. I don't know if he heard a step as he moved towards the box, counted to 2 and fired away, but that game sense is insane. He knows he's on the angle, smoke blooms. Like, what was the cue? What was the cue? And then the Bladestorm popped to just completely dive in. That's unbelievable.
Maybe he was thinking, what would I do?
Yeah. I'd probably jump up about now. Yeah. Oh, that's outrageous. And for Fnatic, you've got to just feel like you're being hammered into the dirt now. 8-2. Gen.G expected to be solid on the attack side, and there is no space for Fnatic to play with. Texture with an opening, Karen following up with another, and the round's barely started, and it looks like it's over. Munchkin with a chance to use that judge, and he's only picked up the 1. That's at least a spark of life for Fnatic. They may be able to get this spike down.
Oh, it's a bait from Kayak. He's hoping for a kill, wanted to try and make a play. Instead, he has sent them back down to a 1 versus 3 crash. He's trying to catch them while in the drone, but he doesn't know there's 2 waiting for him on the other side. And that's the thing. Every moment that we have that sort of core EMEA Fnatic belief that's like, okay, this is the round we'll see a crazy clutch. They just get bodied. Like, that wasn't even close. That 2v3 wasn't close. That was just comfortable, easy stuff for the opposing side. Even the last round, there was a 3v4 retake. It didn't look like they were pressed at all. I don't know. That maybe just Gen.G are the bogey team for Fnatic, but right now, they are looking like a different caliber of squad.
It's that shot there as well from Texture. It's really feeling like in a lot of these moments that they have the perfect read. Like, often when that push comes through,
casual smirk.
Crashies is going to catch someone off guard there. Someone at the door's closing, they either push forward to break it, or they're starting to go window to get that heaven push underway. And instead, Texture just sat there holding it with the op. He expects the push and punishes it almost every time.
Where is he going?
One last round to play with, and they're being pushed on. Straight down through mid. Caron's finding 1. The door already being broken. And the old pop through, the Hunter's Fury. I mean, this is just...
He's got to be dead.
This is full investment from Fnatic, and they'll at least manage to level the playing field.
Spike planted.
Oh, just in case, safety first. Not taking a risk. Smoke's faded, and there's nobody watching the angle. What was an even scenario, at least in personnel, has quickly diminished. Again, trying to pressure onto the drone, but there are always players waiting and watching Fnatic. They're playing for curses at this point, hoping to at least get themselves a third, but that is not looking likely. The retakes of Gen.G have been an unstoppable force. Kayak still fighting his best and giving Crashies a chance, but the trade is immediate. Down to just 1 man standing, both of them
cutting through.
Desperately low on HP and almost just playing onto that time. Kayak knows that he will have it in the end, and sure, it took a lot for them to finally grind out a 3rd round, but eventually the hero, this time of Kayak, gets them in.
Well, perhaps the curse could bring them across the line. We'll find out how this fares for Fnatic in the second half after the break. Welcome back, folks. It is 9-3 in favor of Gen.G. They have been lights out on their defensive side, putting 9 straight rounds and a close 1v1 that got Fnatic up to 3 to close out the half. Now, Gen.G on the attack, somewhere we expect to see them putting up rounds, and if that's the case, we'll be going to Icebox very soon. Fnatic with their back against the wall, but hell, we know that's where they can be the most dangerous.
Well, yeah, it was literally 9 rounds in a row for Gen.G after they lost the pistol in the last half and came out with 9 rounds. And very easily could have come out with more. That's what this matchup has been so far. They have been the better side, but now it's up to Fnatic. And more importantly, I want to see more from Alfia. We talked about the consistency over at Masters Toronto and what he was able to do, but we haven't seen it just yet. That's a nice start, though. The lifeline of the pistol necessary. Kayak gets the first kill.
Down to a 5v4. This pistol's so valuable for Fnatic if they can find a Kayak and Crashies. Chronicles there too. The whole team stepping up to bring the pistol into Fnatic's favor. That's 2 for 2 now on this map, but they are still trailing by quite a lot.
Yeah, it is definitely a long road back into it. Of course, this, again, is one of those compositions that I think facing into a defensive side will be quite unorthodox. You've got those Vice setups, which are always difficult to get through in a pacey manner, and then you're going to have that aggression out from Alfia. My only worry, though, is the fact that he's just not been on the board just yet. Like, it has been a very, very quiet game from Alfia. Whatever part of his career you're talking about. Like, a 3-11 is not something you'd normally see. Right, all right then. We're just spamming smokes and getting 2 kills, are we, Crashies? It's a little bit of a different ball game, and then he throws out the dart, you know, because he didn't need it before. Just gets the timing. At least padding those stats a little bit. Realistically, I was going to say they want to try and keep things clean, but he has gone down.
Yeah, 1 loss, not too major. Little execution from Chronicle. This one's looking like it will be a relatively clean closer. The steps heard as Munchkin's running about in spawn. Although he catches Chronicle off, the classic shots don't land. 9-5, 4 players alive. Fnatic, well, this is exactly how that previous half started, but then it was 9 straight rounds for Gen.G, something that's not possible here because the game would end before that.
Yeah, I think it's always going to be very difficult. Like, you can take a lot from how we saw the retakes played in the last half. Like, the setup from Gen.G was fantastic. Like, they're so good at putting texture into positions where, well, and Caron, if I'm being honest, like the amount he was teleporting into angles and just taking aggressive fights. Now you put them onto the attack side, well, they can do that from the get-go. And immediately, we're going to see that operator brought up into Alfia. The belief definitely still there that he can take over, he can dominate this map. And you can see from the positions on the map that maybe a little bit tentative to fight into middle from Gen.G, knowing that there could be some danger in that part of the map.
Well, the danger's coming to them. Not just in this B main push, but Alpha's now stepped through mid. There's a short push as well. Foxy9 locking it down on one side. And it looks like they'll look for space in mid, but not without that drone going through. That's a key part of this play. It actually hasn't spotted Alpha. It only saw the player up on short, but that's enough for Gen.G to decide to wrap all the way around through spawn. In the meantime, the A push comes in, and, well, it could be a mistake. Both are able to pick one, but stopped short of taking down Texture. And so a 4v2, presumably post-plant, will be underway. Oh, they got a 3v2.
That's a bit of a nasty surprise for Ash. And with both players still holding on to their weaponry, it's not out of the realms of possibility. It's more so if they want to gamble these 2 guns. Now, obviously for Alfia, he was hoping maybe he could get a few picks and maybe play towards that tour de force, but he is not even remotely close to it. So a gun loss here would mean maybe not having a rifle at all in the next round, but definitely not having the operator. And already that late positioning from Foxy9 has completely caught him off. It leaves Kayak alone versus 3, still going for it. A nice shot onto the first. I think a lot of this may come down to either trying to save the operator or at least pick off the remaining members of Gen.G as they exit, while Foxy9's read is just sublime. The man is having a great day of Valorant.
Well, I think fairly easy for him there. The flash goes out, nobody's peeking, no noise made. What was the point? And of course, he correctly deduces that it was all a ruse. Great round from him, a great map indeed from him as well. And Garon, it was a bold play to go up on top of that wall, but he was supporting Texture. Together they clear that site, eliminate Alpha, drop that operator as well. And a decent blow to the Fnatic economy with that. This round, well, this could be the beginning of the end for Fnatic already. It's 10-5, and their credits fully put on the line. Light shields on 3 players, regen shields on 1. Not quite able to get that full protection in here, but Kayak, he won't be scared away by the lack of shields. Goes pushing down, has a small angle the turret can't see him from, but Foxy9, he's well aware of that possibility.
They're not going to risk sticking around any longer. Of course, for both of these squads, you can talk about making it to playoffs, you can talk about fighting for the trophy, but of course both are club partners as well, so they will be fighting for that overall ridiculous prize pool. And I'm sure the organization itself will be hoping that both of these teams are able to bring them some pretty significant points. Of course, the main changes this year is that the consistency over all of the esports is far more important than having 1 or 2 big winners. But they'll take the big winners anyway. It's still nice to get 1,000 club points on the board. Boaster under pressure, Stinger in hand. His target has gone walkabouts, and he will hit himself a shot, but unfortunately not the kill. Luckily, Crashies is still going. He's been having a great game so far, and Karen could do nothing about this one. And unfortunately for Foxy9, this time, his luck is just that little bit too far behind. This will be a 6th round onto the ball for Fnatic, and well, although they are still a distance behind Gen.G, it's starting to look a little bit more possible as the rounds go on. It seems like some of them at least are starting to warm up.
The other thing as well, when you talk about the club points, is that the fact that you need to get that first place in at least one of these esports to go the distance and claim the top prize. It takes the pressure off the other teams so that you can build it a little bit later on. You want to find that early on in the season, early on in the weeks. For Fnatic, looking at their run internationally, it's definitely not out of the question. But there's a bit of a climb back on this map if they're going to be taking this series cleanly. This has already been a strong performance from Gen.G, and a mistake or two is allowed. But at this point, they're going to call a timeout, wanting to get ahead of this early.
Either way, taking it early, similarly to what we saw from Fnatic in that 3-2 early in the game, wanting to make sure that they keep themselves in the lead, not let this one slip away. Of course, Icebox up next is a strong map for Fnatic. And I think that's the fun thing about this series overall, is the fact that it does feel like either side could come out on top. That final map, I believe, is Sunset as well, which is definitely at least going to be an interesting one. I don't think it's been the best map for Fnatic overall, so the fact that both squads have ended up on that map, maybe wanting to prove that there is something a little bit more there for them.
Launching thorns.
But we are still looking at some of those individuals right now for Fnatic. Alfia starting to come alive at least a little bit. It's been Crashy is the one to sort of lead the show. Well, at least for now. Gonna be forced back a little bit.
Trap destroyed.
Yeah, sending this short pressure, a little bit of a halt. Not sure what's on the other side. Boaster already giving up a lot of control. They've got Kayak embedded in line. And I think just a lot of respect shown towards those weaker weapons, not wanting to give them the close range angle. Short now being held from the site by Boaster up top. There won't be any easy fights. Had they have pounced when they wanted to initially, this could have been a different story. The flash will send Boaster back. It's really Texture that's the danger man. The man with the rifle in hand, sneaking into heaven, finding one. Cloudburst for the crossover. That actually, it's just to get Foxy9 the weapon. Now they're both armed and dangerous and looking to crunch in on Spawn. Cut that rotation off. Information gained by the jump peak, and they execute Chronicle. Now knowing there should be only one player on the other side of the map, if any, and it's Alfier with an op. He finds one, but now the numbers are running at him. What a shot!
Oh, this could be big. Finally starting to see some life in Alfier, a third found, but it's the spams of Texture that are having to be dealt with eventually. Kayak will finish his dinner, and those are the sort of rounds we expected to see from Alfier. You said it, one man was left to try and defend that B site, but a bit of an unorthodox position, and more so, 3 big picks coming his way. That is a massive turning point, and potentially such an important round. Bear in mind what was invested into that one from the side of Gen.G. If that one slips, I almost call it map over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this was one where they have one rifle going into it, find the pick in heaven, gets them an extra rifle, and then isolate Chronicle. Now you've got a lot of weapons and a lot of bodies coming towards one man with a not a very high fire rate weapon, but he's able to get it across the line, now putting the gap to 3. A remarkable recovery already for Fnatic, but this is a bigger challenge, because as we said, that was a very low investment from Gen.G. Now they've got everything to work with.
Yeah, the tough thing for Gen.G is that this setup is consistently changing. Of course, you want to have those executions where you can send Texture through supportive utility, but you don't know if you're running into Thorns. You don't know if he'll get isolated by a wall. You can. That has moved between short, A main, and wherever Chronicle fancies placing it. And then that normally means there's aggression elsewhere on the map. They're having to be incredibly methodical to try and catch out some of these players, but they're using a lot of utility in these early starts to the round. And it means that when it comes to executions, a lot of the time they don't have it available to them.
Foxy9 put down the alarm bot, but it wasn't fully covering the position. Ends up pulling it back. The ultimate used is that they're not too sure if players are waiting outside B main or not, but now Fnatic have that information. They know to be ready on the other side. As in goes the ultimate of the Hunter's Fury from a safe distance, and it's Charon to be dropped to the floor. A 3 versus 5 with Ash already gone. But the plant seems to be secured. A lot of this hinges on Foxy9, but they know that he was around B main not long ago, waiting for him to walk up short. And Crashy strikes just in time with Munchkin low. This round seems to already be tied up in a neat little bow. Texture, the only one standing in their way. He would need a 1v5, an ace, and only 2 can be found. Fnatic do well to land an 8th round, and this gap that was looking daunting at the halftime, now very much doable.
Yeah, Texture decided to let them have it because he only ever gets 4Ks, so it's not really any point wasting his own time.
Yeah.
Like, but, you always get a little bit worried when he starts hitting headies like that. But no, a great round from Fnatic. Like, firstly, you could tell they realized immediately that, okay, that null command's online. We need to sit back with our utility. We need to have Chronicle away from that A site, at least initially, so that he can activate the Thorns if they do it. And then what we do is we have the Hunter's Fury from afar that could still be activated because it's not in the range. And then we have Alfier with an operator, which it doesn't need any utility. That's Alfier with an operator. And he was a lot more careful with it, at least initially, until he saw that Hunter's Fury for disruption. Once again, a lower buy for Gen.G. They do have a few ultimates available to them. The one that catches the eye the most is, of course, that Blade Storm available for Texture. They had an incredible start to this one. Still 17 and 10 on the scoreboard, but not quite the 7 and 1 that he was at the start.
Look at this stack from Fnatic. They had Kayak push up in B main early on alongside Alfier, take the space, and then just leave Alpha posted with the op. He can quickly get out of there, and there's a vice wall as well that they'll have to break through, so he'll be able to potentially take a pick and then isolate a player. It's even just the drone destroyed, but information that could start the rotate.
Yeah, that's the thing, with him being able to teleport back to safety, and then the wall there, it's going to be interesting because for the Fnatic side, they don't really have to move because that wall hasn't been triggered. So the first player will have to then trigger the wall, and then by that point, they can get back into the site. It's going to be the teleport across. Now the Hunter's Fury. There's a lot of ults being spammed into position. Bear in mind, this was a low investment round for Gen.G, but in terms of ults, it is a high investment round. That's already 2 put into play. I believe Blade Storm's online as well, so that's a 3rd. They need to get something from this.
And it's the Blade Storm, at least to start, but he's being tagged down to 39, trying to use the updraft to pick him off from a different angle. And although the op didn't finish the kill, this round has become a major uphill battle to hold on to that spike control for Gen.G. Pistols sitting on the site, at pistol even, it's just Charon. As Alfier goes down, the defuse is underway. Ash is jumping through. They've stopped the defuse. Time is ticking. And Fnatic now under so much pressure. Somehow, the Thrifty has worked out. It's an expensive round, but well worth the cost for Gen.G.
No, that's outrageous, though. It wasn't even the ults that won it for them. The ults were null and void by the time. It's like, yeah, cool, okay. We've got ourselves the lockdown. That gave us the site. Okay, we used the Hunter Shuri. That didn't really do anything.
From the shadows.
And then, and then it's just Sheriff. It's like, that's what did it. Like, from this point where all the ults are gone, they should have still lost the round. It's just Sheriff shots from Ash and Charon, and I think Fnatic will watch that round back and be absolutely fuming.
And there wasn't even any surprise element with Ash running through. He triggered the wall. They knew that. Well, he's there. Somehow he's able to find so much value, as is everybody else. Shocking for Fnatic. They've been so clean on this comeback, on the climb back. Rising to the occasion, but falling at what could be one of the final hurdles. Gen.G. Momentum not fully back in their sails. As you can see, Texture and Munchkin have been ripped out of the round, and Foxy9, he can't even get out of there. He just ran back through the Razor Vine.
Yeah, that is the whole point of that piece of utility. You can't do that, but hey, I probably didn't realize how much damage he's already taken. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But yeah, that's the thing for Fnatic. They still have plenty of finances. Like, that is an infuriating round. That's one you're going to want to forget. But they are a team that's very good with their mental fortitude. That's pretty much what we've talked about them and sort of Boaster and Chronicle. Chronicle, I think, might be the king of mentality. I don't know if there's anybody better. Then again, if you have the most trophies, you're probably going to be up there. But for now, at least, yeah, the remaining two just have to say. Like, you're in a spot where you've just about managed to get through the last round. I think the Spike managed to eliminate one or both remaining players. I think it was both. So they didn't have the gun saved over. Obviously for Texture, he didn't buy because he had a Blade Storm, so it was a little bit different. But yeah, they need to hold on to these guns to have anything. Otherwise, we could very easily see this leveling up in just a moment's time. So we might be laughing and watching and seeing that Sheriff round and going, oh, that never should have happened. But the fact that Fnatic come back so clean, it almost doesn't matter.
Well, yeah, it's the course correction, right? They've gotten right back on the train tracks. They're not derailed just yet, and that's the important thing, because a round like that can very much cripple your mentality. And with a team like Fnatic, I don't think that's likely to ever happen, especially like Alfier. I think he was on Pie Watch at one point. Now he's definitely feeling it a little more. A little silly death there for Foxy9, and he doesn't look happy about that in the player cam either. I think he thought those vines were a little further forward than they were. Thought he'd get out with 7 HP, but left on 0. And now a timeout call by Gen.G. A map that they had a huge lead on going into their favored half, that they then managed to upset the rhythm of Fnatic 2 rounds ago. And yet Fnatic answer back immediately. The gap closes and the economy is crushed for Gen.G. This timeout, definitely necessary at this point, because it seems like their hands have been ripped from the reins.
Wow. It really does feel like Fnatic have somehow found themselves in the driver's seat. Like, this really was, like, this could have been 10 or 11 rounds in that first half. And now in the second half, we've seen the rise of Alfier.
That's a new lineup for me.
That's not the start they were looking for, though. Texture already down and out. I think a 10th round, I don't want to say it's guaranteed because they've still got Sheriffs in their hands, and we've already seen what they can do with those, but how many times do you think Fnatic will make that sort of critical error? I think the answer might be 1.
Well, you know, the other thing is they're not against the Blade Storm lurking mid. They're not against the lockdown to take them out of those deep control spaces. They're not against the Hunter's Fury to delay their retake, or a Charon TP from the shadows to get the plant down. Not quite the same round for Gen.G. What they do have is a Guardian on Foxy9. And look, with some of the rounds we've seen, that could very well be enough. But Fnatic have come back online. They've started to hit shots, and it doesn't feel like they will be crumbling to just one weapon. But I may regret saying that in just a few moments.
I was about to say, they do have a very special set of skills. And that normally involves headshots. I don't know if they're going to expect the second player to be there, but Foxy9 already has managed to make it round the corner. That could be a bigger problem, though. There's only one is standing. Foxy9, he's not going to have a gun still for another few seconds. He's already managed to pick one up. I think he's made the realization. That shot's crazy, but the time is ticking away. He needs to grab that spike, and already Alfia is going to make it to the site. 20 seconds. He's going to have a decent idea. He's going to wait for him, but he's not quick enough. An incredibly nice try, and, well, you almost had to eat your words. That was very, very close.
Oh, yeah.
Alfia's got your back.
That scared me a lot there. When I see him also looking up to heaven, I'm like, okay, he's going to be shot in the back. Clears the correct angle, makes it a 1v1, taps the spike after hearing the player drop. He did everything right there. But Alpha taking out the shorty, knowing he's a little bit more tagged up. That's put them within punching distance of Gen.G. A squad who won 9 rounds in a row in that first half. Fnatic winning both pistols has kept them alive. The heart still beating for the EMEA squad as they now look to equalize. As Gen.G put their credits on the line. No ultimates to fall back on, at least for now. Kayak, he is playing a risky game if he goes through that smoke, but he's decided to be content with that deep mid control. In fact, he's already out of there.
Yeah, he's been quite happy to pressure, but then fall back. Already the operator of Alfia has been seen. That's the fun thing about the Fnatic defense is a lot of it revolves around aggression with the ability to maneuver yourself to a new position in a second. Even quicker for Alfia. And because of that, Gen.G are having to spend a lot of time feeling out the map just to try and figure out where they want their execution to take place. They also have to worry about those vines. They've definitely been causing some issues, even getting a kill onto Foxy9 just a couple ago. Now, though, with the drone being heard, already the operator has repositioned to try and find a new angle. Here is that null command again.
Oh, the spray's not quite there for Boaster, closing in the distance, and it's Texture on the other side. A reliable man when it comes to those kind of fights, and the spray down is what gets him through the smoke. But Foxy9 dropped. The late lurk up through short, expected, dealt with early, and Kayak now has ultimate to fight his way back in, to clear all those corners on the way into the A site, and that's exactly how this will be used. Already spotting so much info, but they are just getting ahead of it, fighting straight into these angles, and well now, okay, good flash from Kayak, at least levels it up to a 2v2, but Texture wrapping around, he's already out of the door. He wasn't spotted, but Chronicle lands the shot anyways, desperately low on HP. The Classic comes out, but they're both just one shot, and it's Chronicle to keep Fnatic climbing back 11-11.
Those are the rounds you expect to see Chronicle winning. Like, it comes down to the millimeter, the slightest of margins. And that fight back continues. He's actually just not seen quick enough from Texture, and that just gave him enough time to react. This was the kill. That was the turning point of the round. Just there, just being quick enough to react. And there are a few people that I think are calm enough to hit that shot in that moment. And as said, Captain Cool himself of Chronicle, just managing to get that over the line. We're also seeing that resilience from Kayak as well. Like, we still have to talk about, like, this is a guy entering his rookie season. There's obviously a few of those around, but it doesn't look like it. It doesn't seem like the pressure ever gets to him, even with how far down they were. A 9-3 first half, and while we know for Fnatic that's nothing.
Fnatic with a much more passive hold. They've avoided that utility dump, that direct hit coming in on the other side, and this is at least giving them a breath. A moment to stand back and prepare for the retake, because they would have been a player or two down, but that kind of a dive from Texture, the paranoia, the flashes coming through. The Hunter's Fury fired into heaven, finds nothing. Fnatic are doing an excellent job of avoiding the utility, but they still have to fight their way back in, and it's the paranoia to lead the way. Boaster lined it up, fired it through, but they haven't dealt with Karen in the corner. He's sidestepping all of those shots, keeping himself alive a moment longer. The op dealt with up top, and now Texture, the final boss of this side, alongside Ash. Winning those fights, but Well, the information is there. Fnatic putting all the pieces of the puzzle together. The time desperately low. The classic comes out for Ash. And a little too brazen.
Got it.
Just about getting that defuse across the line. You see why he swung so wide. If he could just get behind Dice, that could be a denial of the defuse and an easy round win.
Chronicle's hit final boss mode. Like, this seems to happen like every single tournament he's in. The game starts to get close and he goes, all right, I'm not dying. Like, I'm just not going down for the rest of it. Like, the way that he fought back into that site was absurd. Like, just managing to clear out pretty much every single position, switches back, clears main, and then it's just like, I've got this. I've got 7 bullets. That's all I'll need to pick off the final player while you defuse. If he misses any of that, his teammate dies or he dies and you lose the round. It's just, the second he gets towards those late rounds, it's just like, Chronicle doesn't miss.
Yeah, even that 140 tag just a round ago. Yeah. And he manages to flick over and immediately punish Texture. He's been doing a remarkable job. It is the beating heart of Fnatic here in the late stages of Ascent. Kayak, he's shutting down that B main push at double before they've even crossed through that utility. Hunter's Fury fired blindly through, but it's a good tag. Damage dealt to Karen. Chronicle ultimate activated. He's going to remove weapons from their hands just in time as Boasters arriving into the site. They'll have the weapon back very soon. It's just a classic to contend with, and that at least gets him the trade on Chronicle.
Yeah, the Steel Guardian's one of those slow activating ultimates, so the Guardian was still in play to at least kill off the man of the moment, Chronicle. He's died on the site, but as you said, Boasters found that trade. And now with 40 seconds left, it's just a pause from the side of Gen.G. Hoping that maybe somebody rotates back in the other direction, hoping they make that move, but with full mid control
30 seconds left
from Alfia, he's just waiting and watching. Crash, he's on the cross, but he's lost that battle. A big kill for Ash. The operator is going to take him a moment to get back into position. This leaves Boaster, and he gets absolutely nothing. From the depths, Gen.G have risen. It seemed like it was over. Maybe it still is. It's Alfia. Had a horrific first half, but he has been getting better and better as the time goes on, and he is trying to sit and wait and watch for his opponent to make a move. He gets it right, but doesn't quite manage to land the shot, and now on just 3 HP, overtime seems inevitable, and it will be. 12-12. It's going the distance. It's delivering in this matchup for the playoff stage. Neither team wanting to let this one go.
Bloody nice attempt by him. No, I love the idea to just sit back, let your opponent outplay himself, but the shot not hit when push comes to shove. And now you look back to that first half. You look back to Texture feeling so confident with that operator, and you wonder, is it going to be worth the risk? Pull the op out at the risk or the cost of the shields. A trade-off that we may see Gen.G make, and if they do, they'll be right back to winning ways based on what we saw in that first. 9 rounds in a row. All of the rifle rounds, bar one at the very end that was the thinnest of margins. This should certainly be back to comfort. But both teams flipping the script. We expected to see strong attack sides, and well, we've had anything but.
Here.
Mentioned Kayak. You got to mention Ash as well. Another rookie on the scene, but you couldn't tell. You'd never be able to tell. Alfia in a decent position. The drone should be guarded. I think that the fact that they did it from so close, you have to make the read that there's probably someone else on the other side. It was a gamble, and it's a gamble that has not paid off.
Again, just on this defensive side, it feels like so often Texture's holding the right angle at the right time. A beautiful bait, nade in to slow the execute on the back of this drone. And Texture holding out wide, dash online, and it's not even his kill. Munchkin's the one finding one. Kayak, as he dove into the site with the gate crash, has been dealt with immediately. And this push coming through from Fnatic stalled and stopped. They go back in the other direction, but Foxy9's already here, in position, and missing a few shots, but he gets there in the end. A 5 versus 2, and now it's Munchkin's time to spring the trap. They are one step ahead every step of the way. 13-12 for Gen.G. Back to the attack side.
Yeah, the fact is, though, it's been a game of defensive halves. Both team on that 9-3, so Fnatic are going back to what was pretty much favored from them all the way through. But yeah, the early round, I imagine from Alfia's perspective is that you see the turret, you expect the fact that you're already past the turret then maybe you have that element of surprise.
One enemy remaining.
That is the thing. With this man on the operator, you asked, is it worth the gamble? And the answer was definitely yes. Every single time. It's a hit every time.
Without a doubt. He has delivered. On the attack side, he's been there at times, but Alfier's been able to trade blow for blow. Hasn't gone for the op this time. It's the rifle in hand. Pressure in. He's been suppressed already. They've dove in. They've blinded him. He's revealed as well, but he's somehow still drawing breath. Now Kayak's there to back him up, and they are combining to shut down this push. That's unbelievable. He was hit by so much utility. I can't believe Alpha made it out of there.
Yeah, that round's all Alpha Yak. I don't know how both of them have managed to just hit shots like that. Kayak somewhat defending him, but also it involved quite a lot of dancing from Alpha here. I know he's a talented guy, done sports in the past, but I didn't know he was a dancer, and he's going to be the one to close it out with 3 kills to his name. Another superb round. And another defensive round. That's been the story of this map. Like I said, like both teams have had pretty impressive attack side displays. It can be argued that they're both solid versus other opposition on either side of the map, but this really has just been defensive dominance. And I feel like it's going to be whoever can manage to get themselves that attack round that might just break the deadlock.
Not quite what you would have expected coming into this matchup at all, but sometimes that's the beauty of Valorant. It can be unpredictable. Gen.G back, and of course the op out for them, but Alfier, he's trading up. He's doing the same. Attack side operator in play, and perhaps an idea to counter some aggression from Gen.G. If they push into mid late, he'll be there to catch them. They go for that short peek, but there's nothing to be found as the drone goes through and attempt to spot out that hold, but it is Foxy9 spotted on that side of the map. They need to find texture. If it's not with utility, it'll be with a body hitting the floor.
Double up. Definitely going to be difficult to clear with the operator. Maybe he gets one, but yeah, it's a one and done, and Karen just about quick enough. And then they find out where texture is, unfortunately. Not in the manner they wanted to. It's with a bullet, and it's the poster. Smoke's gone, and they now have to react fairly quickly. Foxy9's not going to catch the cross, but the info's there. Ash, we mentioned it before. He's a man of many more years than it looks.
30 seconds left.
Feeling like an experienced veteran while being a youngster at the same time, and while there's so little time for Fnatic, it's a full sprint. Chronicle's trying to make a play. The flash actually works. I don't know if that's something he's stolen from Ranked, but now Crashy steps up as well. These are the late game players. These are the guys that you look to in the clutch scenarios, but they still have to deal with texture. Chronicle, once again, that final boss that they have to deal with, sat at the back of the site. Not even moving, not budging, not giving anything away. Finally, he's been revealed and textured. He's the lab, but he's been immediately headshotted. It has to be the operator here, and of course, who doubts him at this stage? It is Chronicle to bring the round home. Was that 2v5? 2v4?
I think it was a 2v5, yeah. Unbelievable again that they're able to take that backside, at least 2v4 definitely, with the backside fight off the Vice Flash. Yeah, 2v4. Backside fight goes in because of the Vice Flash after they've risked the push through the smoke there. Then this beautiful turn from Crashies, isolating both fights, landing Foxy9 and Karen. And sure, he goes down. But once you leave Chronicle in that clutch, he's been reliable. And Gen.G know that this battle just became so difficult. They had the openings, they had the smokes down as well. Everything was going in their favor. And now it's going to be Fnatic favored to take this across the line. The defensive side's been good to both teams. But Fnatic, with one round win here, close out their opponent's map pick.
And that's Ash gone already. Not the start they were looking for. Managing to get past at least the paranoia, but it didn't matter. That's already texture dealt with. It feels like they're ramming ahead into a wall, and that wall, it's gonna be orange. Oh dear, Foxy's tried to find a gap, and instead he's found absolutely nothing other than a bullet from Chronicle, leaving just 2 standing. Well, we saw a 2v4. They need a 2v5 to stay in the map.
Yeah, 45 seconds to get in, and good read now by Fnatic. They've got the info to work with. And the decision is just to give up this A site. Let them plant. Let them have it. And fight back in together. I like this. No risks being taken. This has been a long map. A labored effort. They were 9-3 down. Both pistols under their belt. That's what gave Fnatic the second lease of life. The chance to fight their way back in. Munchkin surrounded here, a player in the smoke emerging, tagging him and taking him down, leaving Karen to do it all. But the 1v5, the ace is too much to ask for. Fnatic somehow managed to walk it all the way back. The 9-3 curse, it hasn't gone anywhere.
They were 9-2 down, win the last round of the half and managed to turn this game around. It is a story of resilience as ever from Fnatic. But luckily this time we've moved away from the best of ones, Mitch. There is still a very good chance for Gen.G to turn this one around.
Okay.
I mean, you saw it in the B-roll there. Crashy's flexing on him, and it was Gen.G starting off early, laughing, throwing some punches, and Fnatic, they held on as long as they could. They forced the overtime, and they find themselves the Game 1 victory. What a journey it was for the EMEA Titans, and now we are pushed to the brink. 1-0 Fnatic over Gen.G. Welcome back. It's Zigon here alongside Kukuka, and big time, what a series it was. And yes, Kukuka is eating good right now.
I just love this POV. I just love this POV. So much to celebrate today. Yeah, I guess it's kind of difficult to go up against that composition when they're on the defense. The attack, you know, they struggled. There was struggle there. I understand. You know, I was suffering too. I thought this was done and dusted. Listen, Gen.G was playing up so strong that I thought you were going to be right, but I am so happy you weren't.
Yeah, and to add a little bit more misery to the EMEA versus Pacific misery, it is on the other stream. It was a 2-0 victory for BBL over DRX. It was not close. BBL came out swinging DRX on the back foot in both maps 1 and 2 and get a clean 2-0, joining Paper Rex into the money rounds, into the knockout. Congratulations to BBL.
It was so crazy. Last time that I checked, it was like 6-2 in favor of BBL. I checked again, and then it was 6-5 for DRX, and I was like, oh no, they're coming back. We're going to a third one. So seeing them winning in this fashion, we can see Yampi celebrating, super happy with Profect. Definitely going to go back and see that game, because they've already made it to the quarterfinals with a 2-0. We know that they already have access to all that cash and all that prize. So, you know, looking to see if maybe within the next hour we can make those teams 2 EMEA teams.
There's lots of time left yet. There's lots of time. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. That's what they say. But I do have to say, unfortunately, this was an all too familiar story for Gen.G. From what we saw from them at Masters, it was not being able to close out those games when it really mattered, and we saw that again.
Yeah, let's take a look at the scoreboard here after that last one. Again, it was a great job here by Fnatic to battle back. It was such a difficult start here as Gen.G. They were vibing. We talk how teams, especially at that high level, it's vibes. You're able to go ahead and work your way through it and keep it rolling. But Fnatic, it was just so much suffering and grinding out these rounds to be able to come back here.
Absolutely. If you take a look at the bottom of this graphic, the rounds in white are the ones that Fnatic won, and the ones in blue, the ones that Gen.G won. So if you see, Fnatic gets the first 2, and then it's like dos, cuatro, seis, ocho, 9 rounds in a row, I can count, for Gen.G. I hope that's wrong. But obviously, with all that pressure onto you, knowing that Gen.G picked this map, they knew exactly what they were going to face if they put Fnatic in this position. And with Fnatic and the showing that they had from this attack before in previous events in Toronto, we expected something different.
Yeah, I mean, a classic 9-3 curse. We should have known. We should have known big time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, this has kind of been a problem that we've seen with Gen.G the whole time. You said that they knew exactly what they were getting into with this ascent. You know, this is the 50th time in a row that Gen.G have run this composition.
50th?
And it's not an exaggeration.
I counted. Like, they do not like change. They fear it wholeheartedly. Unlike Fnatic, where we see it's very new meta. It's Yoru, it's Vice, it's trying new things. Gen.G often slow to adapt, and I do think that was probably their downfall today.
Absolutely. I like the fact that we are changing things up across the world. Apparently not Gen.G, you know, but especially for a team like Fnatic. Like, Fnatic was also the kind of team that would stick with the same composition for a very long time because it worked for them, and in many maps they were even setting the meta for some of the compositions that were played. But with this one, it's so out of the box and they've made it work. I do not like the fact that we're having like a lot of Lotuses that are one on the attack and a lot of Ascents that are one on the defense, because I really like when a team is just dominant on a map. They understand both sides of it. I do not like, you know, that matches go like the way that we expect. It's like, oh, Ascent, you know, you're gonna have a strong defense. That's why I was, you know, struck. Of course, it's a 9-3. You're going to expect that it's not going to be easy. But it's also good to see that Fnatic still have the mental and all that still that to go back into the game.
All right, next map here. We've got about 40 seconds before we toss on over. Gen.G here, gotta go ahead and bounce back. What do you want to see from them here?
I mean, I just need to see what they showed against EDG. Their icebox looked rock solid there. Texture played a fantastic game. It's just about staying awake, closing out the map, not choking choking when it really matters.
And Kukuka, what did Fnatic need to do to close this one out?
I think the good thing is that they had the practice today already. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that is the map that they played against 100 Thieves. Love to see Chronicle on this map, and I'm really looking forward to see the head-to-head in the duelists.
All right, Gen.G and Fnatic, round 2, 1-0 for Fnatic. Who will win? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the desk.
Thank you very much, the wonderful and beautiful Degon. Yes, it's time to get back into the game. The first map most certainly delivered, 15-13. Fnatic looking good, but a little different than expected over on Ascent. Now onto Icebox. Fnatic's choice, but one where Gen.G have destroyed their opponents today, 13-4 against EDG. While Fnatic, it may have been a bit more labored, but they were up against 100 Thieves. Who knows who's going to be favored in this matchup? Maybe Tom does.
Well, what I do know is that this could be a pretty good couple of best of threes for EMEA, because obviously over on the other stream, we've seen BBL be able to take that matchup versus DRX in a 2-0 fashion, definitely showing that they are here to play and a huge success for them. So I think Fnatic are going to want to try and join them first time around. Give yourself a little bit of extra sleep. Nonetheless, now we're going to be seeing those compositions locked in. No real crazy surprises coming through for either side. Obviously, Munchkin quite happy to go back over to his trusty Viper. That Omen still being brought in, which is something that I think we've seen quite a few teams start to do, the removal of that second initiator. And on the other side of things, of course, it's that Sage. We know that Chronicle is going to be sticking to that agent, and it's something that, again, I think it's become, well, it sort of went out of fashion, came back in again, maybe the realization that there really hasn't been found anything better than that. And, yeah, for Fnatic, it's been working very well.
Well, we heard it even recently from Anders, right, as to why this comp has lasted so long. And the reality is, this is a comp built for this map. You look to the other side, it's not like they're lacking in all too much. For Gen.G, earlier on today, as I said, this was a dominant performance from them. And this was where Foxy9, who was solid on that previous map, managed to go 24-9, 400 ACS, a 2.0 rating, and just about every other stat going his way, as you could desire. Hell, I'm sure he had 100% cast, but who cares about that statistic? People that don't know the game. It's time to get on into this map and what could be the last of this series. For Gen.G, they certainly hope that's not the case, as they attempt to bounce back and bring us all the way to Sunset. But first they'll have to get past Fnatic's bind, a task that 100 Thieves struggled with earlier today.
Yeah, I think the thing is, obviously going into this series, we talked about the fact that last time out, Gen.G were able to take that victory over Fnatic, and I think they're a squad that, again, you look at the similarities between the map pool, this has always been one that maybe not winning every single time, like a bit more of a back and forth for the side of Gen.G, but they absolutely bodied EDG earlier. Like, it wasn't even close. Like, and I think it shows that that level of form is definitely there. We questioned if Foxy9 was still going to be able to put up those sort of numbers. He kind of did in the last map. Maybe slightly lower than it was before, but he was having high impact rounds. You still had Texture online, so I think if you're a Gen.G fan, you don't have to be too worried just yet. But obviously for Fnatic, this has sort of been their bread and butter. The 6-1 map, and it's been a 6-map streak over the last 3 months. The question is, can they get off to a strong start with a pistol? Or will Gen.G get that opportunity this time around?
We'll often see as well, once you have that super close map, that the second doesn't follow suit in the same way. The team that won carries the momentum forward, or there's a big bounce back in a dominant way. Let's hope that's not the case here. Already Kayak is the one to pick up the opening, put under pressure, but still delivering a triple kill, and the dash to get out. He'll be caught eventually, but quickly traded. And Ash is left all alone, still with a chance. Not even tagged up, but as the plant comes through, Crashies does as well, up in heaven to put 1-0 on the board for Fnatic. What a round from Kayak.
Yeah, I think the only time I'll get truly worried in this game is if we start to see this like strong early start, because we saw that in the last map. but obviously that wasn't after sort of letting that sort of lead slip away. And we know with Fnatic, like, they're known for their comebacks, a lot less known for their chokes. So, Kayak already, I sort of mentioned it a lot. I think it's something that people could look at over, again, their Masters run as well, that this guy was brought in to replace Durka. Nobody thought that he could replace Durka. And he's done a damn good job at replacing him. Like, he's been super impressive. A calm head, don't get me wrong. I'm still rooting for my bald brother to make it back to that international stage later in the year, but realistically, it has been a meteoric rise from Kayak from that Ascension victory all the way to almost managing to win the first Masters he attended, which would have been absurd.
Yeah, it was damn close. And not close enough. Second time lucky, not usually how it works. For Fnatic, they'll certainly hope that this is where they claim their international title for the year. Gen.G on the walk-up, classics in hand, disadvantage in every fight, and Boaster firing. A Sheriff through the smoke is what puts this even further into Fnatic's favor. And I mean, in this round, you don't expect a lot, but damage is always nice to at least pick up a couple of frags. And so far,
30 seconds left.
they're not even dealing damage. Everybody is healthy as when the barriers went up, well, at least on the Fnatic side.
Poison's off.
No, time is ticking. If they're going to go for a plant, they've got to do it now. And while Boaster's already got the spot that he was looking for. You know what? He didn't even want that kill. Didn't even want it. He wasn't that close to his ultimate anyway, so he was just hoping that somebody else would come along.
Take the orb.
A few warning shots. Like, that's just what we're looking at. But realistically, the main thing is that they keep everybody alive. Like, that's those extra credits building, even just the less shields that have to be purchased up. And more importantly, opportunity for a few upgrades here. So I think we're going to see a pretty decent buy for this defensive side. And well, the biggest thing on the screen, we saw it in the last map. Obviously, it was Althea over on that chamber.
Deep breath.
Now, it's Kayak over on the Jet. That operator bought into round number 3.
Revealing area.
I think the predominant factor when it came to that off was texture, though. Big boots to fill from Kayak if he wants to have that same defensive impact that his opposition did. Chronicle's being dropped up top. They have to concede. They have to play passive on this A site with a double push coming through mid, but there's a turret watching it. Haven't got the smoke to put down on it. It'll have to just be a cloud burst for the cross, but that's not worked out. So now the info there. Gen.G immediately come backwards to try to deal with this. 3 players sent back, but walking into this up might not be the right play. It's giving Kayak an opportunity to at least pick the one. Oh, he's not expecting another player to be there, but with Foxy9 dead up on the belt, Ash is now surrounded and dealt with quickly. Texture with the pressure again, having to make a big play, and he'll do well to start, but he can't get out of that choke point.
Yeah, I like the attempt. Europe against the Guardian and an operator, there's actually a pretty decent chance they get away with that one. But Fnatic do fantastically well. Like, I think the element of surprise was having that many players push behind. Like, try and deal with that flank. Obviously, I think they sent in Munchkin first, who's already very low on HP. The fact is, though, it's mainly Althea just managing to deal with that pressure while pushing up above and then just allowing him to basically surround the remainder. And also, in the meantime, the other 2 are just fighting that 2v2 within the site and left it in an impossible scenario. And that had to be a pretty tasty shot in the end from Kayak, because the time was getting pretty low.
Yeah, no, and you're spot on there, Tom. It's the fact that there's 2 players behind. The idea from Gen.G wasn't bad. Someone's flanking, let's isolate them. But they couldn't, because there were 2 players there. Can't quite get the isolation game going when they can cover all their bases. Now, this smoke up is to directly stop Kayak from having this opening pick, but then they've crossed. He was just a pixel away from finding a player, possibly a pick. The shot doesn't land as he goes back out. And the flank up. Foxy9's got a double. The Bulldog working wonders. Alpha will eventually meet his maker, though, and with a relatively low investment, Gen.G putting up one hell of a fight, leaving Chronicle to do it all. Now, everyone's one hit to him with that Outlaw, but he has dropped it on the floor in the open.
Yeah, he forgot to stand on top of another gun, but there we go. There we go. Got there in the end, but immediately dealt with. This round, I think, will go down with some comedic effect. Like, I don't know what's gone on there from Fnatic, but it seemed like everything that could have gone wrong. You completely missed the player in middle. I don't know how. Like, either because it's hard to find, like, until we sort of watch the replay, how he's managed to get this far. I don't know if there was just not an alarm bot placed that should have been, or maybe Alfia was meant to be catching that cross. Then you have almost a generational whiff from Alfia where he hits the headshot in the end. And then Chronicle loses a gun. That's around the... Cover going up. Well, I think if the socials guys are doing the replays, they're probably not going to pick that one.
Oh, I think that's going to be Devar's highlight for sure. Certainly not this opening pick. Kayak down and out. The early stages of A aggression. And this is a passive play from Gen.G towards that A site. They've just left Foxy9 there, while the rest of the squad looks to work B. Looks to push into Boaster. He's been good with the Sheriff so far, and that pistol, he was picking up kills, but a shot straight to the head ends any possibility of damage.
It seems like already, sure, this is a weaker purchase, but I was starting to worry a little bit for Gen.G with losing that bonus. But then they win back with the pistols, and it seems like an immediate momentum shift. They do have to be careful. This time, Chronicle does have a gun in his hand. And as we saw on the last map, when it started to get close, this guy was unstoppable. He's ready and waiting. Already has now got that res online, but this is all about damage. They're going to have the finances for the next one. You keep swinging this guy, he's going to keep knocking them out of the park. That's a third already. All of the money making that was there for Gen.G has dissipated. Now, bear in mind, they had some bonus credits from the guns that they saved. He's even predicted where Foxy9 is going to be. This might be an ace without ever stepping anywhere near the spike or the site.
Was he safe? He will be. He wants to get that off, though, and it looks like he will. High value save there as well from Chronicle. Great damage done on the other side. That is a remarkable way to... Look, he doesn't win the round, but when you're in that position with so many players to take down, that's about as good of an outcome as you could possibly have hoped for. And as you said, Tom, Chronicle has just been that clutch player. He has been there in every 1vx that we've seen him in. He's either winning the round, or like we've seen just there, he's making it costly, getting the best out of a bad situation. And that's not even a big reason. I think it's the reason that they won the previous map.
Oh, Alfia. He's definitely not been at his best throughout this series so far. Had a really rough first half of map 1. Came back into it, but as you mentioned, it still wasn't the defining factor. I think I'd put it down to Crashy's Kron.
You should run.
And some Kayak. Already, though, they are under serious pressure. 2 opening picks for the side of Gen.G. Lockdown is forcing them into Karon, and while he just isn't missing a beat so far in this round, finally there'll be a response from Fnatic, but it might be too little too late. The low HP might be tempting, but it's whether or not they can truly find some footing in this round. Now, they do have the res available, but you look at the death points of all of those remaining players. How do you get to any of them without basically wiping out half the force of the opponent?
You can hear it from Munchkin's POV. He knows these players are going towards spawn to save. Texture's watching for the crossover, so they've got them boxed in. And the late play coming through from Karon, even on 11 HP, he's looking to hunt some of these players down. He might get them. The corner's cleared. Oh, but only half cleared. He won't be able to deal with Chronicle. But Texture certainly will. And double to close it out from the Jet. Orbs online, ults in play, and Gen.G in full swing. You know, I agree with you, Tom. It looked for a moment like things could be a little shaky for that Gen.G side. Slow to start, but certainly picking up the pace now as these rounds go on.
Yeah, it was a very sort of quick pace start from Fnatic, but they've quickly crashed down to earth just as fast. So pistol round, I think, was what turned the tide massively. A big gap found in middle that gave weaponry over to the opposing side. An operator into the hands of Texture was never something you wanted to gift. And again, I think we can say that this is something that Fnatic always have been. We saw a 3-2 in the previous map. We're seeing it here at 3-3. Very proactive with the pauses. The coaching staff don't want to allow those small mistakes or maybe something more glaring to get away from them. And I think a lot of the time it's about getting everybody on the same page. Of course, we saw in the last map, sometimes 3 rounds in the first half is enough, but I don't think Fnatic are going to want to double down on the necessity of having to come back. And for the other side of Gen.G, well, it looked like a little bit of a slow start from them, but the second they won that low buy round, the second some of the stars started to step up, it has looked like a very different story. Credits in a pretty decent spot, and for Fnatic, that's not the case. It is going to be another weaker purchase.
Credits in a pretty decent spot after a round where Chronicle picked all of them off, got rid of the AWP as well. Like, it just shows how dominant the rounds have been outside of that failed punish of a weapon. Now for Fnatic, Hunter's Fury put through for Gen.G already. Very much looking to hunt down that player, clear out a few corners, but it is the flank they need to worry about. Fnatic have got a lot of weak weapons, a mixed bag of a buy. They've gone for this full spawn push, having ran through B. The drone has sacrificed Crashy's life, and the hope here is that someone goes swinging deep into spawn. But that doesn't happen. Kayak joins the crew, and now they have to fight their way through the entirety of this well-armed attacking side.
The only thing they can really hope for is that they tunnel vision in and maybe forget about Althea, but they've already killed off Althea. Even still, it's brought back to a 3v3, but that time is going to become an issue. They need to get a move on. They're doing incredibly well at sort of wiping out the forces, but just listen to how fast that spike is already ticking. They would need to be on it right about now. The round's not going to be going their way, and neither will any of the other kills. You met Texture on the other side. It's not quite a 4K, but it is a 3K, and Gen.G will now take the lead for the first time in this map.
Well, this is it. Again, the same as the previous map. You're seeing Texture on form, but this time on that attack side, finding so much impact when he's given the opportunity. You think back to that attempted save 2 rounds ago. And sure, he might not have been a big part of the early round, just taking space. But once there were players on his screen, once he had the chance to take a fight, he was winning it. And the same is true here. In full form, 9 and 5. And Chronicle almost matching up, but a lot of those are exits. Gen.G with the impact. Gen.G with the lead. And it's Fnatic with a full investment, operator in hand, credits down to the breadline. They need to take this round. They needed to at least be close.
Operator back in the hands of Kayak with deep control. Already there, so I wonder if this will start to then be the gamble rotation. You can already start to see Chronicle just spotting for mid. They don't want to give up that spot that they already did earlier, but for Gen.G, this is much more patient and passive. With a Viper's Pit available, maybe the plan is to just get into that A site. And already with Paranoia sent through, they are under pressure.
Fnatic have everything except Blade Storm. That's why the lockdown goes in so early. Boaster almost falls. Viper's Pit almost certainly out of the question for the defensive side now, as just one shot needed to take him down. Hunter's Fury put through. It had already been burnt up by Gen.G, so of course, no counter to the lockdown. They have to give up the space. Munchkin gets dropped. So too does Foxy9. Okay, we're back in the game here. Fnatic with a chance to pull this across the line. The wall already broken. The defuse tap to bait them into the open, and that's exactly what it does. It forces the fight. It brings them in to the crosshair of the waiting players, most of which was Chronicle. A triple kill for him. And I said most of his kills, they were exits, but now you start to see the impact flowing.
He was warming up. That's what he was doing. He's using those exit kills to warm up, and now they walk towards his crosshair, and he domes every single one of them. It's another big round from him individually. I don't mind the idea, again, for the side of Gen.G, but it really became a problem for them when Munchkin got eliminated. You were hoping that that Viper's Pit would sort of buy you a lot of extra time, and I believe it was Althea that managed to eliminate him, potentially even just on the edge of the pit, because the lockdown did force them back. Back to even. This is probably what the pause was for. Again, we're going to see this aggressive control from Kayak. This was what allowed them to have the gamble. That was what allowed for Chronicle to be in position. It's going to be challenged this time.
Players already up top. Kayak's in trouble, I thought, from the pressure on all sides, but it was just Munchkin walking through, taking a double, and the B site's theirs. Fnatic in the previous round, they had a lot, and they used their lockdown, their Hunter's Fury, to fight the way back through, to reveal some players, to get some picks. It's an old tough round, but when push comes to shove, but it's only rifles in play. It seems to be Gen.G with a resounding victory. Well, Karen, unfortunately, that paranoia did not land, but still, at 2 versus 4, the Fnatic are left in.
This seems to be the story of their game so far. It's like they have these close fought rounds, retakes that are a battle and a brawl, and then when Gen.G win around, it's almost like utter dominance. The way they've been able to take this one home. I want to point out as well, I think Munchkin before this round had 1 kill. And then he's just gone, all right, IGL taken over, double entry, job done. It shows, again, you can say this for both sides, but the individual depth that is there for Gen.G, that the guy that's leading the way can just take over a round like that with relative ease. And I think a lot of it just came down to maybe catching Kayak off guard a little bit. And that's the thing we're seeing with this same smoke that's being placed down. Normally you have that vision all the way down in towards that B main position.
Oh no.
But when was this needed?
We didn't need a replay.
Was that necessary?
Yeah, you might not believe this, but the fist bump was for the end of the round, not for that spray.
No, I don't. Yeah, I don't think so.
Well done, you got him eventually.
Yeah. Nice try, fist bump.
Well, it is going to be an A push. You've already heard the rotation come through, and you know, they've been doing well with the pressure off those B main plays. That smoke's been causing a lot of issues. Now they're leaving them to have that control. They're playing in towards the site with the Viper's Pit. Finding a pick onto Alfier, sure, and just straight up going for the plant. Yeah. He had up top. Beautiful start to the round for Gen.G.
Well, yeah, they were maybe hoping that the pit would deter them a little bit. It hasn't, though. Into the post plant they go. Of course, fighting from this angle can be quite tough, especially once that wall goes back up. That's why you see Texture sort of playing ahead of it. He's hoping that maybe he could bait this. The wall also needing to be broken, but it has been. Gaps being found. Chronicle's done well, but there is the surprise from Texture once again. Even manages to escape his awkward corner and get back out of there, and now has the backup of Foxy9 to finish the job. A wonderful little angle, and that's sort of the value you get with a superstar jet from Texture. You can have that post plant, you can have the shock darts, you can have the nanos, you can have all of that ratty little utility, and then you have the man that makes it awkward, where he's just hiding around in these little corners. And the second that hit drops, it's all too easy for him.
Well, that man was to beat Caron, but he was put smokes down as they ran back in the pit, so he got... he had to get them with the claws, and it didn't quite work out for him. But yeah, it is just remarkable how reliable Texture has been. A safe pair of hands in almost every engagement like that. Always able to find a few. Kayak with the reposition. This time he's on the A site. Blade Storm's being popped. One of the main weapons that they have to work around. The main... pieces of...
Never mind, what Blade Storm? I didn't even see a Blade Storm. I think you were lying. I don't think there was one in this round.
Yeah, I think he used it last round.
He used it right at the end just before he died, and yeah, never even had it in this round. Don't replay that. Don't replay that.
Doesn't have an orb, but it's a glitch probably.
Yeah.
Man, that's so unlucky. But seriously, like that was a real chance. They were pushing into him. They didn't know where he was, and a complete whiff has now just gifted Gen.G a 7th round cleanly. They are in a 5v1.
Hey, you know they like to beat Chronicle.
They're going to push him one by one, aren't they?
Last time he got 4. He's had that res online for that incredibly long time. Don't you dare. Don't you dare, Texture! He's going to get himself the knife to take out Chronicle with a stab to the back. And well, they've got themselves a flawless round and an elimination. See, that smirk scares the hell out of me. Look, that's not a man who's just been knifed. That's a man who's going, you will regret that discrepancy. You will live to regret what you have done to me.
That is just out of line.
He's going to ace this round. I'm ready.
It's beautiful as well.
He's going to res someone to watch him ace.
It's almost poetic because Kayak tried to get them with the knives and instead it was Texture.
Nice. No, there were no knives. We've agreed on that already.
Sorry, yes. No, my bad. Yes, he didn't use the blade, so doesn't have it now. And let's not ask ourselves why. Texture doesn't have his Blade Storm either. He's been dealt with. The Kayak good to take down Karen. Okay, that's not a great start though. He has been immediately traded out. Luckily the res is there, and he was down below, so it's an easy escape as they reset him into a 5.
And he's down below until he flies into the air. Here we go. Lockdown available, but the counter, the trap card, is online on the other side. Operator in hand for Boaster. Now, if this was a few years ago, we might be questioning this, but it's normal at this point. This guy loves to pick up an operator, might genuinely be his best weapon, and that's already going to be 1 pick to his name, using the orb in an attempt to get out of there, but Munchkin is going to try and push through it. The element of surprise and almost doubled up once again. Texture currently on completely the wrong side of the map. He's just waiting for Kayak, and it seems like at this stage, Kayak is aware. Eventually, he will find himself the kill. And now the question is on to Foxy9. Does he just wait a little bit longer after throwing that in? No, he's going to try and run back, and that is being watched. Chronicle is on that cross. Getting past this is not going to be easy. He's not got time, really. He's got to run.
Yeah, he can sprint, though. Yeah, it's such a small gap being held by Chronicle. 14 seconds. Spike can make it there. Texture has to delay. If he falls, the round's already over. 10 seconds. It's time to sprint. It's time to run, and now it should be done. A plant in the open, an attempt to dodge that Hunter's Fury, but instead, there's a shot to the head delivered. A wonderful half. Let's see what happens in the next after this. Welcome back, folks. 7-5, a tight half. Fnatic winning the pistol round, but trailing by 2 after a 3-0 start. Gen.G woke up. Now we move to the second half. Gen.G to mount a defense. And Tom, with Texture coming out of that half, 16-8. You got to think back to the previous map and how impactful he was on that defensive operator. I don't expect it to be much different here on Icebox.
Well, yeah, it was a 9-3 defensive half when they faced off against EDG as well. So I think that's where they're feeling confident. It's also worth noting that these teams have only ever played each other twice at previous Masters events, one very recently. The first was a while ago, 2024, and it was a first map victory for Fnatic, and then 2 back the other way. Already, Foxy9 back on this defensive side and thriving.
Would do a lot for Gen.G to win this pistol. 4v3, big wrap coming around the back of the site, 3 players behind that wall. But for now, Fnatic even have a safe space to try to get this plant down. Conscious of anyone coming up the rope, attempting to deny. The shock dart thrown through, still not to find its mark. Crashy's desperately low. Boaster trying to be the snake in the grass behind the box. He's grabbed one. Looking for more as that orb goes down.
Poison's off.
He has the timing, and there it is. It's dropped. A big fight for him, and he does take down Texture. Ash falls as well. It's all left onto Munchkin. The flank coming around, they suspect it. Why is he not with the rest of the group? It's because he's rapping. They've made the right read. Both players so very low. A shot needed for Munchkin onto Crashies. 2 for Chronicle, but a headshot delivered by the man himself. Coming up clutch when they need him. Another pistol for Fnatic.
I guarantee if Fnatic win this map, it's Chronicle at the top. Like,
without a doubt.
Especially after being knifed. Like, I'm gonna have nightmares. That's gonna be like my sleep paralysis demon. It's just him smirking after being knifed. Like, that's a guy who couldn't have given less of a damn about being knifed. And well, he's gonna take home an important pistol round for Fnatic. They're of course 9-3 down in the last map. Only 7-5 down in this one, and he is up there. Iman, Texture, leading the way, just a kill difference. Obviously the goal here for Gen.G. Got themselves an orb. Try and drop as many guns as possible. It's 3 rifles and 2 weaker weapons. Well, the weaker weapon has already started with a kill.
Yeah, kill damage. That's what we're looking for. How much can Gen.G take out of the hands of Fnatic for the next? How much reinvestment can they force? And their hopes and dreams are that it will be an A push so they can pounce on them with the numbers that they had. But as time ticks away, they start to doubt that it'll be a play in this direction. You can already see that Charon is moving back towards mid, worried about that lurker, for good reason. Fnatic are taking it back to the other side, back to Foxy9, who is 20 HP with a classic. If he gets even 1, he can't even push up all the way because he heard the turret. If he gets 1 kill here, I am going to be impressed, to say the least.
Crazy things have happened. But
30 seconds left.
This would have to be a bit of a blunder. And yeah, Bo's just not let that one slide.
I have this fight.
Oh, don't forget the wall. Come on, don't forget the wall. To get that plant in, get towards the res. Although I said, I think it was only used once in the last half, and it was in the last round. Either way, I have a feeling that the Gen.G boys might be thinking about going down to the spike. Don't want to give any more orbs over to a Chronicle or a Boaster, who are starting to climb up with the orbs. This is the man that's hunting. Okay, yeah, fair enough. It was going to be Alpha, yeah. Now, they can't afford anybody else to die. I don't expect to see anybody on the Fnatic side peeking at this stage. Your 3 rifles are still intact. Anything more, and one of those guns is gone. And for Gen.G, they're sort of in the same boat. We don't want to give the orbs over. We'll just die to the spike.
And indeed, that's how it will go down. The spike taking out the last remaining players, resetting economy for the next, and denying those precious orbs on the other side. They did give another orb to Chronicle by shooting him through the smoke, but a trade-off that they're more than happy to take. Any way to take him down at this point. Now, we spoke about Texture, and I think that he's going to be a big factor once that operator comes out. But now's not the time. They don't have the money to go for that. In fact, 2 players are coming in with light shields, and with Alphier playing on an outlaw, this could be a dangerous round for plenty of these players. 7-7, tied up, and Gen.G, it's not really an aggressive play. They should just be getting the orb and then backing off. But Texture, he's spooking me a little bit.
Normally means he's about to do something truly terrifying, normally for the opposition. See though, there's a fair few players waiting around that corner. There goes the swing, and he gets out of there scot-free. Garon has taken a bit of a tag, so needs to be a bit more careful with it. But they are still just looking to fight and brawl. In fact, he's continuing, finally put down by Alpha, yeah. And you can see immediately, Karen's like, no, I'm out. Texture's dead, I'm low. I don't need to give this man advantage up, especially when you're up against that bonus round.
Even without the big gun, he's so terrifying to play against. Now, they've taken a lot of space on A. Fnatic have pushed them all the way back, but they're sending it in the other direction. Munchkin, tucked in, needs to be cleared, and Boaster's gone the other way. The wall that's up actually gives him a bit of a gap.
The screen down.
You need to make sure, first of all, the spike doesn't go alone.
30 seconds left.
Secondly, the spike doesn't go this direction that they haven't cleared, but it is. Chronicle's going to give him a chance, an opportunity, but the shots aren't hit. And now, Munchkin knows he's probably surrounded. Didn't know how far Boaster had gone, though. And a 3v3 with Alfier's Lurk playing a much bigger role now. There's no utility to section him off inside of Kitchen. He should have a free kill, a freebie onto Karen. That he absolutely does. The pressure on as Foxy9 feels surrounded, gets pushed into Boaster, who's picked up a triple. And Fnatic walk away with the round win.
Yeah, it's surprising. You consider those two opening picks coming up for Texture. They got those advantages. They put themselves into a good position. And then it's that conversion coming through from Fnatic. Lead taken, but it's more so just the damage that it's done. Boaster being able to catch that timing. And that sort of seems to be the story of the round. Just players not ready for the positions that they're for from. It's got to be a frustrating one. You know as well that Fnatic in the second half so far has been the better of the two, but also heading into their attack side of this map in general has always been incredibly strong, and it seems like Boaster maybe was just warming up in map number 1 because right now he's on fire.
Well, maybe Big Time can lip read and translate some of the Korean, but I imagine Texture was saying something along the lines of, what more can I do? Picks up a double opening in the round, just spirals out of their control. Fnatic in the lead, Fnatic with rifles, ultimates coming online as well. Advantage in this round, obviously, when it comes to the weaponry. The retake needed by Gen.G will send them into Alpha. Nobody with shields. It's a double barrel operator. It's in the hands of Alpha, even more terrifying. You see exactly why. Looks way too easy. The 2v5 needed. Picks are all they can really hope for. Damage, and even then, it only amounts to 1.
Oh, well, that's a scary sight. The Fnatic players just laughing away as they make that one look easier. 4-0 start in the second half after it was a 7-5 half in favor of Gen.G. This is where we wait to see the response. The other worry is that they haven't had to use any of the ultimates that they've been building up. I think Alpha gets his one away. In this round, I think Boaster had it already. The Res is also online, so they are not only building economy in terms of the finances, but the ultimates are firmly in their favor for now. Ashe does have that Hunter's Fury at least, and Bladestorm's not far away, but this is what we were looking for. The operator into the hands of Texture. He's still been incredibly good with the rifle, but this is where he becomes the maestro in the server. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. Never mind. I think I've jinxed him. I just didn't expect anybody to have got that far. Well, that's the easiest pick of the day for Kayak.
Could have went for a knife kill of his own if he fancied it. That'd have been a bit risky.
Just a little bit. Just climb the rope in front of Texture while he's on with an operator. Good one.
No, did the updraft.
Oh, even better.
Panic him. You know, a wonderful opening duel, and again, you know, the gap exploited by Fnatic. Ashe. He's pulled things back in their favor. Chronicle dealt with after just one, of the spike now dropped in the open. Look at the space that Boaster has found, but there's nothing to do with it anymore. Munchkin having pushed up in B main, that flank around through spawn is going to take a long time to come to fruition. Alpha lands one, lockdown will send them back and back into the waiting arms of Boaster. That's a free pick with Ashe desperately low, and it was a headshot anyways. Somehow, they've recovered this fumble.
Well, yeah, it's recovery on recovery. The initial work from Ashe was fantastic, but maybe some slight over-eagerness. Now it's left on to Munchkin. He did at least for a second manage to isolate the duel, but he's now got a Viper's Pit in mid, the spam battle. But Munchkin just can't take that for much longer because his HP will be dropped. Either has to try and wrap around back through heaven or just hope that maybe he can create some disparity, hope that he can find the opposing Viper in the pit, but his HP ticks down by the second. He still manages to kill. The problem, though, is that time has been ticking the whole time. He needs to kill off Althea within a matter of seconds. He needs to get onto that spike. Around the corner, Althea goes. It's 10 for Fnatic as they start to run away with this map.
You always know trouble's brewing when you see him take out that shorty. He is an animal, a menace with that weapon in hand. And now, another step towards victory. Course correcting this double opening from Ashe is remarkable. And it all goes down to Alpha here. Being able to land those picks as they push forward, close it out here with a second on the Munchkin. Send players back towards Boaster, who were already tagged so desperately low. Everything added up to victory there. His lockdown buying them the space they needed. And it felt there like they found the golden path. There was one road to victory, and Alpha led them there, with Boaster's flank playing a big role. For Gen.G, that's got to be a devastating way to lose that round, especially when you consider the last couple really for this squad. There's been a few opportunities this half that felt like they were definitely going to go their way, and then it swings the other way. This is the clutch Fnatic we were missing in the first map.
This is how you know that the players are listening, when he doesn't have the earphones on. He is just straight, he's just like, yeah, just so you know, guys, don't have the earphones on, not listening to you. This is what you need to be doing. This is what's going wrong. And to be honest, when Solo talks, you listen. There is no arguing, there is no response. That pair of coaching staff of him and HSK, legends, dating back all the way to Counter-Strike. There were a few to sort of play through the Korean scene. And as I said, well, when they start giving you information, you better be taking it in. And while maybe it was to put Texture into these aggressive positions, just looking to try and take the fight immediately with the Blade Storm, but he hasn't found anything. It is a very passive hold from Fnatic. I don't think maybe the response was, all right, everything's been going awfully for them. They're probably going to try and do something aggressive. Sit back. Wait until you know what it is.
A winning here for Fnatic. Making it to playoffs. An extra 15K guaranteed, even if they bomb out there.
Poison's off.
For Gen.G, they would be fighting for survival down in that lower bracket if they lose. Already needing to win this map, needing to come back, find that momentum, and then take the next. Ah, that's not what you want to see. That's definitely not what you want to see. Whiffy on both sides. But Texture, who's been so reliable for Gen.G. I think it was 2 knives fired out, then he took his other blade out.
I think he'd already shot some of them earlier. That was all he had left.
That makes more sense. Even still, disastrous.
Got one, but Boaster's luck. He managed to find that pick into middle and then is on that wraparound behind. There are 2 players that could just be waiting for him to take them down. Doesn't know the seconds there. And neither does Munchkin. It's almost identical on other sides, but neither is quite capitalized just yet. That time is ticking in Fnatic's favor, though. Munchkin still going strong. Alfia is someone that needs to be dealt with, but he's just playing it calm, playing it patient. Snakebite going to be going out, but he's just going to try and stick it as much as he can, and well, he can't for long. Alfia again mentioned it in the last map that he definitely wasn't in the form that we'd seen over in Masters Toronto, but right now, this guy is looking back.
That's him and Boaster in that clutch. The snakebite forces you off, and it makes it easy for Alpha. Body shot's all that's needed with the vulnerable, with the HP decaying off that player. Not even decaying, just being deleted. With the flank that Boaster makes up through mid. So much space found. That's 11-7, and most hope for Gen.G sat in that previous round. They used up their Blade Storm already, so 2 rifles in play and not a lot else to fall back on. A Viper's Pit and a lockdown at least, and certainly economy advantage for them, but with Crashy's having a Hunter's Fury of his own, it's not going to be as simple as pushing players back with that lockdown. There is a simple rock to scissors response for Fnatic. A res for Chronicle in case anything gets a little risky.
At a page.
Yeah. And a massive advantage in terms of weaponry when it comes to most of these fights. Gen.G back against the wall, cornered and on the ropes.
Yeah, they're going to need to pull off some pretty magical rounds. I think it needs to be almost like the streak in the first half where they just had that one standout play. It was the mid push that came through from Foxy9. Gave them just that little bit of wind in their sails.
Enemy tag.
We haven't seen anything like that for a while. Most of the clutches, most of the late rounds have gone back towards Fnatic. Even the cheeky bits of aggression haven't been succeeding. Seen a fair few whiffs as well. Munchkin, though, has been one of the glimmers of hope. This is an angle that has not been cleared. The first is for free. There's plenty more to be had, though. And Boaster very quick with the response. Foxy9, though, has managed to even things up once again. Unfortunately, they haven't got that gun back yet.
And the res is just going to be popped here. Immediately bringing Alpha back. Advantage in play again for Fnatic, and they're looking immediately. Chronicle just continues that push back towards their own spawn, eliminates Ash. Boaster threading the needle under the bridge, gets an easy pickup, and Texture, reliable as he has been. This is way too much to ask. It's the IGL of Fnatic to put them onto 12 with a triple kill, and it's all smiles on that side of the stage. Just one round with 5 chances to bring them to playoffs, to lock in that 15K, and to send Gen.G down into the danger zone where their key could be crushed.
Yeah, it's exciting times for Fnatic as well, and I think that you have to talk about a lot of the sort of critique that was coming through onto Boaster and his individual play when it came to Masters Toronto. A lot were putting the blame onto him, but right now he's top of the server, going toe-to-toe with the best of the best. And I don't just mean in terms of the leadership, I mean in terms of individually. He's currently out-fragging everybody on his own team. I think he's 19 and 12. And those definitely haven't been exit kills. Those have been him taking over the site. Definitely feeling confident, and why not? They are yet to lose a round in this second half.
Down.
Utility removed by the shock dart. And then Crashies follows up by removing the utility placer.
No.
That is a risky play from Ash and a complete misread on the space taken by Fnatic. A 5v3, a Hunter's Fury sent in, but Munchkin stands his ground. Unfortunately, Kayak takes that ground back. The same angle that he found a pick in just moments ago as he catches Caron off. And now Alfier slipping past undetected, eliminates Texture. This is the end for Gen.G in this series. Munchkin needing an ace, a 1v4 to stand a chance, and he won't even get close. Fnatic take this series 2-0.
Yeah, what an utterly dominant second half. That was an 8-0 second half from Fnatic. It seemed to take them a while to get into the game, a 9-round streak on map number 1, half number 1, but they built back in. And okay, sure, we saw a little bit of Gen.G in that first half of this map, but when they got going, it seemed like Fnatic were impossible to stop. The group of death, made it look easy, and that's the first time they've ever beaten Gen.G as well. So another head taken on their road, on their path to the trophy. Of course, for Gen.G, this isn't the end. They're not getting their key crushed just yet. They will still be going into that decider match, not tomorrow, but the day after, as there will be EDG and 100 Thieves who will be fighting for that elimination, fighting to stay in this tournament. For Fnatic, though, that was a display when it came to that final half.
Oh, it absolutely was. Looking at the group they were placed in, nothing was granted, but they earned their spot in the qualifier by rising above the rest. A wonderful display from Fnatic, and EMEA fans across the region will be happy to see this squad return to former glory. A dominant display here on the second map, and a nail biter. As usual, they always deliver a little heart attack for the fans at home in that first.
It's funny to think about, really, that it was Heretics that the one team today that kind of got bodied a little bit from EMEA. KC looked very strong. BBL, of course, their first international, have made it to playoffs. They must be over the moon. And now Fnatic, of course, they're the team we expected to make it to playoffs. We expect them to go in and fight for the trophy. Or realistically, they have now got themselves to playoffs. We will be heading over to Fancy. We'll be there.
Gentlemen, we are back once again with Amazon winner interview. I have Kayak with me. Kayak, you guys faced Gen.G in Masters Toronto, and they knocked you down to lower bracket. How does it feel to take revenge?
I mean, it feels amazing. We wanted to win this match really badly, and we are looking for a rematch, and we got it pretty quickly after the Toronto, so it feels nice. Also 2-0, so nothing much to add.
Absolutely, you guys did much better than they did to you in the tournament. So I do want to know, your win right now puts you in a draw for the quarterfinals match. Who would you like to face?
I would say either EDG if they qualify, or HyperX for the revenge.
All right, there you go. We're back to the studio now to talk more and recap the whole day. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Back to you.
This land is calling.
Gen.G came out swinging early on in this series, but Fnatic battled back in map 1. In map 2 on Icebox, the team that stayed cool, calm, and collected was Fnatic yet again. They get the 2-0 and move on in to the knockout brackets. Also, for the Esports World Cup Club Championship, they get themselves into the points and now are eligible for the cash prize. Huge stuff here for Fnatic, as it is a 2-0 victory for them. Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And again, Fnatic continue to prove why they're one of the best Valorant organizations in the world.
Absolutely. So how many times has Fnatic won against Gen.G? I just love that we come in with some stories and we just finalize some others, right, Morgan?
I took a swing and a miss. They weren't there today.
And it happens.
Honestly, a totally well-deserved win for them. They did look like the better team, especially in this map too. As we got onto that second half, I felt like there was a clear gap, for sure.
Yeah, it was a long time coming, I believe. I do like, and I still feel like that rivalry is still there. I do not think that Gen.G is the kind of team that you can count on by any account. But I love to see this Icebox. I love to see the performances of more quiet performance that we've seen in the past. I think that Boaster had an amazing map here on Icebox, so good to see.
Yeah.
Proud of you guys.
Let's take a look at some of the stats here from that last one, as there's the economy, and you could just see the several times where it tanked together. It's just, there was an ability to bounce back here by Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be able to start chaining those rounds together to get a strong economy. Gen.G, especially in that second half, you can see big peaks, big troughs, not really able to get the ball rolling at all. Just not many chances at all to level up the score there. Not many chances where they have the same kind of firepower as Fnatic.
Yeah, and we can see right from the beginning, right, like Fnatic getting 3 rounds in a row right off the bat. Yes, Gen.G starts getting rounds on the board. But again, to me, the resilience that Fnatic are showing, they're not crumbling under the pressure. We know that it's been a long day for everybody. Here, they had to wait as well a lot for their game. So it's good to see that they can still keep their head cool and just go back into the game.
Yeah, you brought up earlier on Fnatic's side all the different names that you can call out being a superstar. But in this one, Chronicles stood above everyone else with so many huge plays here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that him playing on the Sage, which is such a legacy agent, I would say, for this map, so necessary in so many occasions. It's so good to see that they utilize it the way that they are. Personally, I still like the Kayak Sage more because it was giving us more TikTok walls. But, you know, Chronicles is still just as good.
No, I like it. For me, he was rock solid this map. He did the job of a Sage so perfectly, which is really what you want to see. I mean, I love Sage on this map personally. I do think it adds a lot. But, you know, this Omen doesn't quite do it, and I just felt like he pulled it off so brilliantly.
Big Time so heartbroken from all the losses that he's pulling out the dad puns now for this one here.
It's okay. I told you didn't want to get into this. I told you would lose. I told you would lose.
We'll see. We still have teams. Pacific still has some teams there in the quarterfinal already. So there's plenty to look forward to for all you Pacific fans out there, not just myself.
That's right. Pacific did start 5-0 as we take a look at some of the brackets from today's action. It's been a long, long day, but the best of ones are now done and dusted. It is G2 and Karmine Corp. They did battle earlier. Karmine Corp with the upset victory, then went up against Paper Rex after Paper Rex took care of Billy Gaming. Paper Rex already into the knockout stage, which then sets us up. G2 versus Billy Gaming. Winner of that will play against Karmine Corp.
Yeah, absolutely stacked. That is one of the matches that we're going to have tomorrow. Probably the first one, right? Because Billy played at the beginning of today. I think that one of the first ones that we're going to see is that G2 versus Billy. We know that the situation that G2 are in, so I hope that Billy gets that, but you know, gets a win and starts getting some on the board.
Now, another one that kind of went mostly as expected until you get to the BBL Esports victory there, 2-0 over DRX. I'm telling you, most people
100%
at DRX taking the victory there, except of course Kukuku knew.
I always knew. I believed. I trusted. What can I say?
I mean, for me, they are the real dark horse of this event. This is their first international as a group together, and I mean, they've come out swinging, beating Sentinels, beating DRX. Those are not small names. This is a really big achievement to start off this tournament for BBL.
Yeah, and I think if you're Sentinels and a Sentinels fan, you look there in the bottom left-hand corner, elimination match to kick things off. They aren't making things easy for them. Entertaining, for sure, but they have their lives on the line against the champions of VCT China in XLG Esports. Now, over to Group C. This one had a true blue upset there. NRG taking the victory over Team Heretics, and that battle in the upper bracket, RQ versus NRG, happening right now as RQ was able to dispatch Titan Esports Club.
Yeah, I think that we're celebrating, you know, like, oh, we have a couple of EMEA, we have one from Pacific, but we also need to speak about the fact that China is, all of the Chinese teams are in the brink of elimination. I would say that, you know, at least one or two are going to go home tomorrow just based on the results. It's definitely a rough start for the region considering everything that they have achieved in previous tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's definitely difficult for them now. Really got to climb up that mountain. But for me, there's still big hope for RRQ. I will certainly be tuning into the rest of that game.
Yeah, that series is happening right now over on the B stream. And finally, the group that we just saw wrap on up, the group of death. It was Group D, where you had it so stacked from top to bottom. It says 1-0, but again, 100 Thieves put a hell of a shift in against Fnatic. 13-11 was Fnatic's victory. Then Gen.G took care of business pretty easily against EDG, the reigning world champs. Then Fnatic 2-0 over Gen.G, especially in that first map. And then the elimination matches, 100 Thieves versus EDG, and the winner of that will take on Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we just saw this Fnatic versus Gen.G game, and Fnatic looked pretty dominant. 100 Thieves played them really close. So they are on that brink of elimination, but they showed good signs, so they're going to be looking to bounce back heading towards tomorrow.
You were speaking about dark horses, and I think that especially with an EDG that looks a little bit wounded, I think the 100 Thieves has a very nice shot against them, and they could go on a dark horse run because we saw how Gen.G reacted after they had their first loss in Toronto and how, you know, they weren't able to close out the matches and whatnot. I think that if 100 Thieves was able to put Fnatic in that situation, they might as well do the same against EDG, and maybe we see some surprises against Gen.G.
Yeah, I feel like that's a thing where Gen.G needs to learn. Close it on out here, and Fnatic were able to show it not just once, but twice here against 100 Thieves, who maybe is a team that they thought they would be able to take care of easily. And then here in Gen.G, another class team battle back in that first map. Kukuka, final thoughts here on our day one?
Honestly, I really enjoyed it. I think that the arena is crazy. I think that people get to see it from home. I'm very happy that I see BBL going out. It's not only that they're an EMEA team, it's like they were, guys, so close to go to Toronto, and I know that that was going to be like a big breakthrough for them. It was the kind of match that ended up in a 2-1 that should have been a 2-0. Like when you look back, you know exactly the moment that it would have been a 2-0. So for me, for them to come here and to show this performance, it really means a lot. But love to see, for example, that Paper Rex still has it like right after Toronto. They still have all the energy, all the charisma, and all the plays.
Big time.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think it's been a fantastic day of Valorant. We've seen sometimes the underdogs have managed to steal it away. Sometimes the dominant team has managed to crush, like in that Paper Rex fashion. Just goes to show how unpredictable this tournament has already been, and it's only day one. There's 5 more days left.
What about you?
Right.
Lots of excitement.
I just had fun being here on the desk with all of you.
Aww. How nice.
And all of you at home. 4 teams went home today, or 4 teams qualified through today. 4 teams will go home tomorrow. It is our first day of eliminations, and you guys at home get to see one of the coolest moments in all of esports, the key crushing of those eliminated teams. It starts off with XLG versus Sentinels, and it'll be followed by Tech versus Team Heretics. On behalf of everyone here at Esports World Cup, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more Valorant action.
Night, night.